In the summer of last year, during the World Cup, Grosso played a pivotal role in securing victory for his team by winning a penalty against Australia in the final moments of the match. He later achieved a dramatic winning goal against Germany in extra time and was the last to step up to the penalty spot in the shootout against France, effortlessly scoring the decisive goal. This narrative recalls the 10 most iconic goals in World Cup history. For instance, in the 1990 Italy World Cup, Baggio showcased his brilliance against Czechoslovakia, weaving through several defenders before striking the ball into the net. After dinner, Kevin Huang watched a football program on television. He found the Spanish football commentary to be subpar, particularly the segment on the 10 most memorable World Cup goals. While the 4-goal exploits of Baggio and Butragueño during the 1986 World Cup were indeed remarkable, they had already established their fame in Europe prior to those events. Had it been a discussion about the English Premier League, players like Joe Gaetjens would have certainly been highlighted. Gaetjens, an American born in Haiti, directed the newly formed U.S. team to a stunning victory over England in the 1950 World Cup. However, he later faced persecution and imprisonment, eventually disappearing without a trace. After watching for a while, Kevin Huang retired early to bed, preparing for the upcoming Champions League match. On February 20th, shortly after 6 in the evening, he arrived at the Bernabeu Stadium with his team, over 2 hours ahead of schedule, primarily because Baldano wished for him to attend the pre-match press conference. Kevin increasingly felt that his salary of $15 million was rather modest, given the numerous demands from Baldano and Calderon. His responsibilities as the king of Huang far exceeded those he had as a player at Milan. As Kevin arrived, the press conference erupted with excitement. The head coaches of both teams, Capello and Hitzfeld, became mere supporting figures. Bayern's captain, Kahn, sat on stage, maintaining a composed demeanor. Likely due to the lasting impression Kevin had made on him, Kahn felt it unnecessary to provoke Kevin before the match. "Kevin, in your last appearance, you hit the woodwork 3 times. Does this indicate a decline in your form?" A reporter inquired. "How is your injury?" Another pressed. Beckenbauer stated that this will be a challenging match. "Do you agree? Do you think Beckham deserves a chance to play?" Cassano was recently spotted reveling in a nightclub. "What are your thoughts on that?" Kevin leaned closer to the microphone, cleared his throat, and replied, "My injury is manageable. I would not return to the pitch unless fully recovered. As for the match against my teammates, it will undoubtedly be a tough encounter." "And what about the internal issues within Real Madrid?" The reporter continued. "I cannot say. I can only express my belief that none of us would intentionally disclose internal matters of the club." Kevin shook his head. Prior to the winter break, rumors had circulated about locker room dynamics. Such revelations surely originated from players, yet uncovering the source proved to be quite a challenge. Especially as Cassie's girlfriend was not the reporter Sarah, but rather the model Inma Gonzalez. Following the World Cup, a minor incident transpired between Casillas and the girlfriend of Yinha, which may lead to their eventual separation, during which Yinha might lament that Casillas harbors an aversion to women. It seems unlikely that Casillas is to blame for this affair. Capello's strained relationships with numerous players render it challenging to identify a traitor, and it is unnecessary to stir up trouble when the team is performing well. Huang speculated that Van Nistelrooy or Beckham could be the culprits. With the arrival of the illustrious Huang, Van Nistelrooy's chances to play have significantly diminished. Even when not on the field, he is not Capello's first choice, which naturally breeds discontent. Beckham has maintained a professional demeanor, yet such matters can easily seep out through his wife. Victoria is certainly no novice when it comes to navigating these situations. This deduction is based on typical circumstances, as those whose interests are compromised tend to divulge locker room secrets. Huang kept his thoughts to himself, determined not to speak indiscreetly. After addressing a few more questions, Capello and Hitzfeld exchanged nods before departing the press conference. Upon returning to the locker room, Huang found his teammates preparing to change. Arriving early at the Bernabeu, they were engaged in light banter to pass the time. While changing, Cassano exclaimed, "You have new boots again." Indeed, the sponsor provided them for testing. "They will be officially released after feedback and adjustments," Huang replied with a nod. Previously, Ronaldinho had his custom boots, the IO Ronaldinho 10R. Huang had yet to receive specialized footwear, not due to a lack of status, but rather because his playing style is difficult to define. This time, his boots were designed to enhance stability during high-speed dribbling and direction changes, a model that Kaká also wore. "How splendid. The big stars have custom models, while we must settle for the regular ones," Cassano lamented, stamping his foot. "It's not that dire. If you play well, "You'll have your own too," Huang reassured him. Shaking his head, after hanging up his clothes, he retrieved a scratch card. Revealing the image of 3 rewards, Huang sensed that the upcoming match would be anything but simple. The 3 rewards could only yield a second-tier star at best. Huang was quite skeptical whether a second-tier star with various skill and attribute enhancements could achieve first-tier performance. He had been saving his immunity card for this very match. Utilizing the immunity card, Huang observed his full expectation value of 100 and opted for the lottery. Ding! You have received a single match experience card for the 2021 to 2022 UEFA Europa League group stage, PSV vs Real Sociedad, featuring Mario Götze. The name Götze instantly brought to Huang's mind 2 vivid memories: his decisive goal in the World Cup and the image of him raising a flag in front of his girlfriend, Anna Katarina. That picture spread widely, significantly benefiting Anna Katarina's career. It is no wonder that European women are drawn to football stars with a discerning eye. Selecting a prospect can easily lead to both love and career success. Anna Katarina's ability to stand out among numerous models stems not only from her beauty, but also from her association with Götze. If all else fails, one might consider seeking out a Icardi, someone who can submit their salary yet still engage in flattery. In terms of skill, Götze, in FM 2011, stood shoulder to shoulder with Neymar and Hazard, regarded as a player of immense promise. However, his subsequent development did not meet expectations. During his tenure in the Netherlands, he seemed to perform adequately, yet system evaluations indicated that the once celebrated hope of Europe had sadly diminished to a second-tier player. During a warm-up, Huang Kaiwen noticed a significant decline in Götze's speed. His fundamental skills remained solid, but at this level, playing for Bayern truly posed a challenge, requiring more cerebral effort from Huang. "Kevin, give it your all. Kevin, if you have time, you can come find me with Cutie. Show Germany what you're made of. Kevin." As the warm-up concluded, Huang Kaiwen first applauded the stands. The fans had exceedingly high expectations for him. Both teams are returning to the tunnel to prepare for the match. Today we can observe that both sides have made some adjustments. Bayern was quite impressed with Huang Kaiwen during his time at Milan. Hence, targeted defensive measures are not surprising. The current Bayern is markedly different from the one Huang Kaiwen faced previously. Young talents Schweinsteiger and Lahm have been afforded considerably more opportunities this season. Indeed, today, in the selection of defenders against Huang Kaiwen, Hitzfeld opted for Lahm rather than the more experienced Sagnol, indicating high hopes for Lahm. The players followed the referee onto the pitch. Let us observe the unfolding scene. Sagnol, receiving the ball on the left flank, appeared awkward. Having spent his entire career on the right, after a brief adjustment, he began to advance, but Beckham surged towards him to apply pressure. Sagnol, caught flat-footed, delivered a diagonal pass to Demichelis, who then carried the ball forward for a breakthrough. Raul pressed forward to challenge. His tenacity is commendable, yet he cannot match Demichelis in physicality. Demichelis is a formidable player, excelling in headers, boasting a high pass completion rate, and exhibiting fierce one-on-one defense with commendable positioning. However, he occasionally commits unforeseen errors that leave teammates and coaches utterly baffled. Indeed, I recall Coach Zhang previously mentioning the Demichelis law. In matches where Demichelis makes mistakes, his team invariably progresses. Today, we shall see if we can trigger this intriguing phenomenon. Demichelis advanced the ball near the halfway line, encountering Gudi's pressing, and quickly distributed the ball to the left flank. Schweinsteiger received it and attempted a breakthrough. Though his speed was not remarkable, his strength and vision were advantageous. Gudi, pursuing from behind, extended his arm to entangle Schweinsteiger. After a few strides, Gudi lost his balance and nearly fell, but regained his footing and continued pursuing the now distant Schweinsteiger. Both he and Raul exhibited commendable dedication in their approach to the game. As the distance between them widened, Gudi refused to relent. Ramos surged forward to press, which was the opportunity Gudi had been waiting for. As Bastian Schweinsteiger sought to make a pass, he was pressured by Ramos and forced towards the sidelines. Despite his attempts to maneuver, he struggled to find an opportunity to deliver the ball. Meanwhile, the returning Gudi swiftly positioned himself behind the opponent. Seizing the moment, Ramos executed a deft touch, turning to survey the field. Schweinsteiger reached out from behind Ramos, but it proved to be a more challenging endeavor against Gudi. Ramos, exhibiting remarkable physical prowess, managed to pass the ball to De Jong even while being jostled from behind. De Jong received the ball and immediately sent a diagonal pass to the left flank. Kevin Huang, upon receiving the ball, surged forward alongside Van Bommel. He recognized that despite Gaetjens' speed, even with enhancements, he could not completely shake off Van Bommel, as the lingering effects of injury were significant. His ball control was decent, solid in dribbling and passing. Upon noticing Hargreaves advancing, Kevin Huang swiftly returned the ball with a heel pass to Carlos. Preferring a blend of speed and skill in his dribbles, Kevin felt somewhat hesitant to engage in a central tussle today due to a slight decrease in pace. After passing, he continued his run into the penalty area. Carlos, with the ball on the left, had Higuain making a forward run from the right side of the box, effectively drawing Bayern's defensive attention. As Kevin approached the penalty area, he found himself next to only Lucio. After a breakthrough on the left, Carlos delivered a cross. But Kevin's leap for a header narrowly missed the target, as Van Basten intercepted the ball just before Higuain could connect. The ball hurtled towards their own goal. The veteran keeper Khan reacted swiftly, blocking the ball with his foot, which then rolled into the small box. Lucio, racing to the ball, turned and cleared it with a decisive kick. That was perilously close. Van Basten almost turned a clearance into a shot on goal, but Lucio saved the day this time. One commentator remarked, "Indeed, Roll was nearby." Lucio dared not turn fully, opting for a quick clearance that unfortunately lacked the necessary angle, resulting in the ball crossing the goal line, another added. Real Madrid has earned a corner. Kevin Huang is making his way to the corner flag. "Oh, it's been quite some time since we've seen Kevin take a corner," another voice chimed in. Beckham, initially heading towards the corner flag, halted in place. He had been given this opportunity due to a recent issue with Cassano, and he wished to avoid crossing Capello. Even if he were to leave, he needed to maintain his match fitness. Over the past months, Beckham realized that offending Kevin Huang could have more severe repercussions than crossing Capello. With a slight grimace, he reflected on the residual effects of being sidelined in Serie A. At the corner flag, Kevin Huang raised his arms, clasping his left wrist with his right hand, stretching his upper body as if yawning. Ramos, noticing the open fingers of Huang's left hand, quickly devised a corresponding tactic and signaled for his teammates to line up. Ramos, Pepe, Raul, Beckham, and Higuain positioned themselves in a line just outside the left side of the small box. Khan, urging his teammates to mark their men, widened his eyes, his words caught in his throat. Over the past months, Huang's tactical corners had diminished, leading Khan to believe that Huang's creativity had waned, allowing for a less mentally taxing approach. However, upon witnessing the peculiar positioning of the Real Madrid players, Khan felt a shiver run down his spine. Oliver Kahn, once revered as the world's foremost goalkeeper, has now succumbed to the passage of time. In a bid to maintain his form, he has withdrawn from the national team. The prowess of Europe's leading football stars is formidable, imposing significant pressure merely through their presence, and now they employ tactical corner kicks as well. In light of this, Bayern's defense can only adopt a dispersed stance in front of the goal. It is hardly feasible to line up alongside the Real Madrid players. Kevin Huang initiates a short pass to Carlos, who arrives with a perfectly curved ball into the penalty area. The Real Madrid players swiftly disperse into a formation reminiscent of a gymnastics team. Ramos and Pepe surge towards the near post, while Beckham and Higuain dash through the center into the small box. Their collective movement draws considerable defensive attention. Ramos leaps high at the near post, directing a header towards the goal, which swiftly travels towards the right post. Raul suddenly makes a run, lifts his right foot, and sends the ball into the net from close range. Goal. Raul, the Prince of Bernabeu, the Ring King, kisses the ring once more. Kevin Huang's corner kick strategy involved a mere short pass, yet we all know that such routines originated from his time in Milan. This execution was truly exquisite. It's evident that Bayern's players were unprepared for this tactic, focusing solely on the near post and center, oblivious to Raul at the far post. Khan arrived too late to defend the right post. Within just 10 minutes, Real Madrid takes the lead, delivering a jarring blow to Bayern. Kevin Huang has yet to showcase his full potential, and they have already conceded a goal. Kevin Huang joins his teammates in celebration within the penalty area. Having returned to training yesterday, where he practiced 2 corner kick routines, today's display has proven effective. As the saying goes, tactical corner kicks yield maximum impact when used sparingly. Today, Huang, the king of yellow, has drawn upon the lethargic tactics of the small tent, necessitating inventive strategies. Those who labor with their minds govern others, while those who toil with their hands are governed. Even if Huang's experience card is less than stellar, He remains the steadfast anchor of Real Madrid. Goal! 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 Kevin has orchestrated yet another goal for Real Madrid. This corner kick was nothing short of brilliant. Barbara, watching the match from her office, furrows her brow. She retrieves her phone and coldly declares, "In today's match." Get the commentator of Real Madrid's Champions League match off the air. With simultaneous matches occurring, including Milan versus Real Madrid, Crudeli was unable to commentate this particular game, leaving her television station's commentary utterly lackluster, simply exclaiming how beautiful the play was. But what exactly makes it beautiful? Wow, Kevin Huang's strategy truly is cunning. This tactical corner kick is challenging to defend. Honestly, it's fortunate that Kevin is focused on the pitch. If he were to delve into business, he could potentially wreak havoc. Is there a possibility that Kevin is also an artist, perhaps a skilled orator? If he hadn't pursued football, he might have caused chaos across Europe. Wow, I actually look forward to that day. But without Kevin playing football, his influence would hardly be as significant. Oh, it's evident that Kevin Huang has graduated from Northern University. How is it that these European rivals cannot see through his schemes? His tactical corner kicks always seem to succeed. On the sidelines, Capello, with his feet firmly planted and eyes gleaming behind his glasses, discerned a shared trait between himself and Kevin, their remarkable intelligence. Bayern resumed play, initiating a backward pass to organize their formation. Lucio, possessing a more pronounced attacking prowess than Ramos, seized the ball from the back line and embarked on a forward dribble. Encountering Raul's pressing, Lucio deftly maneuvered past him, propelling himself towards the center circle. Positioned forward, Guti approached, but Lucio expertly nudged the ball ahead, again leveraging his body to circumvent Guti. Goodness. Lucio appears intent on charging towards Real Madrid's penalty area solo. Lucio, a defender with exceptional ball control, frequently advanced into the offensive zone while at Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern. Evading De Jong's tackle, he delivered a diagonal pass to Podolski, who shot. Podolski's attempt ricocheted off Cannavaro's leg, veering out of the penalty area. Carlos intercepted the ball ahead of Van Bommel and executed a direct pass to Huang Kevin. As Huang Kevin turned and surged into Bayern's half, Hargreaves closed in, while Lahm decisively matched Huang Kevin's pace, not waiting for him to breach the defensive line. Higuain, who had been lurking along the defensive line, recognized the upheaval on the left flank and swiftly advanced towards the left side of the penalty area. Huang Kevin struck the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring over Lahm's head and landing just in front of Higuain. Higuain carried the ball into the penalty area from the left, and while Van Basten approached, he hesitated to extend his leg, merely positioning himself to thwart Higuain's potential shot. "Pass it," Raul called from the edge of the arc. Huang Kevin and Lahm sprinted side by side towards the left side of the penalty area. Observing Lahm's position, Huang Kevin refrained from making an immediate run into the box. Higuain hesitated for 2 seconds before executing a return pass. De Michelis intercepted the ball in front of Raul, directing it to the left flank, where Lahm suddenly surged forward to claim the ball, promptly pivoting to pass to Hargreaves. Huang Kevin shook his head and retreated. Lahm, a shrewd defender, recognized that both he and Hargreaves were biding their time. In truth, they had both initiated their runs simultaneously. The short distance rendered it difficult to discern who was quicker. However, Lahm's positioning nearer to the penalty area conferred an advantage, enabling him to seize the ball first. Hargreaves advanced a few steps, just as the attacking Lucio returned, and Hargreaves quickly laid the ball off to Lucio. Still not back in his defensive position, Lucio carried the ball forward into Real Madrid's half. Anyone witnessing his performance would hardly consider him a defender. As Guti pressed him, Lucio deftly flicked the ball to his left. The advancing Sagnol swiftly shifted to the center to continue his forward run, with Schweinsteiger ahead. 3 players clustered on the flanks held little significance. Ramos pressed forward, prompting Lucio to swiftly pass to the left. Schweinsteiger delivered a diagonal pass, and Lucio surged forward to reclaim the ball. Noticing De Jong lower his center of gravity, he immediately laid the ball off to Sagnol in the center, who then directed it toward the edge of the penalty area. Lucio, positioned just outside the box, received the ball and deftly nudged it with his right foot. Pepe and Cannavaro instinctively extended their feet simultaneously, yet neither managed to make contact with the ball. Lucio surged into the penalty area, seizing the ball to create a one-on-one opportunity. De Jong, who had tracked back into the box, lowered his center of gravity and executed a sliding tackle. Lucio pivoted and unleashed a left-footed strike. the ball soaring past the grounded Casillas into the far corner of the net. Lucio, after twice advancing the ball himself, has finally equalized for Bayern. Hehe. While Lucio was making his run, Makai and Podolski had both moved to the right flank, likely questioning who the actual forward was. Lucio's performance today has been exceptional. Although his defensive contributions have been minimal, his involvement in these two attacking plays is crucial. Indeed, Bayern has leveled the score, and more importantly, this is an away goal. After falling behind, this Brazilian defender stepped up. During that defensive sequence, it was evident that Pepe and Cannavaro lacked coordination. Their simultaneous attempts to intercept afforded Lucio the chance to bypass them and score. They must recalibrate their roles. It is imperative that they do not press together. Lucio, having scored, slid on his knees towards the corner flag, with Bayern players rushing to celebrate. Lucio, Lucio, Lucio. The Bayern fans in the away section erupted in fervent cheers, chanting the name of their hero. At the Bernabeu Stadium, from Coach Capello to the players, everyone remained remarkably composed, even as the opposing team celebrated wildly. There was no sign of agitation, for they knew that soon the number 10 would orchestrate another offensive play. Other teams might score at Real Madrid's home ground, but they could never depart with a victory. Come on, Madrid! Come on, Madrid! Resonated the chants of the fans as the game resumed. Van Bommel closely shadowed Huang, his primary responsibility being to influence Huang's performance. Although Van Bommel found it challenging, he resolutely adhered to the tactical plan. After Higuaín's back pass, Guti swiftly directed the ball to the right flank, where Beckham awaited. Beckham glanced left before opting to return the pass. Guti then played a lateral ball to De Jong, who delivered a through pass to Raul. Raul pondered for a moment, but ultimately refrained from playing it left. Huang is being heavily targeted today. Van Bommel, an old acquaintance of Huang, has suffered defeat to him twice before and has certainly conducted thorough research on him. Today, Hitzfeld has invested considerable effort in countering Huang. Although Van Bommel may not possess the finest technical skills, he is exceptionally resilient, a player with formidable mental fortitude, unafraid of being outmaneuvered by Huang too many times. Indeed, positioning Hargreaves on the right flank rather than Demichelis serves a dual purpose. It mitigates the risk of Demichelis making errant plays at inopportune moments, while simultaneously harnessing Hargreaves' tenacity and strong mental fortitude, reminiscent of Van Bommel. With these two formidable players backed by the youthful Lahm and the versatile Lucio, Hitzfeld has undoubtedly invested considerable effort in countering Huang. Aware that speed would be futile today, Huang resolved to adopt a different style of play. Previously, he had drawn inspiration from Van de Beek, mastering the art of utilizing deft touches to orchestrate plays. Even under tight scrutiny from defenders, consistent passes can effectively link the attack. In contrast to Van de Beek, Gaetjens' finesse with the ball allows him to not only execute passes while weaving through defenders, but also to draw defensive attention on the flanks to facilitate offensive maneuvers. With this understanding, Huang decided to embrace a more liberated role as an attacking midfielder. To articulate it succinctly, his performance today mirrored that of Eriksen. As Huang maneuvered off the ball on the left flank, Guti discerned a gap, realizing that only one defender was inadequately marking him, presenting an opportunity. With a deft touch of his left foot, he delivered a pass. Seizing the moment, Huang darted back, using the heel of his foot to deftly redirect the ball, sending it through Van Bommel's legs. Huang then swiftly turned and advanced past Van Bommel, who, in a decisive moment, grasped Huang's arm, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. "You little brat, are you looking for a fight?" Van Bommel, leaning down to grasp Huang, was abruptly shoved away by Guti. Upon lifting his gaze, Van Bommel encountered Guti, Raul, and De Jong, with Real Madrid players rushing toward the scene. Huang rose and remarked, "Let it go. It was merely a tactical foul." Guti scrutinized Huang, confirming he was unscathed, and pointed at Van Bommel, warning, "Watch yourself." The foul occurred slightly ahead of the center circle, and Huang relinquished his position. As Van Bommel approached, he quipped, "Are all Real Madrid players this aggressive?" Although he doubted Gudi's ability to outmatch him, the intensity in the eyes of the Real Madrid players felt lethal. De Jong, a compatriot from the national team with whom he had previously engaged in pleasant conversation, now seemed poised to showcase the Netherlands' traditional competitive spirit. "They're simply too tense. I'm prone to injury," Huang chuckled. This was precisely the effect he sought. Any player daring to challenge him would have to reckon with the consequences. Otherwise, with too many fouls, the immunity card, even if utilized monthly, would prove insufficient. Huang, the king of balls, now enjoyed a status akin to an enhanced Neymar, provoking every defender's desire to take a shot at him. As Carlos positioned the ball at the foul site, tension enveloped the pitch. Huang deliberately stepped a couple of paces toward the flank, wary of collateral damage. Despite the distance, no one could guarantee that Carlos wouldn't attempt a direct strike. Anyone witnessing Carlos retreating to gather momentum would inevitably feel the apprehension of unintended consequences. Van Bommel intentionally stationed himself behind Huang, and as Carlos commenced his run-up, he lifted his left foot, nudging the ball forward. Huang Kaiwen and Van Bommel instinctively sidestepped simultaneously. "Ha ha, Carlos is intentionally trying to frighten us," one remarked. As Huang Kaiwen and Van Bommel realized it was a pass, they both rushed forward to receive the ball. Huang Kaiwen executed a horizontal pass without stopping, while Carlos surged diagonally with the ball towards the center. It was evident that Huang Kaiwen had significantly fewer touches today, suggesting that Van Bommel's defensive efforts were indeed effective. Carlos skillfully maneuvered past Hargreaves, who, while pursuing, signaled to Lam not to engage in defending Carlos. The defensive players on their right flank had clearly defined roles, with the primary objective being to thwart Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen sprinted down the left, just as he prepared to enter the penalty area, Lam quickly closed in to defend. Attempting to glance towards Carlos on the left, he delivered a direct pass to Higuain ahead. However, Higuain mishandled the ball, taking an extra moment before attempting to pass to Raul, only to be intercepted by Van Buiten's outstretched foot. Van Buiten swiftly delivered a direct pass to Demichelis, who then played a lateral ball to the left, allowing Sagnol to initiate an offensive push. Capello, standing at the sidelines with arms crossed, furrowed his brow. While Huang Kaiwen's performance could not be deemed poor, it fell short of the brilliance he was capable of, which he deemed unsatisfactory. Capello pondered the reasons behind Huang Kaiwen's subpar display. Was it due to lingering injuries? He did not believe so. In the past, after recovering from injuries at Milan, Kaiwen had always returned to form splendidly. It could not be that under his tutelage, the injury would hinder his performance. Capello glanced towards the Bayern coaching bench. Hitzfeld exhibited no unusual behavior, which Capello found rather peculiar. Typically, when facing Real Madrid, opponents would resort to superstitions, perhaps consulting a shaman or employing various charms against Kaiwen. Yet Hitzfeld appeared overly confident. Capello speculated whether Hitzfeld had allowed someone to infiltrate the Bernabeu stadium. The real threat, he mused, might lie in the stands rather than the coaching area. Capello gestured for his trusted aides, Galbiati and Baldini, to approach. These two assistants, one managing on-field affairs and the other off-field, were individuals of immense importance to Capello. Today's circumstances are unusual. I need you to find security personnel and conduct a thorough search of the entire Bernabeu stadium to identify anyone engaging in sorcery. If found, devise a means to expel them from the premises, Capello instructed earnestly. Galbiati and Baldini nodded in unison, having worked alongside Capello for quite some time. Galbiati, in fact, had served as Capello's assistant during his time at Milan. They understood well that Capello was not one to overlook such matters. The two hastily conveyed a few words to the coaching staff before departing through the tunnel. Huang Kaiwen's erratic performance left Capello unsettled. He needed to uncover the reason without delay. In the 27th minute, Sagnol advanced with the ball down the left flank. Upon crossing the halfway line, he was pressed by Guti, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball to Schweinsteiger. Unfamiliar with the left side, Sagnol hesitated to hold onto the ball for too long, only continuing his forward run after making the pass. As Schweinsteiger attempted to advance down the left flank, he was swiftly marked by the aggressive Ramos. His already modest pace faltered further under the pressure, and he found himself unable to make a lateral pass, ultimately opting for a backward pass instead. Demichelis received the ball and continued his forward momentum, showcasing a more impressive performance in attack than in defense. Guti surged forward, attempting to entangle him, but Demichelis successfully brushed Guti aside and pressed on. Bayern possesses a considerable number of players in the attacking third. How will Demichelis respond? He is passed. Sagnol received the ball and immediately directed it to the left wing, where Schweinsteiger launched a cross. Podolski deftly controlled the ball, sending it to Cannavaro's feet. Today, they seemed to be in direct competition. Cannavaro distributed to the left, but Carlos miscontrolled the ball. Alas, it appears that Real Madrid's left flank is suffering from injuries today. Fortunately, De Jong intervened just in time. Van Bommel promptly executed a throw-in. As Podolski confronted Cannavaro's pressure, he swiftly returned the ball. Following a combination with Sagnol, de Michelis pushed forward once more. Noticing Pepe's advance, Sagnol once again shifted the play to the left, where Schweinsteiger adjusted to deliver a cross with his right foot, only to have Ramos deflected out of bounds once more. Schweinsteiger's performance on the flank has been rather lackluster. His true potential may only reveal itself should he transition to a more central role. After a brief run-up, Sagnol executed the throw-in, but Ramos intercepted. Quickly turning to return the ball, Pepe, receiving the pass, faced pressure from Make, prompting yet another backward pass, leading to Casillas launching a powerful clearance. Hargreaves, with keen anticipation, leaped to head the ball towards Huang, who swiftly turned to the midfield line to receive it and executed a quick short pass to Guti, who continued his forward run. With a flick of his arm, Guti delivered a delicate lob that soared over Hargreaves' head and landed before Huang. Huang advanced through the center, charging towards Bayern's penalty area, as Ram and Lucio almost simultaneously closed in on him. He remained composed, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Higuain had arrived alongside Van Basten. Huang accelerated, prompting Lucio to quicken his pace as well. Sensing a shift, Ram turned back just as Huang made a deft left-footed pullback, deftly nudging the ball past both Lucio and Ram. Higuain, unfamiliar with Huang style, was slightly delayed but still managed to outpace the towering Van Basten. After two swift strides into the penalty area, he found himself in a one-on-one situation. In his eagerness, Higuain miscontrolled the ball, sending it a meter ahead of him. As he sprinted to reclaim it, Kahn charged forward to intercept. The two collided in a desperate race. Arriving almost simultaneously, Kahn, risking a severe impact, managed to secure the ball beneath him, while Higuain, unable to stabilize his footing, tumbled to the ground within the penalty area. Oh dear, Higuain. This opportunity has slipped away. A momentary delay resulted in a larger touch on the ball. Had he made one less mistake, this could have been a goal. After all, he is merely a 19-year-old prodigy, and one can hardly blame him for feeling the weight of his impending first goal in the Champions League. Indeed, prodigies like Fabregas are exceedingly rare. Making a debut at 16, scoring at that tender age, and netting a goal in the Champions League by 17. Such remarkable development is nothing short of astonishing. Even within the elite youth academies of Europe, individuals of such caliber are a rarity. Higuain turned back, apologetically applauding Huang. Unfazed, Huang waved him off. Having never placed his hopes on Higuain, the young Higuain, let alone a fully matured version, had shown himself to be a timid contender in high-stakes matches. In the private box, Beckenbauer stood before the transparent glass alongside Calderon, observing the game. Today, Huang performance was noticeably below par. He had listened to Hitzfeld's tactics prior to the match and found them rather impractical. How could such simplistic strategies possibly contain Real Madrid's number 10? Was Hitzfeld truly more competent than he had envisioned? Standing on the sidelines, Hitzfeld appeared perplexed. The one-on-one situation had indeed startled him, but more crucially, Huang had distanced himself from the penalty area. It seemed Van Bommel had made a significant impact. As a devout believer, he held an objective view of the power of faith, believing that religion provides psychological solace. Unlike many coaches who sought the aid of shamans, he had opted to pray in church, perceiving a shaman's assistance as merely another form of seeking comfort. Both yielded similar results. Given the current circumstances, perhaps God had heeded his prayers. Don't all rush in, be careful, Kahn shouted at his defensive teammates. The simultaneous advance of Lucio and Lam was a rather foolish endeavor. Had they succeeded in their attempt, he might have withheld his reprimand, but alas, failure ensued. Had it not been for the ineptitude of the Real Madrid forward, a goal would surely have been conceded. Every goalkeeper feels pressure in a one-on-one situation. The average success rate hovers around 32%, and it was this novice forward that had lowered the standard. Kahn glanced at Raul, who was retreating. Had that rookie passed back to Raul, Bayern would likely have faced another goal against them. Following the goal kick, Bayern gradually began to organize. Hargreaves made a swift diagonal pass to the left, and after receiving the ball, Schweinsteiger exchanged positions with De Jong, pressing forward to defend. Today, Bayern's right flank was entirely focused on containing Huang, allowing him to concentrate on their left side defense. De Jong surged ahead as Schweinsteiger attempted to break through the sideline. Although he possessed strength, his speed was insufficient to evade De Jong, who was adept in both footwork and tactics. In a moment of desperation, Schweinsteiger passed back to Sagnol, who returned the ball once more to Hargreaves. Noticing the vulnerability in Real Madrid's left defense, Hargreaves sent a precise through ball behind Huang Kaiwan. Van Bommel squeezed past Huang to seize the ball, advancing from the right side of the center circle without encountering any opposition. Guti quickly directed De Jong to monitor Schweinsteiger. Suddenly, Van Bommel accelerated, driving the ball forward, and after 2 strides, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, connecting forcefully with the ball. The ball soared through the air like a vibrant rainbow, effortlessly gliding past Guti and swiftly arcing over the heads of the defenders. Heading straight for the right side of the goal. It's a goal. Van Bommel. Bayern has taken the lead against Real Madrid on their turf. A thunderous strike from 35 meters out, utterly unexpected. As I mentioned before, while Van Bommel may not possess the finesse of some Dutch players, his determination and versatility are qualities that most players lack. In this crucial moment, Van Bommel stepped up to shatter the deadlock. This long-range shot, a crucial away goal, now puts Bayern in a commanding position in the 2-legged round of 16. Van Bommel, elated after scoring, dashed towards his teammates, who embraced him in a jubilant huddle. That player is hardly impressive. This goal was merely a stroke of luck. He looks rather fierce and tends to foul. What if Kevin gets injured? Oh, my husband's performance today was mediocre. He must still be affected by his previous injury. That Camacho is truly despicable. Li Huan watched as Shan incessantly tapped on her keyboard, feeling somewhat irked. Shan, I am your husband. You are my boyfriend. Kevin is my husband. Is it permissible for you to admire Zhang Boiji, while I cannot appreciate Huang Kaiwan? Shan retorted, glancing back at Li Huan. I admire her. Yet I do not call her my wife, Li Huan protested. Who knows what you do after lights out in the dormitory? I will continue calling Kevin my husband. What can you do about it? I am unhappy, Li Huan exclaimed, throwing down his mouse. Choose between Huang Kaiwan and me. Huh, just leave, Shan replied. You will regret this. Li Huan stormed out of the internet cafe. The chill of the wind reminded him that the dormitory lights had already been turned off. Reluctant to return to the hostel, Li Huan entered a small cinema. This establishment functioned like a modest inn, equipped with a DVD player, where one could request films from the owner at the bar. A room, please, Li Huan said. The proprietor, engrossed in picking his toes, looked up and asked, Do you want a blockbuster or something else? Spare me the trivialities. I am not that kind of person, Li Huan replied impatiently. Just find me 2 films featuring Qiu Shuzhen. Since Shan had claimed to admire Zhang Boiji, perhaps today would be a change of pace. The owner handed Li Huan 2 discs, whispering, You can exchange them after watching, but don't make the room too messy. Li Huan took the discs into the room, inserted one into the player, and the opening credits displayed the words The Secret Life of Empress Dowager Cixi. The match entered stoppage time. Huang Kaiwan once again seized the ball on the left flank. Van Bommel pressed him, but Huang Kaiwan quickly passed to Guti and made a forward run. Guti returned the ball to Huang Kaiwan, who maneuvered it past Van Bommel, maintaining a 2-body length distance between them. Hargreaves, unwilling to let Huang Kaiwan progress, sprinted to the right and decisively extended his leg. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwan halted, deftly slowing down and flicking the ball through Hargreaves' legs, then skillfully circumventing him along the sideline as he continued his advance. Ram and Lucio exchanged glances and dashed towards the ball. Lacking sufficient speed, Huang Kaiwan felt quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was closer to the ball. He sprinted towards the middle left to seize it, deftly maneuvering to the left with a deft touch of his right foot. Ram persistently tugged at Huang Kaiwan, seeking an opportunity. Although Grosso was not particularly swift today, Huang Kaiwan exhibited remarkable control. Having previously faced players like Amar, he had learned to adeptly protect the ball and dribble with finesse. Ram kept close on Huang Kaiwan's heels, yet found no chance to make a tackle. The 2 players tangled as they approached the corner flag. Huang Kaiwan abruptly halted, skillfully controlling the ball, but Ram, exerting pressure, managed to poke the ball out of play. Huang Kaiwan then made a beeline for the penalty area, waving to Beckham. Beckham jogged towards the left corner flag. Ramos, rushing into the penalty box, turned and said, Kevin, don't contest for the ball. Stay outside the box to avoid injury. All right, Huang Kaiwan nodded, having no intention of challenging in the air. He positioned himself on the left side of the penalty area, only to find Van Bommel closely marking him. Huang Kaiwan sighed and asked, You need to defend me too? It's the coach's orders. There's no choice, Van Bommel replied with a smile. He took pride in Huang Kaiwan's less than stellar performance against him today. Although he wouldn't win the Ballon d'Or, he could return home and proudly tell his 3-year-old son that he had successfully defended against Kevin. Beckham launched the ball towards the center. Ramos and Van Basten both leapt to meet it, the ball soaring high into the air as players craned their necks to await its descent. Khan leapt amidst the crowd, striking the ball with a punch. However, obstructed by others, the ball did not travel far. Huang quickly turned and raced towards the landing point, with Van Bommel trailing closely behind. As they ran, Huang intentionally deviated from the anticipated drop zone, and Van Bommel only realized the mistake after a few steps. Guti, positioned behind the arc, swung his left foot and struck. The ball soared towards the goal. Khan, with his view obstructed, could not react in time. The ball was already heading for the net. Just as it seemed destined to score, Ram emerged from the throng, extending his foot to block Guti's shot, while Hargreaves, stationed centrally, cleared the ball with a powerful kick. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Today, Huang performance was somewhat lacking compared to before, but it is understandable, as he has just recovered from injury, and his speed has been noticeably affected. Indeed, yet Huang still played a crucial role. Aside from the tactical corner kicks, he made several incisive runs that created numerous opportunities. That through ball was particularly instrumental in allowing Higuain a clear chance, although regrettably, he could not find the back of the net. The fact that Real Madrid invested $13 million in this young player, Higuain, indicates his potential. However, his greatest challenge lies in his lack of experience and the absence of synergy with his teammates. The Champions League and Argentina's league present entirely different levels of competition, and he must quickly acclimatize to Real Madrid's style of play. Currently, Real Madrid has few forwards at their disposal. Emerson and Cannavaro have both struggled to replicate their prowess displayed at Juventus, especially Emerson, who is now virtually sidelined by Capello. This situation has caused both Guti and Raul to retreat, necessitating someone to take the lead up front. Capello shook his head repeatedly. He harbored no regrets about parting ways with Ronaldo, yet the real dilemma lay in Calderon's failure to procure the striker he desired. This Higuain pales in comparison to Torres. Even in the absence of Torres, Drogba would suffice. The transfer dealings at Real Madrid are perplexing. Upon witnessing Huang exit the pitch, Capello hurriedly approached with a towel and water bottle, inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell today, Kevin?" "A bit," Huang nodded. "Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to explain." "Then I shall substitute you early, to avoid any further injury," Capello expressed his concern. With the sorcerer still unlocated on the field, he did not wish to risk Huang even while trailing. Better to counterattack in the second leg. "No need, I'm fine. If there's an issue, I will let you know," Huang reassured him. "All right then, just be cautious," Capello responded, turning to observe Hitzfeld. He sought to discern the methods this German rascal had employed to influence Kevin. Upon returning to the locker room, several teammates gathered around Huang. Raul suggested, "Perhaps you should come off, don't play while injured." "Indeed, further injury would be detrimental," Ramos concurred. Guti chimed in as well. "I'm really fine. Just not in my best form," Huang asserted. His stature as the king of the yellow ball was such that from the coach to the captain and vice-captain, everyone was concerned for his well-being. It is rare for someone to achieve such a status in the annals of Real Madrid's history. Ramos, keen to persuade further, sat down quietly upon noticing Huang lost in thought, contemplating his approach to the game. His presence was crucial, with Van Nistelrooy sidelined. Real Madrid's tactics leaned heavily towards the left flank, rendering mere involvement in the attack insufficient. The current Real Madrid bore a striking resemblance to the Villarreal of yore, revolving around Riquelme. When Riquelme faltered, the Yellow Submarine's offensive threat diminished significantly. Thus, Huang needed to engage more in the attack, even considering attempts on goal. Huang remarked to Raul, "Let us switch positions frequently. I'll look for opportunities to shoot." In the central area, with both the long-distance sprint and midfield sniper at his disposal, he felt that a long-range shot might present an opportunity. "Understood," Raul nodded. If positional changes could help Huang regain his form, Raul would be delighted. Capello, wary of disrupting Huang focus, remained silent in the locker room for several minutes. Only after Huang spoke did he say, "In the second half, we shall intensify our offensive on the left flank. You all should pass the ball to Kevin whenever you gain possession." After the halftime break, Huang stepped onto the field alongside his teammates. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The Bernabeu Stadium erupted with applause. The fans have also noticed that Huang Kaiwen is not in his best form. However, at such a moment, the Real Madrid supporters chose to uplift their star player. Over 80,000 voices ascended in unison, resounding into the heavens, causing even the recently risen moon to retreat behind the clouds in fright. As Bayern commenced the match, they swiftly launched an attack. Schweinsteiger, with the ball on the left flank, quickly shifted it to the right, but Van Bommel miscontrolled it, allowing Huang Kaiwen to deftly poke it out of play. The nearby Real Madrid fans responded with applause for Huang Kaiwen. Van Bommel threw in the ball, and Podolski, turning, had the ball intercepted by Cannavaro. Guti immediately sent it to the left side. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball, he returned it with a backheel pass. Roberto Carlos surged forward with the ball at high speed. In an instant, the entire Real Madrid formation surged into Bayern's half, igniting the fans who began to sing the team anthem loudly from the stands. Upon reaching the halfway line, Carlos deftly lofted a pass forward. Huang Kaiwen, receiving the ball, nudged it outward with his left foot and quickly pulled it back with his right. Van Bommel, who had not witnessed Huang Kaiwen execute any technical maneuvers in the first half, fell for the bait, shifting his weight. Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity to dart swiftly down the central channel. With Hargreaves engaged in the attack and not returning to Bayern's half, there was no better chance than this. Lucio charged decisively towards Huang Kaiwen, his broad back bending as he raced forward, resembling a migrating rhinoceros, exuding an aura of unstoppable force amidst a sea of opponents. Huang Kaiwen did not linger on the ball. Instead, he quickly played a pass with the outside of his foot to the left. Raul received the ball and, in one fluid motion, set it up for the advancing Carlos. Lam, noticing Hargreaves trailing behind Carlos, refrained from closing in, strategically positioning himself to support the left flank and to defend within the penalty area. Hargreaves, having sprinted 60 meters, reached his limit and, feeling fatigued, executed a sliding tackle. Carlos seized the moment, delivering a cross with his left foot. The ball soared from Hargreaves' foot into the penalty area, gliding over Lucio's head and towards the left post. Huang Kaiwen, seizing the opportunity, leapt into the air with his right foot. He directed the ball forward with his left chest and, before it could touch the ground, unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. In a moment of unsteadiness, Huang Kaiwen found himself kneeling as he shot, his bent right leg making contact with the grass as the ball sailed into the nearby goal. Shortly after the second half commenced, Huang Kaiwen assisted Real Madrid in securing a goal. This goal is exquisite. However, for Huang Kaiwen, it is merely one among many that might go unnoticed. Indeed, that is true. Huang Kaiwen's goals comprise an impressive array of spectacular strikes and world-class finishes, while the more mundane goals are comparatively few. For those fans curious about which of Huang Kaiwen's goals are deemed ordinary, our program, World Football, will soon present a countdown of his top 10 stunning goals, alongside 10 that are less remarkable. It's quite challenging to pinpoint 10 of Huang Kaiwen's goals that are not spectacular. I am certain all fans are eagerly anticipating this. Carlos rushed to Huang Kaiwen's side, exclaiming with excitement, "Brilliant! I knew you would score once I passed it to you. Primarily, it is your exquisite passing," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Surrounded by his teammates, the ball was delivered with precision over Lucio's head, descending perfectly, allowing him the opportunity to strike at the left post. Carlos's pass was indeed remarkable. As they retraced their steps, Van Bommel sidled up to Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "You are truly difficult to defend. A moment's lapse, and you slip by." "You have performed admirably," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "Let us not speak of today's less than stellar form. Let Hassan enjoy himself." Football is not merely a contest of aggression. It is a matter of human connection. Who knows, perhaps one day they will be teammates. With Huang himself at the helm of the umbrella team, while others gravitate towards outstanding offensive players, Huang, the king of football, finds solace among the unsung defenders. Their toil and sweat have forged the immortal dynasty of Huang. Van Bommel shook his head, trailing closely behind Huang Kaiwen. Just once, he had been outmaneuvered. He was well aware of this reality. Had it been the Huang Kaiwen of last year's Champions League final, he surely would not have held his ground. Upon resuming play, Van Bommel remained firmly at Huang Kaiwen's side, striving to fulfill his role diligently. Both teams exhibited a rather lackluster performance on the pitch. Although Huang Kaiwen attracted considerable defensive attention, Beckham's lack of match fitness and Higuaín's inexperience rendered their performances rather average. As the match progressed, both coaches commenced preparations for substitutions. Heisfeld's first substitution was to replace de Michelis, satisfied with a draw against Real Madrid away from home. Removing de Michelis, an unstable element, seemed prudent, allowing the outcome to be decided on home turf. On the field, Schweinsteiger attempted to dribble past Ramos, who deftly nudged the ball out of play. The ball is out of bounds. Both coaches are preparing to make changes. Salahamidzic replaces de Michelis. Podolski is substituted for Pizarro. This young prodigy, who sparked a tug-of-war between the German and Polish football associations, rose to fame at 18 and showcased remarkable talent during the Summer World Cup. However, since transferring to Bayern, he has struggled to reclaim his former glory in Munich. Heisfeld has granted him numerous opportunities. Yet the Prince of Cologne remains unable to win the affection of the Munich crowd. Cassano is poised to enter. Beckham's performance today has been unremarkable, likely due to his long absence from competitive play. Nevertheless, his attitude is commendable, displaying commendable vigor in pressing. As Beckham departed the field, Capello unusually exchanged a few words with him. Capello contemplated Real Madrid's tactics, considering perhaps Raúl as the sole striker, Guti as the trequartista, Cassano on the right flank, and Beckham occupying a deep-lying playmaker role akin to Pirlo during his Milan days. It was time to ease the tensions between the two parties and foster a conducive working environment. Following this, Beckham would be heading to the United States, and they would no longer share the same team, allowing all grievances to dissipate into the ether. Ultimately, Capello could not fathom Beckham's incessant presence in the limelight. He demanded that players immerse themselves wholly in the sport of football. What legitimate player spends their days attending commercial events? A player of genuine talent, who is perpetually marketing their visage, is neither a footballer nor an actor. He now comprehends Ferguson's sentiment regarding the desire to send Victoria a bullet. When a player associates with an unreliable partner, it spells disaster for the team. Suddenly, Capello recalled another player who frequently engaged in commercial activities, even lounging in a hot bath while watching the match. That player was Kevin, but there was no cause for concern. Upon entering the field, Cassano introduced a modicum of change to the game. His individual dribbling exerted considerable pressure on Bayern's right flank. Unfortunately, Cassano was unable to transition from dribbling to shooting, as his personal prowess had yet to return to its zenith. In the 72nd minute, Capello substituted Gago for Higuain. Raúl moved to the forefront, while Guti took on the role of attacking midfielder. Real Madrid's offense suddenly sprang to life. Kevin continuously intermingled and orchestrated plays on the left flank, generating two opportunities before Bayern's goal within mere minutes. Van Bommel was left at a loss for words. Kevin's movement was so agile that, regardless of his defensive skills, it was impossible to prevent him from touching the ball, unless he resorted to kneeling and clutching Kevin's shins to hinder his mobility. Bayern's defense attempted to regroup, with Salahamidzic passing to Hargreaves, who then directed the ball to the right flank. Van Bommel received the ball and immediately executed a direct pass to Pizarro. He dared not dribble further, lest he be unable to contain Kevin. Following a wall pass with the advancing Salahamidzic, Pizarro surged towards the defensive line. Make, lurking around the defenders, prepared to spring into action. Cannavaro pressed forward, while Pepe swiftly marked Make. Pepe and Make are of similar stature, both exceeding 1.87 meters in height, yet neither is cumbersome. Indeed, while Make may appear unremarkable, he is exceptionally versatile. His absence from the starting lineup is merely due to the surplus of talent in the Dutch national team's attacking line. Sagnol receives the ball in the attacking third. Pepe. Splendid. Pepe successfully intercepts with his foot. After the interception, Pepe promptly dispatched the ball several meters ahead to Ramos. Ramos, upon noticing the void in Bayern's defense, did not hesitate to launch a long diagonal pass towards the left flank. The moment Ramos struck the ball, Kevin sensed it was destined for him. Without delay, Kevin darted towards the center, with Van Bommel following suit, while Hargreaves opted to remain in the middle for defensive duties. As the ball soared towards the left flank, Kevin made his move, but both players were a step behind. Lahm sensed the impending danger and rushed towards the landing spot, while Kevin soared in the left forward position to head the ball. The ball sailed between the pursuing Van Bommel and Hargreaves, landing directly in front of Guti. The flustered duo hastily resumed their chase for the ball, as Kevin surged forward at high speed from the left. Ram sprinted forward alongside Huang. Guti pivoted to pass the ball. Noticing the unmarked Carlos making a run, he altered the direction of his pass. Van Bommel and Hargreaves hurried after the ball, leaving Ram no choice but to rush to defend Carlos. Huang swiftly moved to the edge of the penalty area, pressured into the corner flag by 3 defenders. Carlos deftly turned with his left foot, using his body to shield Van Bommel as he sought space. Spotting Huang Kaiwen's position, Carlos took a step forward and, without adjusting, sent a back pass with his right foot. Lucio charged towards Huang Kaiwen, sliding in with a tackle. In that fleeting moment, as he fell, Huang Kaiwen planted his left foot for balance and, leaning sideways, unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball zipped through Lucio's legs, hurtling straight towards the goal. By the time Khan noticed the ball, it was too late for him to react as it rolled swiftly beneath him across the goal line. 32. Real Madrid had turned the tide. The long silent Bernabeu erupted with the loudest cheers. After scoring, Huang Kaiwen lowered his head to evade his rushing teammates, leaping onto the advertising boards beneath the south stand, raising his arms triumphantly towards the crowd. This had been a particularly challenging match for him, and thus, the comeback filled him with extraordinary excitement. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The fans in the front rows of the south stand waved their arms fervently, attempting to bridge the gap between the teams. Huang Kaiwen. In the 87th minute, Huang Kaiwen has helped Real Madrid take the lead. In this goal, Huang Kaiwen's off-the-ball movement was crucial. Indeed, we all noticed that Huang Kaiwen was not in the best form today, yet in this moment, his exceptional football intelligence was on full display. He recognized that Ramos's pass was intended for him, deliberately drawing Van Bommel into the center, and when he made his move, Van Bommel and Hargreaves were caught off guard. Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball to Guti, causing Van Bommel and Hargreaves to panic as they scrambled after the ball, allowing Huang Kaiwen to seize the opportunity for a long-range shot at the edge of the penalty area. Capello made 2 substitutions, yet ultimately, it all depended on Huang Kaiwen. What a remarkable Kevin. I thought Huang Kaiwen's invincible streak was about to be broken. I was ready to celebrate, but now what is there to celebrate? Where are you planning to celebrate, my friend? Mind your own business. Just avoid any places that aren't lit by yellow lights. Is it really that serious? What grudge could you possibly have against Huang Kaiwen to still think about celebrating? It's not a deep-seated grudge, but the forum was taken over. And I can't forget it day and night. I carve a character for hatred on my desk every day to remind myself to be prepared to reclaim the forum. Wow, you're intense. I didn't think much of it, but you sound like you're seeking vengeance. I know it has nothing to do with Huang Kaiwen. But who can blame me when Shanshan is his fan? Shanshan is also from Nanda. If you're so upset, why not go find her at school? Alas, that fellow has fallen silent, after all this time merely rambling online. After the turnaround, Capello's first instinct was not to celebrate. He turned back to the bench, beckoning Robinho to warm up on the sidelines. Before he could locate the wizard hidden in the stands, he aimed to substitute Huang Kaiwen while the latter was still uninjured. Even before Robinho had fully warmed up, the 4th official raised the substitution board. Upon seeing this, Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines. Go for it, Robson. All right, Kaiwen, watch me. Robinho grinned as he dashed onto the pitch. Capello immediately approached Huang Kaiwen, handing him a towel while saying, Kaiwen, the previous towels provided by the team were too coarse, so I had someone bring you a few from abroad. Thank you, coach. Huang Kaiwen accepted the towel and returned to the bench. Kaiwen, those rough towels could harm your skin, so I arranged for some finer ones from abroad. Salgado leaned in closer to Huang Kaiwen, teasingly. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and playfully punched Salgado. These teammates often teased Huang, the king of yellow, about Capello's special treatment towards him. Bravo inquired, your performance today was subpar. Is your injury still nagging you? Huang Kaiwen, observing the agreement on his teammates' faces, retorted, I've scored 2 goals. Is my form really that lacking? Surely their expectations were set too high. Bravo replied, it's not about being poor. It's just that you lack that invincible feeling. Normally, you would glide past several defenders and charge into the box to shoot. But today, your performance fell short. Exactly. Diego Lopez nodded in agreement. As a steadfast substitute, he maintained a positive mindset, considering himself a VIP ticket holder, enjoying a close-up view of Huang Kaiwen's play. He had ample authority to comment on Huang's performance, which was indeed less impressive than usual. Perhaps it'll improve in a few days, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. In the final minutes of the match, Bayern's offense intensified significantly. The defensive duo of Pepe and Cannavaro performed exceptionally well during the closing moments. After Schweinsteiger replaced Schau, he created an opportunity, with the ball reaching Macri, who charged into the box. Cannavaro, tracking back into the small area, executed a sliding tackle that sent the ball out for a corner. Referee Frank de Bleekier blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. At the post-match press conference, Huang was absent, leaving Capello as the undeniable focal point. Today, Kevin's dribbling attempts were noticeably fewer. Is he still hampered by his injury? Real Madrid's offense was stifled today. Could this be related to Kevin's poor form? Fabio, could you elaborate on your tactics? Has Real Madrid's reliance on Kevin become a hindrance to the team's progress? Will you continue to trust Kevin in the next match? Capello slammed the table and declared, Kevin has never been a problem. He scored 2 goals, the first of which was a header he orchestrated from within the box. Your criticisms of Kevin are utterly unfounded. It is not a matter of my trust in Kevin. Rather, it is Kevin who merits our trust. Raul interjected, holding the microphone. The entire Real Madrid squad firmly believes that Kevin is our most crucial ally. He is not merely a Ballon d'Or winner or an exceptionally skilled player in life. He is also our dear friend. A normal person would never speak ill of Kevin. The reporters exchanged glances. Did this not imply that they were abnormal? Yet, they relied on such discourse for their livelihood, and pride would not fill their stomachs. One journalist inquired, Today, Real Madrid won 3-2, but Bayern scored 2 away goals. Do you believe you can advance? We will strive, but football must be played. Capello replied sternly. Hitzfeld nodded and added, Returning home, Bayern will also endeavor to progress. We will exert every effort to advance in the Champions League, but football must be played, so refrain from asking such questions. Coaches despise inquiries regarding advancement. If their words held power, why train at all? If they claim they will advance, it is soon sensationalized, with better interpretations suggesting confidence, and worse ones branding them arrogant. To declare they cannot advance is even more disastrous. A prestigious coach lacking confidence before a match is front-page news. After answering a few more questions, the managers of both teams departed the press conference. Huang returned home and went to bed early. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he dreamt of opening a forum, only to be greeted by the same drivel. In the morning, Huang emerged from the small cinema, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and headed straight to the internet cafe. Knowing Shan well, he surmised she would have slept for a while after the match before heading to class. Upon arriving at the cafe, he entered Shan's forum account credentials, and, upon successfully logging in, he beamed with a knowing smile. Did you not call Huang your husband? Then let us see whether he acknowledges you as his wife. Huang posted using Shan's account. A notice from the master of Huang Bar to all forum members. Dear members, in light of Huang recent lackluster performance, which has not demonstrated extraordinary prowess, disappointing many of you, I regrettably must make a disheartening decision. As of February 21st, 2007, the Huang Bar officially surrenders unconditionally to the Black Bar. One of the chief moderators, Shan the Great Demon King, resigns. Huang Bar's management committee. Headquarters of the occupying forces of the Black Bar, February 21st, 2007. After typing the final word, Huang chose to resign from Shan's forum account. Subsequently, he became the sole moderator of the Huang Bar. Huang considered himself a hero of sorts, rectifying the situation. Brothers, we are in trouble. Something significant has occurred. What on earth is causing such a commotion? Has your neighbor's husband unexpectedly returned? Damn, I am not jesting. It's that scoundrel Huang Gu who has surrendered to us, welcoming us back to Huang Seriously? I'd better hastily delete that Songsure air from my QQ space. No need to wait for my son any longer. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Why not write Shan Wang instead and express a few more sentiments? Damn it, I suspect you all write poetry in Martian script. One forum is gone, and yet you remain mired in existential musings. The news of Huang Ji's defection spread rapidly within the Huang and Haise forums. Soon, posts declaring I announce our occupation of this forum proliferated within the Huang space. The internet-addicted youth once again congregated on Huang www.com, fervently typing out that phrase. Every protesting Huang supporter was met with a ban from Huang. Sitting before his computer, Huang was in high spirits. Despite lacking funds and sitting in the smoking area, the swirling smoke did little to dampen his mood. He swayed his head and hummed. We are all liberated from the torment of awakening in dreams, wandering in the dim light. Since there is no destination, we return to the origin. I believe we are all indifferent. Upon waking that morning, the headlines of the World Sports Daily read, Cowan's performance is severely affected by injuries. He can no longer recover. Once Lee is healed, we shall witness another Asian giant. Marca reported, according to an anonymous Real Madrid player. Kaiwan's privileges in the locker room have caused significant resentment among the majority of players. Huang Kaiwan glanced at the newspapers during lunch before tossing them aside. The old steward, Albert, remarked, "Sir, you need not concern yourself. The journalists thrive on sensationalism, caring little for the truth." "I understand," Huang Kaiwan nodded. "It is best that you think this way, sir," Albert replied with a bow. "No need to worry about me," Huang Kaiwan assured. The young lady had been preoccupied with business matters, lacking the time to infiltrate the Madrid media. Huang Kaiwan found this quite agreeable. It had been a long time since he had encountered any contrary reports. It had made it difficult for him, the king of Huang, to flaunt his status. Now that someone had emerged, it presented him with an opportunity. What child consistently loses? Can he, Huang, truly be perpetually unlucky? When fortune smiles upon him, and he performs admirably, those who once spoke ill of him would have no choice but to kneel and beg for forgiveness. On a day of rest, Huang Kaiwan took his easel out to paint. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any runaway princesses from Europe. Instead, he was spotted by fans. Subsequently, he found himself pursued by enthusiastic supporters down several streets. Fortunately, the king of Huang possessed commendable stamina and managed to sprint home. If he were a typical fan, he would have been satisfied with signatures and photos. However, one male fan insisted that Huang Kaiwan accompany him to find beauty, which Huang Kaiwan simply could not accept. In the afternoon, Huang Kaiwan sought to engage in a game with Kaka. However, the arrival of Ramos and Cassano compelled him to abandon his initial plans. "What is the matter today?" Huang Kaiwan inquired. Ramos pointed an accusatory finger at Cassano, exclaiming, "It's this scoundrel. He claims to have devised a new penalty technique and wants to challenge me. We all believe that only you, as the goalkeeper, can truly make this a formidable contest. After all, you were once awarded the man of the match as a goalkeeper in the Champions League final." Huang Kaiwan retorted, "Brother, if you wish for my demise, just say so. It's been ages since I played as a goalkeeper. Even if I could draw a goalkeeper experience card, I am no Yashin. Nor do I possess such extraordinary reflexes. Indeed, he is insufferable. A defender daring to compete against me in penalties is utterly ludicrous." Cassano scoffed. "All right, since you wish to compete, go ahead, but I shall not guard the goal. My body has yet to recover. Moreover, even after recovery, I still refuse to play as a goalkeeper, as I have previously explained." Huang Kaiwan stated. This was precisely the reason he had insisted on playing as a forward after drawing Neuer. The team would undoubtedly require a proficient goalkeeper. Would he, Huang, step into that role? What if the goalkeeper experience card was misaligned? What shall we do then? Cassano asked, raising his hands in defeat. "In that case, seek out Diego Lopez. He should have time to join you," Huang Kaiwan suggested. "Why not approach Iker?" Cassano queried, referring to Casillas. "Hey, Kevin, since you say so, there must be a valid reason. Let us go," Ramos said with dissatisfaction, pulling Cassano away. Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Ramos, a true comrade, understood well. During the holidays, it was best not to disturb Casillas. What if Casillas was not in Madrid or was not alone in the city? Among the footballing community, rumors regarding Real Madrid were most rampant during this period. Besides Casillas, beauty, and his amicable relationship with Raul had also been linked to Morientes. The two shared matching tattoos on their ankles, which had been the subject of frenzied media speculation in earlier years. Had he not known Raul well, Huang Kaiwan might have been swayed by such reports, which were often quite credible. It now appeared that Raul and Morientes were indeed very close friends. The media had a penchant for sensationalism. On February 25th, the entire Real Madrid squad visited the Calderon Stadium. The pre-match press conference was attended by Raul and Capello together. Those journalists would relish your downfall. They yearned to witness the fall of a superstar. The wretched lot, Raul lamented to Huang Kaiwan upon returning to the locker room. He had experienced similar encounters in the past and could empathize with the sentiment. "Let them be. Their attempts will be in vain," Huang Kaiwan said, clutching his 2 lottery tickets. Today, the fortunes of the Huang Golden King were quite favorable. By the end of the match, they will be the ones in tears, Ramos asserted, taking a seat beside Huang Kaiwan with a fierce expression. How dare they question Kevin? Those journalists were truly deranged. Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. The second prize has assured a minimum threshold. Now, all eyes are on the experience card. Observing the anticipation level has reached a perfect 100, Huang Kaiwan decided to draw. Ding! You have received a single match experience card for the 28th round of the 2012 to 2013 Premier League season. Tottenham Hotspur versus Arsenal. featuring Gareth Bale. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed in disbelief. When he initially purchased the golf mastery, he envisioned the possibility of one day obtaining Bale. Now, Bale has finally arrived. During his final moments at Spurs, Bale showcased exceptional performance. He is a player with explosive potential, famously known for his remarkable display against Maicon. Huang Kaiwen could hardly fathom the speed he could achieve by combining Bale with various attribute enhancements, including sprint mastery. He has penned numerous urban tales. Is he finally destined to be the protagonist of flaunting and face-slapping? Huang Kaiwen rose and addressed his teammates. Since everyone is eager to witness my performance, it would be remiss of me not to demonstrate today. Watch me. Wow, you look amazing, Cassano exclaimed. Get lost. Ramos shoved Cassano aside and stood beside Huang Kaiwen, saying, Indeed, everyone should pass the ball to Kaiwen. That's right. In crucial moments, we must unite, Raul declared, raising his fist and shouting, Hadrid! Hadrid! The sight of the players striding out of the locker room with fervor brought a satisfied nod from Capello. Was it too early for such enthusiasm to emerge? Capello retrieved a small peachwood sword from his pocket, inspected it carefully, and tucked it back into his suit jacket. He then took out a book from his briefcase. Its cover was antique in style, yet modernly reprinted, inscribed with the prominent title Bao Pu Zi. Recently, Huang Kaiwen has faced some unfounded skepticism. Indeed, during the last match against Bayern, Huang Kaiwen's performance was outstanding. However, his physical condition was evidently subpar, which became the basis for the doubts cast upon him. From his ball control and movement, he is undoubtedly world-class. During warm-up, we cannot discern much. Let us hope Huang Kaiwen shines today. In the Huang Kaiwen forum, comments flowed. Haha, I think Huang Kaiwen is going to be disappointing today. With physical issues, recovery won't be swift. Absolutely, I believe Huang Kaiwen is on the decline. I'm so glad to be back in this forum. Huang Ge has done a good deed. What good deed? He broke up with Shanshan and chose to retaliate against her. Although Shanshan deceived us initially, Huang Ge is no saint either, secretly taking over Shanshan's account and causing chaos in the forum. Wow, that's so low. By the way, is it okay to criticize him now? It's fine. The forum has been taken over by our people now. Huang Dog can't ban us. I thought he had a change of heart and realized he wronged the forum members, but it turns out it was all for revenge against Shanshan. Huang Dog is truly despicable. Sitting before the computer, Li Huan scratched his scalp, realizing that the situation diverged from his expectations. Zhang Ai Yiliangshan sent a message to his future self 3 seconds ahead, an abrupt clap. Huang Kaiwen casually juggled a few times with his foot. Although his ball control did not reach peak levels, it was certainly adequate. What truly mattered was his physical prowess, particularly his explosive speed. Today, Huang Kaiwen, the king of yellow balls, intended to transform the Calderon Stadium into an F1 racetrack. After the players completed their warm-up, they returned to the tunnel. Torres and Aguero cast glances at Huang Kaiwen, dreading that he might inquire if they wished to join Real Madrid or AC Milan. However, as they made their way out, Huang Kaiwen remained motionless. Torres pondered over his decent performance, questioning why Huang Kaiwen had not asked him about the possibility of playing elsewhere. Could it be that his recent form had declined, unbeknownst to him? With a heavy heart, Torres followed the referee team out of the players' tunnel. The match is about to commence. The atmosphere at Calderon Stadium today is extraordinary. Atletico fans have unfurled banners well in advance, rather than cheering for their own players. The banners, inscribed in Chinese, question who is Kaiwen. A deliberate effort aimed at Huang Kaiwen, showcasing their meticulous planning. Indeed, but does this not border on arrogance? Huang Kaiwen is no ordinary player. I sense that he may perform exceptionally well today. Let us await the match. For now, let us observe the players on both sides. Those capable of playing as fullbacks possess considerable speed. With the reference of Ballack, nearby Atletico supporters can distinctly perceive the swiftness of Huang Kaiwen. Striding forth, his feet seemed to dance upon the wind. Manish and Sataridis both recognized the impending threat. One charging from midfield, the other from the defensive line, they hastened towards Huang Kaiwen. Manish, taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's velocity, opted for a desperate sliding tackle. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball with his left foot and accelerated past Manish. Wow, Huang Kaiwen's speed is indeed remarkable. Sataridis was closer to the ball. Yet Huang Kaiwen surged ahead, successfully seizing possession and deftly maneuvering into the penalty area to take a shot. Huang Kaiwen's attempt whizzed past the goal. He was perhaps too focused on the angle. Raul, positioned just outside the penalty area, gazed at Huang Kaiwen in astonishment, inquiring, "How is it that your speed has increased so dramatically?" "What do you mean?" Huang Kaiwen tilted his head, smiling in response. "You are significantly faster than in the last match," Raoul exclaimed, his tone unusually exaggerated. Such praise was rare for him, yet Huang Kaiwen's performance today was undeniably exceptional. Carlos, already known for his speed, continued to sprint forward after delivering a pass. While Carlos was still quite a distance from the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen had already completed his shot. "How extraordinary. It's nothing to fuss over. I'm simply in good form today," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "In that case, Atletico is in for a rough time," Raoul nodded in agreement. When Huang Kaiwen is at his best, his opponents seldom fare well. Raoul believed that a minimum of 5 goals was to be expected today. Unbeknownst to him, Raoul subconsciously believed that a good performance from Huang Kaiwen began with a minimum of 5 goals. Atletico's coach, Javier Aguirre, shouted from the sidelines, "For heaven's sake, focus. If you get breached right at the start, do you even want to play?" Bolera glanced at Sataridis, who shrugged in response. Sharing a mutual understanding with Bolera and Manish that defending against Huang Kaiwen today would be a formidable challenge. While feints might provide an opportunity to guess, sheer speed rendered all else futile. Sataridis observed keenly. During Manish's attempted tackle, Huang Kaiwen did not evade, but instead forcefully accelerated, challenging speed against the tackle, a style so audacious that even their fastest player, Torres, could not replicate it. When he charged into contest for the ball, he was easily outpaced, turning back to find himself over a meter behind. What a farce this defense was. Castro, noticing his teammates' low spirits, urged from the back, "Let's work together and deny him any one-on-one opportunities." As the right center back today, he would frequently encounter Huang Kaiwen. Sataridis rolled his eyes, but chose silence. Their defensive efforts might prove futile. Franco cleared the ball from the back, and Atletico's defense remained ensnared by the daunting speed of Huang Kaiwen. Sataridis, receiving the ball on the right, saw Huang Kaiwen charging towards him and quickly delivered a diagonal pass to Manish. Taking the ball forward himself, Manish's partner, Peter Luzin, leaned more towards defense. The coach's strategy revealed their profound respect for Real Madrid. Perhaps it was the confidence of their fans that bolstered them. With a defensive-minded teammate, Manish needed to take on the responsibility of orchestrating the play. Upon reaching midfield, he found himself pressured by De Jong. Manish deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, aiming to impart a lesson to the young Real Madrid midfielder. De Jong shadowed him closely, refraining from committing too early. Manish attempted another feint with his right foot, trying to slip past De Jong. De Jong matched his movement, his left arm colliding with Manish's shoulder, and with a swift flick of his foot, he intercepted the ball. Off balance, Manish reached out, yet the referee remained silent as De Jong turned and executed a back pass. Carlos extended his foot to control the ball, inadvertently sending it out of bounds. This mistake by Carlos is uncharacteristic. Is he still recovering from his injury? It's certainly possible. He suffered a severe injury in the Copa del Rey. Bolera rushed over, preparing to throw in from the sidelines, while Huang Kaiwen returned to his half. Manish glanced at Huang Kaiwen's position, recognizing that this was their moment to attack. Surely, they could afford to momentarily forego defense? Bolera took a run-up and hurled the throw-in directly to Manish's feet, with De Jong once again closing in from the back, lowering his center of gravity. De Jong positioned himself before Manish. Manish attempted to feint again, but realized that De Jong was not deceived, promptly passing the ball to the left. Gelato received the ball, quickly nudging it forward, while Salgado seized the moment to step right, preventing Gelato from passing. Ramos received the ball and immediately passed it to Gago, who pivoted left. And Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball a few meters ahead before hurtling towards Atletico's half once more. The deafening boos echoed throughout the Calderon Stadium. As Sataridis made his approach, he was effortlessly outpaced by Huang Kaiwen, who had already advanced over 3 meters past the halfway line. Castro, observing Huang Kaiwen's movement along the left flank, positioned himself to seize an opportunity. As Huang Kaiwen drew nearer, now directly in front of Castro, the latter extended his leg. Huang Kaiwen deftly flicked the ball from his left foot to the right, maneuvering to the top of the penalty arc Luis Pereira in a desperate attempt. Lunged for the ball, but made no contact, resulting in Huang Kaiwen being brought down. Foul. That was undoubtedly a foul, came the exclamations. Referee Arturo Ibanez must be taking into account the magnitude of the Madrid derby, thus allowing for a more lenient approach than usual, hence the absence of a card. Goodness. The Real Madrid players are sprinting faster than they're kicking the ball. As Huang was felled, Raul noticed De Jong darting past him. Anxious to check on Huang, Raul quickened his pace, only to be overtaken by Ramos. Fortunately, both Guti and Cassano lagged slightly behind. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ramos bellowed as he seized Luis Pereira by the collar, resembling an enraged lion. Huang grasped De Jong's hand as he rose, bending down to adjust his socks, revealing swollen calves. The immunity card was insufficient. Today, he had no choice but to rely on his physical prowess. He had perhaps been a tad careless earlier, for Bayern's style was not nearly as rugged as Atletico's. He should have saved it for this match. "Mind your conduct," Ibanez admonished Ramos. Upon seeing that Huang was relatively unharmed, Ramos released Pereira's collar. Turning to Huang he inquired, "Are you all right?" If anything were amiss with Pereira would surely not leave the field unscathed. "I'm fine. I can continue playing," Huang replied after a brief stretch. Such minor injuries were commonplace in football. "You all better be careful," Ramos warned, gesturing toward Atletico's defense. De Jong stood ominously beside Huang silent, yet his grin suggested ulterior motives. Atletico's players scratched their heads, bewildered by the drastic change in Real Madrid's style. "Are you playing?" Guti asked, covering his mouth. "I'll take it," Huang nodded. Bale was already a master of free kicks. Although this position slightly limited his left foot, Huang being adept with both feet, was unconcerned by any dominant foot restrictions. "All right then. I'll stand by to provide cover," Guti continued, still concealing his mouth. Huang nodded and positioned himself just behind the right side of the ball. Ramos, Cassano, and Raul took their places alongside the wall. The distance to the penalty area was too close, necessitating the wall's positioning within the box. "Everyone, pay attention. Do not give him an opportunity," Franco shouted to his teammates, continuously directing the wall to adjust their positions. Despite the newspapers claiming Huang was on the decline, Franco, possessing keen insight, remarked that given Huang current form, if this was indeed a decline, then the ascent would surely see him soaring to the heavens. The positioning was slightly to the left. However, Franco still assessed that Huang would strike with his left foot. The dominant foot is notoriously difficult to alter. Even with conscious restraint, one may instinctively resort to their preferred foot in critical moments. Franco, applying his own experiences, believed that Huang had been harboring considerable frustration due to the current media scrutiny he faced, hence for his first opportunity today, he would undoubtedly utilize his favored left foot. Huang positioning behind the ball on its right side further substantiated this notion. While a right-footed shot with the outside of the foot was a possibility, Franco deemed it unlikely, considering it unnecessary when the left foot could effortlessly accomplish the task. As an exceptional goalkeeper, it is imperative to analyze not only the opponent's kicking habits, but also their psychological state. After his analysis, Franco adjusted his position slightly closer to the right side. The Calderon Stadium continued to resonate with jeers and boos, as Atletico fans exerted their utmost effort to unsettle Huang. Upon hearing the whistle, Huang exhaled deeply, stepping to the right of the ball and striking it with his left foot from behind. Ramos and Cassano, positioned by the wall, swiftly made way, while the Atletico wall instinctively leapt. The shot was low. After bouncing, the ball sped through the gap left by Cassano and Ramos towards the left side of the goal. Franco dove to his left, and despite the obstruction of his view, such an effort was commendable, yet the ball had already rolled past him, crossing the goal line. Goal. In the Madrid derby, the most significant match representing the class struggle between Real Madrid and Atletico, the questioned has proclaimed his return to glory with undeniable prowess. From initiating a swift dribble from the backline that earned a free kick to scoring directly from it, single-handedly facilitated the lead. Those contemptible journalists who doubted ought to witness his performance. I suspect even a champion sprinter could not replicate Kaiwan's display on the pitch. How dare they question one of the greatest athletes in human history? If Franco were still around, each one of them would deserve a firing squad. It is leading Real Madrid, not the other way around. In this world, no team can elevate It is he who carries everyone to victory. Having missed a Champions League match for Real Madrid, veteran commentator Crudelli intensified his commentary during the Madrid derby. Italian fans were left bewildered. Despite Huang excellence, his status as a dear friend of Italy, And Crudeli's remarkable commentary skills. They struggled to comprehend why Crudeli managed to rotate his commentary for every match featuring Huang Kaiwen. Perhaps this is the essence of true affection. After his goal, Huang Kaiwen was enveloped by his teammates. Amidst the throng, he raised his left arm and pointed a finger, provoking another wave of tremendous boos from the Calderon Stadium. On the forum, one lamented, there's no hope. It's yet another day of watching Huang Kaiwen flaunt himself. Indeed, although the match has only just commenced, Huang Kaiwen's performance today is exceptional. May I inquire if he has indulged in any substances? It is worth noting that numerous athletes resort to doping in sprinting. Thus, a urine test for Huang Kaiwen is imperative following the conclusion of the competition. Cunning Huang Kaiwen. While the Atletico players anticipated a curving shot over the wall, he executed a low drive instead. Darn it. Even if he is in fine form, I remain unconvinced. Quit your grumbling, Huang. While many criticize Huang Kaiwen, they hold you in even lower regard for your sneaky advances on Shanshan post-breakup. That is quite distasteful. Then why do you still refer to him as Huang? From now on, address him as Huang Dog. I knew you would score just now, Ramos remarked with a smile. Granting us a free kick is tantamount to inviting disaster. The foul merely delays the inevitable goal. Huang Kaiwen nodded with a grin. Stop boasting. No amount of bluster will earn you a raise, Cassano interjected. Ramos widened his eyes at Cassano, questioning. Let's see you score first. How long has it been since you last found the net? Why don't you score one? Cassano retorted defiantly. You shameless fool, comparing yourself to a defender in terms of goals. You are the one lacking shame. My movements in the attacking third contribute significantly to the team, Raul remarked as he walked back with Huang Kaiwen. I truly cannot tolerate these two. Not so bad. It merely demonstrates their camaraderie, Huang Kaiwen replied with a chuckle. After engaging in playful banter, both Ramos and Cassano appeared much more cheerful, which Huang Kaiwen deemed a positive development. Regardless of how juvenile the matter may be, finding someone to share in the amusement is truly delightful. Humph. Who shares a bond with him? Cassano countered upon hearing this. I have no desire to bond with you, Ramos replied. All right, stop the bickering. Let us celebrate after the match concludes, Beauty suggested. That sounds splendid, Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Recently, they had been celebrating at his home, so a change of scenery was in order. Excellent. Tonight, young man, I shall show you just how popular I am, Cassano declared, pointing at Ramos. Ramos swatted Cassano's hand away, stating, the women who are attracted to you are merely after your wealth. Do you truly believe you are more handsome than Beckham? Previously, during an interview, Cassano had claimed he was more attractive than Beckham. You scoundrel, take a look in the mirror. Being more handsome than you is sufficient. All right. Huang Kaiwen interjected, positioning himself between the two. Everyone is awaiting our kickoff. Let us not argue in the center circle. Sergio, hurry back. Understood. Ramos nodded, turning back while glancing at Cassano. You scoundrel. Tonight, I'll show you who is superior. Let the competition begin. Who is afraid? Cassano shouted defiantly on his tiptoes. The Atletico players observed the unfolding spectacle. In their perception, Real Madrid was a team characterized by discord among players, as portrayed in the newspapers. However, after watching for a while, they noted that the atmosphere within Real Madrid seemed quite amiable. With a sharp pass, Torres initiates the play, delivering the ball to Aguero. Aguero promptly returns it to Torres. The coach's strategy today focuses on attacking the right flank, particularly targeting Real Madrid's number 10. Aguero has assumed the mantle of orchestrating the offensive on the right side. Following Torres' back pass, Maniche advances the ball. Petruccian positions himself on the right, ensuring that support is readily available to assist Huang Kaiwen. As Maniche notices De Jong pressing forward, he swiftly plays a lateral pass to the right side. Aguero, receiving the ball, accelerates along the touchline. Carlos attempts to track back. The two converge near the penalty area, at which point Aguero executes a sudden feint, cutting inside past Carlos. Carlos loses his footing, struggling to regain his balance and pursue. Clearly, Carlos has not fully recovered from his injury. His performance today has been subpar. Indeed, although Carlos is more offensively inclined than defensively, he should not be so easily bypassed. Pepe charges in, finding Aguero. Without hesitation, Aguero advances the ball with his right foot before delivering a horizontal pass. Torres receives the ball near the defensive line and swiftly directs it behind Ramos. Ramos feels the adrenaline surge through him. During the last Madrid derby, Torres had effortlessly dribbled past him, showcasing his pace and leaving Ramos featured in a post-match football recap. Is he going to attempt the same today? As Torres approaches, Ramos quickly slides in, taking him down. Stop feigning injury and get up. Before Ramos can utter another word, Pepe bends down to observe Torres. Noticing Torres remains on the ground, Pepe reaches out, grabbing Torres' arm and forcibly pulling the Atletico forward into the penalty area. Capello watches the unfolding chaos in the box with wide eyes, perplexed by his players' lack of judgment. Why commit a foul outside the box only to drag the opponent inside? Is he deliberately trying to concede a penalty? Conflict erupts between the players. Huang and Raul intervene to mediate. It seems Raul has received some harsh words. The players are extremely agitated. What some fans may not realize is that Raul was discovered at the tender age of 13 and joined Atletico's youth academy. Raul positions himself in front of Pepe, enduring several verbal assaults as Pepe becomes increasingly agitated. Enough. If this continues, someone will be shown a red card. Huang rushes back to the penalty area, urging his teammates to calm down. Upon spotting Huang, Pepe lowers his fists but continues to shout, "Don't think that your numbers intimidate me." Huang retorts, "This is our penalty area. How could Atletico possibly outnumber us?" No wonder Pepe resorts to attacking Raul, ultimately isolating himself in the process. Pepe has lost his composure. Fortunately, the referee has only issued a yellow card. The tempers of both teams are running high in today's Madrid derby. The referee's control of the match seems questionable, risking an unmanageable situation. The positioning for this free kick is favorable for Atletico, slightly farther than Huang's earlier attempt. Manish and Aguero stand over the ball. Huang glances at Balela beside him, noting that he has not joined the wall. Bale's speed is astonishing, making him perfectly suited for counterattacks. It is not that he, the so-called yellow ball king, looks down upon others, but with Bale's velocity and various attributes, not even Barella, nor even Bale himself if he were to switch to a defensive role, could catch up with him. Once the wall was set, the referee blew the whistle. Manish took a run up and struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Bam! Ramos leaped sideways to deflect the ball away. Positioned just outside the penalty area, Guti faced pressure from Petrucin, pivoted, and sent the ball to the left flank. Carlos received the ball on the left, quickly making a direct pass along the touchline. Huang accelerated, leaving Barella behind. Just past the halfway line, Sataridis charged towards him. With a powerful left-footed strike, Huang directed the ball from Sataridis towards the edge of the penalty area. Sataridis hurriedly squeezed towards the sideline. Then, the entire stadium witnessed a breathtaking scene. Huang, having run a greater distance, circled around Sataridis, visibly closing the gap and surpassing him in a single stride. This ferocious speed provoked a cacophony of outrage from the Calderon Stadium. "You bastard, how can you keep running? Damn it, stop running. Is this really a football player?" The Atletico fans were bewildered. Huang's speed seemed capable of crushing everything. The manner in which he struck the ball, then rapidly dashed to intercept it, left them in awe far greater than the earlier free kick goal. His long strides felt as if each step was pressing upon their hearts. Some fans, not in the best of health, clutched their chests. The excitement was overwhelming. Huang, having covered more ground, seized the ball ahead of Sataridis. From the left corner of the penalty area, he deftly nudged the ball inside, swiftly cutting in and retrieving it. Sataridis, now closely trailing Huang, extended his foot, but Huang deftly flicked the ball, angling it towards the left post. Sataridis hastily followed Huang back. Franco, rooted to the spot, dared not move, fearing that if he made a move, Huang would strike for the far corner. Sataridis pressed close to Huang, the distance to the left post diminishing. Sataridis once again bumped into Huang, attempting to disrupt his control, disregarding the possibility of conceding a penalty. Though slightly nudged, Huang remained undeterred, his footing unshaken. As they entered the penalty area, his strides became smaller, yet his frequency increased. Nothing could deter him from charging towards the goal. The jeers from the Calderon crowd grew louder. Franco could no longer contain himself, launching himself towards Huang's feet. Huang executed a left-footed shot, the ball swiftly passing through Franco's legs and rolling towards the goal line. Watching Huang raise 2 fingers, the Calderon Stadium fell momentarily silent before erupting into thunderous boos. Kaiwan goal. Kevin obliterated everything in Atletico Madrid with his terrifying speed, although he only evaded 2 defenders this time. Even with the Atletico players crowded in their penalty area, they could not prevent Kevin from scoring. How reckless! Who granted them the audacity to charge in numbers for a set-piece attack, with such vast gaps left in their defense? As long as Real Madrid can deliver the ball to Kevin, another goal is imminent. The tactical approach of Atletico's coach, Aguirre, is flawed, confronted with Kevin's prowess. He ought to have fortified the penalty area with his players, aiming to concede fewer goals rather than entertaining thoughts of attacking opportunities. Against Kevin, having fewer than 5 defenders is utterly futile. Cladelli exclaimed in the broadcast. Absolutely magnificent, mate. Cassano dashed over to embrace Kevin, his excitement palpable. He had sprinted the entire length of the field without a pause, only reaching Kevin several seconds after the goal. Such speed is unattainable for most. Real Madrid players surged forward, encircling Kevin, while the slower ones could only crowd the periphery. I knew you could score. Wow, that was stunning. You are like a Ferrari on the pitch. Step aside. A Ferrari cannot compare to Kevin. Haha. I can't wait to see the expressions of those reporters after the match. Ramos chuckled, happier than if he had scored himself. Franco observed the multitude of Real Madrid players in the penalty area and couldn't help but scratch his head. Was he positioned incorrectly? There were simply too many Madrid players. Even the defenders rushed forward to celebrate the goal, demonstrating no hesitation in exhausting their stamina. Franco sensed that the players celebrated with more fervor than they displayed in their counterattacks. Carlos, standing at the back, was also pushing forward. Capello on the sidelines was fervently raising his arms, having no objections to such a scene. He felt it was as it should be. Real Madrid's strategy was straightforward. Find opportunities to pass the ball to Kevin and then await the celebration of another goal together. As the Real Madrid players returned to the center circle, Torres fixed his gaze on Kevin. The speed displayed by Kevin during the opening breakthroughs left a profound impression on him. Torres had always been confident in his own speed, but witnessing Kevin's prowess today diminished that confidence. Being on the same team, Torres was well acquainted with his teammates' speeds, and in comparison, he recognized that he could not match Kevin's pace. He even began to doubt whether Kevin's dribbling speed surpassed his own speed without the ball. What was even more terrifying was Kevin's explosive acceleration. Each time he initiated movement, he effortlessly evaded nearby defenders with a speed that was simply overwhelming. Devoid of any unnecessary motions, something Torres knew he could not replicate. Previously, when Kevin had invited him to play, Torres had felt quite honored, although he had declined. Being invited by Kevin was in itself a recognition of his abilities. Today, Huang refrained from asking, leaving Torres with an unsettling feeling. After the restart, Torres swiftly returned the ball and made a forward run, eager to showcase his talents to Huang. Manish surged ahead with the ball, engaging in direct confrontations with De Jong, only to realize that De Jong was no easy opponent. Determined, he resolved to use his momentum to break through to the front line. As Manish crossed the halfway line, he noticed De Jong charging towards him and quickened his pace. De Jong, however, showed no signs of retreat. The seasoned Manish observed De Jong's movements, with his left shoulder thrust forward and his right shoulder retracted. De Jong tensed his upper body, preparing for a physical clash. Damn! Manish quickly executed a lateral pass to the advancing Sataridis. Unwilling to engage in a muscle contest with De Jong, Sataridis delivered a deceptive 45-degree cross, causing Carlos to extend his foot. As Sataridis lightly placed his right foot down, he nudged the ball behind Carlos and accelerated through the gap between Carlos and the sideline. Today, Carlos's agility is noticeably diminished. It is evident that his ankle injury has either not healed or has recurred. Capello has already sent young Marcelo and Miguel Torres to warm up. It seems he is preparing to substitute the fullback. Sataridis, after reaching the baseline, passed back to Agüero, who failed to find an opportunity. He retraced his steps, delivering the ball to the advancing Halado, who sent a diagonal pass to Torres on the left flank. Torres, with his back to the goal, skillfully redirected the ball into the box, using his swift turn to evade Pepe. Both Carlos and Pepe share responsibility for that goal. Real Madrid has made a substitution. Marcelo replaces Carlos, confirming the change of fullbacks. In the forum, comments flowed. I knew Torres would score. That goal was absolutely stunning. And Torres is handsome too. Beauty won't help. Look at Huang's form today. I sense a challenging match for Atletico. Indeed, it will be difficult. Soon, Coach Zhang will surely comment on the thrilling derby, highlighting Torres' potential as a top striker. However, Huang has dictated the game. once again proving he is the finest winger in the world. Atletico's targeted defense has failed to prevent Huang from scoring. Wow, your imitation is spot on. Just that one, huh? I feel like you must be Coach Zhang's favorite. Who are you cursing? My father wouldn't smirk so lewdly. Don't flatter me. If I were Coach Zhang's son, I'd probably be playing abroad by now. Alas, my family's poverty hindered me in my youth. Stop boasting. I checked your posts. And you're an athlete who can't even pass a 50-meter sidestep test. Asking forum friends how many Red Bulls it takes to run under 10 seconds. Do you really think you can play professional football? You'd be better off in a film. Portraying a patient in a medical drama without any need for disguise. Watch out for that kid, Pepe advised. The two Brazilians communicated effortlessly. Marcelo nodded, having noticed Agüero's exceptional agility. Yet, compared to Agüero, Marcelo found Pepe even more intriguing. During the routine training sessions, it is difficult to perceive Pepe's notoriously volatile temperament. Just moments ago, Pepe dominated the field in a one-on-one challenge, leaving Marcelo utterly bewildered. While Marcelo failed to recognize the extent of Pepe's combativeness, the sheer audacity of a lone player taking on the entire field was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of dread even while seated on the bench. This is no ordinary individual. Marcelo resolved to heed whatever Pepe had to say. As a younger player, it was prudent to listen to his elder. As Real Madrid resumed play, Barayala surged across the midfield to position himself alongside Huang. Maniche and Petrolucin had swapped positions, facilitating Maniche's offensive organization while Petrolucin moved forward to assist Huang defensively. Guti, possessing the ball in his own half, advanced a few paces before realizing there was only one defender near Huang. He promptly delivered a pass to the left flank. Huang, with his back to the play, raised his right foot to let the ball pass, then deftly flicked it with his heel toward Barayala. Barayala hastily pursued Huang. Yet as Huang accelerated, he fell behind by a position, and within a few strides, he was left trailing by over 2 meters. Petrolucin silently cursed his teammate's incompetence. Barayala was unable to stall for even a second, providing no time for preparation. Thus, a frustrated Petrolucin had no choice but to sprint back in pursuit. His legs propelled him across the turf as he had never run this fast before. However, despair soon gripped him as the distance between him and Huang only widened. Ceteritis positioned himself on the left side of the penalty area, crouching low to guard against Huang's inward cut. As Huang adjusted his stance, he deftly shifted the ball with the inside of his left foot, rolling it to the right side. With a flick of his ankle, he launched the ball toward the baseline, pivoting to chase after it. Ceteritis, realizing the situation, raced toward the baseline but was a moment too late, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. Just before reaching the end line, Huang executed a cross. The ball zipped across the left baseline toward the center of the box. Castro, entangled with Raul as he approached the goal, feared inadvertently scoring an own goal and attempted to evade the ball. Yet, the speed of the ball was too great, and he merely glanced off it with his head. The slight deflection sent the ball curving toward the far corner of the net, prompting Franco to dive swiftly, managing to tip it out of bounds with a single palm. What a close call. That could have easily been an own goal. Huang delivery had tremendous velocity and was perilously close to the goal, making it difficult for the players to react appropriately, which is why it almost resulted in an own goal. Franco has certainly saved the day this time. Huang is positioning himself for a corner, allowing Guti to take the kick. Huang entered the penalty area, aware of Bale's commendable heading ability, and sought to seize an opportunity. The previous chance was promising, but I couldn't shake my marker, Raul remarked beside Huang. Not a problem, it was my fault. Huang replied, shaking his head. With the enhancements of sprinting proficiency and king of the left flank, his speed surpassed even that of Bale. Given Bale's crossing ability, he could have delivered a higher quality cross. However, having sprinted so rapidly, he reached the baseline without the opportunity to adjust his position optimally, resulting in a cross that was too close to the goal. Regardless of strength or angle, neither aligns with his desires. The challenge of handling the ball at high speed truly tests one's mettle. Juan Polero once again positioned himself closely beside Huang, who was merely a year his junior. He understood that today, Huang would weave past him with an acceleration that would leave him helpless. Even so, Polero remained steadfastly at Huang's side. Whether or not he could defend was a matter of skill. The choice to defend was one of attitude. Leaning back, Polero felt a semblance of reassurance only when his hand brushed against Huang. With a swift run-up, Gaetjens launched the ball toward the corner of the small penalty area. Huang burst forward from beside Polera, propelling himself into the air with his left foot, connecting with the side of the ball. The sphere ricocheted off Polera's shoulder and veered toward the right post, but Franco, with remarkable reflexes, dove and managed to halt the ball with a single palm. Antonio Lopez intercepted the ball before Cassano could claim it, leaning back to dislodge Cassano and passing the ball swiftly. Gallardo received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and surged toward Real Madrid's half. Atletico's counterattack, Franco's two miraculous saves have created opportunities, remarked the commentator. Indeed. Especially Huang header that deflected off Polera, yet Franco still kept the ball out. His performance today has been exceptional. Gallardo carried the ball past the halfway line, only to be pressured by Gaetjens, who promptly passed to Torres. Torres advanced with the ball, and before Ramos could close in, he deftly flicked the ball behind Ramos and accelerated past him. Salgado, diving to the ground, managed to deflect the ball, prompting Torres to leap to avoid Salgado's legs and awkwardly land. De Jong received the ball and immediately turned to pass it back. Pepe stepped aside as Casillas charged forward, executing a long kick that soared toward the front line. The precise long pass found its way to the arc's top. Gaetjens turned and raised his head to receive the ball, only to be pushed down from behind by Luis Pereira. Gaetjens rose and shoved Pereira aside. The referee has once again refrained from issuing a card. This action was indeed rather excessive, noted a commentator. Physical challenges are permissible, but Pereira's clear push and the trip against Gaetjens are inexcusable. The referee's inaction is hard to justify. Real Madrid has a free kick from approximately 37 meters out. The distance is quite considerable. If Carlos were still on the field, he would be the ideal choice to take it. You mean a healthy Carlos? The Carlos today would likely hesitate to exert himself. Let us see who will take this kick. Gaetjens grasped Huang hand as he stood, inquiring, "Are you going to take it, or is it too far?" Should Huang opt out, he was prepared to execute a tactical free kick into the penalty area. "I'll give it a try," Huang replied with a nod. "Then it's all yours," Gaetjens said, stepping aside from the foul location. Given the considerable distance, even standing on the side for cover would prove ineffective. Huang positioned the ball in front of him, tilting it slightly toward the grass. Cassano squeezed back to the edge of the wall, relishing the discomfort he could inflict on his opponents. Huang took a few steps back, standing with his legs slightly apart behind the ball. The jeers from the Calderón Stadium intensified. Amidst the cacophony of jeers from the Atletico Madrid supporters, a sense of helplessness enveloped them. They were at a loss for action. Yet, Huang remained unfazed. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang took a purposeful step forward with his left foot, initiating his run. On the fourth stride, his right foot extended toward the ball's right side, shifting his weight to the right. With a powerful thrust from his left calf, he struck the ball beneath, lifting it upward. The moment resonated like a starting gun. As he unleashed his shot, the Atletico wall leapt in unison, and Cassano instinctively recoiled. Beside Cassano, Zecastoro had already ascended to a considerable height. Yet the ball soared past him, arcing gently toward the right side of the goal. Franco leaped into action, extending his hands for a rapid dive. Although he managed to touch the ball, it deflected off his gloves and into the net. With Huang raising 3 fingers aloft, the away fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Their exuberance echoed the sentiments of Real Madrid supporters outside the stadium or at home, unable to secure tickets. Huang a goal. Huang has completed his hat trick. In the 33rd minute, Huang struck again with a free kick from 37 meters out, breaching Atletico's defenses once more. Although Franco dove in the right direction and even made contact with the ball, he could not prevent it from finding the back of the net. This powerful shot, devoid of spin, began its descent as it entered the penalty area, an exemplary falling leaf shot. "I knew we could rely on Kaiwan. What is wrong with depending on him?" Capello exclaimed, embracing Galbiati in excitement. "Nothing at all. They are simply envious of you." Galbiati shouted, "Today, Kaiwan is the god of the pitch." "Indeed," Capello declared, clutching his assistant coach. "They envy me. Today, Kaiwan has been exceptional." At this point, Capello suddenly released his grip and paced along the sidelines, murmuring, "Man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the way, and the way follows nature. Everything has its own laws, and by aligning with the progression of events, one can attain the best outcomes." Galbiati gazed at Capello bewildered. He couldn't comprehend the Chinese language, but the expression on Capello's face conveyed an undeniable prowess. Indeed, every successful coach requires a touch of the extraordinary. Meanwhile, the online forum was rife with lamentations. Damn it, I told you, Torres' goal was merely a diversion. Huang was bound to show off. Setting aside other matters, Huang free kick was undeniably magnificent. I've come to see through it. This media speculation about his decline is merely a setup to facilitate Huang display of brilliance. Is it possible that those reporters have been bribed by him to cast doubt upon his prowess? That's an intriguing thought. Perhaps you should consider seeing a specialist. Has no one noticed Capello? At the beginning, he formed hand seals, and now he's at it again. Is he mimicking Naruto, attempting to unleash a water jutsu? By the gods, that water dragon bullet. Capello certainly did not learn 44 seals. That is the Taoist mantra. Indeed, Capello must have come to China before. Perhaps that was when he acquired it. Goodness, every coach who has trained Huang seems to be a bit eccentric, if one wishes to maintain sanity. It is best not to coach him. A few days ago, I watched a Milan match, and Ancelotti was fiddling with gadgets on the sidelines. A perfectly good football coach turned into an inventor. Huang was surrounded by his teammates as they made their way back to the midfield. Torres couldn't hold back and asked Huang "What makes you so fast today?" Curious to know? Huang winked and replied, "Absolutely." Torres nodded eagerly. "I want to tell you." Huang tilted his head and teased, "If you want to uncover the secret to my success, you must become my teammate. How about joining Real Madrid or Milan?" Torres remained silent, but felt a wave of relief. It seemed that Huang genuinely appreciated his performance. Observing Torres standing there with a silly grin, Huang continued to entice him. "If you were my teammate, you wouldn't have to endure Sergio's elbows anymore. Anyone who fouls you would have someone to stand up for you." Torres thought to himself. Surprisingly, he felt a slight temptation. Every time Huang fell, there were so many Real Madrid players rushing in to defend him, which struck a chord within Torres. "The game has resumed," Agüero reminded. Torres quickly shook his head and made a lateral pass. Agüero returned the ball, and Atletico slowly organized from the back. Gallardo received the ball on the left, deftly maneuvering past Guti with his right foot, and quickly passed to Torres as Salgado pressed him. Upon receiving the ball and noticing the congestion in the center, Torres elegantly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot to the left, sprinting diagonally towards the left flank, with Ramos trailing closely behind. Torres accelerated once more. Near the sideline, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, evading Ramos, and as he gained an angle, he swiftly turned and delivered a cross with his left foot. The cross was dangerously close to the goal, and Casillas leaped on the goal line, deflecting the ball out of the penalty area with both hands. Pepe, upon regaining possession, glanced up and noticed Huang was only flanked by Balera. He swung his right foot and sent a long pass soaring. The ball zipped swiftly towards the left flank. Pepe's long pass was exceptionally precise, landing near Atletico's penalty area. Yet Huang darted past Balera, once again leaving the unfortunate Balera behind. As he raced towards the ball's landing spot, Sotiritis turned in surprise. Huang was much closer to the ball than he had anticipated. Sotiritis quickly accelerated towards it, leaping to send a header to the left side. Antonio Lopez received the ball and launched a powerful kick. Wow, Huang speed. Indeed, Huang is incredibly fast. Sotiritis was positioned near the left sideline, while Huang started from the halfway line, and they were merely a few meters apart when they reached the landing point. If it had been any closer, it would have been anyone's game. Huang slowly made his way back, feeling somewhat fatigued after the bursts of speed. He needed a moment to catch his breath. In the attacking front, Torres and Agüero executed a seamless combination. Agüero darted into the penalty area, slipping past Pepe, who, already cautioned with a yellow card, hesitated in his challenge. Seizing the opportunity, Agüero swiftly carried the ball towards the right side of the 6-yard box and unleashed a strike, but Casillas, diving to the ground, deflected the ball out of play with his foot. As Atletico prepared to take a corner, Huang returned to his own penalty area. Balera persistently shadowed him, earning Huang's admiration for his relentless spirit, despite not having successfully intercepted the ball even once. Hilaro approached to take the corner kick, and Pepe leapt to head the ball clear, directing it outside the penalty area. Maniche, positioned at the edge of the box, executed a volley that struck De Jong and deflected towards the right flank. Ramos surged forward, nodding the ball back, while Marcelo, stationed by the left post, leapt to redirect the ball towards the left side. Huang Kaiwan burst out of the penalty area, extending his foot to intercept the ball between Manish and Balera. The latter immediately tugged at him, but Huang deftly shrugged him off and sprinted towards Atletico's half. The Atletico fans watched in a state of numbness. Balera had exerted himself in pursuit, his forehead veins bulging from effort. Yet, mere effort bore little fruit. He was left behind by Real Madrid's number 10, who effortlessly created a 2-meter gap. Now, only Ceteridis and Luis Pereira remained in Atletico's defense. A sense of foreboding enveloped many Atletico supporters. Ceteridis understood that waiting equated to a slow demise. He needed to press forward for any chance of survival. He charged towards Huang Kaiwan, but Huang's response was swifter. With a deft touch of his left foot, he nudged the ball past Ceteridis, who had lunged in vain, and it rolled towards the center. Huang Kaiwan surged past Ceteridis, while the weary Luis Pereira, noticing Huang before him, summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate. As Huang approached the edge of the penalty area, Luis was closing in rapidly. Hope ignited among the Atletico fans. However, Huang Kaiwan pushed the ball forward, reaching the penalty line, and unleashed a left-footed shot. Franco, positioned centrally in the box, dove to intercept, but made no contact as the ball rolled straight into the net from the left edge of the arc. Kaiwan goal. It was a chance that seemed impossible, yet Kaiwan sprinted 80 meters from the back, evading 3 defenders, and ultimately scored with a precise shot at the edge of the penalty area. Kaiwan only bypassed 3 players, not because he could only surpass 3, but due to his extraordinary speed, leaving defenders with no opportunity to position themselves. His shot at the edge of the box showcased his confidence in his technique. It takes a heart of steel to determine the fate of trophies in consecutive Champions League finals. The only suspense left in today's match is how many goals Kaiwan will score. Guti, who had chased all the way, rushed to Huang Kaiwan's side, embracing him and excitedly raising 4 fingers, exclaiming, "I knew you would score. I came over to celebrate with you. Thank you so much." Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. As Huang Kaiwan dribbled the ball, he found himself uncertain of his chances of scoring, while Guti exhibited a confidence that surpassed even Huang's own. The esteem in which Huang was held by his teammates was unexpectedly lofty. Huang contemplated discussing Guti's contract renewal with Calderon. For such an exceptional player deserved a more lucrative agreement. Raul approached, grabbing Huang's arm and leading him toward the sidelines, raising 4 fingers in solidarity. Earlier, Atletico fans had hurled insults at him, and Raul was equally incensed. The subsequent rush of Real Madrid players, each raising 4 fingers, mirrored Raul's sentiment. Ramos, while waving his hand, vocally berated the stands. It was one thing for reporters to scribble nonsense, but the audacity of Atletico fans to provoke Kevin was bewildering. Another clash has erupted, and the actions of the Real Madrid players have incited considerable displeasure from Atletico, came the commentary. Given the circumstances of today's match, the scene is hardly surprising. Atletico fans ignited the fuse with their banners at the outset, and it was merely a question of when it would explode. Good gracious. Guti receives a yellow card, Ramos a yellow card, Balera a yellow card, and Putlusin a yellow card. Issuing 4 consecutive yellow cards was intended to intimidate the players. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a brawl. Alas, it is too late for leniency now. Both sides are struggling to contain their tempers. Look at Marcelo as he departs. He mischievously gestures toward the nearby stands. He has integrated into Real Madrid rather swiftly in this regard. Real Madrid today is a vibrant assembly of passionate youth. Javier Aguirre remarked as he embraced Luciano Gate, guiding him to the sidelines. Once you enter the fray, engage in the attack and provide your teammates with ample support. As for defense, you may handle that as you see fit. Understood, coach. Luciano Gate nodded, shaking his head as he prepared for the final warm-up. The prospect of not having to defend was indeed appealing. Gate was also unconvinced of his ability to contain Huang Kaiwan. Aguirre shook his head from the sidelines. Initially having planned for Balera to play as a winger, believing this would at least somewhat restrict Huang Kaiwan. Was this not a reasonable strategy? Other teams typically assigned a specific player to shadow Real Madrid's number 10. Employing a fullback seemed a more thorough approach to containment. However, Balera's performance and the tactical arrangement had left Aguirre profoundly disappointed. He recognized that Balera could not be solely blamed. Huang Kaiwan's form today was exceptional. Although Huang did not rely on intricate technical moves to outmaneuver, his astonishing speed rendered any defensive effort futile. Aguirre concluded that since Bolero was proving ineffective on the pitch, it would be wiser to substitute in an attacking player who, even if unable to defend, could contribute positively to the offense. He was reluctant to make a change so early in the game, yet with only 40 minutes played and his team trailing by 14. Failure to act would result in his dismissal post-match. Following the substitution, Atletico's offense began to show signs of improvement. In the 42nd minute, Maniche seized an opportunity and executed a precise long pass forward. Torres, timing his run impeccably, initiated his advance, controlling the ball with his chest and charging toward Real Madrid's defense. As Ramos extended his foot, Torres deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot. Pepe seized the opportune moment to extend his right foot, nudging the ball behind Torres. Ramos, alongside Gallardo, sprinted towards the ball, with Ramos pivoting to shield Gallardo, subsequently directing the ball towards the left flank. Marcelo received the pass and immediately advanced, with Huang swiftly carrying the ball forward. Maniche and Peter Lucen charged towards Huang. After a brief exchange, Maniche opted for a sliding tackle, as Huang turned the ball with his left foot. Peter Lucen extended his left foot. In a quick response, Huang halted and returned the ball to Guti, who then surged forward without the ball. Upon crossing the halfway line, Guti delivered a diagonal pass to Marcelo in the attacking zone. Marcelo advanced the ball to the left corner of the penalty area, preparing to cross as he spotted Huang position. As Sotiritis pressed in, Marcelo deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, then pivoted to deliver a cross with his right foot. The ball soared towards the center of the penalty area, where Huang anticipated its descent. He executed a sudden bicycle kick, catching Zacastro off guard as he took a step forward. Huang left foot connected with the ball. With a resounding thud, Raul Franco, stationed by the left post, leapt in a desperate attempt to intercept, but the ball sailed past his fingertips into the net. Oh, Kaiwan. Another 5-goal match, a magnificent bicycle kick, leaving the opposing players merely spectators. Cladelli's voice abruptly faded. Even the fans before the television could hear Capello's hoarse shout, "Team doctor! Team doctor!" The team physician rushed onto the field, quickly assisting Huang, who was clutching his calf, off the pitch. Albert, present at the match, arranged for Neo to board a plane to Milan. Later that night, at around 9 o'clock, in the Milan laboratory, Kaiwan has sustained a tear in his soleus muscle, likely due to a previous injury not fully healed. His muscles could not withstand the exertion of his sprinting, leading to this rupture during the bicycle kick. This injury was an outcome of excessive strain during the match. His cruciate ligament is also injured, but it's minor and should not pose significant issues. Giannini remarked while reviewing the report. He expressed regret over Huang transfer to Real Madrid, lamenting the loss of such valuable experimental material. Although Huang would return to Milan despite his injury, he would not always be back, creating gaps in his records. To Giannini, Huang presence was akin to the opportunity to publish a paper in the Lancet. Kaka and the young lady inquired, "How long until Kaiwan can return to the pitch?" "Approximately a month. Given Kaiwan's physique, he should not experience lasting effects. However, even after recovery, he must be cautious about his exertion methods, as sudden changes in direction during high-speed sprints can impose significant strain on the body," Giannini replied. Huang mused that Giannini's assessment was outdated. Now, with his injury, he reflected that it might not significantly impact him. While playing, the experience card would cover him. Any minor residual effects in daily life were negligible. The key was to acquire the top-tier template, and thus, it would herald a brand new beginning. "That is reassuring." Kaka exhaled softly and remarked, "That is splendid, Kevin. You should stay in Milan to recuperate during this time. Once my training concludes, I can come visit you." "I was thinking the same," Huang replied with a smile. The young lady observed the two conversing jovially, choosing to feign ignorance. It was no wonder a close friend had warned her that children might divert attention from one's boyfriend or husband, and that having children out of wedlock was not uncommon in Europe. Huang settled into his exclusive mode of transport, a luxurious electric wheelchair, meticulously crafted from fine leather. He was wheeled to the parking lot, where Kaka and a bodyguard assisted him into the vehicle. "There's no need for that. I can manage on my own," Huang stated. "Let us not take any risks. We wouldn't want to exacerbate your injury," the young lady sitting in the left rear seat interjected. "Indeed," Kaka concurred, positioning Huang in the middle of the back seat before taking a seat beside him on the right side, relieved that the S600's rear space was ample. Once inside the vehicle, Huang received a phone call. "Hello, coach," he answered. "Is it anything serious? It should be about a month, right?" Capello's voice on the other end exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is correct. Please don't worry about the team while I recuperate in Milan," Huang reassured him. "All right, take care of yourself," he concluded before hanging up. "Was that Capello? I've heard Zlatan say he is quite formidable." Kaka turned to inquire. "Not at all. Capello is a commendable coach," Huang chuckled. "In this world, many have misconstrued Capello's character." Shortly after arriving home, Huang received another call, this time from Calderon. The Real Madrid president hoped he could partake in a sponsors event in Japan during his recovery. Huang was keen on the opportunity, but understood he must first tend to his injury before venturing forth. After enjoying some games with Kaka that evening, Huang retired for the night. The next morning, upon waking, he discovered Kaka had already departed for training at Milanello. This season, AC Milan had been performing admirably. With only a 5-point deduction from the notorious PhoneGate scandal, they had bolstered their squad with strong reinforcements such as Yun Bu and Zé Roberto during the summer, now leading Inter Milan by 9 points in the championship race. Having triumphed over Sevilla in the Super Cup, they had already secured one title. Last season's championship victory had altered their Champions League group, yet they continued to surge forward. Having one foot firmly planted in the quarterfinals after a 3-1 victory over Valencia in the round of 16. In their various competitions, only the Italian Cup had seen them eliminated by AS Roma. Real Madrid's situation mirrored that of Milan. Huang had successfully navigated the Copa del Rey and was leading in the Champions League against Bayern, with both teams pursuing glory across multiple fronts. During mealtime, Huang perused the newspaper. As expected, he had once again made the headlines. Even away from Italy, his every move remained under the scrutiny of the Italian public. The Milan Sports News reported, "The Madrid derby was a disgraceful affair, with Real Madrid triumphing over Atletico Madrid with a resounding score of 6-3 away from home. Kevin endured multiple severe fouls, although he sustained an injury following a bicycle kick. No one can conclusively prove that it was not the reckless actions of Atletico players that led to his unfortunate physical condition. Such a level of officiating is unworthy even of Serie C. Arturo Ibanez's leniency led to a significant outburst during halftime and after the match. Atletico claimed that Pereira was assaulted by several Real Madrid players in the player tunnel, yet they possessed no evidence to substantiate their claims. The Rome Sports News stated, "Kevin's performance is nothing short of miraculous. The Pope has repeatedly declared him a role model for the youth. However, we have come to discover that Capello has betrayed us. According to experts from Chinatown whom we consulted, Capello has likely delved into the ancient arts, and his actions have adversely affected Kevin, leading to his injury. Capello should promptly return to the embrace of the divine." The Turin Sports News revealed, insiders have disclosed that Atletico accepted a third-party bounty from Barcelona, resulting in repeated fouls against Kevin during the match. Barcelona's objectives have been achieved, and Kevin's injury may prevent him from participating in the Spanish national derby. Barcelona can finally regain its honor. Bayern Munich suffered a 2-3 defeat to Real Madrid away, and upon returning home, they will face a Real Madrid side lacking Kevin, making matters significantly easier for the Germans, who have become unwitting beneficiaries of Kevin's injury. Kevin Huang scoffed. Previously, when he encountered the injury suspension card, he speculated that such an item was quite rare. Now, halfway through the season, possessing only one card confirmed his suspicions. He intended to save this card for the Spanish national derby. As for the Champions League, although Real Madrid may not be particularly formidable at present, Bayern is not invincible either. The two teams are evenly matched, and Capello should not encounter issues when playing away. In the afternoon, Kevin Huang logged onto the internet, only to discover that the Kevin Huang forum had undergone another transformation. The fans and detractors were quite adept at stirring the pot. The once dominant faction had shifted, turning the forum into a gathering place for his critics. A narrative so convoluted it could inspire a television drama. He closed the forum and turned his attention to news from Spain. That old curmudgeon Cruyff continued to rant in his column, and Kevin was eager for Cruyff to realize what true surprises entailed. The King of Yellow was quite skeptical that Cruyff's arrogance stemmed from a belief that he would not recover in time for the national derby. On February 28th, Kevin awoke to the delivery of a package at his door. He and the young lady exchanged puzzled glances at the large box before them. "Did you order something?" Kevin inquired. "No, I was about to ask you." "Dear," the young lady replied, shaking her head. We didn't order anything, Kevin informed the delivery person. Then I am uncertain. This is foreign merchandise. Air freighted, the delivery person responded, reading the note attached. It is a gift from Filippo Inzaghi. Inzaghi had been on his best behavior lately. Kevin had not encountered any fate points, and he presumed Inzaghi had turned over a new leaf. Little did he expect such a grand surprise upon returning to Milan. All right, bring it in, Kevin instructed. Upon its disassembly, Huang beheld the racing arcade machine from the entertainment venue. He took out his phone and inquired, Filippo, what is the story behind this gaming machine? I noticed your injury, so I sent you a little gift to alleviate your boredom at home, came the cheerful response from Inzaghi on the other end of the line. It is indeed a small gesture, but I seldom engage with such arcade machines, Huang replied, as he preferred console and computer games. No matter. I can join you for a game. We'll wager 10,000 per round. After today's match, when we visit your home, we shall have our competition. Inzaghi declared before abruptly hanging up, leaving Huang no opportunity to retort. Damn, Huang exclaimed, aware that his left foot's peroneal muscle was injured, making exertion quite challenging. This gaming machine was evidently more intricate than those in the arcade, equipped with a steering wheel, gear stick, and 3 pedals, clearly necessitating the use of both feet. He could easily imagine Inzaghi, upon learning of his injury, having made countless calls overnight to hastily arrange the delivery of this gaming machine. That rascal Inzaghi was certainly going to great lengths to secure a victory over him. Did Inzaghi send this to you? The young lady inquired. Something of that sort, Huang replied, rubbing his temples, uncertain if it truly constituted a gift. Given your fondness for games, he must have put some thought into it, she remarked with a smile. That's not quite the case, Huang countered, sensing a hidden agenda from Inzaghi, who seemed intent on winning his money. However, Huang funds were not easily won. At 2 p.m., Huang watched the match between Milan and Palermo from home. Kaká showcased his prowess with a hat trick, celebrating with his shirt off, wishing Huang a swift recovery, and consequently received a yellow card. Milan triumphed over the home team with a score of 3-1. By 3 p.m., as the match concluded, the entire team flew back to Milan. Around 5 p.m., while Huang sat in the courtyard, he heard Inzaghi's voice before seeing him. My dear little Kevin, have you missed me? Inzaghi exclaimed, arms wide open in exaggerated fashion. Are you hoping to win some money from me in racing? Huang retorted with annoyance. Indeed, no, what are you saying? Inzaghi laughed nervously as he approached and draped an arm around Huang shoulders. Our relationship cannot be quantified by money. On the flight back, he mentioned wanting to win money from you, revealed Maldini with a grin. Indeed. He also said he would use the winnings to purchase a meaningful antique to be kept as a family heirloom. Kaká nodded in agreement. Huang realized that after all this, Inzaghi's intentions were quite transparent. Now, it would be challenging for him to cooperate with Inzaghi. Since everyone is here, let us prepare to begin, Huang announced. Today's gathering would once again feature a barbecue. With a larger group, preparing a barbecue was the easiest option, and the collective effort was rather enjoyable. The 2 kids miss you greatly, but I didn't have time today to go pick them up, Maldini said while holding his wine glass. I miss that little rascal Chris as well, Huang admitted. Kevin Huang remarked with a smile. The eldest son possesses a more amiable disposition, while that lad Danny tends to be rather competitive. When I have the time, I'll have my father take them on a trip to Spain, said Maldini. By the way, how is Adriana faring? Kevin Huang inquired, for he held high hopes for the 3rd son. The eldest son has not flourished, the 2nd son lacks talent. Milan's number 3 jersey must have a worthy heir. She is doing well, and the child is thriving. The due date is in May, Maldini replied with a beaming smile. That's splendid, Kevin Huang said with a grin. Kevin, hurry up. Ricardo has already lost. Inzaghi shouted impatiently. His target was Kevin, not Kaká. All right, I shall see how they are faring, Kevin Huang said, patting Maldini on the arm as he followed Inzaghi into the room. Just so you know, it's 10,000 a game, Inzaghi stated, pulling Kevin Huang along. Of course, I won't deny you money, Kevin Huang replied. The King of Yellow does not lack funds, but he fears that Inzaghi may not possess the skill to win. After nearly an hour of play, Inzaghi had triumphed in 13 games. With his left foot impaired, Kevin Huang had no opportunity to struggle. Ha! Kevin, you must practice more when you have the time, Inzaghi laughed heartily. Money is trivial. Defeating Kevin Huang is what truly matters. As long as you are pleased, Kevin Huang remarked. Shall we play another round of landlord? Inzaghi inquired. Kevin and Kaka exchanged glances before both exclaimed, "Sure." Inzaghi truly does not learn from experience. It seems his salary this year is in jeopardy. At around 1 in the morning, Inzaghi stamped his mark on the IOU and left Kevin Huang's residence with a disheartened expression. Shan. Wait for me. Li Huan interposed in front of Shan. I have nothing to say to you. I was wrong. I just like you too much. I was jealous when I saw you referring to Kevin Huang as your husband online. Could you give me another chance? Li Huan implored with a woeful expression. Impossible. Unless you can retrieve the forum for me, Shan retorted with a cold huff, bypassing Li Huan as she headed towards the cafeteria. Dejected, Li Huan sank to the ground. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and hurried back to his dormitory to write a leave request. By noon, it had been approved. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Li Huan exited the school gates and gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "Dad, I am not cursing you. I trust you understand my intentions. This is all for your daughter-in-law." He contacted the administrator of the forum, Cool Night Fragrant Snow, to confirm his welcome, and promptly purchased a train ticket to Dingbao. He had previously left contact information when he handed over the forum, and he was pleasantly surprised to find it useful now. "Thank you for the tenderness you bestowed upon me during those years. How many times have I looked back upon the path I have walked, sincerely wishing well for you, kind girl. How many times have I turned back?" Li Huan hummed as he boarded the train. This time, he was determined. Apart from the day of his school enrollment, he had never ventured to another unfamiliar city. Fortunately, the designated distance from Tianjin is not far. The time spent waiting in the station hall may even exceed the duration of the journey itself. Around 4 p.m., as he followed the bustling crowd out of the station, Li Huan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, noticed someone holding a sign that read "Welcome, Huang Ge." Approaching them, he greeted the two adults with a hint of shyness, saying, "Hello, I am Li Huan. I am Liang Yixiang Shui, and this is Wang Bo, the Bo of Doctor. He is Xiao Ba Mao Shi Ba Niao Er Shi, but his real name is Huang Yang. His family runs an auto repair shop, and we have long wished to meet you. Today, we will make sure you have a wonderful time." Wang Bo, slender in build, said as he wrapped an arm around Li Huan's shoulders. "Indeed, who in the forum doesn't know Huang Ge? It's not easy for a student like you to come here. Today, the older brothers will broaden your horizons." Huang Yang, of a more robust stature, chuckled. "Step aside. Don't lead the child astray," Wang Bo playfully chided. "This is a student from a prestigious university. How could he possibly go to such places? I was just joking. Let's south go to your place today and have the boss downstairs grill some skewers for us," Huang Yang said, scratching his head. Li Huan, who had been hesitant to speak, felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his opportunity for enlightenment might be slipping away. With an arm still draped around Li Huan's shoulders, Wang Bo suggested, "Since you're here for fun, why not stay at my place? I have 3 rooms. There's no need for you to spend money as a student." "All right, bro." Li Huan nodded in agreement. "Why are you so quiet? You're not as formidable as you seem online," Huang Yang inquired. Li Huan scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Things are different online. Who isn't a bit intimidated the first time they meet someone?" Wang Bo remarked. "Don't be fooled by how scary Huang looks. In reality, he's quite timid. The repair shop belongs to his father, and at home, he wouldn't dare make a sound. Plus, he might not even be older than you. Just keep teasing me. Today, I must eat plenty to make you spend extravagantly," Huang Yang retorted. "Eat your fill, as long as there's no waste. Order as much as you want," Wang Bo encouraged as Li Huan followed the two onto the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at Wang Bo's residence. "Make yourself at home. Don't be too formal. You must be hungry after coming over. I'll call downstairs to have some skewers sent up," Wang Bo said, placing Li Huan's backpack down. Half an hour later, the 3 sat around a small table, enjoying barbecued food and drinks. After just a sip, Li Huan's face flushed red. "You can't handle your drink, Huang Ge," Huang Yang teased, nudging him playfully. "He's a university student, not a drunkard," Wang Bo remarked to Li Huan. "Drink what you can, but don't force it." "Understood, bro." Li Huan nodded, his voice subdued. Today, he had come with a purpose. If he didn't drink a bit more, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He was uncertain if that so-called golden zoon would be effective. It had cost him several days' worth of food money. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, feeling a bit tipsy, Li Huan raised his glass and said, Huang Ge, I toast to you both. I am truly moved. I thought you might not welcome me. What are you saying? It's just idle chatter online. Who would actually make things difficult for you over that?" Wang Bo laughed. Who said that? I thought Huang Ge was coming to streak. I was quite looking forward to it today. With a slurred tongue, Huang Yang said, don't start acting foolish just because you've had a drink. We're all good friends, and such words can hurt feelings. Wang Bo, angered, landed a punch on Huang Yang's arm. It's all right, brother Wang. Those were my own words. Li Huan waved his hand and asked, if I took my clothes off, would you drink? He turned to Huang Yang. Of course. You don't need to go anywhere. If you dare to run around naked here, I'll drink 3. All right. Li Huan stood up and began to remove his clothing. Upon seeing him take off his pants, Wang Bo hurriedly intervened. What are you doing? Don't make a scene in my house. If my mom comes over and sees this, she'll think there's something wrong with me. And you, Huang Yang. Stop picking on Huan. It's commendable that a university student is willing to drink with you. Okay, I was wrong. I'll drink. Huang Yang feigned a slap to his own face. You're not drinking alone. Wang Bo raised his glass and declared, today, little Huan is here. Let us celebrate. It's wonderful when online friends can meet in reality. Huan is a student at a prestigious university. I barely scraped by in my college entrance exams. And I genuinely envy students like him. Enough said. It's all in the drink. Indeed, it's all in the drink, Huang Yang echoed, clinking glasses. Brother Wang, I see you're doing well for yourself. You've bought a computer and live in such a spacious place. Li Huan chimed in. It's all thanks to my family. I wasn't a great student, and I don't earn much now. Fortunately, my parents are somewhat accomplished. That computer cost over 5,000 yuan. Nearly 3 months' salary for me. I wouldn't dare to buy one myself. Once you graduate, it'll be easier for you to purchase things. Good students find good jobs. Wang Bo sighed and took another drink. I also regret not studying harder. Now I'm stuck fixing cars with my dad. Don't sigh, old Wang. At least you can sit in an office. I'm not exactly a catch, smelling of engine oil every day. I wonder who would want me. Huang Yang sighed as well and followed suit with another drink. The alcohol deepened their melancholy, and the two sat there sharing their drinks. Only after experiencing the world did they realize the true beauty of education. Li Huan asked, brother, can I play on the computer for a bit? Go ahead. There's no password, Wang Bo replied. Li Huan sat at the computer desk, powered it on, and absent-mindedly clicked on the red alert icon, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by a ruthless computer-controlled tank battalion. Noticing the silence behind him, Li Huan glanced back and found both men slumped over the table. He hurriedly pressed Alt F4 to quit the game and opened a web page to the forum. His eyes landed on the account of Cool Night Fragrant Snow. With swift actions, he approved his own moderator application and promptly resigned from Cool Night Fragrant Snow. After finishing, he quietly picked up his backpack from the sofa, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, Li Huan turned back and squatted in front of the two men, saying, Brother Huang, I'm really sorry. This time it was my fault. I will make it up to you when I get the chance. With that, Li Huan quickly put on his shoes and exited. The sound of the door closing roused the intoxicated Wang Bo and Huang Yang. Old Wang, you're far too kind, Huang Yang complained. Let us not dwell on such matters. Wang Bo remarked with a smile. Today's youth, having not yet experienced society, often display a lack of maturity. He likely acted impulsively and relinquished Shanshan's account. I, too, engaged in my fair share of youthful mischief during my school days. So, you simply allow him to take over the forum? Do not frame it so harshly. This lad possesses a certain charm. He can craft analyses of matches and even go undercover. Today, he made a special trip to reclaim the forum for us. I certainly lacked such courage at his age. Since he dares to approach, what harm is there in indulging him? After all, it's merely a trivial forum. Something one brings into life and takes out without consequence. Your heart is surprisingly generous. If he doesn't marry Shanshan, it would be a disservice to us, Huang Yang mused. Shaking his head, are we just going to let it be? Let it be? Certainly not. We must provide an explanation to our brothers. Wang Bo replied as he settled in front of the computer to post, Brothers, we have a situation. Huan has learned to strategize. On March 1st, Huang Kaiwan faced yet another system update. Special template, Stephen Astafis, 1,000,000 destiny points. Template, Lev Yashin, 10,000 points. Chilivert, 4,000 points. Inkita, 3,500 points. Skills, Goalkeeper Mastery, 1,000 points. Skiing Mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. The special template was yet another brutal football scenario. while the standard template featured an array of goalkeepers. Huang began to suspect that the higher cost of attacking players was due to his position on the offensive line. Perhaps defensive players would be more costly if he played in that role. The scarcity of goalkeepers and their low destiny points seemed designed to tease him, knowing he would not purchase them. Aside from Gaetjens, who commanded a historical price, the other two decent goalkeepers were surprisingly affordable. Even goalkeeper skills were exceedingly inexpensive. Goalkeeper mastery resembled the playstyle of Noir. It represented a style of play rather than a technical proficiency, and it was astonishingly priced at only 1,000 points. By contrast, the Rinjiao playstyle would likely cost him no less than 3,000 points. He opted to acquire skiing mastery and the immunity card for a mere 120 points. Skill. Skiing mastery encompasses expertise in both single and twin-board skiing, achieving a notable level of proficiency, particularly in the U-shaped terrain, freestyle skiing slope obstacles, and freestyle skiing big jumps. Huang chuckled, realizing this truly set him on the path to greatness. After spending a few more days in Milan, he could no longer endure Calderon's incessant phone calls and flew to Japan. Following the long flight, Huang took a moment to tidy himself. Upon exiting security, he was startled by a throng of enthusiastic fans. Kevin Kuhn. Huang Kuhn, I have purchased all your limited edition merchandise. Please sign for me. Kevin Kuhn. Come to Shibuya and I'll give you a discount. Kevin Kuhn, show the Western fans what you're made of. The enthusiasm of the Japanese fans was overwhelming. After more than half an hour, Huang finally managed to board the vehicle under the escort of security. As soon as he stepped into the vehicle, the person responsible for his reception immediately turned and bowed, apologizing in Italian. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It's nothing, Huang replied, shaking his head. The little notebook would offer apologies in such situations, yet would never suggest a monetary increase. Huang was not swayed by such tactics. This trip to Japan included not only sponsorship from Real Madrid, but also his personal sponsor, Kona. After a brief respite at the hotel, he attended Kona's press conference the following day. At the event, a spokesperson from Kona enthusiastically proclaimed, "In our next endeavor to showcase the prowess of Kevin, we will employ a brand new engine and algorithm, allowing players to experience a Kevin who plays uniquely in every match, striving to best embody his strength." Following the conclusion of the Kona press conference, Huang hurried to support Real Madrid's sponsor. In the afternoon, he arrived at a television station to participate in a recording, aiming to broaden his influence in the region and foster connections with fans. That evening, weary, Huang returned to the hotel, first dining in the restaurant for a while before heading to his room. In a bid to save time, he had participated in several recordings to ensure that the fans in Japan could see the king of football more frequently on television. He was moved by his own dedication. Having worked late into the night for the first time, he believed that with more peripheral products in the future, the fans would surely understand. Upon reaching his room, he retrieved his key card and opened the door, only to find a woman seated on the sofa, a woman who appeared to be a celebrity. Huang struggled to recall the names of female stars, as he was more familiar with singers and teachers. Had Julia been there, he would have recognized her immediately. "Excuse me," the visibly anxious young star said. Huang gestured, "I don't speak much Japanese. I can speak English." The young star replied, "What are you doing here?" Huang inquired, nearly ready to call the police. What was the meaning of having an unexpected guest in his hotel room? "The president asked me to wait for you here," the young star responded, bowing slightly. Huang thought of the several presidents he had met and couldn't pinpoint which one she referred to. In the context of the industry, especially in Japan or the peninsula, celebrities held a significantly low status, earning very little, with particularly stringent contracts. It was hardly surprising that she had been assigned to perform public relations duties. Most stars had little choice in the matter. "You can go," Huang said, expressing his discontent with such circumstances. The king of football, with just his visage, could captivate Southeast Asia. Did he truly require such sordid dealings? "I'm so sorry," the young star apologized again. Huang rubbed his temples and replied, "You haven't done anything wrong, so why apologize? If you want me to leave, it must mean I've done something wrong," the young star said timidly. "No, I'm just a bit tired," Huang clarified. "You can go back and tell that president you've completed your task." I would like to accompany you," she said hesitantly. "All right then," Kevin Huang remarked, rising to fetch 2 bottles of beverages, handing one to the young star. He then settled onto the sofa and switched on the television. The young star reached for her clothes, but was halted by Kevin's gesture. "Come over and watch the match. Real Madrid is playing today," he said. Upon turning on the television, they were greeted by Real Madrid players warming up. Noticing Kevin's lack of movement, the young star perched herself beside him on the sofa. Kevin's gaze remained fixed on the screen. At the end of February, Real Madrid triumphed over Sevilla to advance to the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey. Their chances of reaching the Champions League quarterfinals hinged on today's match at the Allianz Arena. In the first minute of the game, Marseille received a cross from Salahamidzic and scored. Kevin tightened his grip on the beverage. In their previous encounter, Bayern had secured 2 away goals. Should Real Madrid falter today, they risked elimination due to the away goals rule. As the match progressed, Real Madrid struggled to find their rhythm. In the 66th minute of the second half, Lucio capitalized on a corner to score again for Bayern. Kevin's eyes were glued to the television. Moments later, his close friend Ramos responded with a corner of his own, leveling the score. Following Real Madrid's goal, Hitzfeld substituted de Michelis for Podolski, clearly intent on using away goals to eliminate Real Madrid. Even the young star sensed Kevin's tension and placed her hand atop his. Time ticked away. In the 88th minute, Diarra received a yellow card. Robinho came off the bench to replace Van Nistelrooy. Shortly thereafter, the fourth official raised the board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time. Real Madrid launched a fierce offensive against Bayern. If the current score held, they would face elimination. In the 94th minute, Gago delivered a brilliant long pass to Raul on the left flank. Raul, dribbling near the edge of the penalty area, drew in numerous defenders. After evading Sagnol with a deft touch, he sent the ball to the right side. Unmarked, Cassano leapt to head the ball towards Robinho. Robinho charged into the penalty area, and as Lucio challenged, he returned the pass to Cassano. Cassano quickly crossed from the right, and Higuaín's header was parried by Kahn, but Raul was there for the rebound. 2-2. A dramatic equalizer. An exhilarated Kevin embraced the person beside him. The morning light found Satomi Ishihara dragging her weary self from Kevin's room. She had anticipated more thrilling developments following the embrace, reminiscent of the movies she'd seen, perhaps even a myriad of romantic escapades. However, after several hours of playtime with Kevin, she chose to take her leave. Continuing down this path risked turning her into a laughingstock within the entertainment industry. It was her first time harboring such disdain for video games. The title Dynasty Warriors Gundam had left her head spinning. If she persisted, she feared a cerebral hemorrhage. Initially reluctant to undertake public relations, she had felt a glimmer of hope upon learning it was Kevin Huang. Yet, the unfolding events had diverged entirely from her expectations. She had accurately predicted the beginning, yet miscalculated the conclusion. As she departed, she found herself reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Huang Kaiwan reclined on his bed, drifting into slumber. To be candid, the young star possessed a certain charm, not overwhelmingly striking, yet undeniably pleasing to the eye. However, the circumstances of their meeting were rather inappropriate. Furthermore, he had a past that could not be overlooked. Huang Kaiwan harbored a fear of being unexpectedly thrust into the limelight, where a clandestine recording could surface, transforming him into the next Paris Hilton, a fate he lacked the fortitude to contest in court as she had. By 3 p.m, upon rising, he discovered that someone awaited him at the door. Accompanied by this individual, he proceeded to Ginza. This personal photo album signing event at the Tsutaya bookstore had been orchestrated by the young lady. The photographs were of a respectable nature, primarily featuring him in a shirt with 2 buttons undone. This endeavor had found a considerable market in Japan, as Huang Kaiwan worked diligently to create benefits for his Japanese fans. Initially, the local publishers had wished for him to hold a handshake event. However, Huang Kaiwan had declined their request. Upon arrival, he realized just how sagacious his decision had been. The crowd was immense, and had he engaged in continuous handshakes, his hands would surely have been worn to the bone. After the signing event concluded that evening, Huang Kaiwan boarded his private jet back to Madrid. With the national derby imminent, Shanshan, the forum has been restored, Li Huan announced, having completed the operation, exhaling in relief. A weight had finally lifted from his heart. Shanshan stared at the computer, somewhat at a loss. She had merely mentioned it in passing, never expecting Li Huan to truly retrieve it. Yet, even if the forum had returned, could they simply dismiss the events that had transpired? She believed not. Once a mirror is shattered, how could it ever be as it once was? Even if the cracks were mended, the fissures would remain, ever present in the heart. However, The words had been her own. She was uncertain how to proceed. Li Huan rose, prompting Shanshan to do the same. The two ambled towards the bar to settle their bill and exit the internet cafe. Shanshan, with a conflicted expression, took small, hesitant steps behind Li Huan. Suddenly, he halted, turning to her and saying, "Shanshan, I have erred once by relinquishing the forum, and I have erred again by reclaiming it. I do not deserve you. When I approached, my intention was to salvage our relationship, yet now I believe it is best to let it be. Everyone must traverse their own journey of growth, and we can simply regard one another as ordinary classmates. I still owe a debt for another mistake." "Li Huan," Shanshan called after him, watching his retreating figure. She found herself caught in a limbo, unable to move forward, yet unwilling to let go. She pondered how to navigate this emotional turmoil. Even raising a dog for 2 years would forge a bond, let alone between humans. Upon hearing Shanshan's plea, Li Huan paused, turning back with a smile and waving. "I see you, good afternoon and good night." As she watched him fade into the distance, Shanshan felt certain that in the 3 days since Li Huan had taken leave, a narrative unknown to her had unfolded. Meanwhile, a photograph of Huang when being assisted by bodyguards into a car graced the front page of the World Sports News. The World Sports Daily reported, "Kevin's injury shows no signs of improvement. With the National Derby looming, it is highly unlikely that he will be able to participate in the match. This is indeed a pity. Barcelona will have to triumph over Real Madrid without him, and any hopes of defeating Kevin will have to wait for another occasion. The condition of Barca's forwardly remains uncertain. He too may be unable to appear in the National Derby. Indeed, without Huang Kevin, the Spanish National Derby loses its allure," someone remarked. According to the latest reports from mainstream media, Huang Kevin will indeed miss the Spanish National Derby. Damn it, fanatics, moderators, come quickly and ban this account. What has Fanbrother done now? It seems there has been much discussion in the forum these past few days. He inexplicably returned to this thread, hinting at some connection to Fanbrother. You don't know? Fanbrother went to negotiate and was warmly received by the big moderators. Once they were intoxicated, he reclaimed the thread. That's not right. I heard a version where Fanbrother brought over 200 people and forced the moderators to hand over the thread. Stop talking nonsense. We just criticize Fanbrother. You seem to want him gone, with over 200 people, no less. If that's the case, why not go find him at school? What for? There's no need to make a scene over such trivial matters. Fandog has already apologized in the forum. In the end, he even broke up with Shanshan. Supposedly, it was his decision. His roommate said he cried like a child. Oh, what a situation. When the teammates returned in the evening, their expressions were grim. Sitting beside Ramos, Huang Kevin inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing major, just that during afternoon training, some Barcelona fans were shouting insults outside. And the way back wasn't peaceful either," Raul volunteered. "They are nothing but a bunch of fools." Ramos exclaimed, "Last time, Puyol and Xavi fouled Kevin, resulting in hearing damage. How dare they insult us during training? We must show them what we're made of during the match. Then let's give it our all," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "It will still be tough without you," Raul sighed. "I believe in your ability to win," Huang Kevin said cheerfully. Tomorrow morning, he would utilize the injury pause card, surprising everyone. That night, the Real Madrid players went to bed with heavy hearts. Upon waking, Huang Kevin activated the injury pause card. Ding. Successfully activated the 24-hour injury pause card. The injury pause is in effect. Any injuries sustained within the next 24 hours will not diminish, and the accumulated effects will be revealed once the pause ends. Huang Kevin understood. During the National Derby, no matter how he was tackled, he would not sustain immediate injury. However, any injuries incurred during the Derby would manifest once the effects of the pause card concluded. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Kevin also used the 24-hour immunity card refreshed in March. In such a match as the National Derby, Barcelona would undoubtedly hold nothing back. The current situation clearly indicates that this match will be fiercely contested. Huang, a focal point for Barcelona's attention, risks incurring excessive injuries in his quest to conserve an immunity card, which would ultimately be a folly if it results in missing subsequent matches of the season. During breakfast, Capello stood up and announced, "There will be no training today. You may relax freely before the match, but I advise you to remain within the confines of the hotel." "Wait, coach, I wish to play today," Huang Kaiwan interjected, raising his hand. All eyes turned toward him. "Kevin, are you not still injured?" Capello inquired. His brow furrowed in uncertainty. "I'm fine. I received a local anesthetic before coming. Huang replied with a smile. A sudden hush fell over the dining room. Ramos was the first to bang his fist on the table and rise, declaring, "Kevin cannot play. It's far too dangerous." Local anesthetics are not unfamiliar to players, yet they do not resolve underlying injuries and can easily lead to further damage. Indeed, Kevin, it would be best if you refrained from playing. Capello nodded in agreement. Temporarily dulling the sensation of pain can allow already injured muscles or bones to sustain even graver injuries without the body's protective response. "Yes, Kevin, do not take the field. We will secure victory," Cassano chimed in. "I insist," Huang replied with a grin. "This is one of the most crucial matches. Since I am being compensated generously, I must take risks for the team." The restaurant fell silent once more, with Van Nistelrooy staring at Huang in shock. Despite his personal disdain for Huang, Van Nistelrooy acknowledged the peril in Huang's decision. The world's elite players possess infinite potential, and returning prematurely from injury with the aid of anesthetics could lead to a severe setback, potentially jeopardizing a career. Van Nistelrooy questioned whether he could ever take such a risk, even under team pressure, let alone on his own volition. "Kevin, perhaps you should wait until we finish our match," Raul suggested, placing a reassuring hand on Huang shoulder. "I wish to play," Huang insisted. Capello sighed and conceded. "Very well, Kevin shall play today, but should any issues arise, he must be substituted immediately. This match must result in victory, otherwise, we would be remiss in honoring Kevin's commitment," Ramos shouted, slamming his fist on the table. "For the sake of triumph, we shall give our all. Go Madrid." Huang cheered alongside his teammates, feeling content with the current dynamics. The disparity of information played to his advantage. He had not sacrificed nearly as much as his teammates believed. Consequently, the morale of Real Madrid soared, a fortuitous omen for the evening's encounter. As the national derby approached, Tokyo television had already begun to build anticipation for the match. Huang had garnered considerable admiration from Japanese fans. In recent days, his presence in newspapers and broadcasts had attracted even some young women who typically shun the sport. Leading up to the national derby, Tokyo television prepared viewers with a feature entitled The Gods of Football. The main event commenced. The narrator eloquently stated, "The world's most formidable player, with his extraordinary feat, has successfully determined the rightful champion of football, striking fear into the hearts of countless goalkeepers, Kevin Huang." The screen showcased a compilation of Huang's dazzling dribbles, prominently featuring Camoranesi, especially since Juventus had previously encountered Milan in the Champions League. "I am not as remarkable as the journalists portray," Huang chuckled on television, as some Japanese fans began to scream upon seeing his face. Following this, a montage of Huang's spectacular goals unfolded, showcasing his long runs and stunning strikes. Even those unfamiliar with football could sense Huang's prowess. Words began to appear at the bottom of the screen. The supreme king recognized by the football kingdom of Brazil, the conqueror of the European continent, the unequivocal leader of footballing giants Milan and Real Madrid, a pioneer of global charity, the pride of Asia, Lord Kevin Huang. Accompanied by subtitles, a hexagon symbolizing Huang's prowess emerged, exemplifying his excellence. An insurmountable peak before Barcelona, the strongest player hailing from the ancient empire, serving their rivals. When Lord Kevin Huang was injured, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. But is it truly that simple? The scene shifted to a photo of Huang with the new 5 eagles. Subtitles reappeared, the 5 guardians of the king. After scoring, Ramos sprinted 60 meters, pulling Huang to the sidelines and roaring at the camera. The scene froze, and another line of subtitles emerged, the iron-footed Ramos. Whenever Lord Kevin Huang scores, Ramos is always the first to appear. Besides during celebrations, he retaliates against anyone daring to infringe upon Lord Kevin. The screen continuously displayed Huang's goals alongside Ramos's exhilarating runs. Suddenly, the narrative shifted to a match between Real Madrid and Valencia, showcasing Ramos charging from the backline to deliver a flying kick to Navarro. Ramos sent the opponent sprawling several meters away, causing the Japanese viewers to gasp in shock. Next, the screen featured Cassano, who, with a smile during an interview, declared, "I am more handsome than Beckham and quite popular in Spain. I have dated hundreds of girls so far." The frame froze again, displaying the subtitle, "The Charmer of Thousands." Cassano, once filled with high hopes, lost in the allure of women, he encountered Lord Kevin in Madrid, and the fallen genius of the Apennines finally found himself. The television then showcased Cassano's assist during the Champions League, helping Real Madrid eliminate Bayern. Following that, there was a montage of the dashing and nonchalant Guti, highlighted by his exquisite passes. The footage then transitioned to De Jong's tackle on an opponent and Pepe's ferocious assault on a rival during the Madrid derby. Each of the three players received the nicknames Deadly Inspiration, European Grass Mower, and Invincible Fist. The scene shifted to the last national derby, where, after Huang's goal, Messi was seen gazing at him from a distance. The narrator's voice resonated once more, despite being pursued by countless teams. The new king of Barcelona can only look up to the figure of Lord Kevin Huang. When Lord Kevin was injured, they indeed saw a flicker of hope. Barcelona, only by vanquishing the formidable quintet, may one earn the right to challenge the footballing myth. The forthcoming match shall not be an easy endeavor, however. For the sake of their king, the Real Madrid players must dedicate themselves entirely. Go forth, noble guardians, and defend the king's glory with your very lives. For to safeguard that which is truly cherished, one must possess the resolve to sacrifice everything. Within the away changing room at Camp Nou, Huang was in the midst of changing his jersey. Raul, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Perhaps you should refrain from participating. It's nothing to worry about." "Should I feel unwell, I will request a substitution," Huang replied with a smile. "Very well, take care of yourself." Raul nodded in agreement. Huang scratched off a lottery ticket with a coin, revealing yet another second prize. Observing the full 100 in anticipation, he opted to draw a prize. Ding! You have obtained a match experience card for the first leg of the 2008 to 2009 Spanish Super Cup, Valencia versus Real Madrid, featuring David Villa. Villa, a player of remarkable versatility, possessed no glaring shortcomings. During their previous encounter with Valencia, Huang had already sensed Villa's prowess. From playmaking to scoring, Villa excelled in every aspect. Huang, the king of balls, had even expended a precious injury pause card, yet he found this outcome satisfactory. Today, yet again, was destined to be a day of suffering for Barcelona. Following the press conference, both teams had commenced their warm-up routines. Rijkaard, gripping the notes in his hand, remarked, "The stands at Camp Nou remain ablaze with brilliance today." Prior to the match, tennis prodigy Nadal declared a certain victory for Real Madrid. Intriguingly, his uncle, Miguel Nadal, is a former Barcelona stalwart who graced the club for 8 years. "Look at Huang," someone exclaimed. "Goodness. I tuned into the television solely to discover whether he would play, and indeed he is. Feigning injury, without a doubt. Even my cousin feigned injury. Though Huang often pretends to be injured, this time seems genuine. Previously, when Real Madrid was on the brink of elimination against Bayern, he did not take to the field. Given Huang habitual feigning of injury, he would never miss such a significant match. By the way, Huang recently attended an event in Benzé. He seemed quite popular, causing traffic congestion during his departure. That's quite normal. I work at Benzé and can tell you that surveys indicate Housewives' most desired figure is Huang. He is exceedingly well-liked. And a colleague of mine once shared that they had seen someone working at an establishment just to purchase Huang merchandise. Why didn't you accompany them? Oh, that establishment does not serve foreigners. Goodness, yet another day of envying Huang. As both teams returned to the players' tunnel, Coach Zhang chuckled. Huang sustained quite a significant injury during his match against Barcelona, yet he shares a good rapport with both Ronaldinho and Messi, greeting them with a smile. Indeed, both of these prodigious athletes have spoken highly of Kevin Huang. Messi has repeatedly proclaimed in public that Huang is the target and motivation he aspires to match. Within the European football realm, especially among the younger generation, numerous professional players are admirers of Huang. His celebratory gestures have often been emulated in mainstream leagues. Huang's performance certainly merits commendation, and it is hoped that he will deliver his best today. As we observe both teams positioning themselves, one can hear the murmurs. He is powerful, let him be powerful. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is bold, let him be bold. The bright moon illuminates the great river. He has absorbed much wisdom from television dramas and literature. The more Capello studies, the more he finds the principles profound, particularly as they resonate with his own temperament. Raul, having won the coin toss again, is met with Cassano's playful remark, "You are at your best at this moment." Lucky boy. Raul had also triumphed over Puyol in the last El Clasico. He merely smiled in response. As Cassano is one of those individuals who becomes increasingly animated the more you converse with him. Messi, casting a glance at Huang, quietly encourages, "Go for it, play well." "You too," Huang replies with a smile. At precisely 9 p.m., the referee's whistle heralds the commencement of the match. Raul initiates play with a lateral pass to Huang, who advances towards Messi. The two position themselves opposite each other as the game begins. Messi, devoid of his previous smile, resolutely charges towards Huang. The more Messi watches the footage of Huang's matches, the more formidable he perceives him to be. In discussions about the greatest number 10s in football, Messi feels that neither Pelé nor Maradona can rival Huang's prowess. Huang skillfully dribbles the ball. Although Villa's speed and explosiveness may not quite match that of Torres, he possesses a more comprehensive skill set. With his attributes and skills, Villa's pace is sufficiently rapid, and notably, his dribbling speed is exceptional. Huang relentlessly approaches Messi, whose expression grows increasingly tense. As they close the gap to within a meter, Messi accelerates once more, eager to test his chances at a tackle despite his average defensive capabilities. As Messi reaches him, Huang deftly nudges the ball with his left foot, suddenly accelerating past Messi and the sideline. Xavi rushes to provide defensive support against Huang. Huang, with another touch of his left foot, maneuvers the ball laterally. Max quickly sprints to Huang's side, and with a deft touch of his right foot, Huang surges towards the Barcelona penalty area. Puyol disregards Cassano and immediately converges on Huang. Huang, pivoting, passes to Guti, who then feeds the ball to the overlapping Miguel Torres on the flank. Torres delivers a rapid cross from the left side of the penalty area, but it is deflected by Thuram, sending the ball to the edge of the arc. Huang, without hesitation, unleashes a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball soaring over the sliding Olger and directly toward the right side of the goal. Unprepared, Valdez remains in a lowered stance, legs apart, as the ball whizzes past him. The Barcelona goalkeeper turns to watch helplessly as the ball finds the back of the net. In less than a minute since the start, Kevin Huang has breached Barcelona's defenses. The fervent Barcelona fans seemed as though their voices had been stifled, only able to hear the jubilant cheers of the Madrid supporters. Ronaldinho stood at the forefront, hands on his hips, continually shaking his head with a smile. While Pelé expressed a preference for Kevin Huang, he harbored a slight sense of dissatisfaction. However, the unfolding events on the pitch had already validated Pelé's judgment. Perhaps, as the newspapers suggested, football is merely a game of 22 players running, with Kevin ultimately emerging victorious. Laporta, with a stoic expression, observed Calderon celebrating, his countenance dark enough to evoke rain. Regret washed over him for acquiescing to Calderon's request to share the stands. Laporta believed that by sitting in the stands while Kevin Huang was sidelined, he could showcase his prowess as an exemplary club president. But with Huang now on the field and Real Madrid scoring, Laporta felt like a fool. After the excitement subsided, Calderon feigned nonchalance, saying, "Juan, don't fret. Barcelona boasts many exceptional players. Perhaps Ronaldinho or Messi will score soon." With a sardonic smile, Laporta inquired, "Would you trade Huang for Ronaldinho and Messi?" Calderon nearly choked, hastily responding, "We must consider the players' wishes." Surely, he would be foolish to agree, just by merely sitting on the home side's bench. Huang could generate substantial revenue for Real Madrid, potentially exceeding his contributions on the field, were it not for the fear of consequences. Calderon would have considered offering bonuses to opposing teams to facilitate Huang's continued presence in the stands. If Huang could participate in a few key matches throughout the season while engaging in commercial ventures, Real Madrid would reap significant benefits, as would he. The two engaged in a casual exchange, both intent on presenting their best selves before the other, with Laporta never anticipating Huang would take the field. Prior to the revelation by the Sun that Li Chonglong might not play, Laporta had been employing a strategy of avoidance. He and Rijkaard had long ceased to mention that name. Today, Li Chonglong was conspicuously absent from the roster. Laporta never imagined this situation could be concealed indefinitely. He resolved to minimize the young man's appearances to mitigate any negative repercussions, planning to let the contract expire without renewal and to part ways. Reflecting on this matter filled Laporta with a gnawing resentment. The detestable woman had persistently misled him, suggesting that signing Li would pave the way for securing Huang. In his haste, Laporta had been ensnared by his eagerness to sign Huang. This incident was regarded by Laporta as a profound disgrace. Watching Huang celebrate with his teammates, Laporta felt like a fool, realizing that his efforts to inflate salaries had backfired. Huang secured a lucrative contract. Real Madrid benefited both commercially and competitively, and Calderon reaped numerous advantages, while he was left the butt of the joke. As Calderon had noted, he could only hope for Ronaldinho and Messi to shine. On the pitch, Barcelona resumed play with a back pass. The core of the Dream Team began to reveal their brilliance. Their formidable midfield control was the very assurance that emboldened Rijkaard to deploy a 3-4-3 formation. On the left flank, Deco received the ball, but was quickly pressured, prompting him to swiftly turn and pass to Iniesta. Barcelona's midfield arrangement appeared parallel, yet their positioning was remarkably fluid. Following the press from Real Madrid players, Barcelona's four midfielders adopted a three-dimensional formation. Marquez dropped deeper, Iniesta advanced forward, while Deco and Xavi occupied the left and right flanks, respectively, creating an irregular diamond shape in midfield. De Jong charged towards Xavi, having already noted Ramos's pre-match instructions to familiarize themselves with Barcelona's players. Today, he was tasked with monitoring Puyol during offensive surges, while remaining vigilant over Xavi when not advancing. In his time at Madrid, he had grasped the team's operational dynamics. Even without the influence of Kevin Huang and the coach's suggestion to sign him, playing for the number 10 was a fundamental principle of the team. De Jong contemplated that if he could tackle Xavi, who had previously committed a foul against Huang, he would solidify his starting position upon the conclusion of his suspension. With clarity of thought, De Jong refrained from making a rash challenge. As a highly educated player, his mind was exceptionally sharp. Observing that Xavi was taking too long with the ball, he sprinted towards Iniesta. Under pressure from De Jong and Guti, Iniesta quickly returned the ball to Xavi on the right. De Jong pursued the ball, advancing through the center, remaining patient rather than rushing to press. Instead, anticipating Xavi's passing route, Xavi aimed for Messi, but Huang quickly turned to closely mark Messi. De Jong closed in on Xavi, finally preparing to challenge him. Suddenly, Xavi executed a deft touch with his right foot, spinning in a tight circle to evade De Jong, before delivering a precise pass back to Iniesta. De Jong's timing faltered as he failed to intercept the ball, instead inadvertently colliding with Xavi's ankle. The referee, noticing Barcelona in possession, refrained from blowing the whistle. Iniesta swiftly returned the ball to Deco, who angled a pass towards Eto'o on the wing. Eto'o threaded the ball between Roll and Guti to Ronaldinho. With his back to goal, Ronaldinho deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, pivoting as he nudged the rising ball with his right foot to sidestep Diarra's challenge. After a couple of lateral dribbles, Ronaldinho delivered a delicate chip pass in front of Ramos. Messi surged forward on the right, but unfortunately, Ronaldinho's pass was too strong, causing Messi to chase the ball out of the penalty area. De Jong, having committed a foul, received a warning from the referee. Wow, Barcelona's attack is truly beautiful. Indeed. This time the midfielders continuously shifted positions, with Eto'o passing to Ronaldinho, who then distributed to the right. Barcelona's coordination effectively stretched Real Madrid's formation. Although the final pass was overhit, it served as a wake-up call to Madrid. They cannot simply chase the ball, Roll commented, shaking his head. It's not easy to play against them, he added, acknowledging Barcelona's strength as a top professional player. Not easy, but we must play. Huang responded with a smile. Then let's give it our all, Roll replied, also smiling. Huang raised his left hand to capture his teammates' attention, directing his gaze to the back line as he called out. Don't keep your eyes glued to the left side. Watch out for Messi on the right. Everyone, stay alert. Ramos immediately instructed Pepe and Torres. Miguel Torres wore a perplexed expression. He knew Messi, yet he was unable to contain him. Pepe, filled with fervor, licked his lips and revealed a sinister grin. Casillas couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for Barcelona. The current Real Madrid exhibited a combativeness that had escalated significantly compared to the past. Guti and Cassano, known for their tempers, were not particularly formidable in a brawl. The two new teammates acquired during the winter transfer window had propelled Real Madrid's prowess to new heights, prompting Casillas to consider offering a word of caution to Puyol. After a brief run-up, Casillas executed a sudden short pass. Messi, anticipating a long ball, hesitated momentarily before darting towards Torres, who swiftly sent a diagonal pass to Diarra. Diarra advanced the ball and relayed it to De Jong, who, after a keen observation, horizontally passed to Guti. Guti pushed forward with the ball, but was pressured by Deco, forcing him to return the pass. Deco's tenacity in duels was commendable. Though Guti appeared stylish, his physicality, however, was lacking. De Jong, sensing an opportunity, quickly delivered a diagonal pass to the left flank. Kevin Huang lifted his right foot, bringing the ball from beneath his studs to in front of him, subtly slowing its roll. Immediately, Xavi charged towards Huang to defend. Villa demonstrated impressive speed and solid footwork. Huang executed a deft touch with his left foot along the center line, and after 2 strides, he maneuvered past Xavi, noticing that Valdez was positioned too far forward. Without hesitation, Huang pivoted and struck the ball with his right foot. The ball soared into the air from the halfway line, hurtling toward Barcelona's goal. Valdez, stationed in the penalty area, realized too late that it was a shot rather than a long pass. He sprinted back as if pursued by a hound. Yet by the time he reached the edge of the 6-yard box, the ball had already sailed over his head and into the net. Valdez, having chased a few steps, slid to his knees, watching the ball bounce behind the goal line, sighing in despair. Kevin, goal! Goal! From 50 meters out. A direct shot. If the opponent shows even the slightest vulnerability, Kevin will seize the opportunity to score. This is the 4th time Valdez has faced Kevin. Yet he still hasn't learned this lesson. If it were Buffon, he certainly wouldn't dare to stand in the penalty area against Kevin. Buffon, and Van der Sar have all suffered at Kevin's hands, yet Valdez remains oblivious. If Barcelona wishes to improve their performance, they should consider replacing Valdez. Following his goal, Kevin Huang raced toward the corner flag, executing a spectacular backflip, only to be engulfed by his jubilant teammates. Villa was renowned for his striking range, and after feeling confident with the ball, Huang decided to take a chance, which indeed resulted in a goal. His excitement led him to employ this signature celebration. Kid, you're done for. Don't get too cocky, you deaf fool. You're not leaving Camp Nou alive today. Barcelona fans in the corner flag area erupted in furious shouts. Ramos embraced Huang's shoulders, roaring at the stands. Amidst the chaos, the atmosphere was thick with lamentation over Huang's prowess. Damn, I knew Huang wouldn't miss the Clásico. Regardless of anything else, that goal was truly magnificent. I was utterly astonished, believing that Huang Kaiwan would dribble past his opponents. Who could have anticipated that he would simply take a shot? Valdez truly failed to deliver. To be honest, I feel that Barcelona has little chance now. Do you even need to say that? Upon Huang Kaiwan's appearance, I turned to my assistant coach and inquired, "Are those individuals reliable?" "I am uncertain," the assistant coach replied, shaking his head. "However, from what I've seen in the films, they appear quite formidable. The bald-headed ones are of no use. Let us try those with hair instead." Rijkaard sighed. He had never envisioned having to contend with a healthy Huang Kaiwan. He had exhausted all possible strategies against him and could now only persist in attempting from the sidelines. "Very well, I shall make a call to ascertain their needs." The assistant coach nodded. Barcelona had initially invited the bald individuals for a joint venture and to explore the Asian market. Little did they know, they would truly be needed now. While the two conversed, Barcelona launched another attack on the pitch. Marquez passed to Iniesta on the left flank. Iniesta advanced with the ball and, upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, delivered a precise through ball. Diarra intercepted with a deflection, yet Eto'o, receiving the ball on the side, couldn't halt its momentum, and it soared towards the penalty area. Ronaldinho, positioned behind Salgado, swiftly returned the pass to Eto'o. The sprawling Diarra attempted to poke the ball away once more, but Deco raced in from the center to control it. Eto'o, charging towards the ball, effortlessly sent it to the right side, where the unmarked Messi seized it, creating a one-on-one opportunity. Messi advanced into the small box, and as Casillas lunged to defend, Messi deftly guided the ball into the far corner of the net. The young Messi has scored his first goal in the El Clásico. After the goal, he sprinted towards the camera, revealing a white undershirt inscribed in Spanish. He, Eto'o and Ronaldinho, along with a few elder brothers, rushed over to celebrate. Indeed, young Messi's performance today has been remarkable. The inscription on his shirt likely reads, "God is cheering for me." The young lad seems to be under divine favor. Today, Barcelona created several opportunities on the right flank, while Real Madrid's defense continues to falter in that area, an error that should not occur. As previously mentioned, Barcelona's positioning is highly fluid. Observe the various attacks. Eto'o has appeared on the left, right, and center, and Iniesta's position is also quite adaptable. The tactical diagram places Deco on the left, yet during this attack, he has already surged towards the penalty area. Such a flexible attacking combination cannot be treated as an ordinary team. If Real Madrid wishes to concede fewer goals today, they must bolster their right-side defense. Watching young Messi, they must also take responsibility for their respective zones and refrain from chasing the ball. With Barcelona's rapid passing, following the ball for even a moment could create gaps. Indeed, the The key to defending against Barcelona lies in each individual performing their defensive duties. Currently, Real Madrid's defense exhibits some issues. During one-on-one situations, they struggle to contain their opponents, particularly the young Torres. In several of Barcelona's right-side attacks, he has been ineffective. After celebrating, Messi returned to the midfield to await the next play. With his head held high, Messi gazed at Huang, who smiled and remarked, "That goal was quite commendable. You will excel even further in the future." In truth, the recent goal hardly showcased Messi's true prowess. It was merely a straightforward shot, lacking the brilliance of peak Messi, who would typically weave through several defenders after receiving a pass from a teammate. Nevertheless, as Huang brother and the spokesperson for his tea brand, he felt it necessary to offer Messi some encouragement. Upon hearing Huang's words, a radiant smile illuminated Messi's face. Ronaldinho, a senior figure in the first team, and Huang, his aspirational target and close friend, both recognizing him, brought immense joy to Messi. As Real Madrid resumed play, the long-haired Messi swiftly surged towards Huang. In an inattentive moment, Diarra lost possession to Messi, who pressed forward, dribbling the ball towards Huang's feet. Under the defensive pressure from Guti, De Jong, and Diarra, he delivered a deft through ball with his left foot, threading it past Ramos into the penalty area, finding Eto'o. Eto'o's shot from the left side of the small box was deflected out by Casillas, resulting in a corner for Barcelona, their first of the match. Trouble seems to follow them. Real Madrid's defense is lackluster today, someone remarked. Hey, after being caught off guard on the right flank earlier, they focused solely on that side this time. If it weren't for Casillas' quick reflexes, they would have conceded again. Deco approached the corner, sending the ball towards the near post, where Ramos and Elguera managed to clear it from Eto'o's vicinity. Guti swiftly turned, executing a precise long pass directed at Cassano. Meanwhile, Elguera, stationed in the back, rushed towards the ball's landing spot alongside Cassano, using his height to knot it down behind Cassano. The two players strained towards the ball, but failed to gain momentum. Nearby, Barcelona fans erupted in furious shouts directed at Cassano. In a swift counterattack, Marquez skillfully maneuvered the ball forward and passed it to Deco on the left. Real Madrid's counter was yet to materialize, as Deco found himself surrounded by 4 defenders. Attempting to flick the ball past Diarra, Deco was thwarted but regained possession. Quickly, he executed a left-footed feint, advancing from the left flank towards the center, evading De Jong's sliding tackle. As he approached the penalty area, he delivered a precise pass to Eto'o, who, noticing Ronaldinho's forward run, delicately nudged the ball into his path. Ronaldinho, cutting in from the left side of the penalty area, swiftly passed back to Eto'o. The initial touch from Eto'o was not controlled, but he managed to redirect the ball toward Ronaldinho. With the ball at his feet near the left side of the small box, Ronaldinho unleashed a shot that Casillas, diving to his right, could only deflect. The ball ricocheted into the center of the penalty area, where an unmarked Messi pivoted and struck it with his left foot. Boom. Neither Casillas, who attempted another desperate save, nor Ramos and Elguera, rushing to the goal, could prevent the ball from finding the net. Lionel. The cheers of Barcelona fans soared to the heavens. They had not anticipated that Messi would emerge as the pivotal figure in today's El Clásico. Messi surged towards the corner flag, once again showcasing his Fuerza t-shirt, eliciting increasingly fervent cheers from the Barcelona supporters. Ha ha ha, Messi, oh Messi. The young Messi has today emerged as a hero for Barcelona, scoring twice in the Spanish national derby. It is entirely natural to be exhilarated. This young talent gained recognition quite early. Long ago, Inter Milan's President Moratti had his eye on him. Observing Messi's performance today, one can only conclude that Moratti's judgment was astute. Indeed, Messi almost joined Milan. During the summer of 2005, Barcelona proposed a trade involving Iniesta and Messi, 2 young players yet to secure their positions as starters, in exchange for Kevin Huang. Their proposal was declined by Milan, and in hindsight, it's difficult to ascertain whether Milan truly gained or lost, the crucial point being they neither retained Huang nor acquired Messi. Capello observed the celebratory Messi on the field, his mind awash with reflections. His discord with Rijkaard did not merely arise after returning to La Liga. During Messi's earlier days as a peripheral figure in Barcelona's first team, while coaching Juventus, he had attempted to secure Messi on loan. However, Barcelona refused. Messi would have occupied a non-European slot, which they did not have available, leading to the refusal of the loan to Juventus. This event marked the first instance of discord between Capello and Rijkaard. Capello felt a sense of regret. Believing his foresight was commendable as Messi continued to excel, yet he harbored no envy towards Rijkaard. Messi was indeed remarkable and might ascend to become one of the world's elite players. However, above the pinnacle of football, there existed a player whom no one could surpass. Capello's gaze shifted to the Real Madrid number 10 stationed in his half. In the Tokyo television broadcast studio, the commentator, hoarse from excitement, exclaimed, "Messi has equaled Kevin Huang's goal tally for today. Yet, the chasm between him and the divine has not diminished in the slightest. Both of his goals came from unmarked opportunities. Even if Kevin Huang were not at full strength today due to injury, he remains an adversary beyond Messi's reach." The goals were indeed splendid. Kevin Huang continued to praise. He recalled how, when Boyan debuted, the entire Barcelona hierarchy, from the media to the upper echelons, had belittled Messi. At which point he, the Golden King, intervened, taking Messi away from Catalonia, a perfect maneuver. Observing the exuberant Messi, Huang felt certain he would eventually send him to Milan for his endeavors. This season, Huang had participated in an abundance of matches, with his Real Madrid teammates proving to be a handful. Regardless of the venue, having a teammate like Messi meant Huang could recline in the stands and still secure victories. Remaining true to one's original aspirations is essential for achieving one's goals. Huang was indeed a man of perseverance. "This lad is exceedingly difficult to defend against," Raul remarked to Huang. He had witnessed clearly how Messi had suddenly burst from the right flank into the center, while Miguel Torres indeed struggled. It was equally true that Messi was a formidable challenge to defend against. "It's all right, as long as we score more goals, we can win the match," Huang Kaiwen said with a reassuring smile. Viller is merely a baseline. Playing football ultimately relies on his own abilities. Although Huang Kaiwen's ball control hasn't significantly improved despite frequent use of experience cards, he has activated his growth-type ball control through occasional training and leisure. However, his ability to read the game and handle on-field situations has seen remarkable enhancement. Even if he draws Viller, it does not preclude him from employing the quick, intricate footwork reminiscent of Aymar, allowing him to unexpectedly alter his dribbling pace and catch opponents off guard at crucial moments. Huang Kaiwen does not believe Thuram can mark him effectively. Real Madrid has Kevin. Real Madrid has only Kevin. We have Ronnie, we have Messi, and we also have Eto'o, whom you might underestimate. He consistently finds the net against Real Madrid. After the team equalized, Barcelona fans in the stands began to sing. However, as Huang Kaiwen received the ball on the left flank, the Barcelona supporters were far from cheerful, unleashing boos and jeers. Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, accelerating past Messi towards the center, while Xavi and Max rushed towards him. And even the defenders like Puyol charged forward. With a quick touch of his right foot, Huang Kaiwen spun around, evading Max before Puyol managed to poke the ball behind him. Max, who had failed to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen, quickly turned and delivered a direct pass. Diarra, rushing in, fell to the ground to block the ball. Huang Kaiwen swiftly turned, flicking the ball to Raul, who surged towards the Barcelona penalty area. Under pressure, Raul immediately squared the ball to the advancing Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen hurriedly side-passed to the left, leaping to avoid Max's flying tackle. Unmarked, Guti charged into the penalty area from the left, and just as he crossed the line, he controlled the ball with his left foot. Ulrich attempted to intercept, but ended up giving Guti a chance to maneuver around him. The referee, Marienko, approached Ulrich and brandished a yellow card. Penalty. Real Madrid has a penalty opportunity. There's no arguing about this foul. Ulrich's stamping action directly struck Guti's ankle. Ha ha ha. Yet Barcelona players are surrounding the referee to argue. The Camp Nou is filled with tremendous boos. The referee shakes his head vigorously, pointing decisively to the 12-yard mark. Real Madrid players move to shield the referee from the Barcelona players, intensifying the atmosphere of today's El Clasico. Both teams have been focused on offense, without any explosive scenes until now. Indeed, look at Ramos, always so proactive. The Barcelona players did not achieve their desired outcome. Cassano seems eager to take the penalty, but is pushed away by Ramos. Ramos leads Huang Kaiwen to the 12-yard spot, while Capello on the sideline shouts instructions. It seems Huang Kaiwen is to take the penalty, as he enjoys significant trust from both the team and the coach in such an important match. Yes, indeed. Usually, when leading against a weaker opponent, penalties can widen the scoreline. However, in a critical match like this, taking a penalty entails immense psychological pressure. Huang persuaded both Cassano and Ramos to step up to the penalty spot. These two would bicker at the slightest opportunity, yet they never resorted to violence. As Huang cradled the ball and approached the 12-yard mark, the Camp Nou reverberated with a cacophony of boos. Guti, addressing Huang, remarked, "Do not succumb to psychological pressure. Treat it as merely the barking of dogs." Huang turned back with a smile and replied, "I believe you ought to offer some comfort to Valdez. He appears to be the one truly anxious." At Guti's suggestion, he glanced towards the Barca goal, where Valdez was fidgeting restlessly, his feet shuffling as if he were training for a boxing match. Following Huang and Guti's gaze, Valdez provocatively curled his fingers. Feeling unsatisfied, Valdez clapped his gloves together with a resounding crack, roaring at Huang "Come on, you softy. I've studied your penalty technique. Watch as I save your shot. Silence. Do not disturb your opponent." The referee, Marienko, cautioned. Such antics were one thing, but verbal provocation was another. If he did not intervene, it was likely that Real Madrid players would retaliate. Prior to officiating this match, Marienko had carefully reviewed recent games involving Real Madrid and understood that to prevent a major conflict, it was crucial to avoid any fouls committed by Barca players against Huang. Despite the warning, Valdez persisted in his insolence, mouthing off unsavory remarks to Huang. Placing the ball on the ground, Huang contemplated Valdez's assertion about having studied his penalty-taking style. The truth was, Huang himself was unsure of any particular habits he possessed when taking penalties, as he rarely took them, often deferring to his teammates. However, considering Valdez's taunts, Huang felt obliged to indulge him, planning to offer the Barca goalkeeper a small surprise. Preparing to execute the penalty, Huang shook his head and loosened his body. Taking a deep breath, upon hearing the referee's whistle, he took a 3-step run-up, swiftly striking the ball with his right foot while simultaneously launching himself into the air, his upper body leaning back forcefully. Over 97,000 spectators at Camp Nou watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded within the Barca penalty area. Players from both teams outside the box gasped in unison. As Huang executed the penalty, he performed a mid-air backflip, distracting Valdez, who failed to react, allowing the ball to effortlessly glide into the upper right corner of the net. Kevin, goal. Indeed, the sky is the limit for Kevin, nothing can daunt him. Valdez paid the price for his provocations, as Kevin seamlessly combined his penalty kick with a celebratory display, granting Valdez no opportunity to respond and minimizing his celebration time to allow Barca to quickly resume play. This is the essence of Kevin's confidence. He remains unfazed by his opponents, solely focused on bringing joy to himself and the fans. A cadre of the world's most gifted individuals gazes upon Kevin, while in his eyes lies the entire world. Tokyo Television. You sure? Huang Kevin Huang, after a magnificent run-up, scored a penalty that could illuminate the entire universe, once again shattering Barcelona's aspirations for victory. The sun-like sovereign was encircled by his guards and subjects, his raised arm proclaiming to all adversaries that while they may breach the Real Madrid goal, he shall forever outscore them. The unstoppable Kevin Huang, whose career remains unblemished, is poised to dominate the pinnacle of world football for over a decade. Defeating this solar monarch would bestow upon one endless fame, wealth, and status. Yet does such a person truly exist? If such an individual were to emerge, they would be nothing short of a miracle. Yet, the man who has endured 52 injuries himself embodies the greatest miracle. Aizawa Emi gazed at the radiant smile on the television screen within the shop window, finally revealing a hint of relief. At just 18, after eloping with her boyfriend, she soon found herself cast aside, thrust into the depths of her life. Now, amidst her struggles to earn a living, this experience has imparted a crucial lesson. One must never place their hopes in others. Finding an idol to admire from afar, and purchasing a couple of items to show support when financial means allow, is far less burdensome than engaging in romantic entanglements. Recently, she has become infatuated with Kevin Huang, finding solace for her spirit and finally emerging from her previous gloom. At 19, Aizawa Emi resolved that if fortune smiled upon her, she would attend one of Kevin Huang's matches in person. As the Real Madrid players returned to the center circle, Messi dared not speak to Huang again. Huang's elaborate penalty had ignited the Camp Nou, and the jeers from the Barcelona home crowd had yet to subside. Messi's face was etched with shock. He could not fathom the level of confidence Huang possessed to take such a penalty. The psychological pressure of executing a penalty in a critical match is immense. Yet Huang opted for the most challenging approach, achieving a commensurate level of success. Is this what defines the confidence of the world's foremost player? Barcelona initiated the play down the right flank, with Messi deftly maneuvering past Huang. De Jong surged toward Messi, while Miguel Torres, not waiting in the backline, realized he was outmatched, but wise enough to know that if De Jong was bypassed, he would be of no use. Their only chance lay in defending together. In the moment De Jong lunged, Messi skillfully shifted the ball to his right foot, slipping through the center. De Jong, caught off balance, hurriedly adjusted his position. But Messi executed a swift flick, transferring the ball back to his right foot, squeezing it through the narrow gap between De Jong and the sideline. Miguel Torres fell, sweeping with both legs, yet Messi nimbly darted through the slender opening between Torres and the edge, while Pepe decisively intervened, poking the ball out of bounds. Little flea Messi. His dribbling is truly exquisite. Indeed, Messi's prowess is increasingly formidable. Today, Barcelona launched their offensive primarily from the left flank, ultimately entrusting the majority of opportunities to Messi on the right. This signifies the profound trust his teammates place in him. At merely 19 years of age, Messi, adorned in the iconic number 19 jersey, possesses a boundless future ahead of him. However, the strength he has already displayed is undeniably impressive. Yes, indeed. The only concern at present is that Messi has not spent sufficient time in the first team, which sometimes results in a lack of experience in his decision-making. Nevertheless, his innate talent is glaringly evident, making it difficult to envision the heights he will reach as he matures. Some media outlets have dubbed him the new Maradona, a title previously bestowed upon Aymar, with Agüero also receiving similar accolades. However, judging by Aymar's career trajectory, the path to becoming the next Maradona is fraught with challenges. It is my hope that both Messi and Agüero continue to thrive and evolve. Max proceeded to take a throw-in. Suddenly, Huang dashed forward and snatched the ball right from Messi's feet, prompting Xavi to intervene with a flying tackle that brought Huang down. Hey, De Jong, standing nearby, rushed over, pushing Xavi aside. Ramos and Pepe, along with a few others, moved to the sidelines, creating a tense standoff that hinted at potential conflict. I'm fine, Huang quickly replied as he got back on his feet. The first half had yet to conclude, and it would be detrimental if the two were to clash again. Raul joined in to mediate. Pepe pointed at Xavi and asserted, "Keep your tackles clean." Xavi remained silent, his gaze lowered. Max regarded Pepe, internally questioning how many cards he had accrued since his transfer to Real Madrid. It was audacious for him to issue warnings to others, yet, observing Pepe's demeanor, Max chose to remain silent to avoid provoking him. Real Madrid initiated play from the back, with Torres passing to Guti. Guti's attempted through ball was intercepted by Deco, who surged forward with the ball, executing a swift pass to Eto'o. Ronaldinho, drawing Salgado's defensive attention, facilitated a return pass to Deco, who swiftly turned and advanced toward the edge of the penalty area. Messi, once again weaving through defenders, penetrated the box. Casillas quickly positioned himself at the left side of the 6-yard box, while Messi, seeking an angle, hesitated to shoot until he reached the edge of the small box, where he unleashed a left-footed push that struck the netting and went out of play. The fourth official raised the injury time board, indicating a substantial 5 minutes of stoppage time in the first half. Casillas executed a short pass to Ramos, who, while dribbling down the right flank, found himself under pressure from Deco. The two entangled their arms in a protracted struggle. Deco, though not particularly strong, displayed remarkable agility, narrowly avoiding being toppled by Ramos on several occasions as he adeptly regained his footing. Finding it increasingly difficult to shake off his opponent, Ramos opted for a lateral pass. Guti received the ball and promptly directed it to the side to Diarra. Observing De Jong positioned behind Huang, Diarra swiftly delivered a diagonal pass. Judging the trajectory astutely, Huang evaded leftward, veering toward the center. Olagi, attempting to challenge Huang, mistimed his stride and inadvertently struck Deco's heel. The referee's whistle sounded once more. 2 yellow cards resulting in a red. Olagi fouls after conceding a penalty. Rijkaard could no longer remain seated. He was compelled to make substitutions, bringing on Silvio to replace the underperforming Eto'o. While it is true that Eto'o squandered several opportunities, one cannot say he played poorly. His contributions to the team's offensive play were commendable. Real Madrid initiated play from the center, and as Torres faced pressure, he opted for a back pass. Guti delivered a long, lofted ball, and there was Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen's angled long-range shot from the left nearly found the back of the net. He was truly in his element today, having completed a hat trick, displaying an effortless prowess. With audacity, he attempted a shot from a 0-degree angle, leaving everyone expecting a cross, only to catch them off guard with a direct strike. Fortunately, Thuram was stationed at the near post to deflect the ball out of bounds. Guti took the corner, and Thuram cleared it just as the referee signaled the end of the first half. The first half concluded, yet the second half awaited. The numerical disadvantage would complicate their efforts further. It was now up to Rijkaard to devise an effective strategy. Huang Kaiwen was indeed a focal point. Messi was vibrant today, brimming with talent, and it seemed he could score. Huang Kaiwen appeared to be in jeopardy. You are still too young. If Messi scores again, it will only provide Huang Kaiwen with more opportunities. From my nearly 3 years of observing Huang Kaiwen play, the more perilous the situation, the better he performs. This player was born to dazzle. Indeed, in several finals, Huang Kaiwen decisively determined the outcome of the championship. Even in derbies and during Champions League matches when trailing, his performance resembled that of a player under the influence of stimulants. The most crucial aspect is that Huang Kaiwen's playing style evolves with each match. Top-tier players are inherently difficult to defend against. Just when one begins to understand his habits, his style shifts. Look at how Thuram fared against Huang Kaiwen. He gained no advantage whatsoever. Does this mean Huang Kaiwen is invincible? It's hard to say, but defending against him is an arduous task. Messi appears impressive, yet he pales in comparison to Huang Kaiwen. The key point is that Barcelona is currently down a player. Even without Huang Kaiwen, they would still struggle. What inspired that penalty idea? As they walked back, Cassano leaned toward Huang Kaiwen, inquiring about such a bold maneuver. Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied, "Valdez had been taunting me." An inspiration struck. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "Stop overthinking." Ramos, who had just arrived, interjected. "Kevin is a university graduate and a literary award winner. You, illiterate fool, should focus on your game instead of pondering such things. An illiterate still scores more than you." Cassano retorted. "Useless fool, aside from comparing your goals with defenders. What else can you do? What does it matter to you? Scoring more goals secures victory. Outscoring you is what truly matters. If you don't want me to mention goals, then let us discuss defense. Today, you resembled a traffic barrier in front of Ronaldinho. As soon as he approached, that barrier lifted. Aside from raising your hands, what else could you do?" Ramos found himself at a loss for words, his eyes widening as he cursed. "Damn it. You bastard. Who are you calling a bastard?" Cassano cleverly inquired. Unfortunately, Ramos was not deceived. "I'm cursing the bastard, you fool." Huang Kaiwen, rubbing his temples, approached the sidelines. Capello, without sparing a glance at the altercation between Ramos and Cassano, handed Huang a towel and asked, "How are you feeling, Kevin?" "I'm fine." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Be cautious. After receiving the injection, you may not feel any pain. If the opponent strikes your peroneal muscle, even if it doesn't hurt, signal me immediately for a substitution," Capello advised with concern. "I understand, coach," Huang Kaiwen nodded. As he entered the players' tunnel, Huang Kaiwen noticed Messi, who appeared eager to speak yet hesitant. Since Huang had scored the penalty, the level of confrontation had escalated. Both Messi and Ronaldinho were reluctant to greet him. However, Huang Kaiwen remained unfazed. It was not as if Real Madrid was at a disadvantage, and his teammates would not be angered by his greetings. He gave Messi a thumbs up. Finally, Messi broke into a smile and, while walking toward the locker room, glanced back. Upon returning to the locker room, a concerned Capello requested the team doctor to examine Huang Kaiwen once more. "Kevin's injury has healed. There are no issues," the head physician reported. Huang Kaiwen attributed this to the efficacy of the injury pause card. Capello, upon hearing the doctor's words, wore a skeptical expression. His primary grievance with Real Madrid was the medical team. Damn it, the injection merely numbed the pain. It did not signify complete recovery. "You tell me there are no problems?" Capello now questioned whether the medical staff had falsified their credentials to serve at Real Madrid. Yet, he felt powerless. He could only emphasize to the players, with one less man on Barcelona's side, "We must intensify our offensive in the second half and secure more goals to lock in the match. Yes, let us score more goals and allow Kevin to rest earlier. Every additional minute he spends on the pitch increases the risk. Under normal circumstances, it would be acceptable, but today we cannot expect Kevin to play the full match. Raul remarked, rising to speak. Show us your worth and prove you deserve the Real Madrid jersey. Come on, Madrid. Let us go, Madrid. Outside the home locker room, Rijkaard, having concluded tactical arrangements and stepped out for a breath of fresh air, encountered the returning assistant coach. Rijkaard inquired, "What did they say? Why is Kevin still active on the field?" The assistant coach glanced around before pulling Rijkaard into a secluded corner and whispered, "They showed me something. He must possess real skill, but the conditions for release are quite stringent." "What conditions?" Rijkaard asked, now possessing a modest understanding of the mystical arts. "It requires either Kevin's blood or the life of someone who wishes him harm," the assistant coach replied, eyeing Rijkaard. Upon hearing such terms, Rijkaard was horrified. He was merely trying to earn a living alongside Rijkaard. He would not sacrifice himself for the sake of a victory. Rijkaard scratched his head and inquired, "Must I sacrifice a life simply because I need Kevin to exit due to injury?" "No, their spells are formidable. They seldom activate, but once they do, the caster is likely to perish swiftly. Let it be. It's merely a game of football," Rijkaard responded with a shake of his head, taken aback by such brutality. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Wizard Carlin, who had vanished after being captured by the Spaniards. Rijkaard harbored deep suspicions that Carlin had met with foul play and secrecy. With Carlin absent, he lacked a confidant to consult. Although Carlin had not directly aided him in winning, his eccentricity had at least provided Rijkaard with a modicum of psychological comfort. With a sigh, Rijkaard retraced his steps, only to encounter the players from both teams congregating in the locker room. He hastily approached Puyol and murmured, "You must foul Kevin more often." "What?" Puyol queried. Rijkaard placed his arm around Puyol's shoulder and whispered, "You and Deco, along with the others, are astute players. Seize the opportunity to foul Kevin and provoke the Real Madrid players. This strategy can mitigate our numerical disadvantage." "Understood, coach." Puyol nodded in agreement. Rijkaard's cunning was unexpected. Was he deliberately inciting fouls to provoke Real Madrid players into receiving cards? Remarkably, this tactic was indeed quite clever. As long as they maintained the right balance of fouling, it would surely be Real Madrid who would suffer the consequences. Perhaps they could even diminish the ranks of their opponents further. As they took to the field, Puyol swiftly communicated the coach's intentions to his teammates. The second half commenced with Barcelona's kickoff. Their numerical disadvantage was not overtly apparent during the organizational phase. Eto'o's departure primarily reduced the options for forward support. Huang Kevin aggressively pressed forward, while Messi attempted to maneuver past him. Anticipating Messi's move, Huang Kevin swiftly maneuvered his right foot around his left, deftly nudging the ball away from Messi. Huang Kevin quickly pivoted, positioning himself ahead of Messi. The two surged towards the left flank, and with his longer legs, Huang Kevin extended his left foot to reel the ball closer, subsequently flicking it behind him with his heel. Both players turned almost simultaneously, and Huang Kevin extended his left arm to shield Messi behind him as he seized the ball. Xavi rushed towards Huang Kevin without delay. Even Thuram, who was initially positioned further forward, joined the charge. In the midst of his run, Huang Kevin passed the ball to Raul. Raul received the ball and swiftly returned it to Guti. Although Guti and De Jong were nominally positioned as dual central midfielders, Guti often found himself closer to the attacking midfield role. Real Madrid's 4-1-2-3 formation was anything but conventional. Guti deftly maneuvered the ball past Marquez with his left foot, while Deco, charging towards Guti, executed a sliding tackle. Raul, acutely aware of the situation behind him, retraced his steps to retrieve the ball and quickly turned to the right wing, where an unmarked Cassano effortlessly advanced into the penalty area from the right corner. A clear chance. Cassano. He rushed his shot as soon as he entered the box. He seemed anxious and lacked power, allowing Valdez to securely gather the ball. As Valdez prepared to kick, Huang Kevin surged forward, and the ball found its way in. Huang Kevin. As Valdez advanced to the edge of the penalty area, preparing to launch a powerful kick, Huang Kaiwan suddenly surged forward, causing Valdez to panic. His kick fortuitously struck Huang Kaiwan's leg, propelling the ball into the net. Huang Kaiwan's acrobatic maneuver was quite striking. I suspect Huang Kaiwan learned that from Ramos. This kick mirrors Ramos's earlier strike against Navarro perfectly. Just 2 minutes into the second half, Huang Kaiwan once again assisted Real Madrid in extending their lead. The unexpected goal was a collaboration between Valdez and Huang Kaiwan, with Valdez's blunder being rather inopportune. As he sprinted back, Huang exchanged high-fives with his teammates, making his way back to the center circle. "Kevin, splendid," Raul exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Newspapers often claim that Huang Kaiwen's presence on the field stifles the offensive opportunities of other players. Yet, they fail to acknowledge that Huang Kaiwen can score from virtually any chance. Had such a player been Spanish, those same newspapers would likely elevate him to the status of the greatest footballer in history, rather than criticize him. "Hey, if you get a chance, pass me the ball. My goals have been too few," Cassano said, approaching Huang Kaiwen. "Of course, I'll definitely set you up if the opportunity arises," Huang Kaiwen replied, patting Cassano on the shoulder. Cassano has been getting more opportunities lately, his on-field performance improving, yet his goals remain scarce. His ambition is commendable, and his eagerness is understandable. "All right, if I score, I'll take you out tonight," Cassano joked. "Let us skip the night out." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. The penalty he awarded during today's derby had incited the ire of Barcelona fans. Even with the Golden Prison Award, Barcelona fans would resort to violence. But being insulted while out and about would be quite unpleasant. Celebrating with Cassano at home would be one thing, but away from home, it simply wouldn't do. As the second half progressed, Barcelona's disadvantage of playing with one less player became increasingly apparent. Although the attacking players didn't impact defense, Eto'o's poor form in front of goal today was notable. However, his movement was crucial, often drawing Real Madrid defenders away. With Eto'o absent, midfielders had to make more forward runs to replicate Barcelona's signature style of incessant passing in search of opportunities near the penalty area. Consequently, as midfielders became more involved in the attack, their defensive capabilities inevitably diminished. In the 64th minute, Iniesta received the ball and immediately passed it forward. But Salgado successfully intercepted it. Iniesta pursued the ball, clinging to Salgado from behind, and as Salgado fell, he managed to pass the ball back to Ramos. Ramos seized the ball and swiftly swung his arm to launch a long pass to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen and Xavi raced towards the ball's landing spot, both leaping almost simultaneously. While neither achieved great height, Huang Kaiwen's height advantage came into play, allowing him to head the ball to Guti in the center. Upon landing, Huang Kaiwen quickly surged forward, but Guti's pass was slightly too weak, prompting Huang Kaiwen to turn and evade Thurum's foot. Max rushed behind Huang Kaiwen, who raised his right foot to strike the ball with his heel. Thuram quickly closed his legs, but as Huang Kaiwen's right foot descended, he missed the ball and instead nudged it forward, immediately performing a turn and sprinting toward the center. Guti and Raul, making their forward runs, remained mindful of Huang Kaiwen's position, poised to collaborate with him. Upon noticing Silvio advancing, Huang Kaiwen glanced at Guti while deftly flicking the ball with the underside of his right foot. The Barca players charged toward the center, only to realize a moment later that they had been deceived as the ball soared over their heads, heading straight for the right side of the penalty area. Villa is a player devoid of weaknesses, possessing exceptional organizational and passing abilities, and he delivered a precise ball right in front of Cassano. Puyol, positioned higher up the pitch, found himself 2 paces behind Cassano as he began to sprint back. Cassano extended his foot to poke the ball into the penalty area, but as he accelerated, Puyol's right arm was already extended before him. Cassano struggled to initiate his run, and as they both entered the box, Puyol swiftly dove to clear the ball out of play. "What a pity to squander this opportunity," one commentator remarked. Puyol is truly formidable. Under such circumstances, most defenders would opt to concede a corner. In such a dangerous situation, he still managed to think of preventing a corner for Real Madrid, clearing it out along the sideline. Truly, he is an elite defender. Salgado took a corner from the right sideline, and Cassano, upon receiving the ball, found himself closely marked by Puyol. After 2 failed attempts to turn, he suddenly flicked the ball with his heel, slipping it through Puyol's legs. Guti, taken aback by Cassano's unexpected pass, allowed Silvio to clear the ball out of the penalty area. Max quickly sent a direct pass to Deco, who, upon advancing beyond midfield, maneuvered the ball away from De Jong's challenge with his left foot and moved it toward the right, immediately delivering it to Ronaldinho in the center. Ronaldinho received the ball and passed it to Messi on the right, continuing his forward run. Pepe positioned himself on the edge of the penalty area to assist Messi, wary of Torres being bypassed. Sensing an opportunity, Messi swiftly initiated a lateral dribble before delivering a left-footed through ball, but Ronaldinho's shot struck the side netting. The referee's whistle sounded only after Ronaldinho's attempt, as he had been in an offside position at the moment Messi made the pass. Casillas, after a run-up, launched a long kick. Huang, looking up to assess the ball's trajectory, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head as he lunged forward. Foul. That was undoubtedly a foul, exclaimed the commentator. It seems that Xavi wasn't contesting the ball, as his elbow struck the back of Huang head. That looked quite severe. I wonder if Huang will be all right. Zhang, the coach, expressed his concern. Huang seemed to have a streak of bad luck, having previously been struck in the throat and now in the back of his head. Each incident raising worries that he might pay a heavy price for his dedication to the sport, echoing Shankly's famous saying. The Real Madrid team doctor entered the field as a melee ensued among the players. The referee acted decisively, issuing a yellow card to Xavi, while De Jong and Guti, who had confronted Xavi, also received yellow cards. Cassano and Ramos were unable to push through, and Raul found himself taking hits again as he tried to shield his teammates. In the previous Madrid derby, he had also endured several blows from Pepe. Indeed, when the Real Madrid players' tempers flared, they seemed to lose all sense of friend or foe. Huang has risen. He should be fine. Currently, there are numerous rumors surrounding his time at Real Madrid, suggesting he has caused discontent among teammates in the locker room. However, based on the matches played, such claims appear to be unfounded. Whenever he is fouled, the players of Real Madrid exhibit considerable agitation, fearing that a key figure in their squad might be injured and miss vital games. Nevertheless, the assertion that he enjoys special privileges seems plausible. Capello uniquely provides Huang with a towel during halftime in every match, an unprecedented gesture in his coaching career. How does one describe Huang? His influence on the game is undeniably profound. A coach fortunate enough to have such a player must treat him with utmost respect. Ancelotti previously regarded Huang with special consideration. After all, during Milan's 2-year reign of 5 championships, his contributions in 3 finals decisively determined the outcome. Although the league may not mirror the cup competitions, Huang's performances during critical points were invaluable, especially last season when Milan faced point deductions due to the phone scandal. Without Huang, their chances of securing the championship would have been significantly diminished. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Huang career remains long and illustrious. Even if he were to work under different coaches in the future, they would undoubtedly recognize his exceptional abilities, as dictated by his prowess on the pitch. Isn't that something? One exclaimed. Did that wretched Xavi do that on purpose? It certainly seems so. That was a dangerous blow to the back of the head. If luck were against him, it could have been fatal on the field. Why do you think Huang is constantly subjected to malicious fouls? Isn't it obvious? Normal defensive maneuvers cannot contain him. When teams find themselves outmatched, they resort to desperate measures. These individuals are truly despicable. If you can defeat Huang within the rules of football, I would applaud you. But resorting to such brutal tactics is excessive. Look at De Jong. After the restart, Guti, while being pressured, had the ball snatched from him. 2 players collided, sending the ball to the center circle, where Xavi, assessing the trajectory, rushed forward. De Jong, in a reckless move, kicked Xavi squarely in the chest. The impact was significant. Xavi gasped, rolling on the ground in distress. Players from both sides confronted each other in the midfield, while Huang rushed to protect De Jong, his good friend, determined not to let him suffer against the Barcelona players. Raul intervened, standing in front of the Barcelona players, stating, "He's already received a red card. What more do you want?" Iniesta, recognizing the former captain of Spain, refrained from speaking. Max, undeterred, pointed at De Jong, exclaiming, "That was a retaliatory foul." "Is it really a retaliatory foul? Would he retaliate if you hadn't fouled him first?" Ramos retorted, causing the Barcelona players to fall silent. "Are you all right, Capello inquired from the sidelines. "I'm perfectly fine," Huang replied, shaking his head. His decision to employ the immunity card proved to be astute. Regardless of whether Xavi acted intentionally, that blow was indeed severe. Without the immunity card, the least he would have suffered would have been a concussion. In the midst of the match, Huang still felt a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Fortunately, his reputation as the king of the yellow team endowed him with the support of his teammates. With De Jong's intervention, the Barcelona players were likely to temper their aggression. Should they dare to foul again, Huang was prepared to showcase his skills in front of these La Masia graduates, ready to select a fortunate soul to shoulder the blame for any ensuing injuries post-pause card. As Huang returned to the left flank, the tempers of both sides had calmed considerably, and the players stood in position awaiting the restart. However, the nearby Barcelona fans remained in a fervent uproar, hurling various insults at the Real Madrid supporters. "Return to Madrid, you scoundrels. You bastards dare to foul. You're finished. You murderers of football. Damned rascals." Huang turned to the stands, gesturing for silence. His finger pressed to his lips ignited an even greater uproar of insults and jeers from the Camp Nou crowd. Coach Zhang, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Huang truly possesses a heart of steel, daring to quiet the Barcelona fans from such proximity. He may be acting impulsively." With Xavi still on the field nursing his frustration after taking a hit, Huang must tread carefully, as Xavi is right beside him. The display from the Barcelona fans indicates that a larger storm is brewing. The referee, acting as a mediator, must skillfully maintain the balance of the match. Indeed, today's match will undoubtedly see further conflict. The fans will surely influence the players. Right? Both sides feel aggrieved, and with Huang adding fuel to the fire, any opportunity for confrontation is bound to arise. As the game resumed amidst the boos from the Barcelona supporters, Xavi swiftly passed to the center. Iniesta received the ball and relayed it to Ronaldinho, who feigned with his right foot before deftly maneuvering the ball with the inside of his left foot. With a flick reminiscent of a cow's tail, he evaded Ramos, who, fearing a nutmeg, lowered his center of gravity and closed his legs, leaving him in a rather precarious position. As Ramos closed in, Ronaldinho swayed his body, his right foot tracing a circle around the ball before quickly pivoting to send a left-footed pass to the right flank. Having been outwitted twice, Ramos raised his foot to deflect the ball towards the right, where Salgado utilized his left foot to redirect it to his right. Spotting Deco's advance, he hastily cleared the ball with his right foot. In the urgency of the moment, Salgado's clearance lacked precision, allowing the ball to cross over midfield before descending. Silvio leapt ahead of Guti to head the ball back into Real Madrid's half. Diarra surged forward, skillfully hooking the ball with his right foot. But before he could regain his balance, he turned to the left flank. Torres, running along the sideline, controlled the ball, while Messi showed no intent to intervene. Miguel Torres was left uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened, as the opposition clearly disregarded him. Upon reaching the halfway line, the nearby Barcelona players continued to linger beside Huang without pressing him. Torres opted not to advance further and, in motion, passed the ball to Huang. The moment Huang received the ball, the stationary Barcelona players sprang into action. He charged forward with the ball, and a pursuing Iniesta attempted a challenge from behind, failing to make contact with Huang. As Huang crossed the halfway line, Thuram swiftly charged towards him, joined by Silvio in a coordinated defensive effort. With a deft maneuver of his left foot, Huang evaded Thuram and skillfully sidestepped Silvio's attempted tackle. The jeers from the Camp Nou crowd grew louder, as their anxiety mounted over the possibility of the home team's goal being compromised once more. Torres, Raul, and Cassano surged forward at high speed, and as Huang approached the edge of the penalty area, he slowed and turned to prepare a pass, only to be brought down by Puyol's sliding tackle from the side. The Barcelona players have managed to thwart Huang after 3 consecutive tackles. This yellow card is indisputable. Ramos charged in, pushing Puyol down and received a yellow card, showing no respect to the elder statesman of the national team. Puyol has often covered for Ramos, yet here he is, attempting to stomp on Puyol. Raul has not come to his teammate's aid today. Instead, he has been obstructing him, lest a Real Madrid player receive a red card. Indeed, both teams are now on edge, retaliating with every foul. Neither side wishes to be at a disadvantage, leaving the referee with a headache. A headache is certain. The best way to caution both teams is through stringent enforcement, but the precedent has already been set, making it inappropriate to be overly harsh now. Yes, the match was destined to spiral out of control from the very beginning. Huang stood behind the ball, with Guti positioned comfortably to its right. Without a word exchanged, Guti was ready to provide cover for Huang. Based on his observations, Huang typically took free kicks when in good form. Today, his performance was indeed commendable, so Guti opted not to inquire further. At the sound of the whistle, Huang began his run-up. After 3 steps, he struck the ball with the underside of his right foot. With a resounding crack, the ball soared over the wall, spinning fiercely towards the right side of the goal. Valdez, reacting immediately, leaped to the side, but upon observing the trajectory of the ball, he sensed impending doom. A shot to the dead corner. The reason it is termed a dead corner is due to its difficulty in being saved. The ball struck the junction of the post and crossbar, rebounding out of play. And Valdez, sprawled on the grass, exhaled in relief. Beauty and others applauded Huang for the effort. The shot merely lacked a stroke of luck. Capello, standing with arms crossed on the sidelines, turned to ask, "Should we substitute Gaetjens? I believe you have already made your decision." Baldini replied, rolling his eyes. Why even pose such a question? He knew Capello well. Capello's inquiry indicated his intention to replace Huang Gaetjens. He asked, fearing that Huang might feel discontent if he failed to score a fifth goal. Journalists outside had begun to speculate that when Huang was in peak condition, netting 5 goals was hardly a challenge. Thus, Capello found himself in a quandary. "I asked because I have yet to decide. Then let us make the substitution. The fouls from Barcelona are escalating, and leaving Gaetjens on the pitch exposes him to further risk of injury," Baldini suggested. "Very well, let us proceed with the substitution," Capello declared, raising his gaze. Now, accounting for the added injury time, approximately 30 minutes remain. The teams are even at 10 players each. Capello believes that even if Huang Gaetjens is substituted, Real Madrid can maintain their 2-goal advantage. Having made his decision, he glanced towards the substitutes bench, turning his head from left to right, bypassing Van Nistelrooy who was reaching out, and pointed at Higuain, instructing, "Get ready to warm up." Capello occasionally grants Van Nistelrooy opportunities. Yet he will never replace Huang Gaetjens with him. Higuain swiftly removed his jacket and dashed towards the sidelines to begin his warm-up. On the field, Barcelona's defenders exchanged passes, and Messi received the ball, advancing over the halfway line. Miguel Torres quickly positioned himself in front of Messi, who deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, slanting towards the center. Standing at the halfway line, Cassano seized the moment, sprinting behind Messi, and with a sideways kick, he struck Messi's shin guards, causing the slightly off-balance Messi to tumble to the ground. The players from both sides confronted each other once more, while Messi and Ronaldinho intervened to separate their teammates. Deco prepared to take the free kick, standing behind the ball. After the referee's whistle, Deco approached and executed the free kick. Pepe rushed into the penalty area, heading the ball away to Casillas. Wow, Pepe truly fears not the prospect of scoring an own goal. This signifies he possesses a strong heart. The only issue is that his courage may be excessive. Haha. While commentating on Real Madrid's matches, I have yet to observe Pepe evade confrontation. He always charges in. Being willing to confront is commendable. If only Pepe could better gauge his intensity. His physical attributes are exceptional, with remarkable explosiveness and positioning, but he often commits fouls, which is detrimental. For a defender, maintaining stability and avoiding bookings is crucial. Indeed, receiving cards can impact subsequent defensive efforts. Casillas, with the ball in the penalty area, surveyed the field. As Messi approached, he hurriedly launched the ball with a powerful kick. Huang Gaetjens, positioned at the center circle, anticipated the ball's trajectory, using his chest to direct it forward before effortlessly controlling it with his right foot and advancing. Ramos had unexpectedly surged forward, and Huang Gaetjens utilized the inside of his foot to push the ball ahead, which swiftly rolled past Puyol towards the right flank. The retreating Silvio and Thuram hastened their pace to prevent Ramos from receiving the ball and breaking through alone. However, Ramos miscontrolled the ball while attempting to receive it, causing it to stop behind him. Puyol swiftly charged towards the ball, and Ramos, reacting quickly, sent it towards the left side of the penalty area with his left foot. Mikel Torres rushed into the penalty area, extending his foot to deflect the ball towards the edge of the small box, where Valdez stood still to easily collect it. Haha, 2 defenders surged forward to join the attack, yet both made errors in controlling the ball, leading Torres to inadvertently pass it directly to Valdez. This was indeed a promising opportunity. Huang Gaetjens' pass was decisive. Although Ramos miscontrolled the ball, his delivery was excellent, while Torres ultimately failed to execute properly. If it were Atletico's Torres, he would have converted that chance. Coach Zhang, you cannot compare a fullback with a forward when discussing Huang Gaetjens. Valdez's goal kick was nearly intercepted by Huang Gaetjens again. Silvio, receiving the ball, hesitated to take too much time, delivering an overhit pass directly to Ramos, who was brought down by Puyol. If the referee had issued a card, Puyol would have been sent off with a second yellow. No card was given. This decision by the referee is indeed contentious. Earlier, we discussed how the referee aimed to alleviate the tension on the pitch, which is why he hesitated to issue further expulsions. Penalizing players from either team could easily disrupt the current equilibrium. However, his reluctance to show cards fails to serve as a warning. Huang Kaiwen and Guti seemed to be deliberating on who will take the free kick. Guti directly addressed Huang Kaiwen, saying, "You take it." "All right, I'll give it a try." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The foul occurred near the right sideline. Barcelona did not consider erecting a wall to block the ball from entering the penalty area. Instead, they focused their defensive efforts within the box, leaving only Iniesta standing at the edge of the penalty area as a makeshift wall. Inside the box, Barcelona players adopted a man-marking strategy. Thuram positioned himself beside Salgado, while Xavi leaned against Raul, and Puyol stood in front of Ramos. Huang Kaiwen did not retreat too far, with the sideline alarmingly close to the advertising boards. The Barcelona fans in the right side stands continued to jeer. Huang Kaiwen had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess in winning matches against Barcelona, and they genuinely feared his possession of the ball. Yet, he remained unfazed. As the referee blew the whistle, Huang Kaiwen took a step forward and struck the ball with his left foot, curling it beneath. The ball soared over Iniesta's head and flew towards the near post. Puyol dashed towards the near post, followed closely by Ramos, who leapt to redirect the ball with a header. The ball swiftly sailed towards the far corner of the goal, and Valdez, stationed at the near post, was unable to react in time, merely watching as the ball nestled into the net. Kevin continuously creates opportunities for Ramos, finally assisting him in scoring. During his time in Milan, Kevin exhibited an unparalleled ability to orchestrate which teammate would score. After Ramos had missed an opportunity, Kevin delivered yet another exquisite assist, allowing Ramos to finally find the net. With 4 goals and 1 assist, Kevin has once again dominated the match. For Kevin, there is no distinction between team play and assists. His sole desire is to ensure the victory of the team, with personal accolades being a secondary concern. Whether at Milan or Real Madrid, Kevin consistently opts to pass to his teammates in moments of prime opportunity. This selfless quality is far more precious than his innate talent. He possesses a heart of gold, and it is this blend of selflessness and skill that has united a fragmented Real Madrid. Over the course of more than half a season, he has emerged as one of the leaders of the team. Capello is preparing to make substitutions. Replacing Kevin with a 3-goal lead is a wise decision. Today, Barcelona has committed numerous fouls. These Catalans are thugs, desecrating the sanctity of the pitch. Kluivert exclaimed indignantly. Scoring player Ramos finally managed to break free from his teammates' embrace, eager to celebrate with Huang Kaiwen. However, he discovered Huang Kaiwen approaching the sidelines, preparing to depart the field. Ramos sprinted to Huang Kaiwen's side, turning with a smile to say, "That was a beautiful pass. Playing alongside you is a joy. There is no need to worry about losing." "Not so exaggerated." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, applauding the away fans. Although the king of Huang has yet to taste defeat, he preferred to refrain from excessive celebrations. After all, one must consider the possibility of tempting fate. "You are far too modest. You are undoubtedly the greatest player in the history of football," Ramos exclaimed, draping his arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulder, seemingly reveling in the sentiment as if it were directed at himself. "Hurry back. I shall await your victory on the sidelines." Huang Kaiwen gently nudged Ramos as he made his way back onto the field, while he and Higuain exchanged a high-five as they exited. Capello, handing over a towel, remarked, "Kaiwen, you should return to Milan shortly." Huang Kaiwen pondered the implication behind the coach's words. Was he being urged to leave? The Real Madrid medical staff are utterly inept. "I believe you ought to return to Milan for a thorough examination," Capello quietly elucidated. "All right, we shall discuss it tomorrow. It is rather late today." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. His injury was merely on hold, not vanished, and he indeed needed to return for a medical certificate. Reflecting on the match, he felt a pang of regret. Earlier, Puyol's tackle had been too close to the penalty area, rendering Huang Kaiwen unable to sustain an injury. He had intended to seize the opportunity after taking the free kick to make Puyol the unwitting catalyst for the injury to the Golden Boy. However, before he could showcase this, he was substituted by Capello. Huang Kaiwen could only muse on Puyol's fortuitous luck. After Huang Kaiwen's departure, the intensity of the match showed no signs of abating. The trailing Barcelona launched a fierce assault on Real Madrid's penalty area, with both teams engaged in vigorous offensive and defensive maneuvers. In the 78th minute, Xavi received a back pass from a teammate, and Silvio's lob into the box was met by Ramos, who headed it to just outside the penalty area. Max struck with his right foot, delivering a high-quality shot that was expertly tipped over the crossbar by Casillas. Casillas has also performed admirably today. Barcelona earned a corner. during which Pepe and Puyol engaged in a pushing match within the box. After being warned by the referee, Pepe retaliated against Puyol from behind, leading to a brawl. Red card. Pepe is sent off, and Puyol receives a second yellow, resulting in a red card as well. Salgado earns a yellow card. Both teams are now down to 9 players, and it remains to be seen if any more will exit the field. Both coaches urged their players to rise. This substitution was a reactive one, leaving no time for replacements to warm up. The morale of the Barcelona players was affected by Puyol's departure. Deco, taking a run-up, swiftly directed the ball toward the opposite corner flag, allowing Torres to seize the ball and initiate a counterattack. Iniesta, in an attempt to disrupt Real Madrid's advance, fouled Cassano. In the dying moments of the match, both sides committed frequent fouls. In the 93rd minute, Messi received a pass from Ronaldinho in the attacking third, deftly evading Salgado's lunge with a right-footed touch as he surged into the penalty area. Approaching the 6-yard box, Messi unleashed a left-footed strike that found the back of the net on the right side. Hat-trick hero Messi refrained from celebrating, opting instead to sprint back to the center of the field. Real Madrid resumed play with Raul's backward pass, but Cassano miscontrolled the ball, allowing Ronaldinho to deftly redirect it to the right flank. After an entire match of relentless running, Messi's dribbling error gifted the ball to Dradri, who quickly turned and shifted play to the right. The referee, not waiting for the added time to conclude, blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Fearing a resurgence of conflict between the two sides, the away fans erupted into thunderous cheers. Madrid, Madrid, Madrid. The Barcelona supporters began to vacate their seats, unwilling to witness their arch-rivals flaunting their prowess at Camp Nou. Let us go to the away section. Huang followed his teammates as they made their way toward the visiting fan stand. Get lost, don't linger at Camp Nou. A Barcelona supporter hurled a shoe from a nearby stand, nearly striking Huang. Cassano bent down to retrieve the shoe, swung his arm, and sent it flying back, hitting the offending supporter squarely. The unsteady Barcelona fan toppled from the stands, breaking his fall with his hands, seemingly unscathed. At that moment, a figure leaped forward. Ramos vaulted over the advertising boards, took a few running steps, and delivered a kick to the chest of the rising Barcelona supporter. Reporters had heard of the events that transpired post-match. When Huang and Capello appeared at the post-match press conference, they instantly became the center of attention. Fabio, will Cassano and Ramos face internal punishment for their violent actions against the fans? Will the red cards for De Jong and Pepe affect their positions at Real Madrid? Real Madrid players have frequently clashed with opponents lately. Is this related to your coaching style? Kevin, share your thoughts on today's match. Before Capello could respond, Rijkaard interjected. It is truly regrettable to hear of Ramos kicking a fan. Such actions have no place in football. This is a reflection of Real Madrid's brutality. Since Juanito's time, they have never been a graceful team. Everyone knows how savage they can be. Huh. Capello drew the microphone closer, sneering. Your players continuously foul Kevin. They know how to provoke Real Madrid. The chaos of today's match largely falls on Barcelona's shoulders. As for the fan you mentioned, I saw only a thug hurling an unidentified object at Kevin, which could have been a shoe or perhaps a shoe-shaped bomb. I do not believe the Real Madrid players did anything wrong. The tension between the two coaches escalated, thrilling the reporters. They yearned for Capello and Rijkaard to engage in a verbal duel, which would make for sensational news. Huang sat there observing the two coaches argue, concerned for Ramos and Cassano. The referee's team had returned to the locker room, and neither had received cards, but additional punishments were inevitable. Ramos's actions would surely warrant a lengthy suspension. Once the argument between Capello and Rijkaard subsided, Huang pulled the microphone closer and stated, Sergio is not a bad person. As soon as he finished speaking, the press room erupted into a cacophony of noise. The reporters had heard Huang express this sentiment several times before, even claiming Ramos was a technical player. Yet they were not blind. Silence, or I shall cease speaking. Kevin Huang, with a stern expression, remarked, Sergio is not a villain. The coach's earlier statement was indeed accurate. When that individual threw something down, I immediately sensed a threat to our safety. One cannot predict what was hurled. Thus, I can comprehend the actions of Antonio and Sergio. While their conduct may have been flawed, one must consider the actual circumstances before imposing penalties. Is there truly a fault in self-defense? I have never heard of attacking fans being deemed self-defense. Rijkaard exclaimed. Next time at the Bernabeu, let the Real Madrid fans prepare you a similar reception. And let us see what you have to say then. Capello retorted coldly, rising from his seat. Huang followed suit, departing the press conference alongside him. In light of the tumultuous events, even late after the match, the entire Real Madrid team refrained from lingering in Catalonia. On their journey to the airport, the team bus encountered a barrage of projectiles from Barcelona supporters. After nearly an hour, they successfully boarded a chartered flight to Madrid. The young lady, who had watched the entirety of the match, promptly called her secretary after the final whistle. "Please arrange the earliest flight to Madrid for me and prepare several lucrative endorsement contracts," she instructed. The following day, the Spanish Football Association had yet to reach a consensus regarding player sanctions. The highly anticipated Spanish national derby had devolved into a farce, with the referees bearing undeniable responsibility. Four players had been sent off, and both Cassano and Ramos faced additional suspensions. Spanish football had embarrassed itself before the global audience. Currently, Real Madrid held a lead of 55 points, 8 points ahead of Barcelona. With 12 rounds remaining in the league, such a margin did not guarantee the championship. The manner in which Real Madrid players were penalized could potentially influence the outcome of the league title, compelling the Spanish Football Association to proceed with utmost caution. Marcus stated, "The barbaric conduct of Real Madrid players is unworthy of the accolades they have received." Ramos' brutal kick at a fan is tenfold more severe than De Jong's assault on Xavi. When players turn against their own supporters, it instills doubt in fans, distancing them from the sport. Ramos must face stringent punishment to serve as a warning to others. AS reported, "According to experts we consulted, some Real Madrid players may be experiencing psychological issues. However, this should not serve as a justification for their suspensions. An increasing number of individuals worldwide suffer from mental health conditions, receiving greater recognition. If Ramos is indeed among them, he deserves compassion rather than mere punishment." During lunch, Huang almost lost his composure upon reading the news. At the post-match press conference, he contemplated whether to mention Ramos's predicament, only for the AS newspaper to swiftly address it. Now, it remains to be seen if the publication's report can aid Ramos in reducing his suspension. Huang is uncertain whether this narrative will resonate in Spain. When the young lady wakes, he intends to discuss the matter with her, as she possesses considerable expertise in media manipulation. However, she arrived in Madrid at dawn and likely would not rise until afternoon. Should the version prove universally applicable, Huang, the King of Yellow, may assist his dear friend Ramos in arranging a university admission and postgraduate studies, thus becoming one of the few highly educated players. Initially, Huang had intended to play video games, but alas, Kaká is engaged in training. He switched on the television, discovering that Raul and Di Stefano were featured in a live broadcast. Raul remarked, "Yesterday's match indeed spiraled out of control. Some of my teammates were overly emotional, yet their feelings were justified." Kevin was expected to return to training around March 20th and make his comeback by the end of the month. But for the sake of the Clásico, Kevin opted for a cortisone injection. Everyone fears that a foul might cause him further injury, prolonging his absence from the pitch, which is why they reacted so passionately. "So that's the situation. Kevin is wagering his career," the host mused before inquiring, "Did Kevin sustain any injuries during the match?" "Honestly, I am unsure," Raul replied, gesturing with his hands. The team doctor claims Kevin is uninjured, but cortisone cannot erase prior injuries. "I suspect the doctor's judgment is flawed, and many share this sentiment. There are indeed concerns regarding the competence of Real Madrid's medical staff," Di Stefano interjected. "The president has been seeking ways to elevate the team's medical expertise, but the top specialists in sports injuries across Europe have their commitments, resulting in little progress." "Exactly. Everything within the team is satisfactory, save for the general distrust in the medical staff," Raul stated bluntly. "Such matters have long been public knowledge, so there is no fear of incurring negative publicity for the team." "Do you believe Kevin is injured?" the host pressed on. "After Kevin was elbowed in the back of the head and faced multiple reckless challenges, I find it difficult not to suspect he has sustained further injury. In the previous match against Barcelona, Kevin suffered hearing damage due to Puyol's elbow. Experiencing such a terrifying incident again left me genuinely fearing for his life. Kevin is one of the most crucial members of the team. Should anything happen to him, Real Madrid would undoubtedly face turmoil." The host then asked, "I have heard reports that some players in the Real Madrid locker room are dissatisfied with Kevin's privileges, particularly regarding his tactical position and the coach's differential treatment. Is there any truth to this?" "That is a falsehood," Raul retorted angrily. "While Kevin is the highest paid player on the team, He is entirely deserving of such compensation. He has brought unprecedented joy to Real Madrid fans, and Kevin is also highly regarded in the locker room, which is easily discernible through the matches. Whether on or off the pitch, Kevin stands as one of the team's leaders, embodying invaluable qualities that everyone, including myself, should aspire to emulate. Is it true that Capello's esteem for Kevin does not breed jealousy among the Real Madrid players? Raul nodded and replied, "Of course. When a player possesses the ability to determine the outcome of a match, a coach naturally holds that player in high regard. When Kevin was injured and we were trailing, the most common sentiment in the locker room was the wish that Kevin were there. When Kevin is on the field, we possess a confidence that, regardless of the score, victory will ultimately be ours. Everyone at Real Madrid strives to make Kevin's experience as comfortable as possible. This is not merely a request from the coach, but a collective desire, for we know that if we pass the ball to Kevin, he will not let us down." Thank you all for participating in today's program, the host said as he stood up, shaking hands with Raul and Stefano. Through today's broadcast, I believe more fans have gained insight into the inner workings of Real Madrid. Here, we also wish Kevin a swift recovery. I never imagined that a top player like Kevin would stake his career on the line just to secure a victory against Barcelona. Given the events of yesterday's match, I believe most understand why Kevin chose to play despite his injury. Indeed, Kevin has led us to victory in the derby once again, Stefano affirmed. Several senior executives of Real Madrid in the office nodded in agreement as they observed the performance of the honorary president and captain. Calderon remarked, "We must intensify our efforts to ensure that the newspapers highlight Kevin's commitment to play through injury. Such a player, filled with love for the team, deserves greater recognition." "I concur," Baldano replied with a smile. "Juanito could become a symbol for the team, and so can Kevin. Beyond newspapers and television, we need to negotiate with the Madrid government and sponsors to amplify their promotional efforts. Kevin's success is synonymous with Real Madrid's success, and Real Madrid's success translates into the sponsor's success." "Absolutely. Moreover, it is now March, and we should negotiate the increase in sponsorship fees for the next season. We have also identified several targets for summer transfers," Mijatovic added. "Transfer matters require careful consideration, but sponsors should indeed contribute more. We must convey to them that the current valuation stands, and once Real Madrid clinches the championship, the valuation will change. If they wish to renew at a lower price, they must refrain from haggling," Calderon said, twirling a pen in his hand. "Is there still a need to ponder transfers? With Kevin in the squad, Real Madrid can triumph with any player," Mijatovic exclaimed anxiously. He had already negotiated kickbacks, and if they failed to secure the target player, it would mean a significant loss of funds. "Consideration is indeed necessary. You both may leave now," Calderon gestured dismissively. Once they departed, a dismissive smile crossed his face. Mijatovic's eyes gleamed with thoughts of transfer kickbacks. "In terms of sponsorship, the rebates are more substantial, and the process is more convenient than that of transfer operations. This represents a superior means of generating profit. Most sponsors are drawn to the team's number 10 player. During the summer transfer window, should one not consider the attitude of the number 10 player?" Previously, Capello's remarks regarding Pepe and De Jong were quite insightful. Receiving rebates while maintaining a commendable skill level, especially during crucial moments, can indeed elevate the number 10 player's status. Such transfers are a cause for universal delight. Calderon sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. For the sake of the club, Ramon Calderon has sacrificed so much. Given the opportunity, he would certainly dismiss the ignorant Mijatovic without hesitation. In the afternoon, the young lady, after rising from her slumber, cautiously settled beside Huang. Observing the newspaper, she expressed her concern. "Are Real Madrid players experiencing psychological issues? Could that affect you? They're merely sensationalizing things. They are just ordinary individuals, neither exceptionally virtuous nor malevolent. Do not let the newspapers mislead you. Do you not understand how reporters operate?" Huang replied. "Indeed, it seems I worried for nothing," the young lady laughed. "However, such matters are unpredictable. It would be prudent to have them undergo an examination." Huang pondered, having wasted his breath in explanation. He playfully swatted her arm, saying, "Let us not indulge in such trivialities. They are my friends." "I understand," the young lady teased, sticking out her tongue. "They performed admirably during the matches, so I intend to reward them." "What kind of reward?" Huang inquired with curiosity. "I have prepared some endorsement contracts for them," she said, retrieving the documents from her bag and handing them to Huang. They appear quite promising, he nodded. You may handle it as you see fit. Yes, I will have my secretary liaise with their agents. If there are any conflicts with their current contracts, we shall switch to other categories of endorsements, ensuring they can all earn more, she said, her smile radiant. Previously, she had been displeased with Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Real Madrid. However, she now recognized that Real Madrid possesses its merits. When her Kaiwen was fouled, the Real Madrid players displayed remarkable courage. Barbara believed that Milan should learn from Real Madrid's exemplary practices to enhance the team's spirit and culture. Milan is not lacking. Yet she felt that over the past 2 years, the Milan players had been excessively gentle. When Huang Kaiwen had not transferred to Real Madrid, she had not observed much. Now, in comparison with outstanding players like Ramos and De Jong, she felt that the previous performances of the Milan players fell short. Typically, they would argue without resorting to physicality, unlike the impressive prowess of the Real Madrid players. When Kaiwen eventually returns to play for Milan, the team must align itself with Real Madrid in this regard. If necessary, they might even recruit a few players from Real Madrid. Huang Kaiwen and the young lady further discussed the other benefits for their teammates. Since they were providing endorsement contracts, it was essential to maintain humility, ensuring that the teammates understood that King Huang genuinely appreciated all their efforts. Otherwise, spending money while offending people would be utterly pointless. Although it is known that the young lady manages matters adeptly, the 5 paramount generals surrounding Huang Qiuwang must not be taken lightly. That evening, Ángel Villar, the president of the Spanish Football Federation, personally attended a press conference. Villar stated, "The match between Barcelona and Real Madrid has cast a significant shadow over the entire Spanish football landscape and La Liga. After careful deliberation, we have reached the following decisions. The 1-match suspension for Oleg is unchanged despite 2 yellow cards. Xavi will face an additional 3-match suspension for a malicious foul. Puyol, who repeatedly employed dangerous tactics in defense, will be suspended for 1 match, with an additional 2-match suspension for unsportsmanlike conduct. De Jong's retaliatory foul against Xavi will result in a 1-match suspension and an additional 5 matches. Pepe, who has repeatedly resorted to dangerous actions, will also receive a 1-match suspension and an additional 2 matches. Cassano, for throwing his shoe at a fan, will face a 4-match suspension and a fine of 30,000 euros. Ramos, for a flying kick that caused a severe backlash, will be suspended for 6 months and fined 50,000 euros. Less than an hour after the Spanish Football Federation's announcement, Real Madrid's official website published a statement. In light of the team's commendable performance this season, we will initiate contract extension negotiations with several players, including Ramos and Guti. Due to the young lady confiding in Huang Kaiwen that evening, she was unable to see the news immediately. The following day at noon, she promptly convened a press conference. Apart from Guti, the endorsement contracts for the other individuals were minimal. Cassano, who claims to be more handsome than Beckham, also lacked sponsors. Within a day, the young lady's secretary reached a preliminary agreement with their agents, moving on to discuss specific terms and endorsement fees. In the grand conference room of the Four Seasons Hotel in Madrid, Barbara smiled and said, "Real Madrid is the most successful club of the 20th century, and its players possess remarkable commercial value. After discussions with the management, we believe that several Real Madrid players are exceptionally suited to endorse Lavan e-commerce. We have now reached an agreement with the players' representatives and are eager to share this good news with the fans." The reporters observed the new quintet of Eagles seated beside Huang Kaiwen, questioning whether this endorsement fee was legitimate or merely a cover for mafia dealings. Just as the Spanish Football Federation had announced penalties, a substantial contract was swiftly offered to Ramos. The reporters, not naive, recalled Ramos often defending Huang Kaiwen on the pitch, suspecting that this endorsement deal was merely a cover for Ramos's bodyguard fees. As the press conference concluded, Huang Kaiwen and Ramos stood at the center, posing for a group photo with the 6 individuals. The reporters fervently clicked their cameras. When the phone rang, Ramos glanced at his phone and apologized, saying, "It's my agent. He seems to have something urgent, as he has sent numerous messages." "Then go ahead," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ramos nodded and headed toward the stairwell. Just as he answered the call, his agent exclaimed excitedly, "Sergio, you've hit the jackpot." "What do you mean by hit the jackpot?" Ramos inquired, bewildered by his agent's cryptic words. Kevin wields considerable influence in both Asia and the Christian world, attracting numerous sponsors. Calderon even called to inform me that you have garnered substantial support in Japan. The day after the match, Young fans began to emulate your hairstyle, donning headbands. Major sponsors for Real Madrid are assessing your commercial value. In short, you are on the path to prosperity and will amass considerable wealth. Assisting Kevin in this matter was indeed a sagacious decision. Before the agent could finish speaking, Ramos abruptly hung up the phone and turned it off. When he had confronted the Barcelona fans, he had not sought any personal gain. The notion that he helped Kevin merely for monetary rewards was absurd. The bond between him and Kevin could not be quantified in financial terms. Standing in the stairwell, Ramos found himself engulfed in uncertainty, beyond financial considerations. The lengthy suspension posed another challenge for him. The summer transfer period would count towards his suspension, meaning he would miss all matches under the Spanish Football Association this season and the initial phase of the next. While the suspension in Spain would not affect his eligibility for the Champions League, the inability to participate in the league would undoubtedly hinder his form, leaving Ramos uncertain whether Capello would grant him the opportunity to play in the Champions League. Ultimately, he was still a young man who had yet to celebrate his 21st birthday. Facing a lengthy suspension for the first time filled Ramos with trepidation. By the time Ramos returned to the conference room, most people had already departed. Huang Kevin placed an arm around Ramos's shoulders and said, "The coach called me. You needn't worry, he will not abandon you. The Champions League is next month, and this month only has one remaining La Liga match. So the suspension won't have a significant impact." "Is that so?" "That is truly wonderful," Ramos replied, relieved. Huang Kevin smiled and patted Ramos on the shoulder. In truth, he was the one who had called Capello, but the situation was similar. By stating that Capello had reached out, it could alleviate some psychological pressure for Ramos and the others. Everyone was rallying behind Huang, the king of football, who should strive to secure better conditions for them. The coach also mentioned granting the team a week of vacation. "Your break will be 2 weeks, allowing you to adjust your mindset and relax." Huang Kevin added with a grin. "I am unsure of where to go," Ramos said, nervously brushing his bangs aside. A sudden 2-week vacation in the midst of the season was something Ramos had never contemplated before. "Then come and relax with me. I will be heading to Milan for a medical checkup, and you can join me to unwind. Once we return to the team, we will prepare earnestly for the Champions League," Huang Kevin proposed. "Sounds great." Ramos nodded with a smile. Later, Huang Kevin took Ramos back to the city of Milan. The other teammates had only a week off and did not need to accompany him on frivolous excursions. Cassano and Guti would likely indulge in nightlife, vying for the front page of Marca. De Jong would not require any concern from Huang Kevin, with Ramos enjoying a slightly extended break. Huang Kevin thought it wise to accompany his good friend to alleviate any lingering psychological shadows. Upon arriving in Milan, the first order of business was to seek out Giannini for his medical examination. "Fortune favors you, as you managed to escape injury during the El Clasico," Giannini remarked with a smile. He conducted a meticulous examination and found no apparent issues with Huang Kaiwan's cerebral condition, yet he still issued a concussion certificate. Giannini had witnessed firsthand how Huang Kaiwan feigned a severe injury to exert pressure on Werder Bremen and the German Football Association following their Champions League encounter. He believed Huang's actions were entirely justified. Such reckless fouls, which could jeopardize one's life, warranted serious consequences. It was merely luck that Huang Kaiwan had not sustained a grave injury. What if fortune turned against him one day, leading to a tragic demise on the pitch? One could not simply overlook the perpetrator just because a bullet lodged in one's lighter spared them from harm. Giannini advised, "Kaiwan, if your passion for football isn't fervent, perhaps you should contemplate other less perilous pursuits. With your physical prowess and capacity for learning, transitioning to a different field would be effortless. The fouls directed at you on the football field are excessive. I often see you fall only to rise again. An unending cycle. The severity of these infractions is escalating, and you cannot guarantee perpetual good fortune. Life is singular, living is paramount." "Indeed, my dear." The young lady nodded in agreement, adding, "I find football too brutal. It is ill-suited for you. You ought to engage in more graceful sports." "Let it be. I am not yet considering leaving the pitch," Huang Kaiwan replied, shaking his head. "I appreciate your concern, Johnny." On the journey back, Kaka expressed his worry, saying, "Kaiwan, I know your love for football. However, I believe the team doctor speaks truthfully. The defenders' fouls against you are excessively harsh, as if they yearn to break your legs. Even if you choose not to change careers, you must exercise caution. Rest assured, I will make them aware of the consequences." Ramos chimed in from the front seat. "Do not fret about me," Huang Kaiwan said with a smile. Every sport carries its risks. I cannot shy away out of fear. If one day I depart from the field, it will be due to my weariness of continually clinching championships each season, not out of fear. Ramos's eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed at Huang through the rearview mirror. This was the very essence of the individual he idolized. Kaka and Barbara, seated in the back, shared similar sentiments. The atmosphere on the return journey grew considerably quieter. After a simple meal, Kaka and Ramos, who were staying over, retired to the guest room. Before sleeping, the young lady remarked, "Spanish newspapers are reporting on your decision to play injured. I will ensure that Italian and major European media cover this as well. Just handle it as you see fit," Huang replied, leaning over her. The young lady shot him a playful glare, attempting to turn the tables and take charge. However, recalling Huang prior injury, she hesitated to resist. The following morning, Kaka headed to Milanello for training. After lunch, Ramos accompanied Huang and the young lady onto the private jet bound for America. Coincidentally, Real Madrid's next match was scheduled for March 18th. On that day, it happened to be Lily Collins' 18th birthday. The blooming lilies and the sorrowful love of Yi Lianchun made Huang more popular than he had anticipated. The commercial value of the king of football certainly drew considerable attention. Accompanied by Ramos, Huang encountered significantly fewer troubles. Some individuals were excessively intrigued by the commercial value of the king of football, including several female neighbors. After encountering Jill Tavares and her daughter Lily during the summer, the young lady purchased a house in Beverly Hills, spanning 200 square feet, featuring 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and an underground wine cellar. Complete with an outdoor swimming pool and a stringent security system, at the cost of approximately $9 million. It was not far from Jill Tavares' residence. Over the following days, Huang had come across Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Aniston nearby, along with some neighbors who appeared to be celebrities but whom Huang did not recognize. On March 15th, Huang awoke in the morning to find Ramos seated and watching television. "Good morning, Kevin," Ramos greeted, glancing up. "Good morning, Sergio. What program are you watching?" Huang inquired. "A football show on a Spanish-language channel," Ramos replied. "In America, there are quite a number of Mexicans, hence the television stations cater to Spanish-speaking programs, primarily for those watching La Liga. However, their purchasing power is generally limited. In American dramas, they are often depicted as gathered around a truck awaiting work, fleeing at the sight of immigration officials." "What is the television discussing?" Huang asked, retrieving milk from the refrigerator. "They were just reporting on Beckham's wife. It seems she is searching for a house. That woman even proactively invited journalists to interview her, making quite a spectacle on television," Ramos remarked disdainfully. "Most players from Real Madrid do not hold Victoria in high regard. Many players pursue relationships with public figures, yet Victoria is certainly one who is not well liked." "Well, what about now?" Huang asked. During the Summer World Cup, the wives group led by Victoria received very poor reviews in their homeland of Britain. The general populace felt that they, especially Victoria, were overly attention-seeking, making it unsurprising that her teammates were not fond of her during holidays. No one appreciates someone who insists on inserting themselves into conversations to become the center of attention. Huang did not wish to discuss his teammates' wives behind their backs. "Currently, the television is debating whether your decision to play in the National Derby was worth it. Many believe you are undertaking an endeavor where the rewards do not equate to the sacrifices made. From the perspective of the National Derby, they think you must have sustained significant injuries. However, at the same time, they admire your courage, asserting that your performance in the Derby is a model for players worldwide." Ramos expressed with a hint of displeasure. "They simply do not understand. Messi's performance that day was extraordinary. If you hadn't played, we would have been doomed. I do not want to lose to Barcelona. No one wishes to see Barca triumph. Indeed, the Derby is of great significance." Huang nodded in agreement. Although football encompasses more than just derbies, no one can deny that the Derby is one of the most captivating aspects of the sport. The myriad of grudges and rivalries on the football field often stem from the fierce Derby clashes. "Indeed," Ramos nodded, "if we succumb to Barcelona, this season will be marred by regret. Should we also falter against Atletico Madrid, it would be deemed a failed season." Ramos asserted, "Even if you only partake in 4 derbies a year, securing victories against our rivals justifies the club's investment of €15 million. Yet, these fools still debate on television whether your appearances are too infrequent." Huang remarked, "He has made far more appearances in Madrid than in Milan." And yet these individuals remain unsatisfied? Beyond his on-field contributions, he serves as a vital link between the Spanish and Brazilian factions, easing tensions between Capello and the players. Throughout the season, he has frequently represented the team's sponsors and has diligently supported his teammates' emotional well-being and morale, far more than during his tenure in Milan. Yet, some fans still perceive him as underutilized. Hence, if one contributes, it is essential that such contributions be recognized. Perhaps it is time to submit an anonymous piece to Marca. Furthermore, there should be an appropriate display of the fervent support from fans. Although the trend of idol rankings has not yet gained popularity domestically, Huang has no intention of exploiting his home market. However, it is indeed a prevailing practice. Huang Gaetjens opined that with the release of the new jersey next season, the fan leaders over there could organize a jersey purchase initiative. Even gifting them to passers-by would suffice. It would be akin to the promotional events linking idol competitions with milk brands, allowing fans to witness the multifaceted contributions of the king of football. After all, regardless of who profits from the domestic market, Huang at least remains a commendable idol. After breakfast, the young lady set out for business discussions, while Huang Gaetjens prepared to take Ramos out for some leisure. The features of the Golden Prison Award are exceedingly practical. In light of the security conditions in Europe and America, it is likely that few would dare to wander aimlessly late at night besides Huang. Previously, he had found himself lost in a rather desolate neighborhood, experiencing scenes reminiscent of those from films. "Where are we headed?" Ramos inquired, adjusting the navigation system as he drove. "Let us wait for Lily and see where she wishes to go," Huang Gaetjens replied. Lily Collins is currently enjoying her spring break, which lasts for the last 2 weeks of March. Jill Taverner maintains a strict regimen for her daughter, requiring prior notice for outings and setting curfews. After several days off, the young girl had finally secured permission from her mother to enjoy a day out. "Good morning, Kevin," Lily Collins cheerfully greeted as she entered the car through the back door, taking her seat beside Huang. "Good morning, Lily. Have you forgotten about Sergio?" Huang gently ruffled the girl's hair. "Good morning, Sergio," Lily Collins playfully stuck out her tongue. "Don't mind me. I'm merely the driver," Ramos coolly remarked from the driver's seat, donning sunglasses. He could not help but admire Huang Gaetjens for taking his girlfriend and her mother out for business while enjoying an outing with his young girlfriend. Compared to teammates like Carlos, who have suffered greatly due to their romantic entanglements, Huang's situation is undoubtedly far superior. Indeed, the finest players in the world excel in every aspect. "Where are we headed?" Kevin Huang inquired. "Shall we go to Universal Studios?" Lily softly asked, gazing up at Kevin. "All right, let's head to Universal Studios," Kevin nodded in agreement. After several minutes, the trio disembarked and purchased tickets for entry. Ramos and Lily Collins flanked Kevin on either side, their peculiar combination attracting considerable attention. Even on a Friday, a significant number of tourists were present. Initially intending to queue, Kevin abandoned the idea and called Lily's mother to assist in procuring VIP tickets. The three of them first ventured to the heart of the studio, where they experienced the unique filming effects of Back to the Future, with Ramos even making a cameo appearance. Upon his return, Kevin remarked, "I had no idea you were interested in films. I occasionally watch movies at home to pass the time," Ramos replied, scratching the back of his head, a pastime that seemed incongruous with his tough guy persona. "It's nothing. Movies are a delightful form of entertainment," Kevin chuckled. "Indeed, many films convey profound messages." Lily nodded in agreement. "Absolutely," Ramos concurred. "In certain films, one can witness the beauty of humanity." "You couldn't be more right," Kevin affirmed, truly a commendable brother of his. Even while watching films, they leaned towards benevolence. How could such a person possibly be deemed a villain? The 6-month suspension imposed by the Spanish Football Federation felt rather excessive. As they passed a restaurant, the trio decided to enter. "I'd like a milkshake, and what about you, Kevin?" Lily asked, hands clasped behind her back as she turned to him. "Same here. What do you want, Sergio?" Kevin queried. "I'll pass on anything," Ramos replied. "3 milkshakes, please," Kevin said, handing over his credit card. Ramos, ever conscious of his image, received the drink and sipped it through a straw. "Let us go on the tram tour." "It sounds quite entertaining," Lily exclaimed, looping her arm through Kevin's. "Let us go," Kevin nodded. Ramos's opinion was not sought. Had it been Cassano, Ramos might have retorted with a few childish remarks. Cassano, unlike others, was utterly unashamed. When Ramos called something childish, he could refrain from engaging, but with Cassano, his words were akin to flatulence. As long as there was interest, he would charge ahead to participate. In terms of character, Kevin believed it prudent for Ramos to adopt a more carefree attitude, rather than always trying to appear cool at such a young age. At the project site, Kevin glanced at the sign detailing the experience. Once aboard the tram, they would encounter earthquakes, floods, collapsing wooden bridges, a great white shark in pursuit, and face off against King Kong, among various other unexpected events. They would even personally experience Moses crossing the Red Sea, with numerous sets from Hollywood films dotting the route. The queue of eager patrons speaks volumes about the popularity of this attraction. As 3 individuals boarded the ride and fastened their seatbelts, Ramos remained expressionless. Shortly after the ride commenced, his screams eclipsed those of Lily. The experience was so immersive that it felt as though they had truly encountered numerous perils along the way. Once the ride concluded, Ramos appeared pale and unsteady, exclaiming, "This was so realistic. It nearly terrified me." "You were indeed frightened." Lily chuckled, covering her mouth. "The people behind you were constantly watching you." Ramos shifted the conversation, remarking, "This fusion of cinema and amusement is quite intriguing. I never anticipated it would be this enjoyable." "Indeed, it is rather entertaining," Kevin nodded, inquiring, "Since you frequently watch films at home, which star do you favor most?" "I admire Tom Hanks. His acting is exceptional. Also, Brad Pitt, whose skills are improving and who exudes a certain coolness," Ramos replied. "Don't you like Tom Cruise?" Lily asked. "Tom Cruise enjoys considerable fame even beyond American borders." "No, he's too short," Ramos retorted, turning to Kevin. "What about you, Kevin? Who is your favorite actor?" Lily Collins tilted her face upwards, eager to hear his response. "I watch a fair number of films and have quite a few favorite actors, but if I must choose, it would be Jim Carrey. His expressions are incredibly vivid, and his performance is remarkable," Kevin stated. Although he enjoys various genres, comedy will always hold a special place in his heart. It's unfortunate that the lives of comedic actors often contrast starkly with the joy they portray on screen, a rather disheartening reality. The group then indulged in the spinning roller coaster and the atomic slide, followed by a Western performance before departing. Lily was exhilarated, and Ramos was similarly affected. He seemed to have forgotten to maintain his composure, even applying bottled water to his hair as they left. "I had such a delightful time today," Lily exclaimed on their return journey. "Yes, it was indeed enjoyable," Kevin replied with a smile. "I have wonderful news to share. My application has been approved, and I will be heading to Madrid to study in the latter half of the year," Lily beamed. "That truly is splendid news," Kevin said, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. As Ramos drove back, he occasionally glanced at the two from the rearview mirror, a smile gracing his face. They arrived back in Beverly Hills shortly after 6, with nightfall having descended. After parking, Ramos accompanied Kevin to escort Lily home. "Kevin," a woman's voice called from behind. Kevin turned to recognize her and said, "Hello, Mrs. Beckham. You can call me Vicky. It's wonderful to see you. David is set to transfer, and we need to settle here. I've viewed numerous houses, yet none have impressed me. Beverly Hills is decent, but purchasing will require some time," Victoria chattered. "She must be Beckham's wife, right?" Lily inquired hesitantly, her uncertainty palpable. Victoria's overly enthusiastic demeanor left her questioning whether this was indeed the formidable woman she often saw on television. "Yes, that insufferable woman," Ramos retorted. Victoria appeared caught off guard, her words momentarily ensnared. With a strained smile, she remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. However, you might consider collaborating with David. You two are among the most celebrated players in the world." Huang. Kevin nodded politely, choosing silence. His impression of the woman was less than favorable, yet he refrained from embarrassing her directly. Before Victoria could distance herself significantly, Ramos interjected, "Do not associate yourself with her family, Kevin. That woman merely seeks to exploit your influence. As for her husband, he may be passable as a player, but he pales in comparison to you." As soon as Ramos finished his sentence, Victoria quickened her pace, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply against the ground. Perhaps in her haste, she almost stumbled. "Ha ha." Ramos laughed unabashedly, while Lily covered her mouth, stifling her giggles. She, too, harbored a dislike for that woman. "Come now. Reveling in someone else's misfortune is hardly the conduct of a gentleman or lady," Huang. Kevin chuckled. "Since you are a gentleman, why not rush over to assist her?" Lily queried, her little nose crinkling in disapproval. "Why should I help when I wasn't the one who caused the incident?" Huang. Kevin replied. "But you just claimed to be a gentleman," Lily pressed, her dissatisfaction evident. "I was referring to both of you as gentlemen and ladies." I am no gentleman, merely a victim of sensationalized media portrayals, Huang Kevin stated. Then what are you? I am simply an undefined ordinary person. One should not be constrained by the labels imposed by the media. Human complexity cannot be encapsulated by a mere word, Huang Kevin said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Ramos remained silent, nodding in agreement. Upon reaching Lily's doorstep, the young girl dashed into the yard, emerging shortly after to embrace Huang Kevin around the neck. Ramos turned his head aside, discreetly stealing glances. To his surprise, the seemingly demure Lily Collins displayed such exuberance. The following morning, Huang Kevin awoke to find Ramos still engrossed in the television. Good morning, Sergio, he greeted. Ramos, indeed, was quite subdued off the field. Much like Pepe and De Jong. As previously mentioned regarding comedians, their personas off-camera starkly contrasted with the images fans and viewers held. Good morning, Kevin. The television is discussing investments. An American expert claims that investing in high-tech stocks can yield substantial profits. I find his assertions quite compelling, Ramos remarked. Though merely 20, his early fame and transfer to Real Madrid had afforded him a considerable financial advantage over his peers. Ramos was keenly interested in investments, wishing to avoid the fate of former players who found themselves bankrupt shortly after retirement. If you wish to invest, feel free to consult me. Or I would suggest entrusting your funds to Nigel, who possesses a degree in economics and seems to be affiliated with an automotive company in Germany, Huang Kaiwan remarked. He recalled that after retiring, De Jong had assisted several Dutch players, including Van Persie and Sneijder, in managing their investments, which presumably yielded some profit. Regardless, he was certainly more reliable than Ramos, who belonged to the category of individuals whose investments could lead them to bankruptcy. Let me consult you when the time comes, Ramos replied, lacking trust in De Jong. Even within an employment relationship, Ramos did not have faith in De Jong's capabilities. All professional players were aware of each other's skill levels, and to him, seeking assistance from a teammate for financial management was akin to throwing money away, with the exception of someone as accomplished as Huang Kaiwan. All right, just be sure not to make any reckless investments on your own, Huang Kaiwan advised. I understand. I will seek your guidance if I decide to invest, Ramos responded with a smile. After their meal, Huang Kaiwan and Ramos settled down to watch Star Wars. About halfway through, Ramos suggested, shall we switch to another movie? Huang Kaiwan sighed with relief and nodded. Sure. I'm not particularly interested in this one. I thought you might enjoy it. I'm not interested either. I only wanted to watch it because of its fame, Ramos stated while rummaging through the DVDs in front of the television. I truly don't comprehend why Americans are so fond of Star Wars. I'm nearly falling asleep. Me too. It's completely incomprehensible to me. This exemplifies cultural differences. I assumed you chose it because you liked it, Huang Kaiwan remarked. I prefer this, Ramos exclaimed, waving a different disc. Then let us watch this, Huang Kaiwan agreed. The early Transformers films were quite entertaining, though the storylines had deteriorated significantly in later installments. As Ramos inserted the disc, the two settled onto the sofa to begin Bumblebee's tale. The film was nearing its conclusion when the young lady finally arose. Awake now? Huang Kaiwan chuckled. You've become quite lazy since arriving in America. If you could procure a bottle of lubricant, that might alter the situation, the young lady playfully retorted. Ramos, seated on the sofa, pretended not to hear her. Such provocative subjects were not meant for his ears. Noticing the dishes laid out on the table, the young lady smiled and inquired, have you prepared a birthday gift for Lily? I bought a bag previously, Huang Kaiwan replied, mentioning that he had purchased it on Rodeo Drive just outside Beverly Hills. That simply won't do, the young lady expressed her discontent. You ought to put in more effort. I think the bag is quite lovely, he defended. Never mind, I will take care of it for you, she said, shaking her head. She was aware of Huang Kaiwan's habitual impatience when it came to spending money. He always preferred to buy and leave. What have you prepared? Huang Kaiwan asked. The Faberge egg, a gift from the Tsar to his German empress, was purchased from a private collector in America, the young lady remarked. Coincidentally, Lily's mother owns an antique shop, and Lily has been collecting some small antiques. If I give her the bellflower egg, she will surely adore it. You are indeed attentive. Kevin Huang responded, turning back to give a thumbs up. The young lady rolled her eyes gracefully. After spending a day at home, Kevin found himself compelled by the young lady to prepare for an outing the following morning. Aren't we starting at noon? He lamented. Each time there was a hint of activity, the young lady delighted in fussing over him. By the time we are ready, it will be noon, she declared. Kevin had no choice but to acquiesce. At midday, The three of them made their way to Lily's residence. The venue was splendidly arranged. Since her arrival in America, the young lady had been nurturing Gaetjens' business, which had recently flourished alongside Lily's father, Phil Collins, who also placed great importance on this occasion. Thus, a considerable sum was spent on Lily's 18th birthday celebration. "Here is your birthday gift, our Miss Lily. May you always find joy." Kevin presented a box with a smile. As Lily unwrapped the gift, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with both hands. "Oh my, it's this." Ramos swiftly lunged to catch the egg. Gaetjens chided Lily. "You nearly wrecked a house." Lily, sticking out her tongue, replied, "I'm just so surprised, Kevin. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Please do." Anything can only reach its fullest potential in the hands of the rightful owner, and without a doubt, you are meant to be the custodian of this egg. Kevin assured her with a smile. Lily glanced at her mother, Gaetjens, who nodded in encouragement. She quickly took the egg from Ramos and dashed into the house. Gaetjens chuckled. "She is so thrilled. She must be planning to hide the egg in her safe." "It's all right," Kevin shook his head. "I understand Lily's happiness." "Kevin, many prominent figures have gathered today. Would you like me to introduce you to them?" Gaetjens inquired warmly. She needed to rely on Barbara for her business. And Kevin's reputation was worth cultivating, especially since he was notably generous. "No, thank you," Kevin declined, making his way indoors. When Lily descended the stairs, her face still radiated surprise. Kevin asked, "May I find a spot to sit for a while?" "Then let us go to the living room," Lily suggested, pulling him along. She had initially considered taking him to her room, but felt a bit shy, remembering the posters of Kevin that adorned her walls. Settling onto the sofa, Kevin inquired, "Why haven't I seen many of your friends?" Gaetjens was quite fond of Lily, yet even for her 18th birthday, she hadn't forgotten to invite a few acquaintances to foster connections. Strangely, there were hardly any peers of Lily present. "I don't have many friends." Lily laughed. "I'm just too busy, and some classmates don't like me. They always gossip behind my back." Kevin Huang wrapped his arm around Lily's waist and remarked, "They are envious of you. Not everyone has the opportunity to star in a television series at the tender age of 2. At the age of 2, Lily had indeed made her appearance in Growing Pains, a show that has been broadcast numerous times domestically and is among the earliest American series encountered by those born in the 1980s, alongside Knight Rider. "Rest assured, I have grown accustomed to it," Lily replied with a smile. "I have frequently graced the pages of newspapers since childhood. If I were to concern myself with others' opinions, I would never have been able to mature properly." "You truly are a resilient young lady," Kevin responded with a grin. "Then tell me, what lip gloss does such a strong girl use?" "Ahem," Ramos interjected innocently. "I merely wished to see what Kevin was up to." "Please, continue as though I am invisible." Observing Lily retreating in haste, Kevin turned to Ramos and spread his hands in exasperation. Ramos tilted his head and responded, "You startled me. I only approached once it was already happening. What could I do?" "Never mind. I don't blame you," Kevin said as he followed Ramos to search for the young lady, eventually meeting several acquaintances alongside her. At 7 p.m., with the other guests having departed, Kevin and the others bid farewell to Lily, who gazed at them with reluctance. Upon returning home, the young lady sat beside Kevin and inquired, "Today was an opportune moment. Do you not intend to do something? Am I to suggest to Ms. Tvorman that I wish to stay the night at her residence?" Kevin replied, playfully tapping her shoulder. "Staying over isn't necessary. You could discreetly slip away. Your good friend Inzaghi excels at that sort of thing," she chuckled. "He is he, and I am I. How could I engage in such antics?" Kevin stated earnestly. "Is that so? In any case, you will be sleeping in the guest room tonight." "I must get some rest," the young lady declared. "Really?" "Indeed," she affirmed with a nod. If this continued, she feared she might meet an absurd fate. To avoid becoming a laughingstock, she ushered Kevin out of the bedroom. After lying in bed for a while, Kevin received a message from Lily. After exchanging a few words with her, he texted, "What floor is your bedroom on?" Lily replied, "The 3rd floor, why?" Kevin responded, "Just curious, sleep early." Lily replied, "You should rest early too." "Good night," Kevin texted. "Good night," Lily replied. After sending the message, Kevin went to the guest room and roused Ramos. The two, now dressed appropriately, stealthily made their way to Lily's yard. To navigate the security measures, Kevin and Ramos exerted considerable effort. Upon reaching the side of the house, Ramos looked up and said, "I'll crouch down. You step on my shoulders to reach the top." "All right." Kevin nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was a true brother. With commendable physical fitness and agile fingers, Kevin found it manageable to climb the facade, stepping onto Ramos's shoulders. He swiftly ascended, while Ramos gazed up at Kevin's nimble movements, unable to suppress a murmur of curiosity. Had Kevin often engaged in such escapades in the past? Surprisingly, it unfolded much like a scene from a movie. Huang gently pushed open the unlocked window, allowing the night breeze to sweep in and caress the slumbering girl. Lily felt a hint of chill and instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket. Once inside, Huang gestured to Ramos to leave and subsequently closed the window. Approaching the bedside, he swiftly removed his clothing and lay down, wrapping his arms around Lily's shoulders. Sensing a presence, Lily opened her eyes, nearly startled to death. There was indeed someone in her bed. Hastily, Huang covered her mouth and whispered, "It's me. It's me." "Kaiwen," Lily exclaimed in surprise, rubbing her eyes. "Yes, it's me. You nearly scared me to death," she pouted, feeling a touch of grievance. "I intended to surprise you." Lily nestled her head against Huang Kaiwen's chest, nuzzling her chin against him as she said, "The surprise was indeed real. I almost thought I was done for. Next time, I'll give you a heads up." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, reaching out in the darkness. Don't touch too much," the girl protested, her voice barely a whisper as she pressed down on his hand, her demeanor betraying her playful affection. Huang Kaiwen found it impossible to withdraw his hand. Lily turned over, pressing herself closely against him. "Lily, should I take the lead?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I've seen the movie," Lily retorted, determination in her voice. Alas, her stubbornness proved ineffective. Ultimately, she still needed Huang Kaiwen's assistance. By 6 a.m., daylight had broken. Observing the sleeping Lily, Huang Kaiwen dressed and moved towards the window. This situation was ill-suited for exiting through the front door. Encountering Lily's mother would be exceedingly awkward. After opening the window, Huang Kaiwen leaned out to survey the surroundings, only to spot a figure lurking in the corner. Huang Kaiwen was astonished as he called out, "Sergio, why haven't you gone back?" On March 18th, during a match against Tarragona, Real Madrid triumphed with goals from Robinho and Guti, despite several players being suspended. After returning home, Huang Kaiwen and Ramos learned of the results online. While Real Madrid played, Huang Kaiwen had been downstairs at Lily's residence. Following their meal at home, they caught the Milan match on March 19th, due to the 9-hour time difference. The game commenced in the afternoon in Milan. As the match reached its 70th minute, Ambrosini scored with a long-range shot, securing a narrow victory for Milan against Atlanta. "Milan played quite ordinarily today," Ramos remarked. Indeed, sealing the win at the last moment was challenging. They must be fatigued from competing on multiple fronts and had made some rotations, which likely disrupted their synergy, Huang Kaiwen elucidated. "That seems plausible," Ramos agreed, nodding. "Milan's performance has been commendable." "Indeed, so fatigue is to be expected," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. "Shall we watch a movie now that the match is over?" Ramos proposed. "Are you not going to catch a bit of sleep?" Huang Kaiwen asked with concern. "No worries. I rested against the wall for a while, and I'm not sleepy anymore." Ramos smiled as he reminisced about selecting discs in the past. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "When we return to Real Madrid, let's discuss Ramos's contract with Calderon first. His brethren, the Yellow Ball King, deserve to live well." At the post-match press conference, Ancelotti addressed several inquiries before the journalists began to pose questions of greater concern. "Carlo, how do you evaluate last week's Spanish El Clasico?" Ambrosini, "Do you believe La Liga is currently the best league?" Mr. Ancelotti, "It is said that Milan's chief physician, Johnny Nanni, advised Kevin to leave football. Why hasn't he accepted an interview?" Stefano, "Did you watch that match?" Even the Atlanta coach was singled out for questioning. Stefano Colantuono responded to the journalists. "No one would miss a match between Real Madrid and Barcelona. As a football professional, I naturally watched the game. I can only say that the referee lost control of the match from the very beginning. In terms of the outcome, Real Madrid faced harsher penalties. But the reality is that everything stemmed from the fouls committed by Barcelona players against Kevin. They were unable to defend against him, a player capable of scoring from the halfway line. Even though Barcelona players knew they could not stop him and that their fouls were futile, they resorted to such tactics as a means of venting their frustrations, which transcends the boundaries of football." Ancelotti, in a fit of anger, stated, "The Spanish Football Federation has failed to protect Kevin. His attendance at Real Madrid is commendable, yet he is constantly subjected to brutal tackles. It is utterly disgraceful. The match against Atletico resulted in his injury, and in the game against Barcelona, He endured 13 severe fouls, countless physical contacts. If the medical staff suggests that Kevin leave football, it would not be surprising at all. While watching that match, I genuinely feared for Kevin's safety. Barcelona is a disgrace to football. Perhaps they wished to win, but once they saw no hope of victory, they prioritized bringing down Kevin. Real Madrid players are understandably furious, for Kevin is a gentleman both on and off the pitch. Even Inter Milan players are captivated by his character. Everyone adores Kevin, not solely for his skills, but because only a heartless individual would wish to ruin him. Ambrosini, what are your thoughts on that match? Ambrosini pulled the microphone closer and stated, "That was a disgrace to football. My teammates Kaká, Maldini, and many Milan legends have expressed their views on that match. But I must add my voice. The fouls committed by Barcelona players were atrocious. In both Spanish El Clásicos this season, Kevin faced horrific fouls. If he chooses to retire, I would not be the least surprised. I too would not wish to die on the pitch. What do you think would be the loss if Kevin left football?" Ambrosini widened his eyes and asked, "Are you joking? Can't you see the viewership ratings for the matches Kevin plays? Fans from every team love to watch Kevin play because he is a unique genius. If he were to depart from football, it would constitute an unparalleled loss for all of humanity. Kevin epitomizes the pinnacle of the sport. His matches illuminate the essence of perseverance and the spirit of never yielding. His football career is nothing short of a grand epic. I have previously been loaned to Cesena and Vicenza, where every youth player in both teams idolizes Kevin. His retirement would deprive several generations of players of their role model and aspiration. In the afternoon, Lily and her mother came to visit. Lily appeared to be in good spirits, perhaps merely a reflection of differing physical constitutions. "What, are you leaving this evening?" Lily inquired in surprise. "Indeed. Kevin's injury has sufficiently healed, and he has other engagements before returning to Madrid for matches," the young lady sighed, adding, "Football is indeed an extraordinarily perilous sport." Lily remained silent, casting a glance at Huang Kevin, then looking up with a pitiful expression at the young lady. The young lady gently stroked Lily's head, offering reassurance. "You will soon have a holiday. Come play with us then." "Yes, you child," Giltevorman said while affectionately embracing his daughter. "Do not take offense." The young lady wrapped her arms around Lily from the other side, stating, "It's quite all right. I truly adore Lily." This sentiment reflected her inner thoughts. Huang Kevin's private life was far more pristine compared to her father's. Lily Collins is beautiful and well-mannered, and Barbara holds great affection for her. Shortly after 6 in the evening, Huang Kevin and his companions boarded the private jet amidst Lily's reluctant farewells. Another long flight awaited them. Once aboard, the three adjusted their watches. There is no time difference between Spain and Italy, yet after such a lengthy stay, an adjustment was necessary. While they remained on the plane, Italian media unleashed a barrage of reports. On this match day, there were no sensational games or unexpected outcomes, yet Huang Kevin once again dominated the front page. The Gazzetta dello Sport featured a large photograph of Kevin being elbowed in the back of the head by Xavi, stating, "Although Milan has not confirmed it, our investigation reveals that the chief physician of Milan has suggested a 99% chance of Kevin retiring." According to Real Madrid players and Kaká, Kevin excels in billiards and tennis as well. Coupled with our evidence of Barbara's lifestyle assistant frequently engaging with top coaches in these sports, it is hard not to speculate that Barbara hopes Kevin might transition to less intense pursuits. One cannot expect a billionaire to risk life and limb on the football pitch. The Corriere dello Sport opined, Barcelona has committed an unforgivable transgression. As stated in chapter 21, verse 14 of the Bible, if one rejects the gospel and refuses to repent, God regards him as a willful sinner destined for destruction. Whether you are negligent or willful in your sins depends on your willingness to repent. Players who maliciously foul Kevin on the pitch should seek early repentance to attain redemption. In an interview, Buffon expressed his concerns regarding the challenging environment of La Liga, fearing it might prompt Kevin to contemplate leaving. Given Juventus's promising prospects for promotion, he is reluctant to face Kevin so soon after their return to Serie A, ideally. He hopes Kevin can continue playing in Spain until retirement. However, Buffon acknowledged the improbability of this, citing the severe malicious fouls targeted at Kevin in La Liga, where Real Madrid's derby rivals appear to be driving away the league's star players. After an arduous 11-hour flight, the trio finally returned to Madrid. Upon disembarking and arriving home just in time for lunch, Albert, having arranged the meal, remarked, "Sir, since your departure, Harvey's situation has deteriorated." "What do you mean?" Kevin inquired while slicing his steak. One day after the match, a bullet was found in his mailbox, and the police are currently investigating. Unfortunately, the Spanish police have proven ineffective, and it is unlikely there will be any resolution, Albert informed him, bowing slightly. I see, Kevin responded, lifting his gaze. What has Harvey's reaction been? He is understandably shaken. Fans often make threats, but one can never be certain they won't act on them. Consequently, Harvey and his family have moved into a hotel in Barcelona and have hired security, Albert explained. Understood, Kevin nodded. It is not only Harvey who faces such challenges. Kevin himself struggles to persuade his own fans. Given the gravity of the situation, Kevin must publicly urge the fans to remain calm. The effectiveness of his plea remains uncertain, leaving Harvey to fend for himself. With the Golden Prisoner Award in hand, Kevin is confident he will not meet the fate of John Lennon. Yet, he remains unsure whether Harvey could become the next Reagan. It is impossible to predict the thoughts of fervent fans, who often elevate others to the status of personal life goals, revealing an inherent abnormality. Many prominent figures in the past hesitated to publicly announce their marriages for fear of fan backlash. For instance, when Uncle Long entered a relationship, there were fans who resorted to extreme measures, valuing their obsession over their own lives. Kevin's impressive performance, coupled with the Vatican's continued scrutiny, could indeed attract some extreme fans. In Scotland, Kevin enjoys immense popularity, eclipsing all current players from the British Isles. His absence from promotional events in Scotland is not due to the region's economic status. Scotland is relatively affluent within the EU, but rather a desire to avoid exacerbating tensions in Glasgow, where derby matches often turn violent. His presence might incite fervent reactions among the local Catholic supporters. The following morning, feeling sufficiently recovered, Kevin joined Ramos for team training. Upon arrival at the training facility, they were met with a throng of journalists. Huang called for Ramos to stop the car and step out for an interview. Before he could utter a word, reporters swarmed around him. Kaiwan, what are your thoughts on Xavi receiving threats? Kaiwan, do you think the fans' behavior is justified? Will the fans' actions affect you? Kaiwan, please share your thoughts. Ramos exited the driver's seat and brusquely pushed aside the reporters surrounding Huang Kaiwan. With a fierce gaze, he declared, Kaiwan will speak a few words. If you don't want to leave, then don't crowd too closely. Huang Kaiwan shook his head and replied, I understand that football should not intertwine with life and death. Xavi's actions on the pitch will warrant repercussions from the Spanish Football Federation, UEFA, and even FIFA. Should his conduct be excessive, Spain will also take measures. As for the rest of us, whether I or the fans, we should not act against Xavi. I am grateful for the support from the fans, yet I hope they can maintain their composure. Even if one day I were to retire due to injury or suffer a serious setback, I would not wish for any extreme actions. Everyone must take responsibility for their own lives. If you find solace or inspiration in watching me play, that is my greatest joy. Please strive to live your lives well. The happiness of the fans is enough for me. Having finished his words, Huang Kaiwan returned to the car, and Ramos started the vehicle, driving into the training facility. As they drove, Ramos remarked, You are far too magnanimous, Kaiwan. That scoundrel Xavi acted with intent. I do not believe the fans' actions were wrong. It matters not whether it was intentional. The issue lies not with Xavi but with the fans, Huang Kaiwan countered, shaking his head. I cannot encourage fans to engage in extreme behavior. As an idol, I must guide my fans down a positive and healthy path. My life is already quite fulfilling. Their enjoyment in watching me play is the greatest support I could ask for. If purchasing jerseys brings them satisfaction without disrupting their lives, then they should go ahead. However, I do not need them to make any significant sacrifices for me, especially not their precious lives. You truly are a good person, Ramos stated. Initially, he thought it was admirable for someone to stand up for Huang Kaiwan, but now he realized that such actions could potentially ruin several lives. A sense of guilt washed over Ramos. Through Huang Kaiwan's words, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. One could only commend Kaiwan. It would be beneficial for people to witness his true character beyond the public eye. I am not a good person, but I am human, Huang Kaiwan replied, shaking his head. When individuals support you with their hard-earned money, they should not be reduced to mere numbers. Although he often spoke of exploiting the fans, earning a little from them does not conflict with his hope for their well-being. Upon returning to the team, they were warmly welcomed by the Real Madrid players. Huang Kaiwan, still on the mend, engaged in light recovery training before Albert came to take him home. During a break in training, Capello called Ramos to the sidelines, saying, You need not worry about your position. As long as you maintain your form, you will have opportunities in the Champions League. Some teammates are away with the national team, leaving only a few at the training facility. The scoundrel Cassano, having secured a starting position at Real Madrid, has once again earned a call-up to the Italian national team. In stark contrast, Ramos finds himself temporarily ousted from the national squad due to discord with players from Barcelona. However, Ramos remains indifferent, continuing to train alongside Huang daily. After recovering from a muscle strain, Huang has shown commendable form. The Carlos Caesar template, enhanced with numerous skills and characteristics, demonstrates formidable prowess. And the training sessions reveal no significant disparity in performance. Capello and the remaining first-team players breathe a sigh of relief, as Huang swift recovery signifies he did not suffer further injury during the intense derby match. Having trained alongside his teammates for several days, on April 1st, Huang welcomed a new update in the marketplace. Initially, he noticed an increase in his fate points, a modest sum bestowed upon him by teammates renewing their contracts, elevating his fate points to 7920, reflecting the reimbursement of his expenses over the past 3 months, which is rather commendable. The special template of Happy Sheep requires 1,000,000 fate points. The templates available include Maradona at 10,000 points, Zidane at 9,000 points, and Ben Arfa at 4,100 points. Skills include Penalty Mastery at 800 points and Kayak Proficiency at 100 points. Items available are 24-hour Injury Immunity Card at 20 points, and a special item, Giggs and Terry's Contact List at 500 points. Huang has watched Happy Sheep, yet he finds it challenging to gauge its combat prowess, as the strength of comedic characters is notoriously difficult to measure. He recalls that the Grey Wolf is an inventor while the Boiling Sheep often promotes Happy Sheep. Next, he browses through standard templates, all pertaining to midfielders. The Maradona template is among those Huang considers for exchange. Its prowess is beyond reproach, as he is a top-tier player. As the season concludes, coupled with the High Priest and altering teammates' fates, Huang believes he will amass nearly 10,000 points by season's end, thus rendering Zidane outside his consideration. Although Zidane possesses remarkable strength, he is the priciest player to emerge from the system's marketplace in the new century, an acknowledgement of his capabilities. Nonetheless, Zidane's lack of speed does not align with Huang preferences for templates that favor swiftness. The Ben Arfa template holds little value, showcasing talent but lacking in other critical areas. This is the first time Huang encounters the two individuals together in the special item, and merely hearing the name of Giggs and Terry's Contact List allows him to surmise its contents, which may even possess unique effects. However, as a true romantic warrior, Huang finds this item entirely useless. The recent refresh still cost him 120 points, and he chose to acquire Kayak Proficiency and the Immunity Card. The skill of Kayak Proficiency slightly enhances his synergy with teammates, granting mastery over all kayaking disciplines. Huang nods in approval, feeling quite satisfied with his choices. The previous impact of the sprinting mastery was evident. Even a slight enhancement in speed on the field could yield tremendous advantages during encounters with opponents. This time, the improvement in synergy with teammates may not be as perceptible as a direct increase in speed, yet any enhancement is preferable to none. With the shop refreshed, the skill costing 100 points of fate value is his utmost anticipation. Even if it does not augment his prowess on the field, acquiring additional skills is of no detriment, significantly reducing his time expenditure. Upon rising in the morning, Huang discovered his return to training in the newspaper. The news of his participation in training could not be concealed any longer. Real Madrid is one of the most renowned clubs globally, and internal information often escapes to entertain the public. A last-minute return prior to a match might catch opponents off guard, but the length of time he has been back in training made secrecy impossible. Even his casual ball handling during training was reported in detail by the press. Upon arriving at the team, Capello was furious, yet he found himself without a solution. He suspected various players and staff members, even doubting the discretion of the higher-ups. Capello feared there might be more than one mole within the club. He felt powerless to uncover the traitor, as any significant fallout could potentially lead to his dismissal. In contrast, Capello reminisced about the authoritative control exercised by Maggi during his time at Juventus. It was not that Maggi was necessarily superior, But the presence of a strong leader within the club is of paramount importance. Despite Calderon's prominent public image, Capello had little faith in him upon closer acquaintance. Calderon was merely fortunate, and Capello believed that without Huang, Calderon's tenure would be short-lived. April 3rd marked the day of the Champions League matches. Recently, all eyes in European football were focused on the Champions League. The quarterfinals featured fierce matchups: Milan against Chelsea, Manchester United facing Roma, Liverpool taking on PSV Eindhoven, and Real Madrid squaring off against Inter Milan. The matchups were altered due to Milan's appropriation of a title from Inter, leading to changes in the Champions League groupings. In the press room of the Bernabeu Stadium, Mancini and Captain Zanetti sat solemnly at the table, while Capello appeared considerably more relaxed. It was rare for Capello to smile at reporters as he remarked, "Whether Kevin will play, I cannot say. His condition has not yet returned to 100%. We will have to assess the situation before the match. Of course, I hope he can participate." Mancini inwardly criticized Capello for his shamelessness. The reporters had already captured images of Huang training, yet Capello continued to keep it under wraps. It was a case of withholding until the very end. "Kevin, what do you think?" Ramos inquired. "I believe it is quite perilous. However, as Raul mentioned, the conflict between them should culminate in the Hippo's victory. If you wish to determine who poses a greater threat, you could let Antonio jump in to see if the Hippo would bite him. If the Hippo refrains from biting, it would prove the crocodile is more dangerous, for the crocodile would certainly bite him," Huang responded. "Indeed, let us conduct an experiment in Africa when summer vacation arrives," Ramos exclaimed, clapping his hands. Cassano discovered that no one was there to speak on his behalf. He raised his middle finger and gestured around the locker room, only to catch a glimpse of Capello's stoic expression at the doorway. Swiftly, Cassano grabbed his middle finger with his left hand and wiggled it, chuckling awkwardly as he said, "My finger feels a bit uncomfortable, so I thought I'd stretch it a little. Who knows, I might replicate Maradona's goal today. It's better to be prepared. Perhaps it's best for you to rest on the bench." "Real Madrid doesn't need you to play while injured?" Capello inquired with a glare. No, I'm fine now," Cassano insisted, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. He quickly squeezed next to Huang to diminish his presence. Huang deftly spun a coin with his right hand and effortlessly scratched off a lottery ticket with the other. Such dexterity certainly had its advantages. Upon discovering it was a winning ticket, he silently tucked it away. Cassano, noticing Huang actions, queried, "Why do you always buy these things?" "I just want to test my luck. Perhaps if fortune smiles upon me, I won't get injured," Huang replied with a smile. He refrained from sharing his frequent winnings with his teammates, as an abundance of luck might incite jealousy among them. Even the young lady was unaware of the exact number of times Huang had won. "Is your luck good today?" Cassano asked. "Not too bad. At least I won something," Huang responded, eyeing the full 100 points of fate value and contemplating drawing a card. "Ding. You have received a one-time experience card for the first leg of the 1986 to 1987 UEFA Champions League semifinals, Bayern Munich versus Real Madrid, featuring Lothar Matthäus." Since joining Real Madrid, Huang had heard about Raul's performance in that match. At that time, Juanito had tackled Matthäus fiercely twice, resulting in a red card. Yet Matthäus scored twice, leading Bayern to a 4-1 victory over Real Madrid. Though Matthäus was not particularly likable, his footballing prowess was undeniably remarkable. From the match footage, it was evident that Matthäus was a true hexagonal warrior, excelling on both offensive and defensive fronts without discernible weaknesses. "Since Kevin's luck is favorable, that is indeed splendid," Capello remarked with a smile. "Coach, may I play in the central position today?" Huang raised his hand to inquire. He believed that with Matthäus's skills and attributes, he could perform offensively akin to Kaká, while also providing substantial support to his teammates defensively. Thus, playing centrally would be advantageous, allowing him to be closer to both penalty areas. Huang was eager to see if he could once again showcase the flair of a libero. "Are you aiming to play as a forward or an attacking midfielder?" Capello asked with amusement. "Perhaps as a central midfielder. I will manage whether to advance or retreat," Huang stated. Even with the Matthäus card, he had no intention of playing as a defensive midfielder or defender. Modern football was not particularly suited for a libero to carry the ball from the back line into the attack. A defensive player who strayed too far from their position could easily be exploited by opponents, whereas a central midfielder would encounter fewer such issues. "Very well. We need to make some adjustments to the lineup. Diarra will not take the field today. De Jong, You shall assume Diarra's position," Capello announced as he surveyed the Real Madrid players. Raul is versatile, capable of playing both as a forward and on the flanks, depending on whom he wishes to field. After some contemplation, Capello pointed to Robinho's name. Indeed, Huang is warming up, but the starting lineup presented by Real Madrid is quite perplexing, another voice remarked. Huang is in good form today. However, is it wise to partner Guti and De Jong in the midfield against Inter Milan? I suspect that Capello's proposed formation may not be entirely genuine. Previously, Huang positioning did not align with the indicated placement. Recently, Real Madrid has been employing a double pivot with a single defensive midfielder. It seems unlikely they would suddenly switch to a double pivot. Likely a tactic aimed at misleading Mancini. Goodness, from speculating whether Huang will play to guessing his position during the match. It's quite a challenge to be an opponent of Real Madrid. Capello has truly perfected Ancelotti's methods. After all, both hail from Milan and employ strikingly similar strategies. As the players return to the tunnel, let us take a look at the starting lineups. Real Madrid's formation, for 5-1 with 2 defensive midfielders and 1 attacking midfielder. Goalkeeper, Casillas. Defenders, Miguel Torres, Pepe, Elguera, Ramos. Midfielders, Huang De Jong, Cassano, Guti, Robinho. Forward, Raul. Inter Milan's formation, 4-4-2 with a diamond midfield. Goalkeeper, Caesar. Defenders, Berdisso, Materazzi, Cordoba. Maicon. Midfielders, Zanetti, Cambiasso, Figo, Stankovic. Forwards, Cruz, Crespo. The rapport among the players is commendable. Previously, Materazzi faced considerable criticism for fouling Huang. Yet after receiving Huang forgiveness, he has frequently praised Huang skills and character, becoming a loyal supporter. Indeed, prior to Huang departure from Milan, he maintained a good relationship with Inter players and even participated in several commercial events together. However, personal friendships should not affect the match. Professional athletes can certainly distinguish between work and personal life. Once the game commences, the atmosphere will no longer be so congenial. At this stage, every step taken brings them closer to the championship. Real Madrid fans offered applause for several former players. Among Inter's starters, Cambiasso and Figo. One an attacking midfielder and the other a defensive midfielder. Both formerly played for Real Madrid, and the fans showed them respect. Yes, however, I believe the Real Madrid supporters feel they cannot lose this match, hence their demeanor. Both teams are poised to kick off, and look at this positioning. Oh dear, what was I just saying? At the moment of kickoff, Huang stood beside Guti. He is playing in the midfield today, while Robinho occupies the left flank and Cassano the right. Capello has indeed played a clever trick with the formation. Upon seeing Huang positioned behind Raul, the Inter players realized they had been outmaneuvered. Yet, their mindset did not shift significantly. Did Huang role on the wing differ greatly from that in the center? Mancini's composure was not so easily maintained. He gazed at the Real Madrid bench, unleashing a stream of Italian expletives. Despite the undeniable strength of Real Madrid, Capello resorted to such tactics. Damnable scoundrel. The match commenced at 7:45 p.m., with the Russian referee's whistle piercing the air. Inter Milan quickly passed the ball back. As Figo received it, he was immediately confronted by Raul's pressing. Figo deftly maneuvered with his right foot, evading Raul, while Huang surged forward. In a moment of panic, Figo opted for a backward pass. Zanetti received the ball and swiftly played it laterally to the left. Berdino, noticing space on the right, pivoted and launched a left-footed pass to the midfield. Stankovic, upon receiving the ball, found himself under pressure from Guti. The two grappled near the sideline, with Guti struggling to maintain his balance, ultimately tumbling as he nudged the ball behind Stankovic. Maicon advanced with the ball, swiftly crossing the halfway line. De Jong gestured, prompting Miguel Torres to press forward. Maicon executed a right-footed feint and deftly maneuvered past Torres, driving diagonally into the center. As De Jong closed in, Maicon swiftly shifted direction back to the right, racing along the sideline. Approaching the baseline, he raised his head, poised to deliver a cross. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he perceived a figure closing in. Before he could react, Huang executed a clean sliding tackle from the left flank, sending the ball out of play. The assistant referee signaled for a throw-in. Wow, Huang is playing exceptionally well in midfield today. Having sprinted 60 meters to intercept Inter's attack with that tackle, remarked one commentator. Indeed, I wonder if Huang learned that tackle from Nesta or Cannavaro. mused another. Perhaps it was from Maldini, another suggested. In the opening phase, Huang has been remarkably active. Astonishingly, he intercepted the throw-in, and Cambiasso tripped him, said a third. Huang pulled Cambiasso up as he stood. De Jong approached, inquiring, "Everything all right, Kevin?" "All good, just a bit of physical contact," Huang replied with a smile. Miguel Torres, observing their exchange, raised his hand and asked, "Shall I take the goal kick?" "You go ahead," Huang nodded. Such matters hardly required deliberation. It wasn't a frontline free kick. Torres initiated the kick to Huang who faced immediate pressure from Stankovic. With a swift turn, he played the ball sideways to De Jong and surged forward through the center. De Jong passed to Guti, who lofted a ball into the space behind the midfield. Huang having assessed the trajectory, skillfully redirected it with his chest into the center circle. Zanetti instinctively reached out, attempting to halt Huang momentum. But Huang successfully maneuvered away, rapidly advancing into Inter's half. Maicon had pushed too far forward, unable to retreat in time. Cambiasso, without hesitation, lunged at Huang with a sliding tackle. Huang nudged the ball forward with his right foot, leaping over Cambiasso's legs. Materazzi intercepted, clearing the ball into Real Madrid's half, where Huang collided with him, regaining his footing. "See, that's the downside of excessive speed," Materazzi chuckled. "The pace has slowed. I fear we may not make it past you," Huang remarked. While Inter Milan's defensive lineup may not be deemed top tier, the synergy among the players is undeniably commendable. "Well, do give it a try. Today we shall not allow you to seize opportunities easily," Berdisso retorted. Huang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to engage further with the Inter defenders. After all, football is ultimately played with one's feet. Huang sprinted back to his half. Figo, in the attacking third, was confronted by De Jong's pressing. Noticing De Jong extend his foot, Figo deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, creating an angle to maneuver past him. However, De Jong, who had not fully committed his weight, adjusted his position to block Figo once again. Unable to find an opening, Figo laid the ball sideways to Stankovic. After attracting the defenders, Stankovic swiftly passed to the advancing Maicon. Unfortunately, Maicon mishandled the ball, sending it skittering away. Miguel Torres surged forward, redirecting the ball towards the center. Figo dashed out from behind Guti, who was waiting for the ball, and after taking a couple of diagonal strides towards the right, he launched a cross. The ball arced from the right flank into the center of Real Madrid's penalty area, where Pepe was providing cover for Torres on the left, leaving this side defenseless. Crespo easily positioned himself within the box, awaiting the ball's descent. At the moment he leapt, Huang sprang forward, executing a header to clear the ball out of the penalty area. Huang has appeared on the defensive line twice today. This clearance was crucial. Had he not returned to the box, a goal would have been imminent. Real Madrid initiates a counterattack. Huang, after a long run, is seen conversing with Crespo, his former teammate during their time in Milan. "How have you been?" Huang inquired, pulling Crespo aside. "Not too bad, considering we're both playing in Milan," Crespo replied as they walked out of the penalty area. He had indeed wished to remain in Milan, but after scoring numerous goals, Chelsea's demands had escalated, ultimately preventing an agreement between the two clubs. "That's good to hear. At least you're in familiar territory," Huang nodded in acknowledgement. Crespo returned the gesture. Both men were taking a moment to recover their stamina. Even the most enduring athletes cannot sustain relentless sprints. After Huang had made that extensive run into the box and collided with Crespo, there was no need to press forward and squander energy. As they conversed, Cassano was dispossessed in the attacking zone, and Berdisso quickly sent a long pass towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Crespo took off towards the box. Most Real Madrid players had surged forward to join the attack, leaving only Huang and Elguera in front of the penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Huang positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, leaning back and lifting his right leg to delicately flick the ball upwards. The ball remained within proximity, and as Cruz charged forward, Huang had no time to wait for it to descend. Instead, he shifted his upper body backward, quickly dropping his left foot and then striking the ball with his right foot. A spectacular bicycle kick clearance. The ball soared towards the advancing Figo, who skillfully controlled it with his chest and swiftly delivered a precise pass. Huang, having just risen to his feet, fell again, successfully intercepting the ball with his legs spread wide before deftly directing it towards De Jong with his thigh. Under pressure, De Jong managed to clear the ball out of bounds. Today, Huang Kaiwen's defensive display has been nothing short of exceptional, one commentator remarked. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen has previously contributed to defensive efforts in matches, showcasing commendable skills. Although he has not yet revealed much in terms of central attacking play today, his defensive prowess has been top-notch, thwarting Inter's advances in front of the penalty area on 3 consecutive occasions. The Real Madrid fans erupted in applause for him, while teammates hurried over to pat him on the shoulder in encouragement. That counterattack was perilously close. Burdizzo threw the ball from the left flank, and Figo received it, spinning around to take a shot from 30 meters out, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar and into the stands. Such discussions ignited in the chat, one fan exclaimed. Goodness, Huang Kaiwen's tackles and acrobatic clearances today. Does he not wish to attack and is solely focused on covering for his teammates? Who knows? However, Huang Kaiwen is undeniably impressive. He showcases elite performances on both offense and defense. When he made that tackle, I could have sworn I was watching Nesta from his Lazio days. Let us not overlook it. Huang Kaiwen indeed plays with great tenacity. I knew he had defensive skills, yet his current performance surpasses anything I've seen from him before. Isn't it said that defensive players require ample match experience to hone their skills? Could it be possible that it was Xavi's elbow that unlocked Huang Kaiwen's potential? Or perhaps transferred Xavi's defensive wisdom through that elbow? Come on, it's Barcelona fans who should be explaining this, after all. Xavi's defensive capabilities aren't nearly as formidable as Huang Kaiwen's today. Xavi only knows a few tricks and resorts to pulling when he can't keep up. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. An elbow passing on defensive wisdom? Perhaps I should come over and transmit some experience to you. Kaiwen. Capello called out from the sidelines, waving his hand. What is it, coach? Huang Kaiwen jogged over, inquiring. You need not engage so eagerly in defense. Let them handle it. Focus more on advancing the ball into the attack. Capello advised, handing him a water bottle. Huang rinsed his mouth and spat at the sideline, nodding in agreement. Understood, coach. I will keep that in mind. He returned to Gudi's side, awaiting the restart of play. Gudi leaned in, asking, Did the coach suggest you defend less? You figured that out? Huang Kaiwen replied, curiosity piqued. How did you guess? Isn't it obvious? Gudi responded. Your few defensive actions seem more perilous than your attacks. He's worried about you getting injured, hence encouraging your involvement in offense. Ah, I see. Huang Kaiwen nodded, acknowledging Gudi's logic. During an offensive phase, he could maneuver the ball to evade physical contact. But defense inherently involved seeking out such contact, making Capello's concerns understandable. Huang Kaiwen realized he indeed needed to be more cautious. Should they progress? The semifinals would be in April. The defensive intensity of Inter Milan is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the ferocity exhibited by Atletico Madrid and Barcelona. Furthermore, the amicable relationship between the teams mitigates the likelihood of overly aggressive play. Consequently, Huang Kaiwen did not employ the immunity card today. After Gudi elucidated the situation, Huang Kaiwen realized that he should indeed focus more on offense rather than defense. Should an opponent, devoid of malicious intent, inadvertently cause him an injury while he defends, it would lead to considerable mischief. Casillas initiated play from the back. Ramos swiftly delivered the ball to Huang Kaiwen's feet. Crespo charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who expertly laid the ball off to Gudi before making a run down the right flank. Gudi once again passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen. Receiving the ball on the right, Huang Kaiwen noticed Ramos making a rapid forward run. The Inter players, wary of leaving Ramos unmarked, hesitated to press. Observing the emptiness in Inter's defense, Huang Kaiwen swung his arm and struck the ball with his right foot. The ball soared swiftly over the heads of several players in the forward line, crossing the halfway line and heading directly towards the right side of Inter's penalty area. Cassano received the ball up front, executing a sharp stop and retracing his steps along the sideline. Cambiasso rushed to provide support, collaborating with Burdizzo to force Cassano towards the edge. Cassano, with a deft flick of his right heel, sent the ball through Burdizzo's legs to find Gudi. Upon receiving the ball, Gudi was immediately brought down by the pursuing Materazzi. As he fell, Gudi managed to pass the ball back to Huang Kaiwen, who quickly delivered a diagonal pass to the retreating Roll. Roll received the ball, turned, and sent it to Robinho. Robinho, skillfully evading the pursuing Maicon, executed a deft touch. Maicon pivoted and charged towards Robinho once more. On the left flank, Robinho feinted and skillfully dribbled, while Maicon hesitated, reluctant to commit. Roll approached, prompting Robinho to return the ball to him. Raul, utilizing the sole of his foot, played the ball back. Cambiasso, rushing towards the ball, attempted a sliding tackle. But Huang acted with swiftness, meeting the ball with a powerful strike of his right foot. The sound echoed like thunder. As Materazzi lunged to intercept at the moment of Huang shot, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. By the time he turned around, the ball had already zipped through the crowd and into the penalty area, heading straight for the goal. Cesar, positioned on the goal line, failed to make contact with the ball. The crowd erupted, St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. After more than 20 minutes of play, the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium finally erupted with its greatest enthusiasm of the day. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin goal. A quintessential Kevin-style goal. A powerful long-range shot from 38 meters that breaks the deadlock. The sheer force of that shot was immense. Cesar was fortunate not to have intercepted it. Otherwise, he would surely have faced a fracture today. Roberto Mancini has made yet another error, one that he has repeatedly committed over the past 2 years. Today's match shows no signs of improvement. Who empowers him with such audacity, believing he can allow Kevin to play in midfield without close marking? Does he truly think Kevin in midfield is inferior to when he plays as a winger? Kevin occupies a position where he stands unrivaled as the world's best, a fact that has been substantiated through his performances. His singular prowess as a goalkeeper has set unattainable records for his peers, and today, he aims to demonstrate to the world's midfielders what it truly means to be the foremost central midfielder. From the moment Kevin initiated an attack with a long pass from the backfield, it became evident that the ball was destined for the net. His performance in both defense and attack today has been nothing short of extraordinary. The British media often lauds Gerrard and Lampard. However, had they witnessed Kevin's display in this match, they would realize that the gap between them and a top-tier midfielder is as vast as that between a pineapple-topped pizza and a classic one. Ramos pulled Kevin to the sidelines to celebrate, and I find this player's talent remarkable. While he may exhibit a touch of recklessness in defense, such tendencies are typical of young defenders. However, Ramos excels in attack, surpassing most defenders, and with time, he could undoubtedly become one of the finest in the world, provided he continues to learn alongside Kevin. Ramos, pointing at Kevin and addressing the camera, declared, "Do you see this, you little rascals? Do not even think about bringing this man down with fouls. If you dare to touch him again, you are finished." The nearby Real Madrid fans applauded Ramos for his fervent words. In an interview with Marca, the fans expressed that Ramos' actions instilled psychological pressure on the opponents, making them hesitant to foul Kevin. Capello nodded as he observed the unfolding events from the sidelines. Ramos was indeed commendable, justifying Capello's earlier encouragement. If it were feasible, he would prefer to field 9 Ramos, 1 Casillas, and 1 Kevin. Winning any match would require no more than 1 Kevin. Yet many Ramos would be essential by his side. Currently, he lacks the means to recruit more Ramos and must rely on De Jong and Pepe as substitutes. While De Jong is fierce, he does not possess the same intimidating presence as Ramos. Pepe's intimidation is sufficient, yet at times, he cannot distinguish between friend and foe, leaving Capello concerned for Kevin's safety. With a deep sigh, Capello realized it ultimately depended on Kevin. He crouched down to pick up a water bottle, pouring water on the sidelines while murmuring incantations. Capello was eager to test the 9-turn Yellow River formation he learned online to see if it would yield any results. Materazzi and Cambiasso exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging that even if Kevin's jersey transformed from the red and black stripes to a white one with blue stripes, their admiration for watching him and his teammates celebrate would remain unchanged. Buffon, in an interview, expressed what was in their hearts. As Serie A players, they had gained a clear understanding of Kevin's prowess over the past 2 years. Though Kevin did not showcase his usual dazzling dribbling today, the pressure he exerted in both defensive and offensive phases was utterly suffocating. His defensive contributions shone brightly, and then suddenly, he would unleash a long-range shot in attack. This omnipresence was no less pressuring than when Kevin played as a winger, dazzling them with his dribbling skills. "He runs with incredible stamina," Cruz remarked with a rueful smile. He retraced his steps to the right side of the half, closely shadowing Huang, who surged towards Real Madrid's half, only to abruptly veer back and charge through the center to receive the ball for a long-range shot. "Who can keep up with that?" Cambiasso remarked while stroking his bald head. "It's not your fault. Even if I were assigned to mark him, I wouldn't be able to contain him. He is not someone who can be defended by just one player," he added. Sanchez called out, "We all know Kaiwan is a tough opponent. I'll take him on shortly. You all need to look for opportunities to assist in defense." Regardless of the situation, We must not surrender this match, even if our adversary is Kaiwan. Indeed. Let us all put in our best effort, shouted Materazzi. Let's go? The Inter Milan players echoed in unison. The foreign players, sharing a unified nationality, adhered well to the locker room management, provided they were not Dutch or Belgian. The Inter Milan barbecue gang was notably united. They represented the core of the current team. With a captain like Sanchez, it is rare to witness Inter Milan lacking in fighting spirit. With solemn expressions, the Inter players resumed play. Sanchez abstained from orchestrating the midfield and instead charged forward to closely defend Huang Kaiwan. Capello had altered the formation, employing tactics without prior arrangements. Yet he could not allow Huang Kaiwan to roam freely. Regardless of Huang Kaiwan's playing style, he would not be neglected. As Huang Kaiwan moved near the center circle, he glanced at Sanchez and asked, "Javier, I haven't even touched the ball yet? By the time we start defending you, it will be too late." Sanchez replied with a smile. "Then you're effectively short a player," Huang Kaiwan pointed out. "Even if we were down 2 players. It would be beneficial if it hinders your performance," Sanchez sighed. Figo received the ball in the center circle, and as Huang Kaiwan sprinted towards him alongside Sanchez, Figo swiftly delivered a diagonal pass to Sanchez. Sanchez quickly distributed the ball to the left flank to Berdisso. Just as he released the pass, Huang Kaiwan, who had fallen, inadvertently tripped him with his calf. "Kaiwan, no need to defend. Just stay out of it," Sanchez urged as he helped Huang Kaiwan to his feet, perplexed. "Is your coach perhaps unwell?" "No, he fears I might get injured while defending," Huang Kaiwan chuckled, fully aware that defending posed a higher risk of injury. However, with the ball approaching, he could not neglect it. Competing for the ball is instinctual for a professional player. Huang Kaiwan sprinted back to the defensive half, where Berdisso and Sanchez, who had followed closely, executed a wall pass before hugging the sideline to make a run. Ramos lunged in for a tackle, but Berdisso deftly sidestepped him. With an advantageous angle, Berdisso twisted and crossed the ball. The ball zipped swiftly into the penalty area, where Elguera leaped to head the ball, redirecting it to the top of the penalty box. Pepe rushed in to seize the ball and clear it forcefully. His clearance was high, but not far, landing just beyond the center circle. Observing Guti contesting for the ball, Huang Kaiwan dashed back. Guti, lacking in physical confrontation, was easily overpowered by Cambiasso, who directed the ball toward Real Madrid's penalty area. Seeing Pepe rushing to intercept Figo, Huang Kaiwan quickly moved into the penalty area to position himself for support. Crespo sprinted into the penalty area alongside Huang Kaiwan. With a resounding thud, Figo unleashed a long-range shot from just outside the box, which Pepe managed to deflect with his foot, causing the ball to fall into the penalty area. Crespo quickly accelerated, while Huang Kaiwan seized the moment to execute a backheel clearance. The ball was deftly sent to the left flank. Miguel Torres controlled it with his chest, pivoted, and charged towards Inter Milan's half. As Huang Kaiwan rose and advanced, Zanetti closed in once more. Today, it seems Zanetti has taken it upon himself to shadow Huang Kaiwan closely. After participating in the attack, he quickly followed him, remarked one observer. Indeed, Huang Kaiwan has showcased his prowess on both ends of the pitch, compelling Zanetti to be quite occupied. For any team facing Huang Kaiwan, whether they can effectively defend against him or not, having one player closely mark him is advisable, replied another. Right, Torres passed back to Huang Kaiwan, who subsequently laid it off to Guti. Guti returned the ball to Huang Kaiwan, with Torres positioned on the left side of the penalty area to support him. Huang Kaiwan opted for a direct breakthrough, penetrating the box, and the ball found the net. Huang Kaiwan swiftly evaded Zanetti and navigated through a trio of defenders to enter the area, skillfully avoiding Macon's sliding tackle, and finally, with an elegant backheel, he propelled the ball into the goal. My goodness, that sequence was fluid and seamless. Just moments ago, you mentioned that whether or not one can defend against him, having a dedicated man-to-man marking would be beneficial, right? Well, Huang Kaiwan has just demonstrated that such tactics are ineffective against him. As Huang Kaiwan was enveloped by his jubilant teammates, Mancini stood at the sidelines, shaking his head in disbelief. Maicon executed a stunning offensive play. Among all right-backs in the world today, Maicon ranks among the very best. This Brazilian fullback possesses remarkable physical attributes, and, aside from his impressive performances in both attack and defense, he frequently ventures into the midfield to orchestrate plays, which is a rare quality, noted an analyst. Indeed, Macon's organizational skills are exceptional. Throughout this season's matches for Inter Milan, one can often witness him initiating attacks from the right flank, collaborating with teammates to create scoring opportunities. Added another commentator. In the discussion forum, the chatter intensified. Do you think Inter can capitalize on this momentum to equalize or even take the lead? One user queried. Perhaps. But it's not crucial. Equalizing or taking the lead merely provides Huang another opportunity to showcase his prowess, another replied. I believe it's unlikely. Huang performance in the midfield has been outstanding today, countered a third. Wow, you truly are a Huang fan. Hey, call me Brother Huang. What is going on? Has his status in the forum changed again? Brother Huang has been diligently writing tactical analyses recently, and everyone believes he has genuinely reformed. So he's returned to being Brother Huang. Goodness, this must be what they mean by knowledge changing one's destiny. If reading can transform a dog into a person, what reason do I have not to study diligently? Following the goal, Inter's morale soared, launching a barrage against Real Madrid's penalty area. Ultimately, it was a consequence of Torres' lackluster defense. Macon's formidable attacking capabilities led to a dynamic offensive display from Inter Milan's right flank. In the 41st minute, Stankovic, under pressure from Huang retraced his steps with a pass. Raul and Robinho swiftly charged towards Macon, who promptly delivered a diagonal pass to Cambiasso, stationed just past the center circle. Cambiasso's miscontrol inadvertently gifted the ball to Huang, who seized the opportunity. Darting past the sliding tackle of Cambiasso and crossing the halfway line, Matias, with his inherent speed, was hot on the pursuit. Stankovic, trailing behind, attempted a tackle but failed to even graze Huang's heel. With the added momentum of a long run through the center, Huang closed the distance to the Inter Milan penalty area at a visibly rapid pace. Cave. The ecstatic supporters erupted in cheers. The entire focus of the Inter Milan defenders was fixated on Huang, leaving Raul, who had made a relentless advance on the right flank, completely unmarked. Cordoba and Materazzi quickly repositioned themselves, dashing into the penalty area in anticipation of a chance to intercept Huang. Following closely were Cambiasso and Zanetti, flanking Huang on either side. In that fleeting moment, Huang found himself surrounded by 4 defenders. The atmosphere in the Bernabeu, with over 80,000 spectators, held its breath, eager to witness the outcome of this attack. As Cordoba and Materazzi retreated into the penalty area, they turned to await their opportunity, while the defensive circle of Inter Milan continued to constrict. Huang approached the edge of the penalty arc, adjusting his stance before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball thundered off, narrowly grazing Materazzi's outstretched leg, while Cesar instinctively dove to block it. Robinho, racing into the small box from the left, effortlessly slotted the ball into the near corner. Goal. Robinho has scored. But the credit for this goal lies 90% with Cave. Caven's interception of Cambiasso initiated the attack, drawing all defensive attention from Inter Milan, leading to Cesar's fumble, allowing Robinho to score. I recall Caven's previous goal. It bore a striking resemblance to one of Matias's. Today, Caven is not merely playing as a central midfielder, but rather as a libero. I wonder if Matias and Beckenbauer are watching this match. If they are, they would surely recognize who the greatest libero in history truly is. As Robinho jubilantly turned back from the penalty area, he noticed Huang surrounded by defenders. He attempted to push into the area, only to realize he couldn't even breach the outer circle due to his inferior physicality. Standing at the periphery, Cassano queried, "Why did you create a scoring opportunity for him?" "Stop complaining here, rookie," Ramos retorted, giving Cassano a gentle shove. "Caven was looking for you with that long pass. Who is to blame for you being forced to the sideline? Had it been Caven himself, he would have effortlessly maneuvered past 3 defenders into the small box for a shot. You should take a DNA test." "You speak of Caven as if you were introducing your kindergarten classmate's father with pride." Cassano raised his middle finger and remarked. Ramos angrily threatened to confront Cassano. Huang quickly intervened, advising, "Do not pay attention to that brainless fool. He often speaks without engaging his intellect." Indeed, Cassano had a penchant for provocation. Such individuals share a common trait. Their mouths frequently outrun their minds, leading to unintentional offenses. "Watch yourself, rookie," Ramos admonished Cassano, pointing a finger at him. Cassano responded by raising both middle fingers and, with a slurred tongue, retorted, "Hurry back to find your daddy." Huang exhaled in frustration, feeling an urge to retaliate against Cassano. "Forget it. I shall ignore him. Who knows if ignorance is contagious?" Ramos glared at Cassano, feeling powerless against him. After all, it would be absurd to physically assault Cassano on the field. As they walked back, Ramos suggested, "Kevin, why not have the medical team break into that idiot's car and toss in a few cans of herring?" Huang questioned, "Why the medical team?" Ramos replied, "Let those slackers earn their keep for once." After a few more words of persuasion from Huang, Ramos returned to the defensive line. If they did indeed throw herring cans, Cassano would have no choice but to change his vehicle, as the odor would be nearly impossible to eradicate. Not long after Inter Milan resumed play, the injury time board was raised. 3 minutes of stoppage time, which seems appropriate. There have not been many fouls in the first half. Maicon once again initiated an attack down the right flank, but Inter Milan's momentum faltered, leading to a backward pass for reorganization. Stankovic and Figo combined before suddenly passing to Maicon, who, with ease, crossed the ball past Miguel Torres at the baseline. The near post was missed, but Cruz headed it in. The ball found the net after Pepe's clearance on the left side struck Elgra's head, resulting in an own goal. Just before the first half concluded, Elgra inadvertently scored. The score of 3-2 rekindled hope for Inter Milan. In Milan, at a villa next to Huang residence, Beatrice gazed at Kaká and inquired, "Aren't you the least bit concerned? Real Madrid cannot lose. My greater worry lies with the upcoming match against Chelsea." Kaká replied with a smile, "I noticed that Ramos often stands up for Kevin. He must be Kevin's closest friend at Real Madrid," Beatrice remarked with a grin. "I am Kevin's best friend," Kaká retorted, puffing out his chest. "Relax, Ricardo. I meant Kevin's best friend at Real Madrid," Beatrice clarified. Kaká squeezed the remote control, producing a clicking sound, and shouted, "I am Kevin's best friend." As they made their way to the players' tunnel, Cambiasso jogged up to Elgra, saying, "Thanks, mate." Elgra, feeling disgruntled, raised his fist in a dismissive gesture. The two had previously been teammates at Real Madrid, both defenders familiar with one another. After today's own goal, Elgra's mood was understandably sour. Ramos reassured Elgra, "No worries, Kevin will score again shortly." Elgra nodded, only to realize that Ramos had already sprinted to Huang side. The youth's speed was remarkable. Huang returned to the locker room alongside his teammates. The Real Madrid players were still engaged in a lively debate regarding hippos and crocodiles. "That scoundrel Cassano remarked that if you were locked in a 100-square-meter room with a crocodile, you would meet a grim fate." Ramos nudged Huang with his elbow. Turning to Ramos, Huang heard him say, "I believe the crocodile would suffer a far worse demise." Huang found such inquiries reminiscent of absurd forum discussions. Like if Zhuge Liang had 100,000 O'Neills, could he successfully launch a northern expedition? Or if Zhuge Liang had 50,000 packets of instant noodles, could he achieve the same? Or could 5 O'Neills armed with daggers defeat a tiger? He pondered who O'Neill had offended, as it seemed he was forever in peril. Whether O'Neill could confront a crocodile was uncertain, yet Huang was certain he himself would not stand a chance. Ramos held him in far too high regard. His survival hinged entirely on whether the crocodile was hungry. Enough of this. Don't drag into your nonsense. Capello entered the locker room, stating, "If you're curious, perhaps the club can arrange for you to contact fans with private zoos and let Cassano test whether he can survive in a crocodile's jaws." Cassano, with his back to Capello, smirked and discreetly flicked his right hand, his middle finger momentarily visible. Now, he dared only to make such subtle gestures. As reclaiming his starting position was no easy feat, Capello, with a stern expression, surveyed the locker room and said in a monotone voice, "I understand that you all believe we won't lose with Kaiwan on the field, but could you not make it so arduous for him? What kind of absurd team requires our offensive linchpin to constantly retreat to the penalty area for defensive duties? If it weren't for Kaiwan continuously creating opportunities and making several crucial clearances, we might well be trailing by several goals right now. Those journalists claim Kaiwan has a unique tactical role, but shouldn't that be expected? I pride myself on being democratic. Anyone who believes they can lead the team to victory without defending may do so. Otherwise, you'd best be wise enough not to let me witness Kaiwan sprinting back to the penalty area to clean up your mess, understood? Indeed, pay attention while defending." Ramos exclaimed, raising his arms. Cassano scoffed, muttering, "You're the one with the largest gap behind you, lapdog." Ramos crouched down, ready to throw his shoe at Cassano. The locker room buzzed with excitement. After greeting the Inter Milan players, they returned to the field. Inter Milan made a substitution, bringing on Samuel to replace Figo. Are they switching to a 5-defender formation? No, wait, Cordoba has advanced to the front line. This diminutive defender possesses commendable dribbling skills and can play multiple positions in the back, plus he's quite swift. Is Mancini directing him to target Huang Kaiwen? Ancelotti repositioned Pirlo, transforming him into a world-class midfielder. Today, Mancini seems to be pushing his defenders forward. I wonder if it will yield results. Aside from Zanetti, Huang Kaiwen was also accompanied by Cordoba. The synergy between the captain and the vice-captain of Inter Milan was palpable. While they did not constantly shadow Huang Kaiwen, they would instinctively abandon their offensive pursuits the moment he prepared to receive the ball. On the sidelines, Mancini finally wore a smile. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit that accentuated his features, he exuded the charm of a distinguished middle-aged man. Earlier, he had experienced despair. Yet the own goal by Real Madrid during the dying moments of the first half reignited a flicker of hope. In the Champions League, trailing 0-2 to an opponent before returning home still offered a significant chance for advancement. Despite the prowess of Real Madrid's number 10, who could assure that Huang Kaiwen would remain fit to participate in the second leg? Upon reflecting on this in the locker room, Mancini arrived at a resolute decision. Rather than positioning a defensive midfielder up front, he resolved to send Cordoba forward. With a strong understanding with Zanetti, Cordoba's speed, impressive jumping ability, and technical skills were nearly on par with that of attacking players, making him a valuable asset in both defending Huang Kaiwen and contributing to the offense. Mancini fancied himself a tactical genius, anticipating that many coaches would emulate his strategic arrangements after today's match. On the field, Maicon initiated another offensive play, but after bypassing Torres, Pepe successfully intercepted the ball. Huang Kaiwen, lurking in the central defense, suddenly surged toward the left flank as Robinho quickly vacated space. Pepe executed a swift diagonal pass to find Huang Kaiwen. Receiving the ball, Huang Kaiwen accelerated, leaving Maicon momentarily behind, and with a deft touch, he propelled the ball over 20 meters, evading Cambiaso's flying tackle. Maicon was fast, but Matthäus was inherently swift, and with Huang Kaiwen now exhibiting astonishing speed, the Real Madrid fans in the stands had a clear view of the spectacle. As Huang Kaiwen raced along the left flank, the fervent Brazilian fullback pursued him relentlessly, veins bulging on his forehead, yet still found himself outpaced by their number 10. Realizing Huang Kaiwen was closing in on the ball, Maicon resolved to take a desperate sliding tackle. At the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, seamlessly avoiding Maicon's challenge. He sprinted toward the baseline, quickly pivoting to execute a back pass in a triangular formation, prompting Samuel to extend his leg, allowing the ball to slip through his feet. Raul, receiving the ball in the center, was deceived, and Cambiaso, chasing back to the top of the arc, received the ball and cleared it with a powerful kick, albeit mishandling it, sending it soaring out of bounds. "Stay tight on him," Mancini shouted, gesturing emphatically. "Even if he drifts to the flanks, we cannot afford to make it easy for him." Just moments ago, he had felt confident about reversing the scoreline at home. Yet witnessing Huang Kaiwen's performance during this offensive sequence, Mancini began to doubt whether they could carry the suspense back to their home ground. He signaled for Berdisso to approach the sidelines and instructed, "Tell them to avoid pushing Kaiwen toward the flanks as much as possible." "Why, coach?" Berdisso inquired, perplexed. The threat posed by a breakthrough in the center was far greater than that from the wings. I too believed he would perform better on the flanks. However, with so many players in the center, he is unable to exert himself fully. Yet, as you witnessed just now, once he ventured to the wing, he effortlessly created a threat," Mancini remarked, patting Berdisso on the shoulder. "Do your utmost to keep him in the center. Do not allow him to drift wide. When he approaches the penalty area, be vigilant and ensure he does not have opportunities for long-range shots." "I understand, coach." Berdisso nodded in agreement. He hastened back to relay the coach's directives to his teammates. Mancini's demands were considerable. Under normal circumstances, the Inter players would have grumbled. Yet, in the face of Huang Kaiwen, they truly needed to exert themselves further. Torres threw the ball back into play from the midfield, and Guti immediately fed it to Huang Kaiwen in the center. Huang received the ball on the left flank, deftly nudging it forward with the outside of his left foot before accelerating ahead, with Maicon closely trailing him. It was a race of speed between the two. Although Huang Kaiwen had to cover a greater distance along the outer circle, he consistently maintained a slender lead over Maicon. As they approached the goal line, Huang Kaiwen delivered a cross with his left foot. The ball soared over Samuel's head and headed towards the right post. Matrizi, realizing he was too late, quickly dove to extend his defensive reach. Meanwhile, Cassano, charging into the right side of the small box, attempted a volley. But the ball veered from the right side of the goal and flew past the left post. The Mellinger fans, who had risen to celebrate behind the goal, covered their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a glorious opportunity was squandered by Cassano. "Oh, Cassano, this was his closest chance to score today," someone remarked. Volleys are difficult to control, yet the angle for this shot was quite favorable. Cassano likely aimed for the far corner on the right side, hoping to catch Caesar off guard, but instead sent the ball directly out of play. Capello removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes repeatedly, incredulous at what had just transpired. One could imagine Capello thinking that even after all these years of retirement, he would have scored in such a situation. This attempt was indeed absurd. Failing to control the shot resulted in it hitting the crossbar. For Cassano, with a favorable angle on the right, to send the ball outside the left post is no small feat. Raul approached and helped Cassano to his feet, who was kneeling in the inter-penalty area. Do not dwell on it too much. There is still ample time left in the second half. Cassano rose and clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology towards Huang. Huang had practically served the ball on a platter, and Cassano's failure to convert was undeniably his own shortcoming. Huang smiled and waved as he returned to his position. As Inter resumed play from the back, Zanetti and Cordoba moved closer to Huang. The recent threats he posed from the left had evidently unsettled them. Once Cambiasso received the ball at the top of the arc, he surveyed his teammates while also assessing Huang's position. Noticing Huang was not on the wing, Cambiasso promptly directed the ball to the left flank. Berdisso, having crossed the halfway line, was immediately confronted by Guidi's tight marking. With a swift motion, Berdisso nudged the ball along the sideline, intending to squeeze past Guidi and the boundary. Guidi, quick to react, adjusted his position to block Berdisso. Ramos, stationed further forward, received the ball and executed a delicate touch, sending it skimming beneath his foot. After the ball was in the center circle, Huang immediately sprinted towards his own penalty area. Noticing his movement, both Zanetti and Cordoba instinctively followed suit. However, Huang quickly pivoted and charged toward Inter's half, leaving Zanetti and Cordoba momentarily trailing by over 2 meters. In the center circle, Huang directed the ball forward with his head. As he ran, he slightly lifted his left foot, and the moment the ball landed, he dropped his left foot while exerting his ankle to propel the ball ahead, then dashed to retrieve it. His 2 touches did not impede his running speed at all. Cambiasso raced towards Huang. Upon seeing his teammate's position, Huang lifted his right foot and nudged the ball behind him. With a swift motion, the ball rolled past Cambiasso's left side and into the right side of the penalty area, where Cassano received it, but was promptly brought down by Materazzi from the side. As the referee blew the whistle, he pointed to the penalty spot. Penalty. Cassano has earned a penalty. Huang's incisive through ball was exquisite. Providing Cassano with a clear opportunity, Materazzi panicked and forgot about the potential penalty as he lunged for the tackle. Indeed, there is no doubt about this penalty. Materazzi caught Cassano's ankle. Cassano, seated on the grass, called out to Huang. "Today, I wasted your assist, so I owe you a penalty." Antonio Cassano never owes anyone anything. Is that so? Wonderful. Huang replied with a smile. "You took over 20 bottles of wine from my cellar. And you've consumed even more. How about you reimburse me for the wine?" "Ah," Cassano exclaimed, his mouth agape, stammering. "I've heard there's a saying in China about smoking and drinking being one family. Don't be so formal." "Then get up quickly." Huang waved his hand, uninterested in explaining the concept of smoking and drinking being intertwined. That rascal always found a way to justify himself. Players from both Inter and Real Madrid stood outside the penalty area, watching Huang and Caesar. Caesar addressed Huang. "We've known each other for several years. Can you please score one less today? How many do you think I should score?" Huang inquired with a grin. "Huh." Caesar paused, then said, "I think you should score 3. Scoring 1 less means 2, and you would have completed your task in the first half." "I'll do my best," Huang chuckled, not taking it to heart. On the football field, whether it be trash talk or camaraderie, it would not affect his performance. How could he possibly go easy on the Brazilian goalkeeper simply because of a good rapport with Brazilian players? After placing the ball correctly, Huang began to retreat. The referee raised his hand, signaling for Huang to take the penalty. Huang executed a series of nimble steps, his feet pattering rhythmically against the ground. After 3 swift strides, he suddenly lunged forward with his left foot, driving it behind the ball, and his right foot followed suit in a powerful swing. Misled, Cesar dove to the left, while the ball soared directly into the center of the goal. Following his triumphant strike, Huang held his pose. His left foot's toe pressed against the heel of his right foot, legs crossed, arms outstretched, reminiscent of a gymnast taking a bow. Naturally, the crowd erupted in applause, as if the sound of clapping belonged to no one but them. The cacophony at the Bernabeu grew increasingly thunderous, with many fans clapping until their hands were sore. Yet their fervor remained unabated. Ha ha ha, Huang Kaiwen has completed a hat trick. This penalty was quite deceptive. He altered his stride mid-run to execute a subtle shot, clearly outsmarting Cesar. Huang's prowess is not merely rooted in skill. His creativity is among the finest in the football realm. Indeed, when Huang plays, it seems he follows his whims. If he feels like playing a certain way today, he simply does. If his opponent is Henry, he emulates Henry. If Pelé is in the stands, he channels Pelé. While it may sound exaggerated, Huang's talent is undoubtedly among the greatest in football history, navigating the game with ease. The only ones who pose challenges to him are his teammates. Haha, you're right. However, you've overlooked one detail. Huang sometimes struggles with injuries, and thus, injuries and teammates are the most significant factors affecting his performance. As long as his teammates avoid mistakes, it would be difficult for Huang to lose. Huang is indeed quite cunning. Before taking the penalty, he was joking with Cesar, only to execute a series of feints right before the kick. To be honest, I sometimes find myself admiring Huang's cleverness. He has transformed corner kicks and penalties into an art form. Where does he find such inspiration? This lad is certainly not lacking in creativity. Just the other day, I purchased a Chinese edition of the exceptional young Master Filippo, which Huang penned. It's quite intriguing, filled with various elements, far more captivating than contemporary works. Did you get a copy too? I pondered for quite a while before deciding to buy it. It's over 20 for a single book, and over 100 for the whole set. I stood in the bookstore and finally bit the bullet to acquire it. It truly is engaging, and Huang is rather talented. Right. The story begins with Inzaghi being jilted, followed by various other identities. I've noticed many online are now emulating Huang's jilted theme. It was inevitable. You call it imitation, but I once saw a book that was simply absurd. It pretended to be written by Huang, titled The Canine Nest Warlord Filippo, even mimicking Huang's style. I later realized that some details in the narrative differed from Huang's. Is there a link? I'd like to check it out. Don't bother looking, my phone is out of service. It's not like it was written by Huang. So what is so appealing about it? Cesar sat on the grass, arms draped over his knees, observing Huang's upright silhouette with a bittersweet smile and a shake of his head. His position as the national goalkeeper was only secured due to Dida's withdrawal from the national team. What merit did Julio Cesar possess to allow the most skilled player to employ feints during a penalty? Mancini made yet another substitution. Adriano, who has already succumbed to indulgence, replaced Crespo. Shortly after returning to Inter Milan, he began to let himself go following the death of his father. This season, his prodigious talent could no longer withstand his excesses, leaving his position at Inter precarious. The Brazilian team that triumphed in the 2002 World Cup was brimming with talent. Yet these gifted players have begun to falter due to various personal issues. The Nerazzurri supporters in the stands chanted Adriano's name in a show of support. However, once the match commenced, it became evident that alcohol had dragged this once gifted player to the brink of despair. Cambiasso distributed the ball from the back, and Maicon surged down the sideline at breakneck speed. Huang Kaiwen pressed him, prompting Maicon to deftly nudge the ball ahead, accelerating past Torres with sheer force. When Maicon sent in the cross, Pepe intervened, deflecting the ball out for a corner. Capello shook his head in dismay, muttering, "Torres, this one from Real Madrid is rather underwhelming." He turned to Marcelo and instructed, "Get warmed up." His reluctance to utilize Marcelo stemmed from the fact that he had been forced upon him by Mijatovic, coupled with Capello's desire to avoid reassembling the Brazilian contingent at Real Madrid. Inter Milan has a corner opportunity. Real Madrid has conceded numerous goals from set pieces. Inter should seize this opportunity. Goodness, it's a full-on assault towards the Real Madrid penalty area. Materazzi and Samuel have pushed forward, preparing for a header. Maicon took a deep breath and launched his right foot into the ball. Thwack! The ball soared rapidly towards the central area of the penalty box. At the near post, Materazzi and Pepe leapt simultaneously, their expressions contorted from the exertion. Viewers at home were taken aback by the close-up shot. One was Materazzi, infamous for his early foul on Huang Kaiwen, and who solidified his reputation as football's foremost villain by eliminating Zidane that summer in the World Cup. The other was Pepe, newly transferred to Real Madrid, whose compilation of intentional fouls could fill a half-hour highlight reel, and who was swiftly ascending as a new villain in the sport. As the two collided, a vacuum formed near the left side of the Real Madrid goal, with neither side's players willing to engage. The two defenders instinctively reached out, intertwining their hands, causing both Pepe and Materazzi to miss the ball. It sailed over their heads toward the center. Elguera leapt ahead of Samuel, making contact just beneath the ball. It sped towards the right flank, and it appeared Elguera was on the verge of an own goal. But Ramos executed a spectacular overhead kick, clearing the ball off the goal line. Huang sprang into action from the center of the penalty area, darting towards the right to receive the ball, swiftly breaking out of the Real Madrid box. Zanetti, observing from the side, sprinted back, prepared to seize the moment for a challenge. As Huang galloped towards midfield, Zanetti realized that Huang pace had matched his own. At this rate, he would be left behind if he even slightly slowed down. Gritting his teeth, Zanetti pressed on, knowing that as long as his teammates pressured Huang to decelerate, he too could find an opportunity. Huang advanced past the halfway line, with Cambiasso and Burdisso charging towards him. With a deft touch of his right foot, Huang skillfully maneuvered the ball away from Burdisso. Seizing the opportunity, Zanetti quickly darted to position himself behind Huang. As Cambiasso lunged forward, attempting a tackle, Huang lightly nudged the ball, allowing it to roll past Cambiasso's outstretched foot. He swiftly stepped over Cambiasso's legs with his right foot, executing a graceful counterclockwise spin. Zanetti, who had been trailing Huang, collided with Cambiasso's legs, stumbling momentarily while desperately trying to grasp Huang's jersey. Meanwhile, Stankovic positioned himself to thwart Huang's progress. But Huang pushed the ball forward with his right foot, allowing it to glide swiftly past Stankovic's right side. Huang accelerated past the opposing defender on the left and regained possession of the ball. As he approached the penalty area, Cordoba quickly closed in on him, while Zanetti and Maicon followed closely behind. The three Inter players attempted to thwart Huang's advance with a compact defensive formation. "Tackle him! Get him down!" Mancini shouted in exasperation. Just as Huang entered the penalty area, his right foot struck the ball with precision. Cesar, standing to the left of the 6-yard box, lunged in an effort to intercept, but was unable to make contact, collapsing to the ground as he watched the ball roll into the far corner of the net. The Bernabeu erupted with unparalleled fervor. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The ecstatic supporters rose from their seats, chanting his name once more. "Kevin! Kevin! Goal!" Inter Milan has experienced a flawless match, witnessing a true miracle. As Huang glided from one penalty area to the other, I remain utterly astounded by where Kevin's limits lie. Perhaps, indeed, the sky is his only limit. Even Ronaldo would feel hesitant to acknowledge his extraterrestrial moniker after witnessing Kevin's performance. There are only 3 types of players in the world. One is Kevin. Another is the teammate who stands alongside Kevin to secure victories, and the remaining players are merely inconsequential supporting characters. They have toiled for so long, reaching the Champions League finals only to settle for silver medals. That is their greatest achievement. Meanwhile, the coaching staff of Real Madrid was warming up, as the cheers at the Bernabeu transformed into a frenzy. The Real Madrid players celebrating their goal in the Inter penalty area turned in confusion to see Capello vigorously striking Mancini, causing chaos on the sidelines. Players from both teams exchanged glances before sprinting towards the fray to intervene. The substitutes were unable to resolve the situation, and even Zanetti and Guidi, who rushed over, were unable to break free from Capello's grasp. No one anticipated that a coach, long retired from playing, could possess such strength. Huang and Raul were pulling people along, while Capello, upon noticing the talent, ceased his struggles. Ramos, waiting nearby, followed with a hint of regret, contemplating that had Capello dared to resist further, he might have felt compelled to intervene. "Be cautious, and refrain from spewing nonsense from your mouth." Capello, being dragged by Huang and Raul, defiantly turned back to point a finger at Mancini. Mancini, covering his mouth, had lost his previous elegance and amiability. His face bore bruises, and his left eye was surrounded by a significant dark circle. Capello was unaware of why he clashed with Mancini. His charge was so intimidating that Mancini could not evade, even retreating to the substitutes bench. Now, I comprehend why Real Madrid's style has dramatically transformed from the previous season. It is fundamentally rooted in the coaching. A red card. The referee has issued a red card, and Capello has been sent off the field. Following the match, he may face additional sanctions. Although the Real Madrid players have voiced their criticisms of Capello's coaching style, they chose to support their head coach in this moment, offering him applause. Indeed, the atmosphere between the players of both teams was rather agreeable today. While Real Madrid's players refrained from showcasing aggression on the field, Capello surprised us all, demonstrating the profound impact a coach has on the players. As Capello made his way towards the players' tunnel, he turned back to shout at his assistant, substitute Kaiwan, "Do not allow that dog of Mancini to succeed in his plan." Baldini glanced at Huang Kaiwan, aware that what Capello said and whether Huang Kaiwan would leave the field were two distinct matters. Even if Capello had not departed, Huang Kaiwan's reluctance to exit would not sway Capello. Huang Kaiwan nodded. "Diarra, get ready to enter the field. Warm up once you're out there," Baldini called to the substitutes. Diarra rolled his eyes silently as he approached the sidelines, determined to show these coaches one day. Huang Kaiwan walked directly to the substitutes bench. Diego Lopez remarked, "It's fortunate you're stepping off. Otherwise, the coach might suffer a stroke." Because Mancini yelled for players to tackle you, the coach went mad and attacked Mancini, Emerson commented. "If my memory serves me right, he had done the same at Juventus before." Huang Kaiwan replied, "That was in the past. Why bring it up now? Look, King Huang isn't bothered. Why create embarrassment by discussing it? When positions differ, attitudes surely vary." Huang Kaiwan thought it was nothing significant. Without those coaches calling for tackles, how could his prowess as King Huang be highlighted? Mancini achieved his objective, though it was somewhat convoluted, having received a few hits from Capello. Huang Kaiwan ultimately did come off the field. In the 79th minute, Mancini substituted Grosso for Cordoba, with Berdisso moving to a defensive midfield position, Stankovic taking the attacking midfield role, and Cambiasso shifting to the right flank. Inter Milan intensified their offensive efforts. Grosso surged forward relentlessly on the left flank. And without the need for specific marking, Zanetti began to exhibit his attacking capabilities. Today, Real Madrid's defensive line performed commendably, aside from Torres being frequently bypassed. The other three players displayed impressive performances. Especially regarding Pepe, his success rate in pressing is remarkably high. After every attack from Inter, they are nearly countered by Real Madrid. Unfortunately, Cassano's luck with his feet was rather poor today. In the 92nd minute, he received a long pass from Ramos and swiftly entered the penalty area, creating a one-on-one opportunity that seemed almost certain to result in a goal. However, his foot faltered, sending the ball straight into Caesar's embrace. After 5 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Huang Kaiwan rose to walk to the sidelines, preparing to thank his teammates, when Baldini reminded him from behind. "You need to attend the press conference today, Kevin. Fabio is in trouble." "Now?" Huang Kaiwan inquired. "Yes, he has issues." "All right then," Huang Kaiwan replied as he made his way into the player tunnel. Discussions regarding the earlier brawl had already emerged in the forum. From the replay, it seems Mancini shouted something while Huang Kaiwan was in possession, prompting Capello to rush in. I suspect he instructed the players to tackle Huang Kaiwan. "How could he suggest tackling my husband? Mancini is truly malicious." Capello was overly agitated. Many coaches have likely shouted similar things. But Huang Kaiwan's recent injury has made Capello particularly sensitive. "That does not justify allowing anyone to tackle my husband." Damn, Huang Kaiwan probably has no idea he has so many wives. Honestly, after all the analysis from the Sports Weekly about how difficult it is to heal a torn soleus muscle, suggesting Huang Kaiwan's career is on a downward trajectory, today's performance proves they were utterly mistaken. Zhang Lin from Huang also commented extensively. Huang Kaiwan's performance in that match left them stunned, especially when he launched the ball over 20 meters. No need to heed Zhang Lin. That person writes daily articles inciting conflict between Real Madrid and Barcelona fans for her amusement. Speaking of which, I recall World Football intended to produce a special feature on Huang Kaiwan. I saw it on Football Night. Where has World Football gone? Previously, World Football explained that the program was ready, but Huang Kaiwan kept delivering spectacular goals, making it impossible to air before the season's end. If Huang Kaiwan had only scored a beautiful goal over the weekend, they would have included it in their Monday recap of his top 10 goals, and fans would have called to complain. Can they even call? I see them only sending texts to win jerseys. I sent numerous texts for Huang Kaiwan's Milan jersey and never won, leaving my mother's phone out of service. Texting for jerseys is just a scam. I send messages for every episode and have never seen a jersey. I might as well buy one with that money. Huang Kaiwan arrived at the press conference hall. The coaches from both teams and Zanetti were already seated at the table. Huang nodded in acknowledgement to Zanetti and sat down beside Capello. The press officer at Bernabeu handed the microphone to the journalists, and the post-match press conference commenced. Fabio, can you explain why you resorted to violence? Robert, both you and Fabio have a background as players, and you are younger than Fabio. How did you end up in such a disheveled state? Mr. Capello, after today, you will face suspension. Will this impact Real Madrid's upcoming schedule? Javier, could you share your thoughts on the altercation between the two coaches today? Kevin inquired. And Kevin, why do you think Real Madrid's players and coaches have a propensity for physicality? Is there an underlying issue within the club's atmosphere? Huang Kevin replied, atmosphere? It's imbued with a philosophical essence that I, Huang, would never disclose to you. Mancini, sitting with a scowl, was clearly reluctant to engage in such a manner. When pressed by reporters, he drew the microphone closer and stated, I have no idea what provoked his madness. He suddenly charged at me. His gaze akin to that of a deranged killer in a film. I was merely trying to retreat and counsel him to calm down, yet he opted for violence. And I fell awkwardly by the bench as I was unprepared. It's not that I couldn't defend myself. Huh? Capello interjected with a derisive snort. When Kevin surged towards the penalty area, this intercoach was vociferously urging his players to tackle him, repeating it several times. We all know Kevin has previously played through injuries, and he often suffers from inexplicable ailments. Now some wish to incapacitate him. It's only natural I would be so incensed. By the way, I recall it was Inter Milan that once sought a curse upon Kevin. I strongly suspect this coach summoned a sorcerer from Africa. Don't be ridiculous. I am a devout believer. Mancini retorted. Who knows what you do in private? You've been acting suspiciously from the sidelines since the match began. Capello shouted back. Mancini countered. You are the one acting furtively. Even the papers are urging you to return to the embrace of the Lord. My affairs are none of your concern, you scoundrel encouraging players to commit foul play. Huang, Kevin, and Zanetti exchanged glances, opting to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. With the two coaches at odds, even casual conversations seemed a challenge. After nearly 5 minutes, Capello and Mancini finally simmered down. Javier, is it true that Mancini urged Inter players to tackle? What is your opinion on his conduct? Zanetti remarked. I can't quite recall. The match was intense, and the coach may have shouted that in the heat of the moment. I believe it was merely an expression of his heightened emotions, not an actual desire to harm Kevin. Of course, such behavior is unacceptable. We strive for victory on the field through hard work, not through unsportsmanlike means. Kevin, do you believe Real Madrid has issues? A reporter inquired. Huang Kevin chuckled. I don't perceive any problems within the team. We lead La Liga over Barcelona, triumphed in the Champions League today, and have reached the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey. If this is considered an issue, I'm at a loss to define what a lack of problems would entail. What I mean is, with the coach's violent behavior and several players facing suspensions, doesn't it suggest there's a problem within Real Madrid's locker room? This isn't how a prestigious club should conduct itself, the reporter pressed. I'm uncertain what the standards for a prestigious club's conduct are. Huang Kevin shook his head. The events of the last El Clasico are behind us. That match was not solely the responsibility of Real Madrid players, and today's coaching incident pertains to today alone. Regarding the actions of the coach, I believe he has his own rationale. Anyone acquainted with Fabio Capello understands that he is a remarkably elegant individual, who cherishes life in private, cares for his players, and is deeply admired by them. Even the minutiae, such as the towel I use, are noted by the coach. Few possess the attention to detail to express so much. I merely wish to convey the true essence of Fabio Capello. He is certainly not a malevolent person. With both hands resting on the table, Capello revealed a smile. The reporters and the Inter Milan hierarchy shared a singular sentiment, as Huang remarked. Capello is not the individual they had come to know. Reflecting on Huang prior assessment of Ramos, the journalists began to question whether Huang's unique perspective on people was the reason behind his consecutive predictions of championship victories. Is it possible that Capello and Ramos possess undisclosed facets to their characters? After the press conference, Capello extended an invitation. Kaiwan, would you care to join me for dinner at my home? Laura has been eager to meet you. Well, all right, but I haven't prepared any gifts, Huang replied. Capello had invited him several times, and Huang, the king of football, felt it ungracious to decline further. He could only agree to Capello's invitation with the resolve to endure whatever culinary concoctions awaited him, which he found rather unappetizing. No need for gifts. Your presence alone will delight Laura. Capello said with a smile. Upon returning to the locker room, Cassano approached Huang and remarked, "Let us celebrate at your home today. I've been running around the pitch for so long that I'm famished." The winger who played the entire match without scoring dares to claim he is hungry? "If I were you, I'd have no appetite," Ramos retorted. "Be quiet. I'm having a conversation with your father," Cassano quipped mischievously. Ramos stood up, ready to confront Cassano once more. The locker room buzzed with excitement again. Though Cassano was physically weaker, he never backed down in verbal exchanges. He hid behind Huang, persistently provoking Ramos. Ramos gritted his teeth in frustration, genuinely at a loss regarding how to handle Cassano. Huang quickly intervened alongside Raul to defuse the situation. Cassano inquired, "How about going to your home? I've agreed to visit the coach's house. If you wish, you may join us. I recall you and Mrs. Capello are acquaintances." Huang stated with a smile, "Forget it. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, I almost forgot. Today is my dog's third naming day. And I absolutely cannot leave her home alone," Cassano blurted out nonsensically. After his previous indiscretions while intoxicated were captured on video by Huang, he felt hesitant to face Laura Capello. The other players, upon hearing Huang's words, showed no inclination to celebrate outside. Once dressed, Huang took Capello's car to their residence. Mrs. Capello warmly embraced Huang, exclaiming, "My dear, I could only see you on television before. You appear even more handsome in person." "Thank you," Huang nodded in response. Laura Capello exuded an air of grace, revealing her beauty from her youth. "Come in. I have prepared some refreshments," Laura Capello warmly invited. Huang nodded and stepped inside. Capello's residence was considerably smaller than he had envisioned. It was merely a modest apartment that, in light of his earnings, could be deemed quite austere. He poured a glass of water for Huang and then settled onto the sofa opposite him, stating, "It appears that I shall soon face a suspension. Though the duration remains uncertain. There should be no issue. The team is in good shape," Huang replied as he sipped his water. "Even with an assistant coach relaying messages, it remains quite inconvenient, so I would like to discuss strategies for the upcoming second leg with you." The Capellos were quite loquacious, engaging in conversation during their meal about music, travel, and sports. Upon learning of Capello's fondness for golf, Huang extended an invitation for the couple to join him for a round, recalling that he had previously purchased Golf Mastery but had scarcely utilized it. Before departing, Huang took a tour of Capello's study, where a grand bagua chart adorned the wall and the bookshelf displayed a diverse collection of books. On his way home, Huang pondered whether Capello could comprehend Biopussy. Truth be told, even as a Chinese person, he had given up after the first page. Upon returning home, Huang briefed Albert on his intention to present 2 bottles of red wine to the Capello couple the following day before retreating to his bedroom for rest. The next day, he awoke at noon. While dining, he perused the newspaper, which was rife with reports of the altercation between Capello and Mancini. Marcus stated, "Kevin has just recovered from injury." Mancini's words provoked Capello into a fit of rage. We can empathize with Capello's actions, as anyone who has witnessed Real Madrid's matches understands Kevin's significance to the team. However, Real Madrid now faces a dilemma: what to do in the absence of their head coach for the next few matches. Capello's unattractive style of football has nevertheless yielded victories, a feat his assistant coach may struggle to replicate. World Sports echoed, Real Madrid is in disarray, with both coaches and players exhibiting violent tendencies. Capello has transformed Real Madrid into a fighting club, consistently neglecting to penalize those players receiving red cards. Now, he has resorted to physically assaulting the opposing coach. Revealing the root of the problem lies with Capello himself. UEFA must impose stringent sanctions upon Capello to serve as a cautionary tale for other coaches. After his meal, Huang perused the online editions of Italian newspapers. Surprisingly, Capello faced minimal criticism. This showcased the influence the young lady wielded over the Italian media. The focus was predominantly on Mancini, who was accused of inciting players to tackle Huang. Capello's previous remarks about Inter's summoning of a wizard were also revisited, prompting Moratti to grant an interview for clarification, asserting his ignorance regarding the matter and indicating he would discuss the Champions League incident with Mancini. Upon viewing Moratti's photograph, Huang wondered whether Moratti had exhausted the 200,000 he had recharged. If so, he would need to request additional funds. After lunch, Cassano and Ramos arrived at Huang home together. "Rookie, my car has a new engine. You are doomed," Cassano boasted. I had a professional player assist me with the modifications. Ramos scoffed. Huang Kaiwan pressed his temples, enduring the familiar ordeal that accompanied each of his rest days. It seemed unlikely that the contest between the two individuals would conclude before nightfall. Even if it did, it would be due to exhaustion rather than a concession. Observing from the sidelines, Huang noted that the speeds of Cassano and Ramos's vehicles markedly exceeded those of the competitors in the race. It was evident, even without disassembly, that their engines were overpowered. He wondered how they had managed to enhance stability to prevent their cars from careening off the track, as excessive speed could easily lead to such an outcome. As the Champions League match in Milan approached, the two were still engrossed in their competition, prompting Huang to shake his head and retreat indoors to watch the game. Mourinho's midfield trio of Lampard, Ballack, and Mikel was particularly focused on Kaká, the close associate of Huang's golden boy. With the Milan medical team providing support, Kaká had been in extraordinary form this season, despite it being only April. He had already netted 21 goals across all competitions, including 11 in the Champions League. It would be peculiar if he were not targeted. Shevchenko's return to San Siro was earnest, but his performance paled in comparison to his previous tenure at Milan. The first half concluded without either team scoring. In the 50th minute, Drogba capitalized on a pass from Lassana Diarra to breach Milan's defenses. Shortly thereafter, Mourinho substituted Kalou for Marco to bolster the defense. The home team struggled to create significant scoring opportunities. In the 80th minute, Inzaghi came off the bench and shortly after received a through ball from Ambrosini, charging into the penalty area only to be brought down by Carvalho, resulting in a penalty kick. Kaká confidently converted, leveling the score. Subsequently, neither team could extend their lead, and the match ended in a 1-1 stalemate. After the match, Huang Kaiwan made several calls to his Milan teammates, offering words of encouragement. A draw at home was not an auspicious outcome, particularly against a team managed by Mourinho. The impending visit to Stamford Bridge promised to be a challenging affair. Huang remained uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to reunite with his former teammates in the final. Kaká's significance to Milan was undeniable. Breaking through the midfield was inherently challenging, and with a defensive mastermind like Mourinho aiming for a stalemate at home, Kaká would undoubtedly continue to face scrutiny in the second leg, which would be arduous. Upon concluding the match, Huang realized that Cassano and Ramos had already departed. He inquired, "When did they leave?" "About an hour ago, sir," Albert replied with a slight bow. "That doesn't seem right." Huang questioned, "Did they really stop playing so early?" "Ramos stumbled on the track while running and sustained an injury. Cassano took him to the hospital," Albert explained. Huang remarked that the manner of the injury was quite novel. If captured by reporters, it would surely make headlines. He quickly grabbed his phone to check in, as Ramos was one of Kaká's closest friends. Fortunately, Ramos's injury was not severe, and he would be back on the field in a few days. On the evening of April 8th, the UEFA finally announced their disciplinary action regarding Capello. They stated on their official website, "In light of Real Madrid's coach Capello's violent conduct during the Champions League match, we have decided to suspend him for 3 matches and impose a fine of 20,000. This means that Capello will not only miss the second leg, but, should Real Madrid advance, he will also be absent for 2 legs of the semifinals." This incident has caused some unease within the Real Madrid locker room, with several players expressing their concerns during training. On that day, Real Madrid hosted Osasuna, where Huang Kaiwan was benched for the entire match under Capello's orders. Raul and Robinho scored, leading the team to a resounding victory. The following morning, Huang Kaiwan flew back to Milan with the entire squad. After lunch, Real Madrid used Milanello for training. That evening, Huang returned home to rest, but the next morning he was urged to leave for a hotel. The team manager expressed a desire not to disrupt his preparations for the Champions League match, which Huang found puzzling since the game was scheduled for the evening. At the hotel, Huang had lunch with his teammates and took a brief rest before commencing his final preparations. Capello gathered everyone in the meeting room and addressed them from the podium. "You are all aware of the current situation. The assistant coach will take over my responsibilities. While he can convey my instructions, the dynamics on the pitch can change rapidly, and without my presence on the sidelines, I cannot make timely adjustments. Therefore, I hope you all exercise wisdom and understand your roles. What else can we do but pass the ball to Kaiwan?" Cassano interjected. Capello shot Cassano a glare, stating, "Today, Kaiwan is benched. It is imperative that you do not rely on him to rescue the team in order to reach the semifinals." He then turned to Huang and added, "Even if the situation stabilizes in the second half, you may enter the match to find your rhythm." Just communicate with the assistant coach if you wish to play. Huang nodded in agreement. Cassano, with a teasing tone, exclaimed, if we can decide our own playing time, perhaps we should let Kaiwan coach for these matches. I believe he is more reliable than the assistant. Capello refrained from rebutting Cassano and instead focused on Huang, saying, if you notice any issues on the field, you may inform them to make adjustments. As the players boarded the bus, they continued to jest about Huang's newfound role as coach. Ramos, sitting beside Huang, remarked, honestly, I think your tactical guidance would surpass that of the assistant coach. Your understanding of the game is evident, Kaiwan. Huang chuckled, responding, coaching is not as simple as it seems. If I become too enthusiastic on the sidelines, the newspapers will surely have a field day afterwards. Damn Van Nistelrooy. He must be the one stirring trouble. Ramos gritted his teeth, adding, if I catch any evidence, he has finished. In the match at Miazza, Inter Milan displayed remarkable determination. Shortly after the start, Cambiasso surged forward with the ball and delivered a precise pass to Cruz. Cruz, unable to control the ball, inadvertently deflected it, allowing Cambiasso to reclaim possession. He then unleashed a powerful long-range shot, sending the ball into the upper left corner of the net. What a splendid goal. As the match commenced with a score of 1-0, the aggregate stood at 3-5. Should Inter Milan secure 2 additional goals while maintaining the score until the final whistle, they would advance past Real Madrid on the strength of away goals. Today, Huang Kaiwan, pay attention to your side, Miguel Torres murmured. Understood, Captain, he replied softly. All right. The coach's instructions have yet to be conveyed. Let us first solidify our defense and then seek opportunities to attack. We must give our all in today's match, comrades. With our efforts, we can progress further, Raul proclaimed, raising his arm in encouragement. Go Madrid! Go Madrid! Echoed back. Capello's directives echoed Raul's sentiments. Emphasizing the need for a fortified defense, Baldini was instructed to seek an opportunity to substitute Torres, a matter not needing discussion in the dressing room. Not long after the second half began, Huang Kaiwan and Ramos found themselves at the sidelines once more. Miguel Torres struggled against the relentless assaults from the right flank, orchestrated by Figo and Maicon. In the presence of the former Ballon d'Or winner and the world's finest fullback, Torres's contribution was hardly more significant than a training cone. Nigel. Seizing the moment when the ball went out of play, Huang Kaiwan could not restrain himself. Do not push forward. Reinforce the left flank. And Diarra. Keep an eye on the back. Ramos shouted to the field. De Jong gestured an okay towards the bench, convinced that even with Capello present, Huang Kaiwan's words would go unchallenged. The match resumed amidst the cheers from the Miazza Stadium. Inter's attacks down the right became increasingly fierce. Despite the midfielders frequently shifting to the left to bolster defense, they could not fully curtail Inter's onslaught. Seated on the substitutes bench, Huang Kaiwan sensed that his entry into the game was highly probable. He observed his anticipation level at a full 100, prompting him to select a lottery draw. Congratulations. You have obtained a match experience card for the 2003 to 2004 Serie A Round 22, Milan vs Inter Milan, featuring Andriy Shevchenko. Upon discovering it was Shiva, Huang Kaiwan exhaled in relief. However, just 3 minutes later, Maicon skillfully maneuvered past Miguel Torres just outside the penalty area, dribbling centrally before unleashing a long-range shot that equalized the score. Huang Kaiwan sprang from the bench, quickly shedding his training attire onto the ground. Ramos followed suit, discarding his jacket and joining Huang Kaiwan in warming up at the sidelines. Standing alongside the field, Baldini noticed the two preparing and jogged over to Huang Kaiwan, inquiring, "What position do you wish to play today?" Glancing at the field, Huang Kaiwan recognized it was not a moment for pleasantries. Further courtesy could lead to elimination. He covered his mouth and said, "I will replace Higuain, with Sergio moving to right back. Later, you can substitute Torres with Marcelo." Baldini nodded and promptly dashed towards the sidelines to discuss with the fourth official. Ramos, observing the field, lamented, "They truly are disappointing. After leading so significantly in the first leg, it is absurd that they require your presence. Even a youth team could not perform worse. Perhaps with the coach absent. Everyone is somewhat apprehensive, unable to fully immerse themselves," came the response. Kevin Huang smiled as he patted Ramos on the shoulder, saying, "Enough talk. Let's head up and organize our attacks down the right flank. Let's show Inter Milan the strength of our right side." "Don't worry, Kevin," Ramos replied, giving a thumbs up. He then poured some water over his head and tousled his hair. The camera panned to the stands, where Inter Milan fans applauded Kevin Huang. "Heh, During the previous scandal involving Inter's management, some fans chose to support Kevin Huang. He has numerous supporters in Italy. There's a saying that Milan's victories belong to Huang. When he wins, all of Italy celebrates. Kevin clapped back at the stands, expressing gratitude for the support from Inter fans, while some held up posters of him. It remains to be seen if they will continue to support him after he scores. The camera shifted to the Milan WAGs. Although the Milan players had traveled to London to prepare for their second leg against Chelsea, their families remained in Milan. Currently featured on screen was Adriana, the wife of Paolo Maldini, who was about to welcome their third child. Interestingly, Maldini's elder two sons were fans of Kevin Huang. The Milan captain expressed his helplessness, noting that their number 10 jersey was more popular, and he wished for the youngest to inherit his number 3 jersey. He humorously mused that perhaps it would be better not to let the child watch television after he is born. A free kick for Inter Milan was being set up, with Kevin Huang and Ramos waiting on the sidelines to enter the game. The fourth official was conversing with them, and Kevin shook his head, likely wishing to step on the field after the free kick. As a specialist in set-piece tactics, Kevin understood that entering the game at this moment could distract his teammates from their defensive responsibilities, so he decided to wait until the opponent took the free kick. Materazzi scored. The score was now 40, with an aggregate of 6-5. Astonishingly, even before Kevin stepped onto the pitch, Real Madrid found themselves precariously close to the edge of a cliff. Inter Milan was utterly unstoppable today, with 30 minutes still remaining. Would Kevin's entrance provide salvation for Real Madrid? Kevin Huang replaced Higuain, and Ramos substituted for Cicinho. The only path forward for Real Madrid was to attack. The 2 away goals from the first leg hung over them like the sword of Damocles. They had to score at least 2 goals. Raul looked at Kevin Huang and suggested, "Why don't you go down the flank? Inter's defense through the center is quite formidable today." "Forget it," Kevin shook his head. Not only Higuain, but Raul had also struggled on the pitch. Playing in the center would undoubtedly make things harder for him. He had drawn Shevchenko. So what was there to fear? Much of Shiva's illustrious career had been defined by the Milan derby. "Then just be cautious," Raul advised. "Rest assured, I've got everything under control." Kevin smiled, giving a thumbs up. Raul placed his hands on his hips and shook his head, chuckling along. He realized he was getting older, worrying about unnecessary matters. It was the Inter defenders who should be the focus now that Kevin was on the field. As the ball was reinitiated, Huang surged forward immediately. Just like in the first half, Zanetti swiftly closed in on Huang, placing a hand on his arm. Ready to exert force the moment Huang made his move. However, Huang did not hasten towards the penalty area. Guti, upon receiving the ball, lifted his head to locate Huang, who, with his left hand pointed towards the right flank, indicated his intentions. With a swift motion, Guti sent a delicate pass into the air. Huang quickly accelerated, retreating momentarily before darting back. Yet this time, Zanetti was not deceived and followed Huang into the box. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, Cassano lowered his head to direct the ball towards the center. Huang, with a deft touch of his left foot, pulled the ball wide, exchanging positions with Cassano to obstruct Zanetti. In the ensuing chaos, Zanetti collided with the advancing Materazzi. Huang, now in possession, advanced along the right side of the penalty area, and Grosso rushed forward, attempting to intercept, but Huang deftly maneuvered the ball past him with a flick of his right foot. As Grosso turned to adjust, Cordoba had already charged towards Huang. Without wasting another moment, Huang positioned himself and struck the ball with his left foot from the right side of the penalty area. The thud resonated as Materazzi and Zanetti, who had raced back towards the goal, watched the ball's trajectory. It soared from the right side of the box towards the upper left corner of the net, with formidable power and a slight curve. Cesar, unable to react in time, watched helplessly as the ball nestled into the left side of the net before bouncing onto the grass behind the goal line. The ball seemed to bounce with a mocking rhythm, as if taunting Cesar for once again being a mere backdrop to Huang's brilliance. Behind the goal, the Inter Milan supporters gaped in disbelief, mouths agape yet silent. The very player they had just applauded had, with his very first touch upon entering the field, breached their defenses. Although they were aware of Huang's prowess, the swiftness of his strike left them in shock. Kaiwan goal. In just 12 seconds since his introduction, he has pierced the Inter Milan goal. Over his 2 seasons in Milan, he has eclipsed Shevchenko to become Inter's most formidable adversary. And it appears that his insatiable attacking prowess against Inter remains unabated, with his record of goals against them poised to extend further. In my extensive career as a commentator, I have witnessed the evolution of football. It is increasingly a sport that emphasizes team collaboration, and the influence of individual stars on match outcomes is widely acknowledged to be waning. Yet Huang has demonstrated through his skill that excellence can transcend conventional wisdom. No entity, no team can hinder Huang's relentless pursuit. While Huang was unfazed, the Inter players paid them no mind. Materazzi remarked, "Do not afford Huang any opportunity to strike. We must ensure someone is always closely marking him. I thought he was going to cross it. I was deceived." Grosso explained. "Well, that's on me," Zanetti replied. "I wasn't mindful of colliding with Marco while I was running. I'll be more cautious next time. Even if they equalize, it still works in our favor. Now we must protect our away goal and await the chance to counterattack." Sanchez himself remains uncertain about the feasibility of his aspirations. With an away score of 25 and a home score of 41, the aggregate stands at 66. His strategy is undoubtedly sound, adopting a humble approach to leverage the away goals rule for advancement. However, with over 20 minutes remaining in the match, the pressing question remains whether he can effectively contain Huang Kaiwen. At this moment, anxiety churns within him, yet he must not exhibit any signs of distress, for he bears the mantle of the team's captain. After conferring with his teammates in the attacking third, Sanchez swiftly harmonized their thoughts. Mancini, clutching a battered angel figurine, stood pensively on the sidelines, contemplating subsequent tactics. The previous match against Cordoba had not yielded the desired results with the defender's positioning. Mancini tightened his jacket, taken aback by the unexpected chill of April in Milan. Restraining Huang Kaiwen's performance would prove to be a formidable challenge. Today, as Huang Kaiwen assumes the role of striker, bolstering defensive efforts becomes paramount. Following Decourt's transfer to Inter, his performance has been commendable, making him the sole candidate for this critical role, and thus he shall be given a chance. As the match commenced, Inter continued their offensive maneuvers down the right flank. The legendary Ballon d'Or winner Figo showed no mercy towards his former teammate Raul, deftly maneuvering the ball with his right foot, gliding past both Raul and the sideline. Both players are attackers, vulnerable in defense, and the one in possession reaps the benefits. Raul swiftly turned to chase back. Figo, while not particularly rapid in advancing, exhibited remarkable rhythm in his footwork. Upon reaching the front line, he executed a quick wall pass with Stankovic, skillfully sidestepping Marcelo with a deft touch, before delivering a precise through ball into the penalty area. Pepe, with a graceful split, diverted the ball from Crespo's path, while Casillas charged in from the left side of the small box, securing the ball beneath him. Pepe's physical prowess is truly impressive. He presses forward with vigor and displays decisiveness in defense. If he could temper his tendency to commit fouls, he would undoubtedly excel further. Both teams have players warming up, and Real Madrid can no longer tolerate Torres' performance. Young Miguel Torres, although offensively gifted, struggles defensively. Had he been substituted earlier, Real Madrid might not be in such a precarious situation today. Indeed, this young fullback, who emerged from Real Madrid's youth academy, has earned a spot in the first team due to injuries and has consistently gained Capello's trust. However, it is evident that he is ill-equipped to handle high-stakes matches. Following Casillas' kickoff, Real Madrid's offensive tempo surged. Huang Kaiwen received the ball and immediately sent a through pass. Was it a cross from Cassano on the right? No. He aimed directly for the goal. Cassano's intentions were commendable, yet his shot veered out, crossing the left goal line. Perhaps he was eager to see Marcelo enter the fray. Both teams have made substitutions. Marcelo replaced Torres for Real Madrid, while Inter brought on Decourt for Figo. Mancini seems intent on utilizing away goals to eliminate Real Madrid. Following Huang Kaiwen's entry and subsequent goal, the offensively potent Inter quickly adapted, showcasing the formidable presence of a player who has clinched the Ballon d'Or for 2 consecutive years. After the substitutions, Inter resumed play from the back. Decourt conveyed Mancini's intentions to the team, and the players' defensive resolve was markedly strengthened. Despite possessing the ball, the Inter Milan players exhibited no intention of advancing offensively, opting instead for a series of passes in their defensive third. Only when Huang Kaiwen and Raul initiated their pressing did they begin to advance the ball. Cambiasso delivered a pass to Zanetti, who swiftly distributed it to Grosso, who immediately closed in on Huang Kaiwen for tight marking. Even with ball possession, there was no sign of relaxation from them. Grosso carried the ball past the halfway line and promptly swung his arm, shifting the ball to the right flank with his left foot. De Jong surged forward, leaping to contest the aerial duel, colliding with Maicon and sending him out of bounds. A yellow card. Decourt took the free kick just before the halfway line, passing to Maicon, who quickly advanced toward the center. De Jong attempted a flying tackle, but was evaded by Maicon's deft touch, while the trailing Guti managed to poke the ball away from Maicon's feet. Guti and the recovering Maicon tussled for control of the ball, a contest that was far from evenly matched. Maicon, boasting exceptional physical prowess, held a distinct advantage over Guti, whose physicality had always been a disadvantage. In the moment Guti fell to the ground, he managed to prod the ball forward with his toes. Huang and Zanetti both turned, converging on the ball. With mere centimeters separating them, they simultaneously extended their legs. Huang, with his longer reach, made contact first and deftly flicked the ball back, while Zanetti struck the outside of Huang's right foot. Quickly regaining his balance, Huang adjusted his weight and pushed the ball towards the right flank. Ramos, without pausing, sent a diagonal pass forward. Huang turned and shook off Zanetti, gaining half a step. Although Zanetti was quick, the difference compared to Shevchenko, who had an added advantage, was quite apparent. Cambiasso acted decisively, charging toward the ball and diving into a tackle. Just a step away from the ball, Huang leaped to evade Cambiasso's foot, and the ball deflected off the retreating Zanetti, rolling out of bounds. Goodness, Cambiasso had no intention of contesting a 50-50 ball. That tackle was resolute, remarked one observer. The mindset of the Inter players is clear. I do not seek opportunities, but I must ensure Huang gets none. After the ball went out, the Inter players retreated to their half, making it difficult for Real Madrid to find openings. Ramos quickly threw the ball to Huang, who chested it down to Ramos before turning and charging toward the penalty area alongside Zanetti. After a couple of strides, Huang hesitated and turned back. Ramos delivered a diagonal pass, and Huang received it, skillfully avoiding Zanetti's foot and nudging the ball leftward with his right foot. Cambiasso followed closely. Huang executed a deft hook with the outside of his right foot, rapidly driving towards the baseline. Grosso promptly returned to the penalty area, lowering his center of gravity as Materazzi charged toward Huang. The two raced toward the baseline. Despite Huang superior speed, the distance was too short for him to shake off Materazzi entirely. The ball rolled just before the baseline, and Huang quickly nudged it into the penalty area. Materazzi instinctively reached out, but missed the ball and stumbled due to his unsteady balance. Huang circled around Materazzi to regain possession and, before Grosso could press, executed a reverse triangular pass. Meanwhile, Cordoba hurriedly advanced toward Raul in the center. Half a second later, he realized he had made a mistake. The ball traveled along the right sideline, heading straight for the top of the penalty arc suddenly. De Jong surged forward and struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Bang! Cordoba quickly lifted his foot and made contact, causing the ball to narrowly graze the crossbar before flying out of play. That shot was so close. Huang pass was quite clever. You could see he was clearly aiming for Raul, yet he delivered it to the edge of the arc. Indeed, this is reminiscent of Ronaldinho's no-look pass. Huang may not perform well in every match, but he plays with such intelligence on the field. Even when not in peak form, he poses a significant threat to the opposition. Haha, Huang is making his way towards the corner flag, and the Inter players are reacting too passionately. Huang ran up to the left corner flag and passed the ball back to Marcelo along the left sideline. Marcelo received the ball and quickly passed it back to Huang. Huang struck the ball with the underside of his right foot. Whack! The ball swiftly soared towards the top of the penalty area. Waiting there, De Jong unleashed a powerful volley with his right foot. Bang! Cambiasso leaped sideways to deflect the ball away. Cassano received the ball outside the penalty area, but was pressured by Decourt towards the sideline. He attempted a turn, using his heel to nudge the ball, but was read by Decourt, who trapped the ball between his feet. Decourt quickly passed it sideways to Grosso, who launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Elgra decisively surged forward, leaping to outmuscle Crespo, and headed the ball to Marcelo. Marcelo, positioned on the left side of the halfway line, skillfully flicked the ball forward toward the right flank. Inter's counterattack morphed into a Real Madrid offensive. Cassano stretched out his foot to nudge the ball ahead, preparing for a strike, while Ramos received the pass and charged back into the penalty area. Grosso had yet to return, and Materazzi hurried after Ramos, both racing towards the baseline. Approaching the baseline, Ramos twisted his body, striking the ball with the underside of his right foot, sending it towards the left side, where Huang anticipated the drop point. With his left foot supporting him in a half squat, he extended his right leg and struck the ball, sending it into the net from a mere foot away. Huang Kaiwen has scored the go-ahead goal, netting 6 goals across the two-legged tie. Caesar, exasperated, threw his hands up, seeking an explanation from his teammates. He misjudged the play, thinking Ramos was shooting, which led to his defensive fall, but Huang Kaiwen was left unmarked right in front of the goal. Huang Kaiwen's movement is incredibly agile. Although Zanetti kept pace, tight marking inherently places the defender at a disadvantage. It was impossible to keep up with Huang Kaiwen at such a short distance. Cordoba should have jumped. The score is now 4-2 in this match, and 6-7 on aggregate. Inter Milan now finds itself at a disadvantage. The introduction of Huang Kaiwen and Ramos has altered the dynamics of the game. Ramos squatted down, allowing Huang Kaiwen to leap onto his back. The young player shares a strong bond with Huang Kaiwen as he carried him all the way to the stands occupied by the Real Madrid supporters. Once again, it's a day to witness Huang Kaiwen's brilliance. The level of European football is astonishingly poor. I truly find myself at a loss for words. For nearly 3 years now, I have been waiting for Huang Kaiwen to lose a match. Is it not a hardship? Do not say that. My beloved Hao wished to witness Huang Kaiwen's downfall before his demise, yet alas, his wish went unfulfilled. Is that true? Was Hao your boyfriend? That is indeed tragic. No. Hao is my dog. Goodness. Are you jesting? Even your dog longs for Huang Kaiwen's defeat? Indeed, I am not deceiving you. Every time Huang Kaiwen scores, he dozes off. To speak candidly, the match has concluded, and Inter Milan harbors no prospects of victory. I have ceased to care about Inter Milan's fortunes. Tell me, what favors has Huang Kaiwen bestowed upon Ramos? Each time Huang Kaiwen is tackled, Ramos is the first to retaliate, and upon Huang Kaiwen's goals, he dashes forward from the backfield to celebrate. Perhaps he has been beguiled by Huang Kaiwen. I uncovered the truth when Huang Kaiwen attempted to sabotage his ring. Poor Kaka. So handsome, yet lacking in intellect. During an interview, instead of expressing confidence in Chelsea, he incessantly praised Huang Kaiwen's excellence, allowing himself to be swayed into holding a milk tea cup and foolishly complimenting him. Damn it, do not even mention this. It infuriates me. I no longer dare to declare myself a Brazilian fan. The players of the national team are utterly disappointing. Who knows how many endorsement fees they have collected? All to assist Huang Kaiwen in selling milk tea. I must inform you, Huang Kaiwen's milk tea is selling exceptionally well in Europe, South America, and Japan. Advertisements for the Brazilian national team adorn the grand screens in Ginza. I have heard that the cups of milk tea he sells daily, if lined up, could encircle the globe, though I cannot ascertain the truth of it. Yet another day of envying Huang Kaiwen. This fellow earns such vast sums without even playing. In the final stages of the match, Mancini substituted Solari for Zanetti and brought in Mariano Gonzalez for Stankovic. Baldini stood on the sidelines, emulating Capello, with a disdainful smile playing at his lips. His assessment of Mancini could be summed up in one word: fool. Even with an intensified offensive, Inter Milan had no chance. Conversely, Mancini's previous strategy had merit: to defeat Real Madrid. It would be wiser to have the players injure Kevin while he was on the field. That was the sole method to hinder the Real Madrid team. With the introduction of 2 fresh faces, Inter Milan attempted to organize another offensive. Maicon surged down the right flank, carrying the ball past the halfway line, attempting to outpace De Jong. De Jong reacted swiftly, executing a sliding tackle. Although he did not make contact with the ball, he successfully thwarted Maicon's advance. Mariano Gonzalez seized the ball ahead of Diarra and quickly passed it to the left flank. Grosso received the ball and delivered a cross without hesitation. The ball entered the penalty area, heading straight for the right post, and Pepe leaped in front of Crespo to clear it away with a powerful header. On the right side, Huang Kaiwen extended his foot to intercept the ball, redirecting it forward. As he turned to sprint, Solari once again squeezed beside him. Both players, entangled, raced through the center. Solari sensed he could no longer maintain his footing. Kevin Huang's speed was evidently superior, leaving his pursuers struggling to keep pace. If this continued, they would undoubtedly be left behind. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Solari opted for a sliding tackle. Anticipating this move, Kevin lifted his left foot to step over Solari's leg, swiftly pivoted, and surged forward into the Inter Milan penalty area. The Nerazzurri fans, cheering for their team, were on the edge of their seats, too anxious to utter a sound. The entire Miazza Stadium resonated only with the exuberant cheers of the Madridistas, and the furious shouts of Mancini. "Tackle him! For heaven's sake, tackle him!" Inter Milan had abandoned their defense against others, converging en masse towards the right flank. Grosso and Materazzi rushed toward Kevin without the opportunity to adjust their positions. Kevin navigated through the two, and as Cordoba lunged in to intercept, Kevin deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, continuing his run to the right. Cambiasso, positioned just outside the penalty area, attempted another tackle, but Kevin gently nudged the ball to evade his legs. He continued diagonally towards the corner of the right side of the penalty area, quickly twisting his body to strike the ball with his right foot. The ball soared past Materazzi's outstretched leg, hurtling toward the left side of the goal. Caesar, positioned to the right, sensed the impending danger and scrambled to move, leaping to extend his arm in a desperate effort. His fingertips grazed the ball, yet it still found its way into the net, striking the left side. The crowd erupted, chanting, "There is only one Kevin in the world. There is only one Kevin, la la la." The Madridistas in the stands waved their towels frantically, even igniting fireworks. As the security at the Italian stadium proved as unreliable as ever. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The jubilant Real Madrid substitutes rushed onto the field, joining the starters in a mad dash toward Kevin. A last-minute hat trick. Kevin goal. Even with victory secured, he scored a stunning world-class goal, sending a message to Inter Milan that whenever he wishes, he can achieve greatness. Within just 30 minutes, Kevin shattered Inter Milan's dreams of a semi-final, leaving only one team from Milan to advance. Milan. My number 10 remains the same, even in a different jersey. He grants Inter no opportunities. Moratti was willing to offer $100 million for Messi. How much would he pay for Kevin? Today's match has proven one thing. As long as Kevin is present, any coach can secure victory. Baldini, Capello's rookie assistant, dashed onto the field, visibly exhilarated. The remaining Inter Milan fans, still present, joined the Madrid supporters in applauding Kevin, acknowledging their awareness. Perhaps in their next encounter, Kevin might score fewer goals. "Go attend the press conference, Kevin," Baldini remarked as he approached the sidelines. Wherever Kevin Huang appeared, others inevitably became mere supporting characters. Allow Huang to share the burden of the press conference. It would certainly ease his load. "Forget it, I am not the coach. And there is no need for me to attend every press conference." Huang chuckled in refusal. Baldini lamented, "That is truly unfortunate. I believe the journalists will share the same sentiment." If Huang were to abstain, Baldini would be in quite a predicament. Even as the interim head coach of Real Madrid, the reporters would show no mercy, often posing incisive inquiries, and Baldini dared not speak carelessly. In this role, every word uttered could be magnified infinitely. He had no desire to stir up trouble. Should matters escalate, even Capello could not shield him. "Wait a moment, I will go," Ramos interjected, grasping Baldini's arm. "Oh, is that so? Well, that is good." Baldini nodded in agreement. Ramos was well regarded by the media, and his presence at the press conference would be beneficial. Huang returned to the locker room with his teammates to change, while Ramos and the assistant coach proceeded to the press conference venue. At the Miazza press room, Mancini stated, "The players performed admirably. They exhibited top-notch skills, and I believe they can walk off the field with their heads held high. After this elimination, we will focus on the league, for in a long season, as long as we do not give up, there will always be opportunities." A smile graced his face, and the bruises from before were no longer visible. He had returned to his suave demeanor. Baldini felt that Mancini had conducted himself well. He too placed his hands on the table, adopting a poised posture before speaking. We breathed a sigh of relief upon advancing. However, the head coach is still unable to return to the bench, so both the players and I will exert our utmost efforts. Today's result indicates that we performed commendably. But you lost the match, the second leg, a journalist pointed out. The score is not always of paramount importance. Advancing is the true victory, Baldini retorted impatiently. He despised the reporter's nitpicking. In a two-legged tie, no team can guarantee victory in both matches. Securing advancement is what truly matters. The journalist attempted to pose another question to Baldini. "Wait a moment, I have something to say," Ramos exclaimed, slapping the table as he seized the microphone. Leaning in to declare, "Although we advanced today, this was not a commendable match. Every player of Real Madrid should feel a sense of shame. The performance without Kevin was utterly unacceptable. While we won on aggregate, it tarnished Kevin's unbeaten record. This is nothing short of a crime. Nevertheless, Kevin still maintains his unbeaten record in the league, which is a remarkable achievement. Every player of Real Madrid must strive to uphold Kevin's unbeaten league record. After having ruined the greatest record in Champions League history, it is incumbent upon everyone to safeguard Kevin's league unbeaten record. This is a greater achievement than winning a championship. Titles are awarded every year, but an unbeaten league record has never been achieved before. Baldini, seated nearby, began to massage his temples. He desperately wished for Capello's return. What were the players saying? The coach must bear responsibility for the player's unbeaten record, a weight that Baldini admits he cannot shoulder. Fortunately, Ramos spoke of the league, in which Capello has not faced suspension. Let Capello grapple with that dilemma. Sergio, you claim that Kevin's record holds greater significance than the championship. Does this not contravene the principles of a professional athlete? As the highest-paid player at Real Madrid, should he not be indifferent to personal victories and defeats? A reporter inquired. Kevin has never requested our assistance in maintaining his record. He has consistently labored in silence, refraining from making any demands. However, we cannot afford to treat him lightly simply because of his humility and modesty. Every teammate of Kevin bears the responsibility to uphold this remarkable record. While we revel in the victories and cheers that Kevin brings, each of his teammates should step forward to contribute in some way. Kevin's unbeaten streak does not conflict with our pursuit of championships. He is a natural winner. If we falter in securing a title, it is undoubtedly due to shortcomings from others, including myself. When no one lags behind, Kevin will triumph in all endeavors. Ramos passionately exclaimed. You may have a point. I would also like to inquire whether your exchanges with Kevin on the sidelines today might provoke discontent among the assistant coaches. Baldini quickly responded, not at all. Kevin is a player imbued with a fierce desire to win. This is merely an expression of that ambition. I am delighted to have such players on our team, as they inspire those on the field. I am aware of the news you seek, but that is unattainable. Kevin commands the respect of everyone in the locker room, both on and off the pitch. He is the team's leader, contrary to what the newspapers suggest. Furthermore, Kevin does not receive any preferential treatment. Fabio treats all players equally. Yet, I have observed Mr. Capello handing Kevin a towel during every halftime. Is that not preferential treatment? Another journalist queried. Ramos retorted sharply. That is not because he is Kevin. It is because when Kevin is on the field, he is the best performing player. The coach simply provides a towel to the player who excels. There is no issue with that. If others wish for the same treatment, they need only to surpass Kevin's performance. Is it not reasonable for a coach to prioritize players who ensure victory? If a coach were to act otherwise, that would be favoritism based on personal preference. Kevin's contributions far outweigh what he receives. Do not disseminate falsehoods in your reports, or I will hold you accountable. Huang. Kevin chose not to return to Madrid with the others, opting instead to linger temporarily in Milan. Ramos's comments at the post-match press conference garnered more attention than the match itself. Marca initiated a poll regarding whether Kevin should be fielded when Real Madrid is trailing significantly. To Kevin's astonishment, over 65% of Real Madrid fans felt he should not be brought onto the pitch under such circumstances. The rationale of the fans is quite straightforward. The league is not played in two legs, and a significant deficit renders the appearance of King Huang ineffective. Even if Huang Kaiwan were to score, time would be of the essence, making it difficult for him to turn the tide, potentially jeopardizing his record. Some fans expressed that if Huang Kaiwan did not play and Real Madrid found themselves trailing by a wide margin, he would merely chuckle and advise, I believe you can. The young lady, displeased, responded, there is indeed one thing I can do. Huang Kaiwan switched off the television and, amidst her exclamations of surprise, carried her to the bedroom. The following day, Huang Kaiwan flew back to Madrid. In the afternoon, he visited the team, and after training, he returned home with his teammates. They gathered to celebrate their recent advancement and to watch the draw for the UEFA Champions League semi-finals together. There are no country avoidance rules in the semi-finals, with the first team drawn hosting the match. After dinner, they assembled in the living room to watch television. Cassano remarked, I have a feeling Manchester United will draw Liverpool, and we will face Milan. They love to create a spectacle. Rarely do you speak correctly. Ramos nodded in agreement. The banter between Cassano and Ramos resumed, prompting Huang Kaiwan to shift slightly to avoid being jostled. In truth, he also harbored a premonition. Rumors regarding the UEFA and FIFA draw manipulations have long circulated, suggesting that guests select balls based on their temperature or that they are somehow guided into the hands of the guests. Such news is not uncommon. While it is difficult to comment on other matches, Huang felt the likelihood of manipulation in the Champions League draws was quite substantial. Coincidences are hard to dismiss. Yet the Champions League consistently produces the most engaging matchups, raising suspicions. Given UEFA's notorious greed for revenue, it is highly plausible that they would tamper with the draws to maintain viewer ratings. Spain and Switzerland share the same time zone, with no time difference. At 11:30 p.m., the draw commenced. This timing was shortly after dinner for the Spaniards, leaving the Real Madrid players alert, while their families tended to their children and settled down for the night, allowing the players to converse more freely. They chatted about the hottest nightclubs of the moment. Guti turned to Huang, the draw's guest, and asked, "Kevin, whom do you hope we face?" "I have no particular preference, but I would rather not encounter Milan so early," Huang replied. Even Cassano perceived Huang's apprehension, sensing that UEFA might not overlook the opportunity for him to confront his former club. As soon as Huang finished speaking, the guest unveiled a small ball revealing the name Milan. This indicated that Milan would host the first leg of the upcoming semifinals. The next draw would determine Milan's opponent. Brazilian legend Zico reached into the box, retrieved a small ball, and upon unsealing it, displayed the name Real Madrid. Consequently, the remaining teams, Liverpool and Manchester United, would face each other. "What is happening?" Cassano exclaimed in discontent. "Kevin faces Milan, while there's a Northwest derby on the other side. If this isn't manipulated, I'm willing to eat my words." "Very well, then, I believe there is no manipulation in the draw." Ramos raised an eyebrow and smiled. To witness Cassano's downfall, he was willing to utter falsehoods. "You idiot, it's not about what you think, it's about what I think." The draw yielding such results is undoubtedly a ploy by UEFA, Cassano exclaimed in dissatisfaction. This season, Milan surged forward in all fronts without a hint of decline. The points deduction following the telephone scandal was trivial compared to their commanding lead, effectively securing their championship title. In contrast to Milan, the Real Madrid players preferred to face either Manchester United or Liverpool as their adversaries. "Let it be, discussing it now is futile. We can only strive to play our best," Raul remarked, shaking his head. "Milan is undeniably stronger than Inter, and in the upcoming matches, we must give 120% of our spirit." "No issues, right, Kevin?" Ramos inquired as he settled beside Huang. "What issues could there be? Even as friends, we must exert ourselves fully on the pitch. That is the respect they deserve," Huang replied, shaking his head. The Champions League draw stirred considerable controversy. Whether it was Huang facing his former club or the highly anticipated Northwest Derby between Manchester United and Liverpool, the topics were undeniably captivating. The Marca headline declared, "Milan, having secured 5 championships over the past 2 years, is a formidable opponent. Yet, it is Kevin who has consistently saved Milan during critical moments." After his departure, while Milan maintained competitive football and Kaká performed admirably, Kaká is merely a top star, whereas Kevin is the most dominant player in Champions League history. From the moment the draw was announced, Milan's journey in this season's Champions League was effectively over, ending with a place among the final 4. World Sports Daily remarked, "Kaká is an exceptional star, deserving of the Ballon d'Or for his performance in the attacking midfield role." Milan is fully prepared to pursue a 3rd consecutive Champions League title. They undoubtedly possess the strength to eliminate Real Madrid. Cruyff analyzed in his column, "Since Dutch football integrated into Milan, the club has maintained astonishing competitiveness. Kevin's departure has fostered greater teamwork within Milan. With 18 players scoring this season, it indicates that goals are no longer concentrated among a few star players, which is beneficial for any team. As long as they perform normally, defeating Real Madrid should not pose a significant challenge." Milan Sports Daily stated, "After playing at Meazza, Kevin will return to San Siro. Milan fans long to see him again, but certainly not under such circumstances. This season, both Milan and Real Madrid are vying for titles across 3 fronts. It is likely that from Ancelotti to Maldini, they lack confidence in eliminating Real Madrid, as Milan will face the man who led them to victory in everything." Manchester Evening News noted, "Real Madrid drawing Milan is advantageous, allowing one to eliminate the other, subsequently. The victor between Manchester United and Liverpool will only need to face either Real Madrid or Milan in the final." Liverpool Evening Post proclaimed, "The entire Liverpool squad is prepared. This time, they are determined to reach the Champions League final." In an interview, Gerrard expressed his desire for the final opponent to be Milan, wishing to reclaim the championship he had lost. Milan legend Cesare Maldini remarked during his interview, "Kevin is the finest player on earth. Milan is facing challenges. I would love to say they can win the match. But my experience as both a player and a coach tells me that defeating a team with Kevin is exceedingly difficult, even if Milan manages to secure a victory. The journey will be arduous. The players must be prepared for the worst." At the training facility, Kaká smiled during his interview, stating, "Facing Kevin as an opponent would be a novel experience. If possible, I would prefer not to confront him. I have already spoken to him on the phone. Both of us will give our utmost in the match. That is all I can say, as I do not know how to prevail against Kevin. I can only focus on my own performance." Later, in a phone interview from New York, the legendary Pelé confidently declared, "Victory? Victory belongs to Kevin. He is a Real Madrid player, and thus triumph belongs to Real Madrid. Kevin is my successor as the number 10, far surpassing Maradona. Though Milan is formidable and Kaká performs admirably, it does not bridge the gap between Milan and Real Madrid, a gap that Kevin Seedorf cannot fill. I have watched him play. He is a decent player, and I saw his desire to restore the number 10 jersey for Milan, but he is no match for Kevin. I can even tell you that this season's Champions League champion will be Real Madrid. Unless I return to the age of 20, no one can defeat Kevin." On April 14th, during Real Madrid's away match against Racing Santander, the journalist's questions also revolved around the Champions League semifinals. At the pre-match press conference, Racing's manager elegantly stated, "I believe Real Madrid will reach the final. However, we will give our all today. Real Madrid's rotation in preparation for the Champions League is good news for us." He spoke the truth. Shortly after the match began, Santander's Gary scored the opening goal. In the 33rd minute, Raul received a pass from Higuain and scored from a tight angle near the right post. Santander played aggressively, eager to secure a victory at home. In the second half, Capello sat beside Huang Kevin and said, "Try to regain your form in the Copa del Rey. Today's opponent is too fierce. And I fear for your safety if you play." "Yes, coach," Huang Kevin replied with a nod. Capello's well-intentioned advice was difficult to refuse. Santander performed commendably that day. Unfortunately, neither team scored in the second half, ensuring that Real Madrid at least did not lose the match. On April 18th, during the first leg of the Copa del Rey semifinals against Deportivo La Coruña, Juan Kevin entered the match with Real Madrid already leading by 3 goals. He assisted Guti, sealing the victory decisively in one leg. Milan also continued their winning streak. However, both coaches, Capello and Ancelotti, had already shifted their focus to the impending Champions League semifinals. On April 21st, Real Madrid faced Valencia at home, and Capello excluded Huang Kaiwan from the lineup, fearing an injury before the Champions League semifinals. Valencia had a history of such incidents. Ultimately, Real Madrid triumphed over Valencia with goals from Higuain and Guti. Following the match, the entire team flew back to Milan after a fortnight's interval. The next morning, during breakfast, Capello addressed everyone, stating, "We will be utilizing Inter Milan's training ground. Milan has graciously offered it to us. However, training alongside our opponents is rather inappropriate. I have some pressing matters today, so my assistant coach will accompany you to practice." The players remained silent, yet many faces revealed a glimmer of joy, as most were not keen on having Capello on the sidelines. The sight of Capello's impassive demeanor was quite intimidating. After delivering his instructions, Capello hurriedly departed to the Milan Cathedral, where he once again met Cardinal Assolrati. This time, Capello did not intend to solicit assistance from the church, though he feared Ancelotti might do so. Adhering to the principle that weakening an opponent strengthens oneself, Capello resolved to extend an invitation to the Cardinal first. He smiled and said, "Your Eminence, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, for the upcoming Champions League semifinals. I would like to request your presence to lend us your support." Assolrati set down his quill, looked up with a smile, and replied, "I shall do my utmost to ensure the Champions League semifinals proceed without disturbance, but I believe you should first return to the embrace of the Lord." Capello chuckled. "I will, rest assured." After all, he was suspended, and whatever he did in the stands was beyond the Cardinal's jurisdiction. Embracing the Lord's gospel is the greatest blessing. Assolrati nodded with a smile, indicating that Capello could take his leave. Capello craned his neck to glance at the table. Curious whether the Cardinal was working on that previous book, Assolrati playfully nudged the book forward, revealing a cover inscribed with the most perilous existence, the evil Assolrati's destruction of the most powerful heretical organization in the Spanish national derby. As the Champions League semifinals approached, The excitement surrounding the two matches intensified, promising a football feast for fans worldwide. If one were to compare, the clash between Real Madrid and Milan undoubtedly garnered more attention. The Northwest Derby occurs at least twice a year, and even Manchester United or Liverpool fans do not exhibit the same fervor. In contrast, the world eagerly anticipated Huang performance against his former club, Milan, and whether Milan could withstand a Real Madrid bolstered by Huang. Newspapers, television, and the internet buzzed with discussions regarding this match. The Sun even took the opportunity to compile a list of Huang top 10 friends in football. 10th, Messi. 9th, Ronaldinho. 8th, Ronaldo. 7th, Raul. 6th, Cassano. 5th, Gattuso. 4th, Maldini. 3rd, Inzaghi. 2nd, Ramos. And 1st, Kaká. They primarily assess based on the duration of interactions and the connections established among individuals. Cassano ranks higher than Raul due to his frequent visits to Huang residence, whereas several AC Milan players, who share a cordial rapport with Huang yet have not been captured together in public, do not make the list. The Sun reported, Ramos has surpassed Inzaghi with his fervent fan-like enthusiasm. He is always the first to rush in when Kevin is in distress. Nevertheless, he cannot usurp Kaká's position. During their time at Milan, Kevin and Kaká were inseparable in both training and leisure, if given the choice. I believe Kaká would prefer to share his life with Kevin rather than Beatrice Borromeo. Kaká chuckled as he closed his laptop, changed his attire, and prepared for his final preparations at Milanello. Upon his arrival at the team, he discovered only assistant coach Tassati present. Tassati addressed the players, stating, Carlo is occupied with a few matters. We have a match this evening. For now, you need to relax. If anyone feels unwell, please inform me in advance, and I will contact Carlo. Our current approach involves searching for key terms on mainstream social media. But the greatest challenge lies in having someone operate the computer nearby, since the Wi-Fi signal cannot transmit over long distances. Ancelotti anxiously rubbed his hands together. With the match looming, his equipment was not yet prepared, which was unacceptable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Ancelotti as he excitedly grasped Professor Karimi, exclaiming, is it possible that the intentions of those online are, in fact, manifestations of psychic power? Therefore, we need not specifically seek out these intentions online. We simply need to expand the reception range of Machine 6. Indeed, we have fallen into a misconception, Professor Karimi replied. Previously, we focused solely on extracting online intentions. But your insight reveals that this is, in essence, a fallacy. However, it is too late to increase the power now. I believe Machine 6 is sufficient for your current needs. Machine 6 is a new device. The chip in the previous shoes was calibrated for Machine 5. Does it require further adjustment? Ancelotti inquired with concern. He was not well versed in these matters. But he understood that even if one purchased a new television of the same brand, using the old remote could lead to complications. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Professor Karimi assured with a smile. Then it is practically likely there could be problems? Ancelotti asked anxiously. Yes, but you need not worry. My students and I joining the coaching staff was agreed upon previously. We will conduct on-site adjustments to the machine. Ancelotti's excitement was palpable as he remarked, that is splendid. Even if that rascal Capello has Kevin, without the support of psychic power, he cannot fully harness Kevin's potential. The Love of Morning, Yi Liangxin 0227. The extraterrestrial battle against the Son of God. Real Madrid's bus was besieged by Milan fans. On the bustling streets of Milan, throngs of fans clad in the vintage number 10 jerseys emblazoned with the name of Kevin Huang filled the atmosphere. The mere wave of his hand could induce a traffic jam. Real Madrid players were aware of Huang's popularity, yet they were astonished to discover the lofty status he held in Milan. They witnessed not just one, but several female fans covering their mouths in tears, while others excitedly hurled their shirts towards the team bus. Cassano exclaimed, surely even Milan players aren't this adored. Is it really that significant that Kevin has departed? Rookie, if you were to stand on the goal line and lead us to victory in the Champions League final, you too would be cherished by the Madrid fans. Ramos retorted dismissively. Cassano found himself momentarily speechless. He had dreamt of heroism for several days following that match, yet even in his dreams, he had lost the Champions League title due to his height disadvantage. He believed that match was undoubtedly the most iconic in Champions League history. As the Real Madrid players gazed out at the throngs of fans, the streets were adorned with handwritten signs and posters of Kevin Huang. They mused that even if the Italian team, having won the World Cup, returned to Milan, they could scarcely expect a warmer reception than this. Due to traffic, the Real Madrid bus arrived at the parking lot 10 minutes late, despite departing the hotel half an hour early. Had they left on time, they would have had to shorten their warm-up. Kevin, are you attending the pre-match press conference today? Franco Baldini jogged over to Huang, leaning slightly forward as he spoke. Yes, I will be attending, but first, I need to visit the restroom, Huang replied with a smile. Given the circumstances of playing at San Siro, it was only fitting he attend the press conference. All right, I'll head over first. Baldini nodded and followed the players into the stadium. Huang navigated the familiar path to the restroom, and upon washing his hands and exiting, he spotted Ramos standing at the door with his hands clasped before him. Why haven't you gone to change with the others, Sergio? Huang inquired. There will surely be a crowd at the press conference, and I worry the reporters might crowd you. They don't tend to follow the rules, Ramos explained. Very well, let us go, Huang replied, leading Ramos towards the press hall. By now, everyone should have gathered. As the star player, Huang's delayed entrance was of little consequence. As Huang pushed open the door, he instantly captured the attention of everyone in the room. With his hands in his pockets, he strode in, with Ramos following closely behind. Both were attired in sleek black suits from the sponsor, complemented by crisp white shirts beneath. As Huang slightly turned his head, the reporters, taken aback by Ramos's fierce expression, parted to create a path. Sitting behind the table, Maldini waved at Huang with a smile, to which Huang nodded and smiled back, making his way to the podium. He was undeniably the focal point of the entire press conference. The sound of camera shutters echoed continuously until Huang took his seat behind the table, and Ramos positioned himself beside the press officer, at which point the clamor in the hall gradually subsided. The previously vocal Ancelotti fell silent, for he realized that his moment had come to a close. Initially, I believed that without the enhancement of willpower, Huang Kaiwen would not be particularly formidable. However, upon seeing him in person, Ancelotti inexplicably felt a pang of unease. He touched the now compacted Model 6 in his pocket, as his racing heart gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Kaiwen, will you show mercy to AC Milan today? What thoughts occupy your mind as you face your former teammates once more? Will you be in the starting lineup today? It is said that Real Madrid is preparing to renew your contract. Is there any truth to this? Who do you perceive as the most threatening player within the Milan squad? The journalists were tenfold more fervent than usual. The return of St. Kaiwen to San Siro was undeniably a topic of great interest. Huang Kaiwen tapped the microphone twice, causing a sharp crackling sound from the sound system. Once the reporters fell silent, he drew the microphone closer and stated, "Both Milan and San Siro hold special significance for me. I have maintained contact with my former teammates at Milan, and none of us anticipated encountering each other under these circumstances. Nevertheless, as players of top-tier teams, meeting on the pitch is inevitable. What about the other questions, Kaiwen?" The reporters urged. "As for the renewal, I am uncertain. I have not heard anything regarding that matter. As for the starting lineup, that is up to the coach's decision. You may wish to inquire with him, as he has yet to announce the starting players." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The reporters in attendance wore expressions of exasperation. The late announcement of Real Madrid's starting lineup was a strategy aimed at the opposing coach. Yet players were certainly informed in advance, or they would be unable to prepare adequately. Huang Kaiwen appeared to be toying with them, and their predicament was all the more frustrating because they felt powerless. Should they protest, Huang Kaiwen's departure would leave them at a significant disadvantage. "Who do you believe is the most threatening player within the Milan squad?" A journalist reminded him, as this was indeed the most intriguing query. "I am well acquainted with the entire Milan team. Each player poses a threat," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "Milan is likely the team with the most Champions League experience in recent years, featuring a diverse array of attacking styles. Alongside several world champions and Champions League winners in their defense, including Paolo. Today's match presents a challenge. If I must highlight, I would say that Kaká and Zaghi and Tony all pose significant threats. Although Tony does not score frequently, his tactical contributions are quite evident. I am unsure how Carlo will arrange Milan's starting lineup today. That is the true threat." Another journalist posed a question. "Mr. Ancelotti, you mentioned earlier that you were prepared to counter the threats posed by Kaiwen. Is that correct?" Ancelotti furrowed his brow and replied, "You have misunderstood my intention. I meant that the Milan players will perform excellently, and if they do well, they will naturally limit the performance of Real Madrid's players, including Kaiwen." Touching the Model 6 in his pocket, Ancelotti felt an immense sense of reassurance. As the press conference concluded, Huang and his companions returned to the locker room. The teammates had already changed and were engaged in lively conversation, shifting topics from the prowess of hippos versus crocodiles to whether a mother elephant with a baby could fend off a pride of lions. Such discussions were immensely popular in the locker room, while topics pertaining to women were often too subjective to sustain lengthy discourse. Cowan, what are your thoughts? Raul, now fully equipped, inquired while rubbing his legs. I truly doubt that lions would seek out elephants. They would undoubtedly prefer more manageable prey, Huang remarked with a smile. Hypothetically speaking, do you grasp that, my brother? Cassano retorted, visibly discontented. You must unleash your imagination. The African savanna has been ravaged by a dreadful drought, prompting the animals to migrate. A young elephant, left behind by its mother due to illness, finds itself alone after recovering, as the herd has long departed. On their quest to reunite with the group, the mother and her calf encounter a pride of lions preparing for their own migration. Famished. The lions are aware that tackling an elephant is no simple feat, yet survival leaves them with no alternative. Huang interjected. Perhaps we should wait for Huang to pen a book and have Cassano as the screenwriter. He continued, what are the elephants left to care for their young? It seems those lions are intentionally biding their time for this mother and calf, merely to challenge themselves, isn't it? I surmise the elephants would prevail, as the lions would be reluctant to pay a hefty price. They would flee upon sustaining injuries. How can that be? I firmly believe the lions would emerge victorious. Cassano exclaimed. Huang chose silence, recognizing Cassano as quite the chatterbox. Feeling a sense of ennui, Cassano sought out other teammates for discussion. Huang rose. Retrieving a lottery ticket, he twirled it between his fingers, revealing a prize illustration. With a sigh of relief, he thought about returning to San Siro. If the experience card turned out subpar, it would tarnish his reputation among Milan fans. Moreover, Milan was exhibiting an aura of invincibility. The combination of Kaká and Inzaghi was formidable. Observing the anticipation meter hitting 100, Huang opted to draw a prize. Congratulations. You have obtained the experience card for the match between Barcelona and Compostela from the 1996 to 1997 La Liga season, featuring Ronaldo Luis Nazario de Lima. Incredible. It is indeed him. Huang mused, having once been referred to as an alien himself, albeit merely a second-generation one. The original alien was none other than the legendary Ronaldo he had just drawn. The early Ronaldo was a player of unparalleled prowess, relentlessly pursued by defenders, yet unstoppable in his advancement with the ball. With a peak performance from Ronaldo, coupled with various enhancements, Huang anticipated that Milan's defense might very well sever ties with him after today. Unsure if Maldini would start, he speculated that both the eldest and second sons would be present to watch the match. Huang contemplated whether to avoid breaking through on Maldini's side. Kevin, why do you look so elated? Have you arranged a date with Shakira again? Cassano, ignored by others, squeezed in beside Huang You are overthinking it. I simply feel in fine form today, Huang replied, concealing the lottery ticket in his palm to quell his teammates' curiosity. This is the best news I've heard today. Guti remarked with a smile. Our performance in the last match was lackluster. Today, we must deliver a strong showing. Sergio is absolutely right. We cannot hinder Kevin's efforts. Indeed. Let us all rally together. We cannot place all our expectations on Kevin, Ramos asserted as he stood up. As Huang joined his teammates for warm-ups, he could already feel the formidable presence of Ronaldo. This is a player with explosive physical prowess, whose ball control needs no elaboration. Although Ronaldo may not possess the same exquisite touch as Ronaldinho, he remains one of the zeniths of the football world. Coach Zhang chuckled as he opened the discussion. Today's match garners immense attention. Our field reporters have spoken to numerous fans, and an AC Milan supporter expressed a desire for Huang to achieve a hat trick, leading AC Milan to a 5-3 victory over Real Madrid. Indeed, regardless of the score, the AC Milan fans fervently hope for a stellar performance from Huang and a triumphant outcome for their team, reflecting their deep yearning for him. We observed that the San Siro Stadium had early on displayed banners, notably one featuring the number 10 embracing the number 22, which had become prevalent. Other banners expressed gratitude towards Huang for his contributions to Milan. From the warm-up phase, Huang received an enthusiastic welcome from the Milan supporters. I believe the atmosphere of the match will be amicable, and the AC Milan players are unlikely to commit any malicious fouls against Huang. It appears that no AC Milan player has ever spoken ill of him. Rather, it is the club he currently serves, Real Madrid, that seems to have rumors circulating, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Indeed, Capello addressed this matter in a press conference, stating that should he discover who is spreading malicious rumors, that individual would be relegated to the youth team permanently, unable to leave until the contract concludes. It is evident that Capello, the iron-willed coach, is quite incensed by this situation. Look, the AC Milan players are all greeting Huang. He is nearly overwhelmed. Kevin, have you seen the report from the Sun? Inzaghi inquired, turning to him. No, what is up? Huang responded. The damned gossip tabloid ranked your good friend, and I found myself only in third place. Inzaghi expressed his dissatisfaction. I concur that their rankings are questionable, Pirlo added. Surely he cannot be unranked. Do not concern yourself with that. Who are the first and second? Huang asked. Second is Ramos, and first is Ricardo. Oh, I see. Huang nodded, saying, in truth, you need not dwell on such matters. Whether in love or friendship, these things cannot be quantified. Such rankings are merely for amusement. If we were to take them seriously, the editors of The Sun would revel in it. In Europe, large conglomerates fear legal battles the least. For stars to litigate against such entities is a futile endeavor. Even if victorious, the compensation is scant, and it consumes valuable time and diverts focus, adversely affecting performance on the pitch. The gossip newspapers easily recoup their losses through the notoriety of being defendants. If your performance falters, they may write about your decline and associate it with some scandal. And should you wish to litigate again, they would welcome it with open arms. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no individual desires to sue a news conglomerate. I understand. But tell me, who is your best friend? Inzaghi pressed on. Huang remarked, I feel my words are falling on deaf ears. Do not mind Filippo. He has been engaging us all day. Kaka chuckled as he turned around. I share the same sentiment, he added. Huang nodded and inquired. Have you thought about when you might get married? Not yet, but I will certainly inform you when I do. At that time, you must be my best man. Kaka replied, scratching the back of his head. Enough chatting. The referee's team is signaling for us to take the field, Inzaghi reminded with a smirk. Good luck, Ricardo. Huang said. You too, Kevin. The coach's team followed the players onto the field, where Franco Baldini and Ancelotti exchanged handshakes. Give it your all today. I believe you have far more potential than Capello, Ancelotti said warmly. I'm nowhere near that. Please don't say such things. Baldini quickly shook his head in response. Ancelotti patted Baldini's hand, and they parted ways. Ancelotti returned to the coaching bench, while Tassadi and Professor Karami quickly rose to assist Ancelotti in assembling the receiving device. Although the sixth machine had been miniaturized, to capture more of the desired energy, a receiving device was indispensable. Professor and his student can handle this. You go fetch my notes and prepare some defenses. That rascal Capello loves to employ underhanded tactics, and with him in the stands today, we must be vigilant, Ancelotti instructed. Tassadi nodded, rummaging through his backpack for notes and materials to set up on the sidelines. Franco Baldini observed the bustling Milan coaching staff and couldn't help but ask, what is the Cardinal doing? Are we merely spectators? If the opposition is making moves, he should do something to maintain our momentum. The fitness coach Massimo Neri reassured him. Rest assured, His Eminence will not miss such an occasion. Last time, he brought out the relic box. This time, he must have something equally impressive. What could possibly be more formidable than the relic box? Baldini inquired. As they spoke, Cardinal Asselrati finally made his entrance. Surrounded by the guard, Cardinal Asselrati held a plate, atop which rested a glass box containing a piece of yellowed linen. This item was universally recognized throughout the Christian world. It was the Shroud of Turin, preserved within a small chapel, displayed only 4 times a year under the highest security measures. The once boisterous San Siro Stadium fell into silence. Baldini's eyes widened in astonishment. The Cardinal was indeed making a grand gesture. At this rate, the Champions League final might see a cross carried onto the field. Baldini shook his head and quickly approached, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Your Eminence. Not at all. My role today is merely to ensure no heretics cause any disruption, Asselrati replied with a radiant smile. He was not there merely to support Real Madrid. Kevin was a living miracle, and Kaka was a devout believer. Regardless of the outcome, the Vatican had already emerged victorious. Since aligning himself with Ancelotti, his reputation had grown significantly. This indicated he had chosen the right path. The more he connected with the sport of football, the more Asselrati believed he would eventually take the helm of St. Peter's Basilica. After a brief exchange, the players from both teams lined up beside the officiating crew, with anticipation mounting for the much-awaited match. Let us take a moment to review the starting lineups, for this encounter may very well represent the pinnacle of modern football. Milan's formation is a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree. Goalkeeper, Dida. Defenders, Jankulovski, Maldini, Nesta, Otto. Midfielders, Gattuso, Pirlo, Ambrosini. Attacking midfielders, Seedorf, Kaká. Forward, Inzaghi. Real Madrid. Deploying a 4-3-3 with dual holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas. Defenders, Marcelo, Pepe, Elguera, Ramos. Midfielders, De Jong, Diarra, Guti. Forwards, Huang, Raul, Cassano. It is evident that both coaches have opted for relatively conservative formations today. Previously, Real Madrid had consistently employed a single holding midfielder. Yet Capello has chosen to utilize two in order to counter AC Milan's central attacking prowess. Ancelotti's decision to field Inzaghi as the lone striker instead of Huntelaar may stem from various considerations. Perhaps he fears that Huntelaar's temperament could lead to a disadvantage against Pepe. Who ultimately suffers from this tactical choice remains uncertain. The two captains engaged in a coin toss, while the camera panned to the stands, showcasing a constellation of stars in the San Siro. The esteemed honorary president of Real Madrid, Di Stefano, sat alongside Milan's legendary captain, Cesare Maldini. Beside the elder Maldini were presumably his two grandsons, the sons of Paolo Maldini, albeit both donned in Real Madrid jerseys. Paolo Maldini might indeed worry that his third child could also become a supporter of Huang. Huang has garnered considerable popularity among the children of Milan players. The camera caught several youngsters holding up signs, one of whom was a former young supporter of Roma. He inadvertently assisted AC Milan with a quick throw-in, and since then, he has remained a faithful supporter of the club, though today it seems he has chosen to side with Huang. After observing for a while, it appears Capello has not been spotted. Indeed, it is likely he is simply hard to find. Such an important match would not see Capello absent. Referee Kairos Vassilaris frequently checked his watch, with the entire officiating team hailing from Greece. At 7:45 p.m., the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. The kickoff saw Raul pass laterally to the left. Huang received the ball, flicking it right with the tip of his left foot, as Kaká moved in support. Huang then utilized the inside of his right foot to nudge the ball back to the left, deftly maneuvering it between Kaká and the sideline. The defensive capabilities of Kaká, Huang's good friend, are rather limited, and the real challenge was yet to come. Today, Gattuso was positioned on the right flank. It would be hard for Huang to believe Ancelotti was not targeting him. Gattuso, alongside Pirlo, surged towards the sideline in a bid to provide cover. Huang continued his advance along the flank, and as Gattuso closed in, he swiftly executed a lateral drag with the inside of his left foot, pushing the ball forward to slip between Gattuso and Pirlo. Gattuso was unable to halt Huang's momentum. Observing Gattuso being bypassed, Otto felt a surge of anxiety. Having joined Milan only this summer, he had yet to play alongside Huang, yet he did not underestimate him in the slightest. He spread his legs and lowered his center of gravity, waiting for an opportunity while facing Huang, who constantly adjusted his position. Suddenly, Huang accelerated as he approached the penalty area, prompting Otto to hastily follow suit. Nesta also joined the defensive effort on the left side of the penalty area. Otto realized he could not keep up with Huang's speed. As he saw Huang nearing the sideline, he gritted his teeth and executed a sliding tackle. Huang, with a quick stop and a deft touch with his left foot, evaded Otto's foot. Nesta quickly adjusted his balance, preparing to extend his leg. Huang gently nudged the ball outward with the outside of his right foot, swiftly switching to the inside of his foot to angle the ball towards the baseline, dribbling along the sideline towards the left post. Observing that Raul was flanked by Maldini, Huang created space with his right foot before unleashing a close-range shot. Dida reacted swiftly, dropping to block the ball out of bounds. In the 7 God Live broadcast room, Cruyff exclaimed, "Before the match, I held on to some fantasies. But in this brief encounter, I've already realized that even Nesta cannot contain Kaiwan. The way Kaiwan fakes with his shoulders and deftly maneuvers the ball has clearly deceived Nesta's balance. Nesta remains stationary as he adjusts his stance. Such a level of dribbling is merely a warm-up for Gaetjens, yet it has already caused significant trouble for Milan's elite defense. If Odo wishes to thwart Gaetjens today, he must deliver a world-class performance to even slightly restrict him alongside Nesta for Milan to advance to the finals. Suppressing Real Madrid's scoring is far more realistic than merely defending against Gaetjens. Guti looked towards Huang. After a gesture, Guti approached the corner flag. Maldini positioned himself in front of Huang. With a smile, Huang remarked, "No need for that. I don't score many headers. I know your strength better than anyone." Maldini placed a hand on Huang's leg and replied over his shoulder. Huang shook his head, moving away from the near post, as Gattuso closed in beside him. Guti took a run-up and sent the ball towards the near post where Maldini leaped to head it. The ball soared quickly beyond the penalty area. Pirlo, upon receiving the ball, immediately swung his arm and curled it with his right foot. The ball swiftly crossed the halfway line, heading towards the left flank, where El Ghazi nodded it, striking Kaká's leg perfectly. Kaká rushed towards the ball, deftly adjusting his direction with a touch of his right foot, but De Jong, catching up from behind, collided with Kaká, sending him sprawling to the ground. In the midst of the commentary, someone remarked, "Honestly, the commentators are not wrong. This match is undoubtedly one of the most remarkable showdowns in football history." Another agreed. Indeed, while the Spanish El Clasico sounds formidable, AC Milan has performed exceptionally well in recent years. Today, Huang is putting on a splendid display, and Kaká, needless to say, has showcased a myriad of divine goals this season in both the Champions League and the league itself, having accounted for a significant portion of AC Milan's goals in the Champions League. Kaká is undoubtedly worthy of the Ballon d'Or. He and Huang are arguably the two most formidable attacking players in the current football landscape, and their friendship adds to the drama of the moment, making my heart race with the intertwining of fate. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Just because Kaká is raising his milk tea cup with a silly smile doesn't mean he can outplay Huang. Just look at how Huang never endorses anything that might tarnish his image, whereas his good friends seem unable to escape such pitfalls. It cannot be said otherwise. Huang has also endorsed legend. However, he indeed knows how to flaunt himself. The special effects are so lackluster that I still find Huang remarkably handsome. Alas, there is no need to deliberate on this matter. Huang is undeniably charming. Not only is he attractive, but he also possesses a flair for showmanship. In the past, my female classmates admired Guanxi, but now they are all enamored with Huang. It's not just my classmates. My mother frequently comments on Huang good looks and talent. She usually forbids me from wearing expensive clothes, opting instead to purchase fine garments for herself. The last time I mentioned buying a Huang jersey, without hesitation, she took me to the mall and purchased the fan version for over 600, not batting an eye. Can you believe your mother would actually buy you an authentic jersey? What do you mean she bought it for me? Upon returning home, she framed it and hung it in her and my father's bedroom. AC Milan is persistently organizing in their defensive half. Pirlo passes laterally to Gattuso, who advances the ball to the halfway line, while De Jong swiftly pressures him. Gattuso returns the ball to Pirlo, who deftly turns and sends the ball to the left flank. The assisting Maldini distributes the ball before retreating. He is cautious not to push too far forward against Real Madrid. Jankulovski drives forward on the left flank, encountering Guti's pressure. He pivots to pass, but Ramos intercepts with a well-timed foot. Diarra hooks the ball forward with his right foot, nudging it towards the edge of the penalty area. Pirlo intercepts before Raul, quickly curling a pass beneath the ball. Seedorf extends his foot to control the ball on the left flank. Inzaghi continues to hover around El Ghazi, while Kaká positions himself in front of the penalty area. Milan's attack boasts several receiving options. Seedorf dribbles diagonally through the center, and before Diarra can extend his foot to challenge, he delivers a pass with his left foot. Kaká suddenly accelerates, nudging the ball diagonally into the penalty area between Pepe and Marcelo. Pepe, following Kaká into the box, realizes he cannot keep up with Kaká's astonishing pace and decisively slides to tackle. Kaká, at the left corner of the small box, angles his body and strikes with his left foot towards the far corner. The ball rolls past Pepe's cleats, and Casillas, stationed at the near post, crouches to reach but fails to make contact. The ball travels straight into the right side of the net. Kaká, Kaká, Kaká. The San Siro reverberates with the cheers of the Rossoneri. Kaká, exhilarated, raises his hands to the sky, while Ancelotti joyfully rushes to the sidelines, pumping his fist. At the entrance of the stands, Gaetjens approaches Capello, who is holding binoculars, and states, "Fabio, they are ready. Have they all taken their positions?" The formation is quite intricate. Any minor error could disrupt its effectiveness. Capello replies solemnly, "Indeed, everything is positioned according to the compass readings, and we have verified it with a theodolite. There will be no issues," Gaetjens assures. As Capello's assistant, he has always been meticulous. That's reassuring. Are those individuals prepared? Capello inquires once more. They are ready. The martial artists from Hong Kong are quite formidable. This time, we have engaged Jack Chan's crew for the film, and the equipment has been thoroughly checked. You need not worry about safety, Gaetjens responds. Very well, I shall change my attire. Now we merely await the opportune moment for my entrance. Capello nods in agreement. If it were not for the formidable opponent, he would not have resorted to such a powerful formation. As the Milan players celebrated and returned to the center circle, Huang gave Kaka a thumbs up, who responded with a radiant smile. Inbu clasped his hands across his chest, his gaze solely fixed on Huang. In Huang's recent dribbling maneuver, he perceived the shadow of Ronaldo. Although the legendary Ronaldo had joined Milan during the winter break, he was currently sidelined due to injury. Even upon recovery, Ronaldo would struggle to reclaim his peak form. In contrast, today's Huang seemed to embody the essence of that all-powerful extraterrestrial. No, he appeared even stronger than the prime Ronaldo. Inbu sighed, realizing that after Ronaldo's retirement, it seemed Ibrahimovic would only contest for the position of second best in the football realm. Ancelotti, observing the resumption of play, also sighed. After coaching Huang for 2 years, he was intimately familiar with his style. While it was advantageous for Milan to score first, maintaining that lead until the end would prove challenging. Today, Kaka had also declined to wear gloves, relying solely on the wish-receiving device within his boots, which would not yield optimal results. Coupled with the difficulties in developing the network wish power, Ancelotti felt a pang of concern. Assigning Gattuso to mark Huang was a strategic choice, valuing Gattuso's ability to disrupt. Despite occasionally appearing disheveled, he could slow down the opponent's pace. Allowing teammates to provide support or seizing opportunities to dispossess the ball, he was more suited to defend against Huang than Ambrosini. Up front, with Ronaldo injured, Tony was better suited for a dual striker role. Inbu was indeed the finest option, yet his temperament posed a potential issue. The defenders from Real Madrid were not to be underestimated. Should Inbu lose his composure, it could spell trouble. Allowing Inzaghi to continually test the offside line could also bait the impatient Real Madrid defenders. As for the defensive line, it was already the best combination available. All possible measures had been taken. Now it was a matter of taking one step at a time. Suddenly, Ancelotti recalled something. He turned to Tassadi and inquired, "Have you located that deceitful scoundrel Capello?" "Not yet. He hasn't been found. It's possible he is in disguise," Tassadi replied. "Damn it. I can't shake the feeling that that rogue has some scheme up his sleeve," Ancelotti said, his expression grave. "Indeed, we are all too familiar with Capello's character. He is undoubtedly at San Siro," Tassadi affirmed. "However, security has searched the stands and boxes and found no trace of him. Where could he be?" "Security may not be entirely reliable," Ancelotti remarked, furrowing his brow. "Barbara may not necessarily side with us. Regardless, he cannot remain hidden forever. Send someone trustworthy to investigate. He is certainly at San Siro." "Understood. I will go at once," Tassadi nodded. On the field, Milan was launching an attack as Pirlo delivered a pass to Gattuso, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the stands. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The Milan supporters rose to their feet, applauding fervently, and the Real Madrid fans followed suit. The cacophony of San Siro reverberated throughout the city of Milan. Gattuso, with measured grace, passed the ball to Kaka, who promptly sent it out of play. Guti, noticing this, quickly intervened, nudging the ball beyond the goal line and turning to Kaka with a thumbs up, saying, "The ball is yours." As the 10th minute unfolded, the entire crowd erupted in applause for Huang. In just 2 years, he had become an integral part of San Siro, and the fervor of the fans indicated their deep desire for his return to Milan. Huang girlfriend is now the president of Milan, so I believe his story with the club is far from over. "Perhaps one day, the number 10 jersey will grace the pitch once more," remarked an observer. The players on both sides showed no immediate intent to resume play. Yankolovsky was cautioned by the referee for his delay in throwing the ball back into play, yet no card was issued. Beyond the game itself, Moments of warmth like this remind us of our devotion to the beautiful game. Indeed, Dida and Kaka clapped enthusiastically, recalling the famous fireworks derby where Huang shielded Dida from falling fireworks from the stands. Dida later recounted that during that time, he struggled to concentrate, often fearing injury from debris thrown from the stands, and it was Huang encouragement that helped him emerge from that shadow. Such camaraderie continues to thrive in the locker rooms of Milan and Real Madrid, which has contributed to Huang's esteemed reputation, with the entire Milan squad and most of the Real Madrid players singing his praises. As the 10th minute elapsed, Milan executed a throw-in. Ambrosini received the ball and passed it back. Pirlo, noticing the advanced position of the Real Madrid defense, decisively struck the ball with his right foot. Ramos swiftly turned and chased back, the ball soaring over his head and into the penalty area. Inzaghi suddenly surged forward, with LGRA following suit. Inzaghi, in a moment of brilliance, turned and directed the ball to Kaka, who deftly flicked it before unleashing a powerful shot, narrowly missing the right post. Inzaghi's movement was astute. Kaka was almost on target, noted an analyst. Indeed, this season, Kaka has scored numerous long-range goals, and Real Madrid must remain vigilant. Standing at the entrance of the players' tunnel, Capello observed the relentless Milan counterattacks, a subtle smile adorning his face. Clad in a traditional Han cloak ordered from a fashion retailer, adorned with a feather fan that he waved leisurely, Capello felt exceptionally dapper. He had always thought this ensemble was striking while watching television, and wearing it in person proved to be equally impressive. Some previously perplexing matters were beginning to clarify for him. Glancing at his watch, Capello noted that the time was nearing. He then looked up at the night sky over Milan, which was adorned with stars, creating a perfect ambience for celestial communication. Have they all secured their flags? I trust they remain unsoiled? Capello inquired, continuing to fan himself. No, they are well protected. And the significance of the 12 flags has already been conveyed to them, Galbiati remarked. That's good, Capello nodded in agreement. He then settled into his wooden wheelchair, fastening the safety belt. His fingers brushed over the wires attached to the wheelchair, and his expression transformed completely. Had it not been for the prior communication with Barbara, orchestrating these arrangements at San Siro Stadium would have proven quite challenging. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, spectators in various sections of the stands raised the 12 flags, each emblazoned with the image of an ancestral totem. In the away supporters section, some fans executed flips into the aisles. Previously, their white attire blended inconspicuously among the Real Madrid players, but now they appeared distinctly antiquated. Once the white-clad individuals formed 2 rows in the stands, they bowed towards Capello. Chanting in unison, formed the formation. Seated in his wooden wheelchair, Capello descended slowly from the upper tier of the stands. A significant cloud of white vapor billowed beneath the wheelchair due to the dry ice. Nearby fans craned their necks, captivated by this fantastical scene. Even the Real Madrid supporters were taken aback by the grand entrance of their head coach. Upon reaching the lower tier, Capello swiftly unfastened the safety belt at his waist, grasped the armrests, and rose to his feet. With a graceful step, he moved as if performing a celestial dance, gently waving a feather fan as he recited. The way of heaven is unpredictable, devoid of sentiment, encompassing all things, yet remaining aloof. There is neither good nor evil, neither right nor wrong, neither grace nor grievance, neither joy nor sorrow. The way of the immortal is a path, the way of demons is a path, the way of spirits is a path. And Buddhism is fundamentally a path. Reclining amidst the clouds, I shall uphold the teachings of the Tao. Upon finishing the last line, Capello came to a halt. With his left hand gripping his right wrist, he swiftly slid down to his forearm, while his right hand lifted, releasing the feather fan to hover in midair. As the fan ascended, Capello exerted force with his right foot, executing a perfect 360-degree turn before coming to a stop. His left thumb inserted into the space between his right hand's thumb and index finger, pressing against the base of his right ring finger. Embracing the yin and nurturing the yang, Capello bent his knees and knelt slowly towards the moon. A martial artist leaped down, deftly tossing a mat to support Capello's knees. After 3 bows and 9 prostrations, Capello, with a solemn expression, declared, "Disciple Fabio Capello, a Westerner by faith, also a true disciple of Nuwa. In this moment of peril, I beseech the right eye of the great Pangu and request the 12 heavenly evil formation." Ahem. Director Zhang maintained his consistent performance. Oh, It is evident what director Zhang implies. Capello's entrance today confirms that he has indeed watched the 1994 version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The three bows and 9 prostrations, along with other movements, appear to be derived from Taoist practices. Previously, foreign media hinted at Capello's reverence for the Tao, but lacking concrete evidence, there was much debate. After today, such discussions need no longer continue. Regarding the connection between Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Taoism, it is noteworthy that some of Zhuge Liang's formations in the narrative are derived from Taoist principles. Observing Capello's attire, one can discern his emulation of Zhuge Liang. In terms of aesthetics, considerable effort was invested. He even adorned himself with a beard, which aligns with the text's description, wearing a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an ethereal, celestial presence. It is indeed delightful that a world-renowned coach is captivated by Chinese culture. This represents a form of cultural export. In such a significant competition, showcasing our traditional heritage is commendable. However, the underlying intention behind Capello's actions remains elusive to those of us who are not directly involved. Certainly, as a top-tier coach, Capello must possess his own motivations for such conduct. Today, the clash between Real Madrid and Milan is anticipated to be a showcase of elite players. Yet, the duel between the coaches is equally intriguing. For instance, at the outset, Ancelotti was seen assembling high-tech equipment on the sidelines, while Capello's sudden appearance was a delightful surprise. Both teams' players were inevitably influenced by the commotion in the stands, sparking their curiosity about the unfolding events. Ambrosini, upon raising his head, collided with Kaká, causing the ball to roll from Ambrosini's feet towards the left flank. Huang surged forward, deftly maneuvering the ball from his left foot to his right. A moment too late, Gattuso collided with Huang left leg. Unable to seize the ball, he squeezed close to Huang, leaning against him with force. Huang, losing his balance, leaned forward, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, managing to regain his footing and advance past the midfield line. Gattuso, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to pull Huang jersey straight with his right hand while trying to poke the ball with his foot from behind, only to be thwarted once more by Huang left leg. Utilizing both hands and feet, Gattuso sought to impede Huang progress, allowing Otto to position himself in front of Huang, lowering his center of gravity in anticipation of an opportunity. With his right foot, Huang halted the ball, stretching backward to maintain his balance. Once stable, he pushed the ball forward with his left foot, suddenly accelerating past Otto and successfully extricating himself from Gattuso's grasp. Nesta, demonstrating remarkable speed, pursued closely. Approaching the penalty area, Huang turned sideways, using his right foot to control the ball. Unbeknownst to him, Nesta rushed into the penalty area. With a deft touch of his right foot, Huang carried the ball into the box. Before Nesta could react, Huang feigned with his shoulder, nudging the ball to the right with his left foot, then darting towards the center. As Otto and the unsuspecting Nesta collided within the penalty area, Maldini had already positioned himself behind the ball, ready to strike. Aware that time was of the essence, Huang extended his right foot and, with a swift twist, unleashed a powerful kick towards the ball. Dida, stationed in front of the 6-yard box, instinctively crouched and reached out. However, the ball slipped past his fingers and nestled into the net. The San Siro stadium fell into a hushed silence, save for the exuberant celebrations of the away fans, waving their scarves in fervent delight. Nesta and Maldini exchanged a glance and simultaneously shook their heads. Dida remained seated in front of the small penalty area, reluctant to rise. He had not anticipated that facing Huang would be such a torment. The Real Madrid players surged toward the Milan penalty area. Huang pressed his hands down, signaling his teammates to refrain from celebrating. He bowed his head and slowly walked back. Ramos, remaining in the backfield, chuckled. He knew that someone as sentimental as Kevin would never celebrate a goal at San Siro. Kevin, goal! Kevin, goal! Goal! Cruyff exclaimed. The returning Kevin at San Siro remains unstoppable, showcasing a dazzling goal after a breathtaking 50-meter solo run. Gattuso, recognizing the difficulty in defending against Kevin, constantly flirted with fouls, yet his attempts to impede Kevin's advance proved futile. In this counterattack, Kevin single-handedly dismantled Milan's entire defense. I must retract my earlier statement. Even if Otto performs at a world-class level, he and Nesta together would struggle to halt Kevin's progress. Pelé has long claimed that Kevin is one of the greatest Brazilian-style players in history. This assertion is profoundly misguided. Pelé simply refuses to acknowledge the reality that he pales in comparison to Kevin. Whatever style Kevin adopts, he exemplifies the utmost excellence in that realm. This goal revealed the shadow of Ronaldo. Kevin seems intent on demonstrating to the world that he is the extraterrestrial of the football field. Should Milan be eliminated, it would not signify a failure on Ancelotti's part or that of the team. They merely faced an insurmountable adversary. Goodness. Unbelievable. Wow. Is it possible that Huang Kevin cannot be restrained? Gattuso and Otto both attempted to engage him, yet somehow Kevin still managed to score? I, too, am bewildered. I must concede, Milan's defense was impeccable this time, but Huang Kevin is simply formidable. I initially believed Milan would eliminate Real Madrid. The match still has ample time left. There is no need for despair. Is it too early? Not at all. Huang Kevin is in exceptional form today. Any other team would certainly resort to fouling him, delivering a hard tackle to prevent him from freely dribbling. Yet it seems the Milan players are hesitant to do so. Brother Juan makes a valid point. It's not that Milan cannot win, but rather that they are reluctant to tackle. If they were to adopt a more aggressive defense, Kevin would undoubtedly falter. This logic is indeed astute. Truth be told, this could be a tactical approach. Regardless, in a two-legged semi-final, even with 11 players, Milan would not fear. They could find someone to take Kevin out, even if it meant sacrificing a player. 10 could hold the fort in defense while executing counterattacks. As long as they do not concede or limit the goals allowed, Kevin would be unavailable for the second leg, significantly boosting Milan's chances. My goodness, that is ruthless. Although Huang Kevin has a penchant for theatrics, engaging in dubious antics and maintaining ties with the disreputable, he truly does not deserve such a fate. Let the moderators ban him. We just want to see Huang Kaiwen eliminated, yet you wish for his demise. The atmosphere was palpable as the match unfolded. Baldini observed Huang Kaiwen's agile movements and released a sigh of relief, noting that he appeared uninjured. If Huang were to sustain an injury, he would not endure the upcoming second leg of the match. Capello, seated in the stands, found it cumbersome to adjust tactics while the game pressed on. Baldini, acutely aware of his own limitations, recognized that he could not outmaneuver Ancelotti. Even if Huang remained unscathed, it was prudent to alert the refereeing team. Approaching the sideline, Franco Baldini expressed his grievances to the assistant referee. The defensive play from AC Milan is excessively brutal. They seem intent on injuring Kaiwen. What is the referee doing? He ought to impose restrictions on the AC Milan players. After all, Kaiwen is among the finest players in the world. If he gets hurt, none of us will fare well. I will convey your concerns to the head referee. The assistant referee replied with an impassive demeanor. If one wishes to voice complaints, one ought to do so directly on the pitch, a tactic commonly employed by coaches. Why waste breath on him? As the players returned to the midfield, Gattuso approached Huang with an apology. Kaiwen, I sincerely apologize. I wasn't considering the implications, merely focused on winning the ball. It's quite all right, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. On the pitch, we must strive for victory, but off it, we remain friends. We cannot let our camaraderie lead to leniency, whether it be you or me. Exactly. That's my sentiment. I shall exercise caution, yet sometimes, when defending, it's unavoidable. If I happen to catch you, I shall apologize later, Gattuso explained. Just be careful. Even if Kaiwen isn't concerned, we must avoid injuring him, Kaka interjected, visibly displeased. I would never intentionally harm Kaiwen, but during a match, control can be elusive, Gattuso clarified. No worries. As Ronaldo rightly stated, he would never commit a foul with malice. If I were to get injured, that would be my own issue. If one fears injury from challenges, one should reconsider playing football, Huang Kaiwen reassured, patting Gattuso's shoulder with a smile. The game is about to resume. We can discuss this further during halftime. With Milan initiating play from the back, Pirlo executed a precise through ball, setting Kaka on the offensive. Kaka's pace was blistering, leaving Guti no time to react as he was deftly bypassed. De Jong and Diarra charged towards Kaka, who, not lingering on the ball, quickly passed it sideways. Yankolovsky received the ball and swiftly turned, sending it back to the center. Pepe lunged to intercept, knocking the ball behind Kaka, who managed to recover it with a deft back heel. In the center circle, Guti positioned himself, extending his left foot to deftly redirect the ball before turning back. Without waiting to regain his balance, he seized an opportunity, flicking the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring down the left flank. In motion, Huang Kaiwen stretched out his right foot, deftly nudging the ball forward as he advanced along the sideline. Pirlo and Gattuso charged towards the sidelines, intent on denying Huang any opportunity. Otto surged forward as well. Just past the halfway line, Huang found himself surrounded by no fewer than 3 defenders. Nevertheless, this did little to ease the anxiety of the Rossoneri supporters seated nearby. Their eyes were wide and unblinking, each person straining to catch every moment. Their hands clenched tightly together. They possessed a far deeper understanding of Huang formidable prowess than the Real Madrid fans. When the number 10 becomes an adversary, it transforms into a nightmare for the Milan faithful. Navigating the wing alongside Huang Gattuso and Pirlo pursued, biding their time for an opportunity. While Otto positioned himself in front of Huang shifting his stance, Huang was squeezed towards the left sideline by the trio, yet suddenly, with a deft flick of his right foot, he halted the ball, catching Otto off guard as he pivoted and charged him. In a flash, Huang darted past Otto, successfully evading both him and Gattuso. Pirlo, maintaining his balance, trailed closely behind Huang observing as he prepared to cut inside. Pirlo lunged forward, extending his right foot. In a fluid motion, Huang feigned with his shoulder and utilized the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball, while Pirlo shifted towards the penalty area. Huang right foot swept just above the ball before he executed a half-bicycle kick, quickly redirecting it with his left foot towards the baseline. Near the edge of the pitch, Huang abruptly halted and pivoted, causing the fully sprinting Gattuso to lose his footing, leaving deep marks on the turf before tumbling outside the penalty area. Nesta, seizing the moment, slid in with a tackle. But Huang performed another quick stop and deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball soared from the left baseline towards the edge of the arc, where Maldini leapt to intercept and redirected it away from Raul. Yet Marcelo failed to halt its momentum, sending it out of play. Wow. Huang dribbling is truly hard to defend against. AC Milan's defense appears quite vulnerable in his presence. Indeed, the challenge lies in predicting Huang style. It's exceedingly difficult to defend against. Absolutely, the players of AC Milan should be the most familiar with Huang However, during this offensive play, when he received the ball on the left, his dribbling movements bore a striking resemblance to those of Brazilian legends like Ronaldinho and Ronaldo, particularly evident in the way his shoulders moved while dribbling. Yes, let us not overlook Huang versatility. His rhythm and shooting posture frequently change. After reviewing 10 matches of his, one would notice only a few minute details repeat. For instance, his once favored nutmeg technique has been markedly less frequent in recent times. Even such a simple and efficient dribbling style, he has chosen to forego, demonstrating his resolve. Huang is intentionally elusive. Trying to predict his favored foot or playing habits is futile. While he appears effortless on the field, one can be sure he has put in considerable effort off it. Although Huang is undoubtedly a prodigy, even a genius must toil to achieve such a style. Coupled with his disciplined diet, we can only imagine the rigors of his daily life. Aside from a few moments of leisure, one should be wholly devoted to the practice of football. Otto executed a throw-in, and Milan transitioned back into their defensive organization. Seated in the stands, Milan's number 99, Ronaldo, raised his right hand to wipe the corner of his eye. Damn it! A light rain began to fall from the sky, and the droplets found their way into his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if he would suffer from conjunctivitis like Dida. If one occurrence could be deemed a coincidence, so many instances could not possibly be mere happenstance. The vigor and goal-scoring prowess reminiscent of his 19-year-old self compelled Ronaldo to take notice. The same unparalleled excellence was evident. Even Kevin, who netted the goal, was as striking as he had once been. It seemed Kevin had certainly watched numerous tapes of his matches. Ronaldo pondered that Kevin must have known he was at San Siro, hence the manner in which he played. It had to be. Truly, he was a good brother. This was a testament to his professional career. Ronaldo resolved that regardless of whether AC Milan won or lost that evening, he would insist on taking Huang out to celebrate, expressing his sentiments towards his good friend. If the media caught wind of it, claiming he was indulging in revelry post-defeat, so be it. Milan initiated from the back. Raul charged forward to apply pressure. Pirlo received the ball and swiftly pivoted, distributing it to the flanks. Jankowski intercepted and relayed it to Ambrosini, who, upon reaching the halfway line, turned and played it back under pressure. Pirlo controlled the ball with his left foot and caressed it with his right, launching it towards the left flank with pinpoint accuracy. Seedorf and Ramos leaped to contest. directing the ball into the center. Inzaghi sprang into the air, flicking the ball to the left side, where Marcelo received it without a touch and transferred it across to the right. Kaká, a moment too late, failed to intercept Marcelo's pass, and the ball swiftly traversed the field. Cassano, aware that he could not out-jump Ambrosini, cleverly deceived him with a sudden stop during his run, then surged forward, gaining half a step on Ambrosini. He skillfully controlled the ball at his chest, carried it past the halfway line, and executed a precise pass with his right foot. The ball rolled past Jędrzejkowski on the left, heading into the center. Huang suddenly dashed between Gattuso and Otto. The explosive power reminiscent of peak Ronaldo, combined with his proficiency in long sprints and quick bursts, manifested an acceleration that might be the very limit of human capability. The spectators at San Siro beheld a fleeting figure racing by. Using the advertising boards as a reference, they receded at an alarming rate, rendering the text barely legible, illustrating the terrifying speed of Huang. Gattuso and Otto had already been left several meters behind. Otto decided against pursuing. Gattuso raised his hand to signal for offside but heard no whistle, forcing him to grit his teeth and chase back. Huang successfully received the ball on the right flank, immediately controlling it with his right foot and turning to charge diagonally towards the penalty area. Oh no! There were no defenders in front of him, and Dida rushed towards the penalty area, adjusting his steps in sync with Huang's movements. In his heart, he had already conceded that this would result in a goal. It was a one-on-one opportunity. Dida pondered whether there existed a goalkeeper capable of thwarting Huang's one-on-one attempts. Yet, in the scant training sessions over the 2 years in Milan, Dida had never managed to block a single one of Huang's direct assaults when the latter played earnestly. Observing other matches, he found that most goalkeepers fared similarly, utterly unable to defend against him. Nevertheless, Dida was resolutely prepared. He lowered his center of gravity, spread his legs, and furrowed his brow to prevent the cold sweat from mingling with the rain and stinging his eyes. Huang was drawing ever closer to the penalty area, and Gattuso, in pursuit, seemed unlikely to catch up. Dida understood that opportunities like this were fleeting. He had to make an attempt. As Huang approached the edge of the box, he deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, prompting Dida to dash forward, extending his foot to intercept. In a sudden shift, Huang feigned with his shoulder, pivoting left while maintaining balance, and nudged the ball past Dida, who watched helplessly as it rolled into the right side of the penalty area. Huang swiftly followed the ball, turning to unleash a right-footed strike. The ball zipped towards the unguarded net, and Gattuso, having sprinted into the 6-yard box, could only watch in resignation as it nestled into the goal, narrowly avoiding being swept in himself. Dida, seated on the ground, did not need to look back to know that the ball had crossed the line. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered, "You rascal, Kaiwen. How dare you use a pendulum trick right in front of me?" Over the past 2 seasons, Dida seldom found himself merely a backdrop to spectacular goals. His own consistent performance was one reason, but the collective strength of Milan also played a significant role. It was rare to find a team boasting several Ballon d'Or caliber players across both defense and attack in history. Yet, after merely 30 minutes into today's match, Dida realized he would soon be featured among those highlights. Huang's goals were increasingly exquisite and would undoubtedly make an appearance in post-match football analyses. As the opposing goalkeeper, Dida had become the perfect backdrop. Unstoppable. Kaiwen goal. A quintessential Kaiwen goal. Kaiwen possesses a certain magic. Even a simple one-on-one becomes a visual delight as he effortlessly guides the ball into the net. His pendulum dribbling is more polished and graceful than Ronaldo's. Kaiwen's feet are imbued with enchantment. Even with Ancelotti's meticulous preparations and attempts to assemble magical countermeasures on the sidelines, they remained powerless to influence Kaiwen's performance. For in this world, one cannot halt the advance of a deity. One can only bow in reverence. Seeing Milan's defense in such disarray saddens me. Yet life unfolds as it does. It cannot always be smooth sailing. During Kaiwen's tenure at Milan, everything went too smoothly for them. After being eliminated by Kaiwen, I hope Ancelotti learns from this experience and strengthens the team accordingly, rather than continuing his obsession with assembling his grand Lego constructions on the sidelines. In the stands, Capello gently waved his fan. The rain had coalesced into a curtain, yet he maintained an air of contentment. "Fabio, shall we retreat to the box to avoid the rain?" Galbiati suggested. Barbara had provided them with a suite, rendering it unnecessary to endure the downpour. Capello, waving a damp feather fan, remarked, "There is no need for excessive discipline. Nor should one be overly fixated on enjoyment. Since the heavens have chosen to reign, why should we seek to evade it?" Galbiati understood each word spoken by Capello in Italian, yet the overall meaning eluded him. To mask his confusion, Galbiati shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, Fabio, what is the purpose of that formation today?" The 12 celestial pillars formation, originating from ancient times, encapsulates infinite overlapping dimensions, specifically designed to counter spatial displacement. The 12 towering pillars are eternal and indestructible. No matter how one attempts to traverse the void, there exists no means to escape the bounds set by these pillars. Capello explained, gesturing towards the Milan coaching bench. "That fat fool Ancelotti remains oblivious to the fact that everything is within my grasp. If it weren't for my reservations about that treacherous scoundrel employing underhanded tactics, I would not resort to such a formidable formation. Such potent magic, where did you acquire it?" Galbiati inquired. Capello chuckled, "From a certain Chinese website, which hosts a plethora of valuable resources alongside some worthless content. Fortunately, my patience led me to discover this formation." Galbiati nodded. "The internet is indeed a treasure trove, though I do not grasp the intricacies of what you say. However, based on my understanding of you, I can surmise that Ancelotti's methods are rendered ineffective." Tassati informed Ancelotti that Capello is situated in the away fan stand. "I am already aware. That cunning woman has employed a grand sorcery," Ancelotti exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I am uncertain whether protective spells will be effective, but it is evident that such significant sorcery requires spellcasting artifacts. During halftime, please escort security to inspect for any peculiar items, under the pretense of potential threats to emergency evacuations." "Will the security comply?" Tassati questioned, his voice laced with skepticism. "Fear not, even if Barbara assists Capello. Her actions will remain clandestine. The security personnel are from San Siro, and with just cause, they must comply," Ancelotti replied, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. "Understood," Tassati acknowledged, turning his gaze towards the pitch. Real Madrid was mounting an offensive, with Cassano skillfully maneuvering along the right flank, only for Maldini to elegantly intercept the ball. Given the prevailing circumstances, Cassano found himself thwarted by Maldini, who deftly played the ball to Nesta. Raul charged forward to apply pressure. Nesta continued with a lateral pass, and Otto advanced the ball, executing a wall pass with Nesta. Nesta surged forward and launched the ball towards the midfield. Kaká, anticipating the trajectory, lowered his head to direct the ball forward, straightening his posture before accelerating with the ball in tow. The San Siro erupted in cheers. Following the departure of Huang, the number 22 has emerged as Milan's new star. Kaká's pace with the ball was astonishing, especially as he was unencumbered by groin injuries. De Jong lunged in to intercept, but Kaká deftly altered his direction, effortlessly evading the challenge. Approaching the penalty area, Kaká again accelerated. Marcelo initiated the play, extending his hand to shield Kaká. But after merely 2 strides into the penalty area, he found himself unable to match Kaká's pace. His upper body was propelled forward by the force from his right hand, while his legs struggled to keep up in a clumsy sprint. Despite his efforts, he trailed Kaká by half a body length. Upon reaching the byline, Kaká pivoted and delivered a low cross into the box, which evaded the defenders attempting to intercept, rolling out of play along the left side. "Wow, that was perilously close. AC Milan's attack was just a whisper away from success," remarked one observer. Kaká waved his arms twice in disbelief, astonished that 2 players in front of goal failed to make contact with the ball. Indeed, despite the numerous defenders around the Real Madrid penalty area, Kaká's sudden acceleration opened up a passing opportunity. His explosive speed is truly formidable, generating chances through sheer velocity. Real Madrid's defense must heighten their vigilance. Kaká's dribbling speed is astonishing, and with a slight change of direction, he can easily bypass opponents. He undoubtedly represents AC Milan's most threatening player. Gattuso's defense against Kevin Huang today exemplifies this well. He has repeatedly managed to stifle Huang's advancement with strategic positioning and physicality. This won't do. If you allow Real Madrid's players to engage physically, a yellow card is the least we can expect. Pepe might even receive a direct red. And the cost of such defensive maneuvers is exorbitant, Pepe expressed with dissatisfaction. Casillas, clapping his gloves together, exclaimed, "Can you all please focus? With so many players in front of the penalty area, how could we allow him to penetrate and deliver a pass? What can we do? We can't abandon the players in the center, can we?" Pepe retorted. Enough, enough, it's all my fault, Marcelo said, placing an arm around Pepe's shoulder. Wary of the repercussions if Pepe unleashed his full wrath on Casillas. During his time as a substitute, he had been notably impressed not only by Huang's prowess, but also by Pepe's combative spirit. Should a confrontation arise, Diego Lopez would undoubtedly need to warm up for a substitution. Everyone, get your act together, Ramos shouted. Kevin's 2 goals have given us the lead. We must show our worth and not let him down. Casillas initiated the goal kick, directing it to Ramos. Upon receiving the ball, Ramos immediately scanned the field and noticed a defender near Huang. He executed a diagonal pass to Guti, who, upon reaching the halfway line, encountered pressure from Seedorf. Swiftly, Guti turned and passed to Roll. Roll received the ball, spun around, and, facing Pirlo, sent it to the left flank. After making a forward run, he noticed Huang diagonally advancing with the ball, so he willingly repositioned to the left to support. Odo hesitated to challenge aggressively, opting to wait at the edge of the penalty area for Huang to join forces with his teammates in defense. Huang, while in motion, deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, transitioning it to his right. With a flick of his right foot's outside edge, he skillfully changed direction towards the center, leaving Odo scrambling to catch up. As he approached the edge of the arc, Huang steadied himself, raised his right foot, and unleashed a powerful strike at the ball. The sound resonated like a bowstring snapping, cutting through the air with a piercing clarity. As Odo bent down to execute a sliding tackle, he watched as the ball soared past his feet and entered the penalty area, spinning fiercely as it darted alongside Nesta, ultimately striking the inner side of the right post. Dida sprang into action, extending his arm, yet the ball eluded his grasp and crashed into the net with a resounding thud. The away fans in San Siro erupted, their vibrant white jerseys standing out starkly against the backdrop, while the home supporters, the Rossoneri, gazed in silence at the departing Huang Kaiwan, at a loss for words. The persistent drizzle mirrored their sorrow, washing over the melancholic San Siro stadium. They had anticipated the beginning of the match, yet the conclusion eluded their predictions. Indeed, Huang Kaiwan had completed a hat-trick in less than a half, but Milan found themselves trailing by 2 goals. Given their familiarity with Huang Kaiwan, it was apparent that today's match could become a rout. Even the perceptive Real Madrid fans ceased their celebrations, returning to a state of tranquility. While they may disregard the Rossoneri, they remained mindful of the sentiments of their team's core. The cartoon in the Gazzetta dello Sport was spot on, depicting Calderon, clad in nocturnal garb, stealing the treasures of Milan, single-handedly suppressing the AC Milan squad that had claimed the Champions League title for 2 consecutive years. Huang Kaiwan. He has scored. In the 47th minute of the first half, Huang Kaiwan struck again with a long-range shot, breaching the net of his former club AC Milan. Completing his hat-trick at San Siro, he dares to shoot from any angle, and when he does, it finds the back of the net. What are the defenders to do? It was merely a standard positional battle, yet Huang Kaiwan's long-range goal came almost effortlessly. Perhaps it is true that, aside from injuries, nothing can hinder Huang Kaiwan. Within the discussion surrounding Huang Kaiwan, comments flowed. Huang Gu was indeed correct. Huang Kaiwan is truly exceptional. I think it's about time to show AC Milan some respect, considering his numerous former teammates. After today, Huang Kaiwan might hesitate to return to AC Milan for treatment, lest the team's medical staff be compelled to administer a dose that incapacitates him. Did you conjure that thought with your toes? Anyone who has completed elementary school wouldn't articulate such nonsense. Barbara is the president of Milan. Even if Huang Kaiwan were to score 10 goals today, the medical staff wouldn't dare touch him. That's true, but one wonders how Barbara remains steadfastly devoted to Huang Kaiwan, given that I've seen newspaper reports of her flying to Madrid no less than 20 times. With such a busy schedule, she still finds time to visit Huang Kaiwan. Have you all forgotten that Huang Kaiwan left 3 stripes on the ground when he slid? When your legs grow long enough, perhaps you might also find a place at this table. Brother, can't you show Milan a modicum of respect? Cassano leaned in closer to Huang Kaiwan, intrigued by his mindset. He noted the peculiar juxtaposition of not celebrating while fervently scoring goals. At this rate, a 5-goal haul seemed imminent. I am a professional player, Huang Kaiwan replied. I know you are a professional player, but what does that have to do with anything? Cassano pressed further, unable to bear the scene any longer. Guti remarked, Kevin means he won't go easy just because of their good relationship. That's the ethics of a professional player. He has stated this numerous times. Doesn't it get tiresome? I thought he was just joking, Cassano chimed in. Enough already. Stop bothering Kevin, Raul interjected, pulling the incessantly chattering Cassano away. Despite his lack of malice, Cassano's incessant chatter could be quite irksome. Milan's midfielder initiated the play, discarding any intention of a slow build-up. Time was of the essence. Seedorf swiftly advanced down the left flank, crossing the halfway line with agility. With a deft touch of his left foot, he maneuvered past Guti, only for Diarra, in a desperate defensive effort, to slide tackle the ball out of bounds. Seedorf promptly tossed the ball to Inzaghi. Positioned on the left side of the penalty area, Inzaghi received the ball with his back to the goal, but was brought down by Ramos's challenge from behind. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The free-kick position is quite favorable. This should serve as the last attacking opportunity before halftime, someone noted. Pirlo will take the free kick. His proficiency in this area is exceptional. He runs up to the ball. Oh dear, it's sort of a bit too high. Indeed. The referee has signaled the end of the first half. During the break, Ancelotti must reassess his tactics. We cannot allow Huang Kevin to perform so freely. Right. Huang Kevin is in splendid form today. He seems to thrive in every situation. If AC Milan wishes to avoid defeat, they must contain him. Upon returning to the locker room, Baldini received a note from Capello, encased in a silk bag for reasons unknown. The note read, "Substitute Emerson for Kevin as soon as we score again." Baldini nodded and tucked the note into his pocket, sensing that Huang Kevin was indeed playing with fire. The world was well aware of Ronaldo's pendulum dribble, which had earned the reputation of being a knee killer. For Huang Kevin to continue playing with such abandon after a previous injury was rather reckless. Armed with Capello's note, Baldini approached Huang Kevin and inquired, "Kevin, would you like to be substituted?" "Huh, I'm fine," Huang Kevin replied. "All right, just let me know if you feel unwell," Baldini urged. "Understood, coach," Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Once Baldini stepped out of the locker room, Cassano asked, "Why do you call him coach? Isn't he the assistant coach? Quit with the unnecessary questions, you fool." Ramos, sitting beside Huang Kevin, interjected as he squeezed between Huang Kevin and Cassano. "Are you part of a quiz show with so many inquiries?" Huang Kevin rubbed his temples and shifted positions. Raul chuckled. "Ignore those two clowns. Perhaps they'll embark on a talk show after retirement." Huang Kevin bent down to roll down his socks, loosening his legs and indulging in a brief massage. After a short respite, he followed his teammates out of the locker room, coincidentally meeting the Milan players as they entered. "Isn't that our little Kevin? Don't get too cocky. Victory belongs to us," Inzaghi remarked. Huang Kaiwan smiled and waved his hand, while Kaká and several Milan players helplessly escorted the clawing Inzaghi onto the field. Neither side made immediate substitutions as the second half commenced. Milan initiated the play with a back pass for organization. After taking the lead, the Real Madrid players appeared noticeably relaxed. Observing Raul's pressing, Huang Kaiwan joined in the pursuit. Kaká deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, and Huang swiftly extended his left foot. As Kaká shifted his weight back, Huang, not fully committing his weight, fell to the ground, twisting to sweep the ball behind Kaká. Splendid. Huang Kaiwan's defense was absolutely exquisite. Raul, on the left flank, executed a series of feints, and Huang rose to join Guti in support. Raul turned and passed back. Brilliantly, Huang intentionally ran past to allow Guti to receive the ball, who then delivered a precise through pass. Nesta surged forward, seizing the ball and charging ahead. But the Real Madrid players marked his teammates closely, leaving Nesta with no available support. Real's defense was commendable this time. Nesta launched a long pass, and Seedorf bolted down the right, heading the ball back. Kaká unleashed a long-range shot. The ball has found the net. Kaká struck a world-class half-volley with his left foot. Huang Kaiwan completed a hat-trick, while Kaká scored his second. The renowned banner at San Siro, featuring the numbers 22 and 10, continues to showcase the finest players at the San Siro Stadium. Urgent notice, please update your bookmarks with the new address. Free reading 0230. The remnants of the past have vanished. In the away fan stand, Tassadi stood with security on the steps of the aisle. Capello and Galbiati leaned against the railing, confronting their opponents. "Go and confiscate his wheelchair," Tassadi commanded, gesturing. Two security personnel swiftly reached for the wooden wheelchair. Capello firmly pressed against the back of the chair, refusing to let them take it away. With a furious whisper, he demanded, "Damn it. The Constitution guarantees my property is inviolable. What do you scoundrels think you are doing?" In the away fan section, the Real Madrid supporters were watching. Capello dared not display excessive agitation. Should he incite the crowd and provoke a riot, he could not bear the responsibility. Such situations could easily lead to a stampede, which would not be resolved by mere suspensions, and he would also feel a pang of conscience. I'm terribly sorry, but this item could impede the fans' emergency evacuation, Tassadi remarked, pointing at the wheelchair with a smile. If there's an issue with your legs, I suggest you sit in the section for disabled individuals and their companions. If your legs are fine, then I shall confiscate your wheelchair, and you can retrieve it from us after the match. You bastard. I'm merely performing the duties of an assistant coach, Tassadi replied. Let go, Fabio, Gaetjens advised, restraining Capello from behind. Tassadi's reasoning was sound. If he didn't release his grip, security could escort Capello out. Ultimately, one person could not contend with two, and the security personnel successfully liberated the wheelchair from Capello's grasp. With their objective achieved, they moved on. Tassadi waved goodbye, turning to leave with the security detail. Capello, still struggling in Gaetjens' embrace, shouted, I will file a complaint against you. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. It was I who led you to so many championships. Calm down. Fabio, calm down. It's pointless to say anything now, Gaetjens urged. As he watched Tassadi and the security depart through the stands, Capello quickly regained his composure, folding his arms and holding his fan. The earlier agitation was nowhere to be seen. Gaetjens looked at Capello, puzzled, and asked Fabio, Nothing. Just putting on a show for them, Capello replied with a cold smirk. The flag is what matters. What good is it for them to steal the wheelchair? If that fatso Ancelotti likes it so much, let him have it. But the flag has been confiscated as well, Tassadi interjected, holding a walkie-talkie. The anxious voice of the Real Madrid bus driver crackling through. Damn it. Capello slammed his palm against the railing, cursing, Ancelotti, that cunning fat man, has entangled us here while secretly snatching the flag. What shall we do now? Gaetjens inquired. Nothing to worry about. I have other plans, Capello replied. Those two rascals never considered he might have a trick up his sleeve, even after all these years. Adjusting his glasses with his index finger, a spark of wisdom gleamed in his eyes. Today, he would impart another lesson to those two. Kaka pointed skyward, tilting his head back. With his mouth ajar, some rainwater trickled in. If this were a match in London, he'd need to undergo a stomach wash afterward. Huang clapped from a distance, celebrating, as Kaka smiled and waved in response. Their unspoken understanding needed no elaboration. As they resumed play from the center circle, Raul swiftly passed the ball to the left flank. Huang feigned with his right foot, then deftly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his right foot, dribbling laterally as Kaka and Gattuso surged towards the center. After a couple of strides, Huang suddenly halted, catching Gattuso off balance, who nearly fell and instinctively clutched Kaka's thigh for support. Unmarked, Huang resumed his run down the left side. Pirlo sprinted towards the left to provide cover, but before he could reach, Huang had already dashed past him. Pirlo could only pivot and follow in Huang wake. You go, Nesta urged. Odo rushed towards Huang positioning himself before him with legs spread wide to obstruct. A moment's delay would allow Pirlo to catch up and create a two-pronged assault, significantly increasing the chances of intercepting the ball. With a swift motion, Huang nudged the ball behind him. It rolled quickly through Odoa's legs as he sped past on the left side. Fool, who spreads their legs so wide to let someone through? Nesta thought to himself, charging towards the ball. Huang and Nesta hurtled toward the ball almost simultaneously. Nesta's proximity was advantageous, while Huang speed proved to be a greater asset. Realizing that Huang might seize the ball first, Nesta decisively slid to the ground. Utilizing the slick grass, he deftly nudged the ball out of play with his right foot. Huang awkwardly leaped over Nesta's legs, momentarily bracing himself with his hands before regaining his balance. He nearly collided with Nesta, struggling to come to a halt. Are you all right, Kaiwan? Nesta inquired as he rose. All is well, Huang replied with a smile, shaking his head. Marcelo approached to throw in the ball, and as Huang received it, Nesta positioned himself behind him. Blocking his path, Huang gently nudged the ball towards the sideline with the top of his foot, stepping to the left of the ball with his right foot. Pivoting as he executed a deft turn, Cruyff turned. Aware of the impending move, Nesta attempted to follow suit, but was half a step behind. Gattuso charged towards Huang extending his foot as he approached the edge of the penalty area. Huang deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, maintaining possession as he turned to pass back to Marcelo, who quickly advanced into the penalty area. With a swift motion, Marcelo struck the ball with his left foot, delivering an exquisite lob. Maldini raced towards the left flank, leaping to head the ball away from Huang just as he was poised to strike. Huang, having already lifted his right foot, rushed to exert himself again, narrowly missing Maldini and tumbling within the confines of the Milan penalty area. Maldini bent down, extending a hand to assist Huang, patting his arm as he inquired, "Are you hurt?" "Not at all." Huang chuckled, grinning as he limped back towards the midfield. Although he felt a slight discomfort from the missed kick, he resumed his pace, accelerating back into position. In the attacking third, Kaká found himself besieged by the combined efforts of Diarra and Guti, and as he attempted to pass, Ramos intercepted the ball, sending it out of play. Milan has initiated the first substitution, with Inzaghi being replaced by Yambu. Inzaghi failed to score today. Ancelotti is trying a different style of forward. If this doesn't pan out, there's always Tony, the commentators noted. Yankolovsky threw in the ball, and Ambrosini received it before returning it to Yankolovsky. Ramos charged in to apply pressure, and the two became entangled along the sideline. Yankolovsky struggled to find a teammate in the forward line and ultimately had to turn and pass back. Pirlo seized the ball just before Raul could, deftly avoiding Raul's foot with a quick touch of his left foot before passing to Gattuso. Gattuso promptly returned the ball to Nesta, who then sprinted back towards Huang. "Mate, there's no need to play like that during the attack. It would be much better if you joined me in pushing forward," Huang remarked, gesturing with his hands. "I cannot." The coach instructed Yambu to keep close to me. "And I believe he is absolutely correct," Gattuso replied earnestly. Nesta delivered a long pass into the forward area, and Huang began to retreat alongside Gattuso. Kaká received the ball and sent a through pass, but Yambu was tripped by Pepe just as he turned to receive it. The referee's whistle pierced the air. "This is an excellent position," one commentator noted. "Indeed, if they capitalize on this opportunity, Pirlo should take the free kick to equalize the score. He is now approaching the scene of the foul," another added. Huang turned and jogged back towards the midfield, situated near the penalty area. As they sprinted together, Gattuso inquired, "What are you running back and forth for?" "Well, I don't need to form a wall. I'm merely waiting in midfield for a counterattack," Huang replied. "Then why not the back line?" Gattuso pressed. "Did you not once make a remarkable run from the back to the opponent's penalty area, just like in that match against Inter? Are you quite curious, my friend?" Huang chuckled. Gattuso nodded vigorously. "I shan't tell you." Huang winked playfully. There was no way he would divulge his discomfort to Gattuso. After all, they were adversaries now. Gattuso thought to himself, "Damn it, it's certainly Inzaghi's influence on Kaiwan. The way he speaks is just like that guy. It's no wonder Inzaghi ranks third. He's already affecting Kaiwan." Gattuso resolved to advise Huang post-match to refrain from mingling with that charming rogue, Inzaghi. Pirlo stepped up to take a free kick. The ball swiftly soaring over the wall, aimed at the upper left corner of the goal. Casillas quickly dove to the side, extending his arm to deflect the ball. Seedorf's follow-up shot from the left post was blocked by Ramos. The ball ricocheted to the edge of the penalty arc, where Diarra collected it, turning and clearing it with a powerful kick without even lifting his head. Boom. Huang sprang into action, darting past Gattuso. The two surged forward into the attacking half. The ball landed in front of them, and Huang deftly nudged it forward with his calf, accelerating ahead once more. Odo quickly charged at Huang. As he ran, Huang skillfully maneuvered the ball past Odo into the penalty area with his left foot. Nesta rushed to provide cover, positioning himself to block Huang's path. In the next moment, Nesta's eyes widened, hesitating to extend his leg. Huang was swaying his shoulders, shifting his weight as he performed a skillful bicycle maneuver. Nesta could find no opportunity to challenge. He could only fixate on Huang's feet. Huang's right foot grazed the ball, swiftly transitioning to his left foot, completing the bicycle before deftly flicking it with his left, creating an angle as he fell to the ground. Dida, stationed at the near post, immediately dove to save, but misjudged the direction, and the ball rolled swiftly past him into the far corner of the net. "Team doctor! Team doctor! Team doctor! Team doctor!" Baldini mimicked Capello's call. Ancelotti instinctively shouted, his voice even more anguished than Baldini's. The Milan medical team rushed onto the field, only to halt and retreat. The assistant referee and the fourth official exchanged glances, at a loss for words. The Milan medical team entered the field quicker than their Real Madrid counterparts. It was indeed peculiar. Huang seems to have sustained an injury. Huh. Ancelotti's reaction is instinctive. The Milan medical team must share a similar reflex. It appears their speed surpasses that of the Real Madrid medical team. Indeed, I must confess, I'm not entirely certain if the medical team can enter the field for an injury to a non-team player. In truth, Huang has been returning to Milan for treatment following his injury. It would have been far more convenient had he utilized Milan's stretcher. It was the Real Madrid medical staff who carried him off, while the Milan doctors promptly attended to him. This scene, with the Real Madrid physician standing by to assist, was indeed a first for me. Has he faked another injury? Someone mused. It is quite possible. Huang seems unwilling to score against Milan and may have feigned injury to exit the field. One cannot be certain this time. It was raining today, and Huang was sprinting, abruptly stopping, and executing numerous bicycle kicks and pendulum dribbles, all of which placed significant strain on the knees. That makes sense, but I am more concerned about which team Huang belongs to. The moment he is injured, everyone, from coaches to medical staff to players on the field, seems to be in a state of distress. Huang does have a remarkable knack for endearing himself to others. Johnny Nanny crouched beside Huang to examine him. It appears to be a strain, Huang remarked, having been somewhat careless, believing that facing his former teammates from Milan would result in no malicious fouls. With several crucial matches approaching next month, pivotal for multiple championships, he had opted not to utilize his immunity card. I have noted that as well, but further examination is necessary, Johnny Nanny replied. I need 2 individuals to assist me in transporting back to the Milan laboratory. The rest should remain to ensure that injured players can receive prompt treatment. Baldini observed as the Milan medical team carried Huang away, finally understanding why Capello frequently berated the Real Madrid medical staff. As the world's foremost football club, their reputation had evidently suffered a blow. In the stands, Capello fixed his gaze on the extinguished 7-star lamp. Why has the lamp gone out? Gagliotti inquired. It is Ancelotti, Capello replied darkly. Yet they did not come over this time, Gagliotti remarked, puzzled. Indeed, it is Ancelotti. He must be involved. That rotund fellow often associates with sorcerers. He must have employed some malevolent curse. Otherwise, the 7-star lamp would not have extinguished on its own. Barbara, you can rest easy now, Johnny Nanny announced as he entered, holding a report. Huang reclining with his head on the lady's lap, looked up and asked, how long until I can return to the pitch? About 1 week to 10 days, Johnny Nanny replied, shaking his head. The manner in which you played today placed an excessive burden on your body. I am uncertain whether to consider you fortunate or unfortunate. It is merely a minor strain. Given your performance today, I anticipated a severe injury. I advise you to temper your play style, limit the use of pendulum dribbles, and reduce abrupt stops. Your ankles and knees are not as resilient as you might believe. Thank you, Johnny, Huang said with a smile and a raised hand. As long as he did not miss the crucial matches at the season's end, he would be content. By the way, after you left the field, Kaká executed a hat trick, skillfully toying with 3 defenders just outside the penalty area before sending the ball into the net. Johnny Nanny added before exiting the room with the report. The young lady remarked, my dear, I find football to be exceedingly perilous. You are perpetually injured. Perhaps you should refrain from playing altogether? You excel at snooker. Why not indulge in that instead? Why are we discussing this again? Huang inquired, unable to see the young lady's countenance. Because you have been injured once more, she expressed with concern. I genuinely fear you may sustain some permanent damage. Gazing at the young lady's rising and falling chest, Huang smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, that will not happen. However, the young lady's words were left unfinished as a commotion erupted at the entrance. Damn it, I should have entered first. On what grounds? Do you truly believe that a gossip rag like the Sun holds any authority? According to their rankings, Ricardo should be the one to enter first. The room, spanning over 20 square meters, was filled to capacity. Dida stood at the doorway, perhaps out of professional habit. By the bedside, Ramos and Inzaghi were jostling closely, each unwilling to yield, their physical contest more intense than the match they had just concluded. A vacuum of space formed around them, as no one wished to be caught in their fray, rendering the room even more crowded. The vigorous and youthful Ramos held the advantage, while Inzaghi clutched the bedside table. Exerting effort to resist, his handsome face flushed. Cassano, eager to join the fray, was fortunately restrained by Raul's quick grip on his arm, averting what could have been further chaos. Kaká, having finally found a place to set down the fruits and flowers, inquired, Is your injury serious, Kevin? It's nothing. I'll recover in a little over a week, Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile, reclining on the young lady's lap. Upon seeing Kaka, the young lady straightened her posture, making it even harder for Huang Kaiwan to see her face. You won't be able to participate in the second leg, will you? Maldini asked. Objectively, this was beneficial for Milan. After all, Huang Kaiwan was not injured by a Milan player, so he felt no psychological burden. He had grown accustomed to Huang Kaiwan recuperating during their time as teammates. That seems likely, Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Then you shall be eliminated, little Kevin. Inzaghi teased with a mischievous tone. As he spoke, he lost his balance and was subsequently slammed against the wall by Ramos. Inzaghi's leg collided with the bedside table, eliciting a remarkable scream from him. Even knowing that Inzaghi was prone to theatrics, Huang Kaiwan hastily urged, Sergio, don't injure him further. If Inzaghi suffers more harm, the king of the yellow ball will also endure. Missing crucial matches at the season's end is far too easy. It was him who instigated this. I had no intention of engaging, Ramos explained. Idiot, don't think I'm afraid of you, Inzaghi retorted, rubbing his calf. Without Kevin in the second leg, you shall be eliminated. Yet even if we are ousted, it would still be progress for Real Madrid. Don't get too cocky, you rascal. Cassano broke free from Raul's grasp, pressing towards the bedside to point at Inzaghi. Even without Kevin, we can still eliminate AC Milan. Indeed, we have four-way goals, remarked Ramos, a rare moment of solidarity with Cassano. Huang Kaiwan rubbed his temples and glanced at Raul, who shrugged, feeling equally helpless with the two characters. Maldini deemed it unnecessary to linger and addressed Huang Kaiwan. Since you have nothing pressing, we shall take our leave. We will visit your home when time permits. Very well. Do remember to bring Cristiano, Huang Kaiwan waved, bidding farewell. We must also depart. We need to return to Madrid today, Raul added. Focus on your recovery. Missing the second leg is no concern. Everyone will strive harder and refrain from further injections, he advised. Huang Kaiwan nodded in acknowledgement. Maldini grasped Inzaghi's arm, but Inzaghi remained firmly rooted to the spot. Aren't you coming, Filippo? Maldini inquired. No, that rascal isn't returning to Madrid. Inzaghi pointed at Ramos. Ramos chuckled, I'm suspended. And the coach instructed me to look after Kevin, allowing me to temporarily skip training. Reluctantly, Maldini led his teammates away. Once most of the players had departed, the room became significantly quieter, save for Inzaghi and Ramos. Fortunately, Cassano had not stayed behind. His sharp tongue could have escalated tensions, potentially leading to a raucous encounter that would have outdone any soiree. Kevin, will you remain here today? Kaka asked. No, I'm heading straight home. Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile as he stood. Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. Barbara followed Huang Kaiwan, carrying fruits and flowers as Inzaghi and Ramos squeezed through the door behind them. Kaka lingered for a few moments, unable to resist delivering a playful kick to Inzaghi, effectively resolving the current dispute. The match had concluded rather late. On the way home, Huang Kaiwan had already placed a food order. During dinner, Kaka was unable to squeeze beside Huang Kaiwan, so after the meal, he quickly sat at the computer and asked, how many hits? Chop. Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement, his hands itching after a prolonged hiatus from dismantling others' gear. Inzaghi leaned in to observe, and upon recognizing the character's name, exclaimed, see? There's no need to argue about who is Kevin's best friend. He has even named a game character after me. Kaka stifled a laugh, his eyes glued to the screen, though his shoulders betrayed his amusement. Inzaghi questioned, is there something wrong? No. Do you want to play? I have other accounts. Huang Kaiwan responded, feeling a twinge of guilt for having caused Inzaghi to receive scorn from players due to the namesake. He added, I would never engage in such childish games. Inzaghi scoffed, men should conquer women. I'll join in, Ramos declared as he settled beside Huang Kaiwan. Huang Kaiwan retrieved a notebook from beneath the table and handed it to Ramos. This legend game requires little instruction. Just focus on defeating enemies and acquiring gear. I've conveniently tossed several accounts to the hired players. Ramos commanded a warrior named P. Maldini to follow Huang Kaiwan and Kaka as they frolicked about, their laughter echoing in the air. Before long, Inzaghi too took control of a warrior known as Iniesta, embarking on his legendary career. The trio played until the early hours, finally retiring for the night. As dawn broke, while they still lingered in slumber, the mainstream media worldwide unleashed a torrent of reports on the Battle of San Siro. The front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport featured a striking image of the number 10 and 22 banners, proclaiming that Kevin and Kaka had dominated the match. emerging as the undisputed protagonists of the encounter. Kaká's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly his goal that left 3 Real Madrid defenders bewildered. Kevin, once more, demonstrated with his feet that he is indeed the finest player in the world, without exception. Had he not been injured, the match might have concluded differently. According to La Repubblica, Capello has strayed far from the light of glory. With Kevin in the squad, he felt unrestrained. Cardinal Asselrati expressed in a post-match interview that he was utterly unaware of any additional preparations Capello may have made. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Capello's invitation to attend the Champions League semifinal. The Cardinal expressed his hope for Capello's swift return to the fold. Reports from Tuttosport suggested a rift within AC Milan, as Ancelotti expressed dissatisfaction with President Barbera's decisions, leading to the possibility of his departure at the season's end. Marca noted Kaká's commendable performance, but asserted that Kevin surpassed him. Ronaldo's tears were shed as he saw his own reflection in Kevin. However, Kevin's display at San Siro eclipsed that of the original Ronaldo. The world knows Kevin can play freely in his desired manner. Yet it would be prudent to advise him to adopt safer approaches that impose less strain on his body. His physique may struggle to endure his extraordinary explosiveness. World Soccer reported that AC Milan retained hopes of progression, while Real Madrid's chances dwindled with Kevin's injury. Cruyff, in his column, remarked on the rainy night at San Siro, where the ascent of a superstar was witnessed. Kaká's performance was exceptional, and though Kevin was also remarkable, he suffered an injury. Real Madrid has developed an over-reliance on Kevin. Without him, their advancement appears bleak. Throughout his career, Kevin has been synonymous with Champions League triumph, yet this time he faces disappointment. Even he cannot salvage a sinking Real Madrid. Lequite described the semi-final as a thrilling spectacle, with both Kaká and Kevin delivering stellar performances. This was a duel between future Ballon d'Or contenders, with Kaká undoubtedly positioned as the next most likely recipient after Kevin. The Sun highlighted that in addition to the striking displays of the attacking players, numerous exclusive insights were uncovered. What precisely is the purpose of the equipment Ancelotti frequently assembles on the sidelines? Where did Capello acquire his attire in the stands? What objectives lie behind their actions? And what transpired between Tassati and Capello during the halftime interval? The intricacies surrounding this UEFA Champions League semi-final far exceed what the match itself unveiled. We shall elucidate these matters for the fans. In a second edition, The Sun reported that, according to our findings, Ancelotti's contrivance was completed with the assistance of a professor from the Polytechnic University of Milan. From Ancelotti's remarks during last year's Ballon d'Or, we glean that his autobiography is titled Consciousness, Spirit, Game, and Will, the Power of the Human Heart, with a particular emphasis on the strength of the human spirit. We surmise that his device is a mechanism for harnessing mental power, and we shall conduct further investigation into its specific effects and principles. Please stay tuned for our reports. The following morning, Inzaghi eagerly gathered a few individuals to engage in games. It was not until the evening, as the Champions League commenced, that he reluctantly set aside his mouse. Kevin, who do you think will triumph? Ramos inquired, gazing at the 2 Premier League teams on the television. It's hard to say. Both are formidable, Huang Kevin replied. I believe Liverpool will win. Inzaghi declared, had it not been for Kevin, Liverpool would have already secured victory. They are indeed strong. But Manchester United is equally powerful. Ferguson is the finest coach, Kaká remarked, fixated on the screen. Before his transfer to Milan, he had a chance to join Manchester United and held a favorable impression of Ferguson. I think it will be Manchester United, Ramos concurred. As the match commenced, the atmosphere was electrifying. The long-standing rivalry between Liverpool and Manchester United has numerous versions. The most outrageous being Huang Kevin's claim that their feud can be traced back to the Plantagenet dynasty. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Yet the intensity of the Northwest Derby is undeniable. From the outset, both teams were relentless, with the referee frequently blowing his whistle. In the 4th minute, Giggs' cross was deflected out by Carragher, resulting in a corner. He took the corner himself, sending it to the far post where Ronaldo soared to head the ball into the net. Shortly after the start of the second half, Fletcher received the ball just outside the box and laid it off to Scholes, who deftly chipped it into the penalty area. Rooney controlled the ball on his chest and swiftly surged to the right, unleashing a shot that altered the scoreline once again. The 2-goal lead elicited thunderous cheers from Old Trafford. Liverpool, trailing behind, continually sought opportunities. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, Gerard was fouled while advancing with the ball. Aurelio took a run-up and successfully converted the free kick, breaching Van der Sar's defenses. The final score settled at 2-1. See, Manchester United has won, Ramos remarked to Inzaghi. Yet Liverpool still has a chance. Inzaghi retorted, somewhat defiantly. Manchester United emerged victorious at home, while Liverpool secured an away goal, leaving both teams with hopes of reaching the final. In Madrid, having just concluded watching the Champions League match, Capello rose to head to his study. He recalled that a few videotapes were still outstanding. With the rental period nearing its end, there was no need to pay extra for tapes he had already viewed. On the table, he found the new Shaolin 5 Ancestors, Feng Xiu, and several tapes of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Capello adeptly packed the tapes into a cloth bag, donned his coat, and descended the stairs with the bag in hand. Upon arriving at the rental store, he returned the tapes at the counter. As Capello strolled to the left side of the shelf, he discovered the 78th episode of Romance of the Three Kingdoms along with the subsequent 2 tapes. He then ventured into the Chinese film section to select movies of interest. A familiar cover caught his eye. He picked up a tape of Feng Xiu too. Feeling satisfied with his choices, Capello prepared to approach the counter for rental. As he walked away, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. The Taoist priest on the cover donned a yellow robe, his expression grave, holding a piece of yellow paper in one hand and a peachwood sword in the other. It was precisely the image he had often affixed to the coaching bench. Without further thought, Capello extracted the videotape and brought it to the counter for rental. On April 27th, Huang returned to Madrid, accompanied by Ramos, who was laden with luggage. In a spirit of frugality, the young lady had provided Huang with a substantial amount of food. As they entered the house to store the items in the refrigerator, Albert approached Huang with haste and remarked, "Sir, if you plan to go out recently, it would be wise to take Niao along." "What is the matter?" Huang inquired. "There has been a series of murders in Madrid, and the police have yet to apprehend the perpetrator," Albert expressed with concern. "The victims are all wealthy individuals, so you must exercise caution." "Is Spain truly so chaotic?" Huang asked curiously. "There was a similar case in Italy not long ago." "Indeed," Ramos interjected as he swiftly placed the items in the refrigerator and turned to Huang, saying, "Since 2001, women have been going missing in Mallorca every year, and the police have no leads. I feel our taxes are being squandered. Those wretched parasites deserve to face the guillotine." "Very well, I shall be vigilant." Huang nodded in agreement. "There is also the Golden Prison Award to consider. If you venture out tonight, it would be prudent to take along a bodyguard. The rewards for intercepting Ronaldinho have proven quite useful. You truly should exercise caution, Kaiwan," Ramos affirmed. "Your renown is considerable, and someone might take an interest in you." "Understood. I will be careful," Huang replied. Ramos, acting out of genuine concern, asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight, sir? I can have the kitchen prepare something now." "I have no particular cravings. What about Sergio?" Huang queried. "I want to be dining here today," Ramos replied. "Very well, then prepare something simple," Huang instructed. After placing the food he had brought back from Italy, Ramos hurriedly departed. Following dinner, he returned to Huang's residence with a backpack. Huang did not inquire further. He trusted Ramos would not harm him. Around 10 in the evening, Ramos mentioned his fatigue, prompting Huang to turn off the television and retire for the night. Once in his guest room, Ramos swiftly drew the curtains. He emptied the contents of his backpack, revealing an array of surveillance equipment. Locating the newly acquired Zeiss binoculars, he took position by the window, vigilantly observing the courtyard through the curtain-s gap. Upon waking the next morning, Huang noticed Ramos was absent. After inquiring with Albert, he learned that Ramos had already gone to training. Bored, Huang Kaiwan spent the entire day immersed in the world of Resident Evil. When Ramos returned, Huang was engaged in a video chat with Lily. With a 9-hour time difference between Los Angeles and Madrid, it was afternoon, and Lily had just awakened. Turning around, Huang was startled by the dark circles under Ramos's eyes and promptly inquired, "Did you not rest well last night?" "It's nothing, just a bit of insomnia," Ramos replied with a smile, waving at the camera. "Good morning, Lily." "Good afternoon, Sergio." Lily greeted him with a smile from the other end of the video. "I have things to attend to. You two continue your conversation," Ramos said, swiftly heading to the guest room. Lily asked, "Is he in a relationship?" "It certainly seems so." "Surely not, right?" Huang replied, puzzled. He hadn't heard of Ramos getting close to any girl, having previously been concerned about Gudi's potential to swoop in on Ramos's romantic interests. "I believe that's exactly the case. His insomnia and mysterious demeanor must mean he's in love." Lily declared confidently, shaking her small fist at the camera. I'll find an opportunity to ask him, Huang said. After chatting with Lily for a while longer, he ended the call and summoned Albert. My lord, Albert queried. What do you need? Could you inquire with the reporters if Sergio has been seen with any woman recently? Huang requested. Certainly, my lord. Should I investigate those women? Albert asked. Let me consider it. For now, just check with the reporters to see if they've captured anything, Huang instructed. He felt that even with a close relationship, it was inappropriate to pry into Ramos's dating life. Understood, my lord. Albert responded before hastily departing. In the following days, Huang noticed Ramos's dark circles becoming more pronounced, causing him to start believing Lily's theory. On May 1st, Huang received another shop refresh. The fate points remained at 7,800, and he was not anxious, as there would still be a season-end settlement. He scanned the offerings, special template, Sonate, 1,000,000 fate points. Templates, Zico, 10,000 points. Garincha, 10,000 points. Rua 3, 800 points. Skills, Flower Kick Mastery, 1, 500 points. Fencing Mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special item, Suarez's Teacup, 600 points. Seeing that the special template was Tsunade, Huang felt a tinge of regret. If he could exchange for a Tsunade, it would reignite his motivation. As for the templates, he could overlook them. Tsunade guaranteed combat strength, but compared to European legends like Shinzo, he had plenty of debuffs. Even with so many fate points, Huang knew he could not exchange for Tsunade. The regular templates for the Brazilian special were quite appealing though. Aside from Rua, whose name clearly indicated his weakness, the offerings were promising. The Jike is hailed as the White Pele, while Maradona is deemed the Little Pele, and Platini is referred to as the European Pele. Huang Kaiwan believes that if one were to exchange, opting for the original Pele would be preferable. He has drawn the Platini experience card, but found its speed lacking. Similarly, he has utilized the Garincha experience card, which boasts commendable speed and exceptional ball control, placing it within Huang Kaiwan's considerations. Huang Kaiwan struggles to envision the effects of the Suarez's teacup, and finds it unreasonable to spend 600 points merely to satisfy his curiosity. He has spent 120 points to acquire the Master of Fencing and Immunity card. With this addition, he now possesses 2 immunity cards, which should suffice for the matches in May. The skill Master of Fencing slightly enhances upper body strength, allowing mastery over all fencing disciplines, particularly excelling in thrusting attacks. A sudden thought struck Huang Kaiwan. Despite not being an avid follower of fencing, he recalls the sudden lunging motion towards an opponent. The speed provided by sprinting mastery, combined with the boost in explosive power from his new template, should have elevated his fencing prowess. Athleticism is intrinsically linked to physical conditioning. However, the notion of excelling in thrusting attacks leaves him somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, enhancing physical strength is indeed commendable. That evening, Huang Kaiwan and Ramos watched the match between Liverpool and Manchester United. After 90 minutes of play at Anfield, the score remained 0-0, allowing Manchester United to advance to the finals. The next focus would be on determining the victor between Milan and Real Madrid. On May 2nd, Huang Kaiwan returned to the team with Ramos and engaged in a brief strength training session at the gym. Later, around 5 p.m., the entire team departed for the Bernabeu. Huang Kaiwan alighted early to meet Ronaldo, and together they made their way to the stands. It's a pity you got injured that day. I had hoped to invite you out for some fun, Ronaldo remarked, turning his head. There will be opportunities in the future, Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. Realizing that it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a night out, finding a chance to unwind would indeed be beneficial. The location of the outing mattered little. What truly counted was the company one kept. While Huang Kaiwan was not particularly fond of nightclubs, he found outings with Inzaghi and the others quite enjoyable. Are you fond of Victoria's Secret models, or perhaps Brazilian models? Ronaldo excitedly inquired. I know a guy who can arrange for you to meet any model you desire. Simply tell him the name. Forget it, Huang Kaiwan replied, shaking his head. He was aware that such intermediaries facilitated introductions for a fee. Whether one sought to host parties or meet renowned women, they could assist, albeit at a considerable cost. The crux was that someone as handsome as Huang Kaiwan hardly needed to spend money on such matters. Don't be so quick to refuse. Once you experience it, you'll witness an entirely new world, Ronaldo persisted. Never mind, I'm not particularly interested in models, Huang Kaiwan stated. Does that mean you prefer celebrities? How about Hollywood stars? Ronaldo probed. Huang, who said he has a fondness for celebrities. Huang shook his head, gesturing towards the field. We are here to watch the game. Very well. Next time I shall arrange for you to receive an email. Just let him know which girl you fancy, and I shall take care of it, Ronaldo remarked, also directing his gaze towards the pitch. As the first half was nearing its conclusion, Kaká executed a breakthrough that led to a free kick in the attacking zone. Pirlo took the free kick, and Inzaghi emerged from the wall, the ball striking him and ricocheting into the net. At the 44th minute, Milan equalized the score. I extend my gratitude to the reader 20210731062244023 for her generous support, mentioning a dowry of 600,000, and to Izue Nange, Kui Master, Fingchi Yunzwiyu, and Shiwan Yao for their contributions. My heartfelt thanks to the leader Luoying Suifeng. Once again, we find ourselves with an update that has yet to reach 7,000 words. To all who have supported with monthly votes and donations, I am truly humbled, and thus, I shall burn the midnight oil for an additional update. One important note: do not stay up waiting. You can read it in the morning, as I may not finish it at any predictable hour. This chapter concludes. 0232 Detective Ramos. During the halftime break, Ronaldo rose and inquired, I am going to relieve myself, and then grab a bite. Would you care to join me? Sure. I will accompany you, Huang replied, standing up to follow Ronaldo. The two waited for 3 minutes before entering the restroom. Ronaldo struggled to undo his belt, contentedly whistling. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Huang with his hands placed modestly over his lap and stepped back in astonishment, exclaiming, Kaiwan, I never noticed before. You are truly favored by the heavens. Avoiding the gaze, Huang quickly looked down, confirming that neither his pants nor shoes were wet, then raised his head with a smile, saying, It's all the same. Don't dwell on it too much. Ronaldo, the two exited the restroom, returning to the stands with snacks in hand. In the Real Madrid locker room during halftime, Baldini clutched a small note, looking towards Carlos. Recently, Carlos had not participated much in matches, and Baldini was concerned about his form. At present, we have 4 away goals, which is a significant advantage. However, if we concede again, we risk elimination, Raul stated gravely from the center of the locker room. If we are eliminated in such a manner, we shall become the laughingstock of all Europe. Sergio is right. In Kevin's absence, we must perform even better. We must honor the jersey we wear. Ramos rose, glancing at Diarra, and declared through gritted teeth, Kevin is injured and didn't even make the squad list. He scored 4 goals in the last match. If we are eliminated again, we might as well retire. No matter what you all think, I am giving it my all, even if I collapse on the pitch. I shall not allow AC Milan to reach the finals. Shortly after the second half commenced, Baldini substituted Carlos for Marcelo. Carlos's entry did not significantly alter the course of the game. Ronaldo, smiling, asked, Aren't you nervous? What reason do I have to be nervous? Huang retorted, Surely. You do not believe that without me, Real Madrid is destined to lose to Milan. One might argue that Capello's tactical approach at Real Madrid leaves much to be desired. However, Capello has consistently demonstrated his prowess in crucial matches. This season, even during the periods when his star player was injured, Real Madrid did not succumb to any formidable opponents. Their defeats were solely at the hands of teams lacking ambitions for European qualification. The counterattacks executed by Real Madrid were resolute. Raul frequently retreated to his own half to contribute defensively. In the 58th minute, Ancelotti once again substituted Inzaghi with Younes. Mere moments later, Milan replaced Gattuso with Cafu. Shortly after Cafu's entry, he initiated an assault down the right flank. After advancing past the halfway line, he executed a wall pass with Kaká and delivered a cross, which Pepe headed out for a corner. Pirlo, upon running up, sent the ball toward the center. But Casillas dashed off his line and punched it out of the penalty area. Guti, positioned at the edge of the box, turned and delivered a long pass to the right, where Cassano surged toward the Milan penalty area. Most Milan players had pushed forward to join the attack, leaving only 2 defenders behind. Kaladze decisively committed a foul, knocking Cassano off the ball and out of bounds. Guti's free kick soared just above the crossbar, marking Real Madrid's closest attempt at scoring today. As time progressed, AC Milan's offensive maneuvers became increasingly incisive. Nesta received the ball in the backfield and executed a direct long pass. Kaká's through ball found Carlos behind the defense, but Pepe quickly positioned himself in front of Younes, shepherding the ball out for a goal kick. Real Madrid has utilized their final two substitutions, Elguera for Higuain and Emerson for Cassano. Real Madrid has managed to secure an away goal today. The attacking line of Real Madrid has performed reasonably well today. However, the defensive duo of Nesta and Coladza has been exceptional, effectively withstanding the pressure from Real Madrid's counterattacks. Indeed, Coladza's performance has been remarkably steady. The earlier foul was a tactical one. The fourth official raised the board, indicating 6 minutes of stoppage time. These 6 minutes would determine which team would face Manchester United in the final. Following the substitutions of Cassano and Higuain, Milan's defensive burden significantly lessened. Conversely, they invested more energy into their offensive efforts. In the 93rd minute, Pirlo's long pass from the back found Younes, who chested the ball to Kaká. De Jong leapt to block Kaká's long-range shot, but Kaká, with his right foot lifted, delicately flicked the ball over to Younes, whose volley from just outside the 6-yard box was deflected by Pepe, striking the crossbar. Milan earned yet another corner. If the score of 4-4 were to persist until the final whistle, they would face elimination. Thus, during this corner, most Milan players surged into the penalty area to join the attack. Pirlo approached and swiftly delivered the ball to the near post, where Ramos emerged from behind Nesta to nudge the ball to the left, allowing Carlos to charge rapidly into Milan's half. At this juncture, whether to attack or not was of little consequence. Maintaining possession would suffice to stall Milan. In the Bernabeu, filled with over 80,000 spectators, the only sounds were the jeers from the Rossoneri faithful. The Real Madrid fans were so tense that they seemed to forget to breathe, fearing they might disrupt Carlos. For the past 4 years, Real Madrid had not reached a single final, and in the previous 2 years, they had been eliminated in the round of 16. The supporters of Real Madrid are fervently yearning to witness their team return to the grand stage of the Champions League final. As Carlos advanced with the ball, a misstep caused him to stumble, allowing the chasing Odo to seize the opportunity and launch a powerful clearance. The ball soared, only to be deftly headed away by Pepe, landing perfectly at Pirlo's feet. With a deft touch of his right foot to evade De Jong, Pirlo swiftly delivered a precise through ball past the Real Madrid defense. Kaká, driving towards the penalty area, managed to deceive Casillas, pivoting and taking a shot at the open goal, the ball hurtling towards the inner side of the right post. The hearts of the supporters sank deeper into despair with each roll of the ball. Suddenly, a flash of white appeared. Real Madrid's number 4 executed a desperate sliding tackle just in time to deflect the ball out of bounds, colliding violently with the right post, producing a thunderous sound. Ramos, crumpled in the goal, curled his body in an attempt to alleviate the pain. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. Beep, beep, beep. It's over. The match has concluded. 44. Real Madrid has maintained their advantage from the first leg. Let us congratulate them on reaching the final once again after 4 years. Ramos thwarted Kaká's last-minute goal, and despite his 6-month suspension from the Spanish Football Association, Capello still opted to include Ramos in the Champions League. Fabio, share with us your sentiments. Mr. Capello, the Sun has claimed that you learned those maneuvers from Chinese cinema. Could you enlighten us on their significance? Carlo, having failed to reach the Champions League final for 3 consecutive years, do you have anything to say? Were you aware that Ramos would perform exceptionally well, prompting you to keep him in the Champions League despite his lengthy suspension? Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and said, I have nothing to say. Real Madrid's progress is solely due to Kevin. Without him, they would not have reached the final. We have other pressing matters at hand, and will now focus our energy on the league and the Coppa Italia. I wish Kevin the best of luck in his pursuit of another Champions League title. Capello let out a cold laugh, sensing Ancelotti's jealousy. He decided to add to the chubby coach's frustration. With a smile, Capello drew the microphone closer and remarked, I feel quite well. Every coach is elated to reach the Champions League final. As for the inspiration I drew from Chinese films, I prefer not to disclose it, for some things, once spoken, would remain beyond your comprehension. Everyone has their own motives in this world, and I certainly do as well. Football is far more intricate than you can imagine. And what of Ramos? Why do you insist on including him? Well, you see, Albert interjected, Ramos is concerned that a serial killer might be targeting you. He often stands by the window during the killer's active hours, just in time to witness the person preparing to commit a crime against a nearby neighbor. Huang remarked. Now I finally understand where Ramos' dark circles come from. Did they sustain any injuries? Have the police arrived? Huang inquired. Neither Ramos nor Neo were harmed. Albert assisted Kevin Huang by holding up his coat, stating, "The police are on their way." This time, their response is remarkably swift. "You should make an introduction." "I hope to see the killer's confession include details of my criminal scheme," Kevin Huang remarked. After all, the goodwill of his good friend Ramos should not go to waste. In any case, that murderer would never see the light of day again. "Understood, my lord," Albert replied with a bow, not inquiring about Kevin's reasons, and turned to make arrangements. This was one aspect of Albert that Kevin appreciated the most. Draped in his coat, Kevin descended the stairs, relieved to find that both Ramos and Neo were unscathed. After exchanging a few words, he returned to his bedroom to continue his slumber. The following morning, prominent European media outlets were inundated with reports regarding the upcoming Champions League final. The Marca stated, Kevin secured victory with 4 goals, while Ramos ensured that Kevin's efforts were not in vain. Renewing the contract with Ramos was indeed a wise decision for Real Madrid. Manchester United triumphed over Liverpool, and they will taste the disappointment that Liverpool faced in Istanbul, becoming the new losers. The front page of AS reported the serial killer's capture, declaring, according to reliable sources, the Madrid serial killer has been apprehended. Ramos and Kevin's bodyguards collaborated to capture the killer just as he was preparing to commit a crime against Kevin's neighbor. Thank God. Kevin's neighbor should be sincerely grateful to Ramos and the bodyguards. Had it not been for them, they would have surely met the same fate as previous victims. The World Sports Daily proclaimed, Ferguson is the finest coach in the world. He led Aberdeen to defeat Real Madrid and continues to guide Manchester United to overcome them. The Milan Sports Daily noted, it has been demonstrated that even away from Milan, Kevin remains the best player in Europe. However, when Milan faced Kevin, they could not overcome this hurdle. I firmly believe Kevin will secure the Champions League title for 3 consecutive years. Whether his opponents are Manchester United or Liverpool makes little difference to him. The Manchester Evening News commented, Kevin is indeed formidable, yet football is a team sport. Manchester United possesses excellent defenders who can implement targeted strategies against Kevin. In the upcoming Champions League final, Kevin and Real Madrid will confront their most formidable adversary of the season. During an interview with The Times, Wenger stated, I do not hold a favorable view of Manchester United, not due to my relationship with Ferguson or because they are Arsenal's rivals. Arsenal has faced AC Milan in the Champions League, a team that is overwhelmingly powerful. The critical factor is Kevin's performance. He is virtually unstoppable. After being eliminated by AC Milan, Henry told me that Kevin made him realize his own ordinariness, and as time passes, he feels increasingly inferior. I suggested to Henry that he merely selected the wrong benchmark. Kevin does not belong to the category of ordinary players. Frankly, I even believe that player awards should impose limits on appearances. Otherwise, for a long time to come, Kevin will monopolize all individual accolades. I truly do not know what could possibly hinder that young man from scoring. At noon, Kevin Huang finally rose from his slumber. Descending the stairs, Huang Kaiwan observed Ramos engrossed in playing Legend on his computer, and he chose not to disturb him. He took a seat at the dining table where Albert was promptly preparing lunch along with the day's newspaper. Flipping through it, Huang Kaiwan paused upon seeing AS and began to read intently. After finishing, he set the newspaper aside and noticed Ramos was wholly absorbed in his game. In a hushed tone, Huang Kaiwan remarked, communicate with the newspapers. Ensure they highlight Sergio's contributions in this incident. Certainly, sir. Albert nodded, preparing to turn away. Wait. Huang Kaiwan called out to Albert, saying, I will draft an account of Sergio's capture of the murderer. Have them report according to this. Of course, sir. Albert nodded once more. After lunch, Huang Kaiwan retreated to his study to compose a short piece entitled Detective Ramos. Upon thorough revision, he handed it to Albert. The story's reasoning was rather muddled, as Huang Kaiwan lacked proficiency in crafting detective narratives, which require an extensive knowledge base and rigorous logic. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence. His intention was to accentuate Ramos's heroism, not to aspire to be the next Conan Doyle. Is the plot of Mission Impossible complex? Not particularly. It merely showcases Tom Cruise's charm and flair. Similarly, Huang Kaiwan's focus was to illuminate Ramos's bravery. In a scenario where Neo was incapacitated, Ramos valiantly confronted a serial killer armed with heavy weaponry, battling from the second floor to the swimming pool and ultimately into the underground garage, where he managed to subdue his adversary with great difficulty. Though this tale did not unfold in reality, it constituted a compelling narrative. European audiences have a penchant for such tales of individual heroism, and the media is often eager to report them. At times, they even fabricate stories when material is scarce. Once the media blitz commenced, regardless of its veracity, Ramos's public image would undoubtedly be enhanced, consequently elevating his commercial value. This approach was neither as overt as offering endorsement contracts, nor would it hinder his close friend Ramos from earning a little extra. On May 6th, during the match between Real Madrid and Sevilla at the Santiago Bernabeu, Capello still placed the recently recovered Huang on the bench. Due to his suspension, Ramos could only watch from the stands. The suspensions of the other players had concluded after their previous victory against Athletic Bilbao. The match between the two teams exhibited a surplus of effort, yet was lacking in excitement. In the 41st minute, Sevilla's Enzo Maresca broke the deadlock. But the second half remained rather dreary. The camera frequently captured Huang on the bench as Jose Maria discussed the situation on the pitch. Known for his distinctive elongated pronunciation of GOL, Jose Maria's commentary resonated with many. Torres and Cicinho are arguably the weakest fullbacks among Europe's elite. Real Madrid's offense falters due to a lack of support from the flanks. In contrast, Alves frequently advances to assist in attacks, making Sevilla appear more like Real Madrid in terms of overall play. Robinho and Cassano exhibit commendable prowess, particularly as Cassano's performance has notably improved of late. However, there exists a palpable disparity between them and Kevin, as neither possesses the capability to independently dismantle a defensive line. Raul found himself thoroughly marked by Ita's tight marking today, with Ocio frequently employing subtle tactics to disrupt Raul and Robinho, leading to Robinho receiving a yellow card for a retaliatory foul. With this match included, there are 6 rounds remaining in the league. Should Real Madrid secure a victory today, their 16-point lead would enable them to clinch the title at home. Observing Kevin's reaction, it appears he wholeheartedly supports Kevin's donning of the armband. The soul of a ship lies with its captain, just as the leader of a team is its captain. After spending 9 months at Real Madrid, Kevin's performance has garnered recognition from the entire squad. In a scenario where maintaining the scoreline could yield an early championship, what splendid display might Kevin offer us? Upon his entrance onto the field, Kevin suddenly remembered he had yet to draw a card. Noticing his anticipation level had reached 100, he opted to draw. Ding! He obtained a single match experience card for the match between Manchester United and Arsenal in the 21st round of the 2022-2023 Premier League season featuring Marcus Rashford. Kevin jogged to the left flank, exhaling in relief. Ronaldo's lower limits were still assured, preventing Huang from facing embarrassment in such a setting. "I'll move to the right flank," Robinho volunteered. "All right," Kevin responded with a smile as he waved his hand. Cassano reluctantly advanced to the center. He had no objections regarding his position, yet he felt somewhat perturbed that his preferences had not been solicited. He resolved that upon winning the championship, he would visit Kevin's home for drinks and celebration. Sevilla's midfielder initiated the play. Merely a slight backward pass to organize the attack prompted Sevilla's coach, Juan Ramos, to urge the players on the pitch: hasten the attack, seek opportunities to score, and do not squander time. For Real Madrid, failing to win this match merely delays their championship celebration. The likelihood of losing 16 points in 6 rounds is as slim as the chance of returning the lost boy to America. However, the implications of winning or losing are significantly more pronounced for Sevilla. Apart from Real Madrid and Barcelona, the 3rd-placed Sevilla and the 7th-placed Atletico Madrid have closely contending scores, with Sevilla at 55 points and Atletico at 50. The 5 teams vying for the championship are determined to secure a spot in the next season's Champions League. Canut received the ball in the front line, facing pressure from Diarra's quick challenge, and swiftly passed sideways. Maresca deliberately dribbled past Torres, while Alves skillfully maneuvered the ball into the center. De Jong successfully intercepted the ball, and a retreating Cassano quickly turned upon receiving it. Noticing that Kevin was being closely marked while he remained unguarded, Cassano felt a sense of indignation. He carried the ball through the midfield, charging directly towards Sevilla's penalty area. It was only when he approached the edge of the box that Yusuf Poulsen rushed towards him. Cassano pulled the ball with his right foot, deftly guiding it to the right side, and executed a back pass with the inside of his foot. As the ball reached his left foot, Cassano executed a deft touch, narrowly avoiding a poke from Poulsen, and quickly angled a pass. Upon receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, Kevin found himself instantly surrounded by 4 Sevilla players. Huang executed a stunning turn and dribbled along the edge of the penalty area toward the left flank, when Asio swiftly dove to intercept the ball, nudging it away from Huang. What a magnificent tackle. Huang must still be warming up, remarked a commentator. Asio has received yet another yellow card. 2 yellows lead to a red. Upon reviewing the replay, we see that Asio inadvertently stepped on Huang hand as he rose. This yellow card is entirely justified. Oh. The Real Madrid players are not allowing Asio to leave the field. He has been quite mischievous today, and this incident has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Madrid players. At Huang insistence, Cassano and De Jong finally released Asio. This altercation clearly demonstrates Huang's standing within Real Madrid. Gudi's decision to hand the captain's armband to Huang is indeed warranted. Sevilla still has 1 substitution left, and it appears they do not intend to replace a defender. At this moment, it would be wise to reserve that substitution for an attacking player. Bringing on a defender cannot equalize the score. A free kick was awarded just outside the penalty area. Saxino glanced at the situation and willingly stepped aside. Huang placed the ball at the foul spot. With both Gudi and Beckham absent, he was the only one capable of taking the free kick. Rashford's proficiency with free kicks is commendable. After adjusting his position, Huang initiated his run-up, positioning his right foot to caress the ball delicately. The ball, spinning vigorously, soared over the wall and headed straight for the right side of the goal. Palop, using his right foot to propel himself, leaped into the air but misjudged the ball's trajectory. It grazed past his fingertips and sped away behind him. The resounding thud of the ball striking the post jolted Palop back to reality. Upon landing, he quickly turned and smothered the ball beneath him, preventing Cassano, who was poised for a follow-up shot, from capitalizing on the opportunity. That was almost a goal. Huang strike was exceptionally cunning, yet perhaps too ambitious, as he sought to place it in the far corner after clearing the wall. Under the urging of Wanda Ramos, Palop distributed the ball to Alves, who faced pressure from both Huang and Cassano. Alves swiftly maneuvered around, passing the ball horizontally to Escud, who launched a long ball toward the right flank. De Jong leapt to intercept the ball, halting it just in front of Maresca. After regaining possession, De Jong quickly turned and passed to Diarra. Diarra advanced to the top of the arc and delivered a precise pass back to Cassano, who, upon receiving the ball, was immediately brought down by Renato's intervening foot. De Jong initiated play from the midfield, sending it to the left flank, where Huang deftly controlled the ball with his left foot before advancing toward the center. Cassano, seeking to create space, shifted positions with Huang. With a sharp motion, Huang propelled himself forward, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it back toward the center. Cassano, upon receiving the pass, nearly lost his balance. Having played the full match thus far, fatigue had set in, prompting him to quickly push the ball back to Huang in the middle. However, Cassano's waning energy resulted in an overly forceful pass. Huang promptly raised his hand and extended his right foot, skillfully adjusting his body to control the ball. Renato, anticipating a misstep from Huang, charged toward his right side. After successfully controlling the ball, Huang deftly maneuvered past Renato with a flick of his right foot. After taking a couple of steps, he skillfully directed the ball towards the edge of the penalty arc with his left foot. Aware of the impending danger, Dragutinovic swiftly charged from the left flank, positioning himself close to Huang while a frantic Poulsen shouted, "Don't give him a chance to shoot." Suddenly, from the left side of the penalty arc, Huang unleashed a powerful strike with his right knee, launching the ball without any warning. Dragutinovic and Escud, positioned one in front of the other, were prepared. Yet the ball zipped through the space between them, leaving them motionless, unable to even make a symbolic attempt to intercept. Palop, standing within the small box, had ample time to react, diving to extend his arm, but this time his fingertips failed to graze the ball, which nearly brushed against the left post before crossing the goal line. Palop, having exerted too much force, lay on the left side of the penalty area, watching the ball bounce behind the goal line. The stadium erupted. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Bernabeu, filled with over 85,000 fans, resonated with thunderous cheers. Even as a substitute in the final 10 minutes, the team's linchpin did not disappoint. With only his second touch of the game, he scored the decisive goal that secured victory. Fans in the front rows waved foam replicas of the La Liga Championship trophy, while nearby, 2 female supporters displayed a sign with their phone numbers. Such scenes are commonplace in Real Madrid matches. Personally, Huang found Italian female fans more aligned with his aesthetic than their Spanish counterparts. Another world-class strike from Huang. He has truly sealed the victory. The Bernabeu is in a frenzy. The first goal of the season for Real Madrid was struck by Huang. And now he has personally scored the goal that clinches the championship. Huang has begun and concluded the season triumphantly. Although there is still over a minute of stoppage time left, it is improbable for Sevilla to score twice in that span. Let us congratulate Huang and Real Madrid on securing the La Liga title for the 2006-2007 season with 5 matches to spare. Great generals emerge unscathed from battles. Compared to Qin, Huang is truly deserving of his accolades. His opponents, despite their best efforts, have not managed to hand him a single defeat in the league. Now, Huang and his teammates will strive for the Copa del Rey and the UEFA Champions League titles. In the first leg, Real Madrid achieved a resounding victory over Deportivo La Coruña, effectively placing one foot in the Copa del Rey final. In the Champions League, they have eliminated AC Milan to reach the final. In the coming month, they will aim for an unprecedented treble in Spanish football. As Huang narrated the events, Canute's long-range shot soared high, and the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Ramos, having long departed from the stands, was the first to rush onto the pitch, faster than the substitutes. Huang had barely begun to run when he was joyously encircled by his exuberant teammates. Real Madrid, champions! Real Madrid, champions! Real Madrid, champions! The Sevilla players displayed commendable sportsmanship, joining the celebration with applause for the newly crowned champions. The Real Madrid staff swiftly entered the field to arrange the setup, soon erecting a temporary podium and an arch inscribed with the league champions insignia at the center of the Bernabeu. After expressing gratitude alongside his teammates, Huang returned to the players' tunnel for final preparations. Capello snatched a new jersey from a club staff member, handing it to Huang for a change. Clad in his new attire, Huang followed Raul onto the field, greeted by the resounding cheers of the crowd, the fans' roars soaring to the heavens. Raul was the first to ascend the podium. After shaking hands with Calderon, Huang approached the president of the Spanish Football Federation to receive his medal. Ángel Villar, the president, remarked, "Your arrival has transformed La Liga and the world." "Thank you," Huang replied with a smile and a nod, quickly departing with Raul. He wished to distance himself from such figures. In his mind, the president of the Spanish Football Federation was notorious for scandals. Perhaps such flaws were universally applicable. The news of personal grievances against several teams and misappropriation of funds frequently surfaced. Associating with them could lead to undesirable consequences. Once the entire team received their medals, Huang was pushed forward by Guti, standing beside Raul on either side of the trophy. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown echoed through the Bernabeu, Huang and Raul lifted the championship trophy together. Ramos seized the trophy, pulling Huang to the sidelines, addressing the reporters, "Let's take a group photo." After the journalists captured the moment, Huang beckoned to Cassano and the others, saying, "Come over, let us take a picture together." Huang settled on the grass, with Ramos and Cassano flanking him, while De Jong and Pepe, both bald, sandwiched Guti in between, standing behind Huang. As the flashbulbs illuminated the scene, time stood still once more. Huang was seen playfully dribbling the ball with Raul's 2 sons. Galbiati approached and said, "Kaiwan, you need to head to the mixed zone for interviews." "Now?" Huang inquired. "Yes, the reporters are eager to speak with you," Galbiati replied with a smile. As Capello's right-hand man, Galbiati felt certain that if Capello had to choose between him and Huang Capello would unhesitatingly opt to pay him off. Even though Huang was amiable and courteous in his interactions with the staff, Galbiati remained vigilant about his demeanor in front of Huang. Nodding, Huang proceeded toward the mixed zone. Ramos hurriedly thrust the trophy into Cassano's arms before following Huang. In the mixed zone, Huang quickly sought out domestic reporters. "Huang, could you share your feelings in this moment?" A reporter from the national television station inquired, microphone extended. "I am exhilarated. This is my first La Liga championship." Huang responded. Kevin Huang said with a smile, "So are you implying that we will secure the La Liga championship next?" "As long as I play in La Liga, it is undoubtedly achievable. The pursuit of every professional athlete is to attain championships. And I am no exception," he replied. "Are you prepared to face the finals of both the Copa del Rey and the Champions League?" Absolutely. I never slack off during the season, Huang affirmed. Will you return to your homeland to compete in the Olympics? I would never decline the call of my country. If the nation requires it, I would even represent my country in athletics or the Winter Olympics, provided I am uninjured, Huang smiled. The national television reporter believed that Huang was expressing his determination through exaggeration. However, Huang had already spoken. She thought to inquire about which Winter Olympic events he would participate in, but before she could, another reporter protested, prompting her to reluctantly yield her position. Good to see you again, Kevin. Congratulations on winning your first championship with Real Madrid, said a British reporter. Thank you. I am quite pleased as well, Huang smiled. The next question pertains to the Champions League. Do you consider Manchester United an easily manageable opponent? Huang responded, certainly not. Manchester United is a formidable team. Sir Alex Ferguson is one of the finest coaches in the world, possessing a plethora of top-tier players and a remarkable coaching ability that unlocks their potential. On May 12th, Real Madrid faced Espanyol at home. In a heavily rotated lineup, Real Madrid was locked in a 3-3 draw with their opponents until the 70th minute when Huang came off the bench, drawing Arnold at the corner flag. He feigned a substitution before swiftly executing a corner kick. Unmarked in front of the goal, Roll effortlessly slotted the ball into the net, clinching victory for the team. On May 20th, with merely 3 days remaining until the Champions League final, Huang and the entire team traveled for an away match, the last before the grand finale. Huang and the young lady stayed in their hotel room until after 4 p.m., celebrating Huang's birthday. On the bus to the newly crowned Colombino Stadium, Huang received numerous gifts, ranging from thermoses to crystal ornaments. Ramos presented him with a car key. You certainly are generous. I wish my son would be as filial as you, Cassano exclaimed, eyeing the Porsche key in astonishment. You re-asking for trouble? Ramos sprang from his seat, chasing after Cassano on the bus. In Europe, birthdays are typically not celebrated with extravagant gifts. They lean towards simplicity and practicality. Naturally, Ramos's gift fell outside that category, and he was determined to repay the favor to his good friend. Capello stood at the front of the bus, smiling. Today we will rest at the hotel to celebrate Kevin's birthday, and tomorrow we will fly to Greece. Of course, to ensure Kevin enjoys a delightful birthday, it is essential that we secure a victory. In the first half of the match, Robinho and Radria each scored, allowing Real Madrid to enter halftime with a 2-goal advantage. In the 55th minute of the second half, Huang Kaiwen came on as a substitute, drawing the card of Melo. Huang Kaiwen's performance was rather mediocre, yet Real Madrid narrowly triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-2. Huang Kaiwen remained unfazed, having recently drawn numerous first prizes. Winning 4 in a single draw seemed quite reasonable. Even with the enhancement of the lucky necklace, it was improbable that his good fortune would persist indefinitely. Despite Huang, the king of balls, experiencing an off day, it did not dampen the spirits of the Real Madrid players. Especially after the young lady announced that she would cover the drinks for the evening, the atmosphere reached a euphoric crescendo. Having consumed a fair share of drinks, Cassano stood atop the table and proclaimed, Tonight, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Come on, Antonio. Enough chatter, hurry up. This is what you said yourself. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Cassano stuffed the mouths of 2 bottles into his own, tilting his head back to gulp down the liquor. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback by Cassano's unexpected talent. With such a remarkable skill, he would undoubtedly thrive as an internet celebrity post-retirement. For a fleeting 3 seconds, the dashing Cassano sprayed liquor from his mouth, his body swaying precariously before he began to topple. Diego Lopez raised his hand to catch Cassano, allowing the players to breathe a sigh of relief. All right, let us enjoy ourselves, but no more climbing on the table, Raul cautioned. If one were to end up in the hospital before the Champions League final, it would be a laughable situation for Manchester United. Kevin, come perform a number. The flushed beauty urged. As today's main character, you should showcase something. Yes, do it, Kevin. Aren't you a singer? You were so joyful singing alongside that Shakira last time. Cassano, lying in Lopez's embrace, mumbled incoherently while pointing at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen turned to glance at the young lady, relieved to see her expression unchanged. Amidst the urging of his teammates, Huang Kaiwen played Für Elise on the restaurant's piano as a tribute to the young lady. With the card of piano proficiency, Huang Kaiwen's piano skills were commendable, though his performance was somewhat marred by the effects of alcohol, hitting several wrong notes. Nonetheless, the young lady was deeply touched. After returning to his room, Huang Kaiwen experienced the latest technology in automatic driving. Catalonia. Following the conclusion of Real Madrid's match, Cruyff sat at his desk, fervently scribbling away. After a few lines, he frowned and crumpled the paper, tossing it behind him, where several similar crumpled papers lay. The father of Barcelona, feeling agitated, cast aside his pen and took a sip of whiskey, staring blankly at his desk. After nearly 10 minutes, he picked up the pen once more to write the earlier headline. Kevin's plummeting decline will cause Real Madrid to lose the Champions League final. On the morning of May 21st, after the entire team rose, they promptly headed to the airport for a flight to Athens. The newly crowned La Liga champions remained the hottest topic in Europe that morning. Players and legends across the European football scene sought opportunities to assert their presence. Even those of lesser fame and ability among the elite clubs found themselves relegated to mere footnotes in the third page of newspapers. After approximately 3 hours of flight, the Real Madrid players and their families arrived in Athens. Unlike last year's journey to France, Greece is a nation steeped in Orthodox Christianity, with its spiritual epicenter located in Constantinople rather than Rome. The relationship between Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism is intricate, characterized by both conflict and collaboration, as they have united in past crusades. Huang Kaiwen, frequently lauded by the Pope, found his popularity in Athens to be less pronounced than in Paris. The team's bus arrived seamlessly at their hotel. After a day of revelry and the toll of travel, the players of Real Madrid were rather fatigued. Following a brief lunch in the restaurant, they retreated to their rooms for rest. Huang Kaiwen and the young lady were stirred from their slumber after a few hours by a phone call. Upon seeing the caller's name, Huang Kaiwen answered, inquiring, "Ricardo? Kevin. We've come to cheer you on." Kaka excitedly responded from the other end. "Isn't there still a match for Milan to play?" Huang Kaiwen, still half asleep, rubbed his head in confusion. "Indeed, but there's only one league match left." After securing the championship early, the starters were permitted to come to Athens to watch the game, while the final match will be played by the youth team and substitutes, Kaka explained. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the peacefully sleeping young lady, realizing this was undoubtedly her doing. The Milan season had not yet concluded, and yet she had orchestrated for the entire team to come and support him. Was this not a bit absurd? "Where are you?" Huang Kaiwen asked as he swung his legs off the bed. "We're at your door," Kaka replied. "Please hold on a moment," Huang Kaiwen said, ending the call and gently nudging the young lady. Dear, what is the matter?" she murmured, still drowsy. "It's time to get up. Ricardo and the others have arrived," Huang Kaiwen informed her. "So early?" She yawned, stretching languidly. As expected of her, Huang Kaiwen urged, "Change your clothes. Ricardo is right at the door." "All right." The young lady walked to the wardrobe, which was filled with various outfits. After some time, she selected a soft yellow ensemble to wear. As Huang Kaiwen opened the door, he was immediately enveloped by the embrace of the elder and younger boys. "Uncle Kevin, why are you so slow?" the elder boy asked. Kaka chuckled. "They insisted on meeting you, so I brought them along." "Come in." Huang Kaiwen welcomed them, ruffling the boy's hair as he asked, "Is it just the two of you?" "No, Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Kevin are all here," the younger boy, Daniel, exclaimed, looking up. Huang Kaiwen realized, in the midst of the season's busyness, he had completely forgotten that Adriana's due date was imminent. He turned to Kaka for clarification. Kaka explained, "Not long after the away match, Kevin was born. Paolo didn't call you as he feared it might disturb you." Huang Kaiwen was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Although he understood that in Europe, naming someone after another signifies a close relationship, Huang Kaiwen had yet to meet the third young master. He felt as if he had been thoroughly taken advantage of by that old fellow Paolo Maldini. The crux of the matter was that there was no easy way to reverse the situation. Huang Kaiwen was already contemplating whether to adopt a pet. "Uncle Kevin, I've made significant progress in football lately. Once I grow a bit more, I'll play in Madrid," declared the eldest young master, holding a soda. "The number 10 jersey of Real Madrid is mine," protested the second young master, clutching a bottle of mineral water. Noticing the two little ones were on the verge of quarreling, Huang Kaiwen promptly stepped between them and inquired, "Shall we go swimming? The pool here is quite delightful." "Sure. I'll go change my clothes," the eldest young master responded, darting towards the door. Just as the second young master was about to follow, Huang Kaiwen caught him and lifted him up. It would be troublesome to explain to Paolo and his wife if he were to fall. "Uncle Kevin, don't hold me. I'm all grown up now," the second young master protested, squirming in Huang Kaiwen's embrace. Huang Kaiwan secured him with one arm around his waist, leaving the second young master to flail in midair. This little rascal was as unlovable as ever. Upon arriving in the Maldini household, Paolo greeted him with a warm smile. "Thank you so much for this, Kevin." Huang Kaiwan, noticing the child in Adriana's arms, had lost any desire for small talk. He replied, "I merely brought them here to fetch their swimwear." "I understand, which is why I appreciate your help. By the way, would you like to hold Kevin?" Paolo asked. "Never mind, there will be plenty of time. I can't keep Chris and the others waiting." Huang Kaiwan chuckled awkwardly. "I'm not in a hurry, Uncle Kevin." Cough. Cough. Huang Kaiwan quickly grabbed the collar of the eldest young master, pulling him towards the exit. The second young master reluctantly followed behind, led by Kaka. Upon reaching the pool, Huang Kaiwan spotted Raul playing with the children and approached him to say hello. "Why aren't you resting?" "They want to play in the water," Raul explained, pointing at his sons. "Perfect. I'll leave Paolo's son with you. This is Chris, and this is Danny. They can play with Jorge and Hugo," Huang Kaiwan said. Feeling a bit peckish after the nap, he decided to find something to eat. "I'm the captain, not a daycare manager," Raul replied with a shrug. Taking care of children was exhausting. Managing 4 kids at once might be more tiring than playing a 120-minute match. "Not to worry, they are all players." "So you are their captain," Huang Kaiwan remarked, turning to the 2 children from the Maldini family and asking, "Am I right?" "Yes. I'm the future number 10 of Real Madrid," declared the eldest young master. "No, I am the number 10. The second young master protested indignantly. "In the water," Jorge Blanco chimed in. "You can't fight me for the number 10 jersey." Little Hugo sat quietly on the inflatable mattress, not participating in the dispute. "See, Captain. Now you need to manage your players," Huang Kaiwan said as he handed the 2 children over to Raul and ordered some food, sitting by the poolside to eat. Watching Raul's flustered demeanor, he found his appetite quite good. What was that saying again? Happiness is a conserved entity when one is devoid of joy. It is often due to another having pilfered their delight. Raul, having provided some amusement, noticeably uplifted Huang Kaiwan's spirits. In no time, Raul also found a source of labor. Cassano, initially set to compete with Ramos in swimming, ended up playing with 4 children, rendering it impossible to discern who was entertaining whom. The 5 of them engaged in a vehement debate over who should portray Robin Hood in the pool. Ultimately, Cassano, with his superior intellect, subdued the minors and successfully claimed the role of Robin Hood. Ramos disdainfully remarked, "That fellow only knows how to bully children." Antonio is quite popular among the kids. They can distinguish between good and bad. His popularity among them indicates he is not a bad person, Raul responded with a smile. Ramos refrained from countering this statement. Kaka inquired, "Kevin, did you play the piano in public yesterday?" "How did you know?" Huang Kaiwan asked, intrigued. "I saw it on a website before coming here. It's gone viral," Kaka replied with a grin. "The fans believe you possess many remarkable talents." "Kevin is a genius." "Geniuses are inherently different from ordinary individuals," Ramos stated. Raul glanced at the time and called out to those in the pool, "We should be heading back." "All right, Dad." Jorge pouted, pushing his brother's inflatable mattress to the pool's edge and nudging him onto it before reluctantly climbing ashore. "We should also depart." Huang Kaiwan addressed the 3 individuals still in the pool. Cassano surfaced and exclaimed, "I haven't had enough fun yet." "Then I will take the 2 children back first." "You may continue to enjoy yourself," Huang Kaiwan replied, gesturing for the eldest and second sons to come ashore. "This isn't fair. We were all having such a great time together. Why leave me behind? Wait for me." Upon seeing Huang Kaiwan return, the eldest daughter beamed. However, her expression soured upon noticing the 3 individuals trailing behind him. "Wow, is that medieval attire?" Cassano marveled. "Do wealthy people dress like that at home?" "Be quiet. This is none of your business," Ramos retorted angrily. "They wish to join and watch some television," Huang Kaiwan clarified. I was just going to try it on. I'll go change first," the eldest daughter stammered, hastily retreating into the inner room, initially intending to surprise Huang Kaiwan. She was taken aback by the surprise he had in store for her when she emerged in her loungewear. The television host was humorously critiquing Huang Kaiwan's piano performance from the previous day. The host exaggeratedly stated, "Compared to his football skills, Kevin's piano proficiency is lacking. Perhaps this is the limit of genius." In contrast to the disciplined, omnipotent Kevin on the field, the fallible Kevin evokes a sense of relatability. "But you've forgotten that Kevin's artwork can sell for substantial amounts. Perhaps he is simply learning piano," a female guest interjected. "Perhaps. But encountering a fallible Kevin is quite rare, the host concluded. It's all Van Nistelrooy's fault, Ramos exclaimed. He must have been the one who leaked it. Yesterday, Van Nistelrooy did not bring his camera. He was preoccupied with drinking, Cassano remarked while scratching his head. That rascal even brought hidden recording devices. Damn it, Ramos exclaimed with disdain. Huang remained silent, incessantly switching channels with the remote. Upon encountering a familiar film, he halted the channel surfing. On the screen, Tom Hanks sat on a bench, declaring, "Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get." The following day, upon awakening, reports regarding the Champions League final had swept across the globe. Photographs of Manchester United's training had graced the front pages of numerous newspapers, and a plethora of football legends were granting interviews. Roy Keane, the former Manchester United captain now managing Sunderland, stated in an interview with the Daily Mirror, "Manchester United will forever hold a place in my heart, and I will support them. However, Real Madrid is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. If I were to face Kevin, I would advise him to refrain from attempting tricks. Otherwise, he will face consequences. Yet, the current Manchester United players lack the courage to do so. I believe this will be a challenging match. Those young lads must mature if they wish to triumph over Real Madrid," Stefano expressed to a Marca journalist. Manchester United possesses immense dominance. They have reinvigorated English football's presence in Europe. However, Kevin is an exceptionally talented young man. The moment he debuted at the Bernabeu, I recognized that he surpassed both myself and my former teammates. No defensive line, indeed, can contain Kevin, as long as our defenders remain vigilant. Real Madrid can claim the trophy. Emilio Butragueño, in an interview with AS, remarked, "The new 5 Eagles?" Initially, the newspaper spoke of Mr. Amancio and his 5 bald eagles, and only later did the term 5 Eagles emerge. I acknowledge the current trend associating Kevin with the new 5 Eagles. Yet I must emphasize that we 5 emerged from Real Madrid's youth academy. Unlike De Jong and his contemporaries, it's not a matter of their inferiority. Rather, it highlights our distinction. Cassano is performing admirably. Guti possesses top-tier passing abilities when at his best, while Ramos, De Jong, and Pepe are all commendable defenders. Most importantly, they embody a fierce fighting spirit. These individuals are warriors. If Juanito were still with us, he would undoubtedly admire them. The Gazzetta dello Sport also featured the words of Milan legend Pierino Prati, who stated, "I once played for both Roma and Milan. Roma's crushing defeat to Manchester United saddened me greatly, yet I believe that when the match concludes, Manchester United will face defeat as well. Throughout my career, I have won numerous championships, and I once took pride in that. However, witnessing Kevin's performances, I realized that his execution of complex maneuvers in a single match surpasses everything I accomplished throughout my entire career. I am truly grateful to have been born slightly earlier. Any player sharing the field with Kevin in this era merely plays a supporting role." Cruzzelli likewise expressed in the Milan magazine. Upon witnessing Kevin's piano performance, I was reminded of the film The Pianist on the Ocean. Much like the protagonist 1900, Kevin possesses an innate understanding of football, emerging as a master of the game. His extraordinary talent in football is unparalleled. He is one with the sport, leaving any challengers to retreat in defeat, akin to the pianists who dared to confront 1900. Kevin, having seen through the superficialities of fame and fortune, plays primarily to delight the fans and honor the team. According to the Roman Sports Daily, Cardinal Allarati has declared that he will no longer assist Capello, potentially leading Real Madrid into a significant crisis. Cruyff wrote in his column for the World Sports Daily, "I previously stated that Real Madrid would face defeat." Kevin's performance against Villavert was notably subpar. Although this did not seem to affect his spirits, it mirrored the flaws in his music. I do not intend to criticize Kevin's abilities. Yet no player can remain at their pinnacle indefinitely. Perhaps Kevin is on a decline, or merely experiencing a transient low. However, this matters little. His current form is detrimental to Real Madrid, which has come to rely on him, and it could result in their loss in the Champions League final. Capello has been abandoned by the Cardinal. The Pope has not forgotten about Huang Kevin. In an address to the Future Daily, he stated, "I have known Kevin for some time now. On the pitch, he is a poet, a great champion, bringing joy to millions around the globe. Yet, he is also a person of great vulnerability and strength. His body may falter, but his spirit is unyielding. Since I watched Bayern Munich's matches on black and white television, I have never encountered such a unique player. Given the allure and impact of professional football, especially on the youth, football stars carry a significant responsibility. Those regarded as champions easily become role models. Kevin is not only a beacon for the young, but serves as an exemplar for professional players as well. Regardless of the outcome, I hope every player participating in the Champions League final embodies the virtues of loyalty, honesty, harmony, and humanity, much like Kevin. The national television station has already prepared for the match's build-up. With just one day until the Champions League final, they have begun to showcase the culture and charm of Athens to the fans. Among those appearing on screen are numerous Asian faces. Greetings, dear fans. According to our information, Real Madrid and Manchester United each received 15,000 tickets. However, Athens has welcomed over 250,000 tourists in recent days, placing immense pressure on the local police. From our findings, the ticket prices for the Champions League final have generally multiplied several times, with premium seats increasing tenfold or more, reported a journalist holding a microphone. Behind him, fans clad in jerseys of Real Madrid, Milan, or Manchester United were seen making faces at the camera. Through the lens, the number 10 emerged as the most frequently displayed jersey. A journalist approached a fan clad in an AC Milan jersey, inquiring in Italian, "Hello, are you a supporter of AC Milan?" The fan replied, "Indeed, I am a Milan supporter." "From which country are you journalists?" "We are from China," came the response. "Is that so? How wonderful. Kevin has changed my perception of China. I am currently planning a trip there." The fan enthusiastically waved at the camera. "May I ask where you intend to go?" "To Han City. I have heard that there was a period in China called Han, which is the origin of one of China's ethnic groups. Hence, I plan to visit Han City." The journalist, suppressing a laugh, shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have tickets for the Champions League final?" "No, the tickets are too expensive. I could spend a few days in Athens for less than that. During the final, I plan to watch the match at a tavern with my friends," the Milan supporter explained. "Thank you for your time," the journalist said to the camera. The geographical knowledge of the previous fan was not quite accurate. Next, we will interview a Real Madrid supporter. "Hello. Are you planning to attend the Champions League match in person?" the journalist queried, stopping two female fans. "Chinese?" one of the female fans asked. "Yes. How wonderful," the female fan exclaimed, saying, "When you meet Kevin, be sure to tell him to bring Guti along to find us. If he wishes, he can also bring the entire Real Madrid 5 Eagles. And Kaká," the other female fan added. Yes, Kaká and Inzaghi could join as well. Suddenly, the signal was interrupted due to technical issues. Foreigners even offered to pay. How shameless. One commented. "What are they even saying? It's embarrassing to listen to," another added. "Speaking of which, why not interview my husband? Shouldn't Kevin be interviewed before the match?" "Right, where's my husband? By the way, I have an amusing story to share. Previously, a scammer claimed to be Kevin, offering to send me a signed jersey, and I scolded him. Well done, Shan Shan. There are so many scammers these days. I have at least 10 on QQ claiming to be Kevin. I once encountered someone pretending to be Lin Jiying, claiming to conduct scientific research in an investment lab, asking me to send him 20 yuan. I almost believed him, but it was too troublesome to follow through. Wow, was that a scammer? I sent him 50 and questioned why the recipient's name wasn't Lin. He claimed he borrowed someone else's card. On May 23rd, the day of the Champions League final, the journey to the Olympic Stadium in Athens was not as smooth as it had been upon arrival in the city. Athens had welcomed over 300,000 tourists, and with the fervent local fans, the speed of the Real Madrid bus was severely hindered. Having witnessed such scenes numerous times, Cassano could not help but express his astonishment. Can they all still enter the stadium? Wouldn't it be better to stay local and watch the match? The fans wish to support us up close, Roll explained. Fools, without the support of these people, do not expect to command such high salaries. Ramos exclaimed. Sergio is absolutely right. The fans are vital to us. Guti nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fans hold great significance, Capello declared emphatically. But now is not the opportune moment for interaction. Otherwise, let us not even consider stepping onto the field today. Raising his hand, Cassano absent-mindedly scratched his head while stealthily observing a few female fans scribbling phone numbers on their boards outside the window. Thanks to the efforts of the Athens police, the Real Madrid bus arrived at the stadium an hour later than scheduled. Thus, arriving early was of utmost importance. Capello checked his backpack to ensure he had everything before heading to the press conference. Both head coaches were exceedingly courteous during the pre-match briefing. No one dared to guarantee victory in the Champions League final. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hurriedly departed. Ferguson pushed open the door to the away dressing room. Stepping inside, and surveying each player's eyes before coming to a halt in the center. In his thick Scottish accent, he remarked, "Some of you have tasted European glory alongside me, while others have not. Compared to my playing days, you enjoy a far better life now, residing in grand houses and driving fine cars. However, every young player nurtured within Manchester United's academy will remember my insistence that they wear black boots, forgo gloves, and avoid long trousers. This was to ensure your focus remained on the game. Previously, I posted a picture of Kevin's boots at Carrington. You should grasp my intent. Even the Ballon d'Or winner must remain humble, regardless of having secured the award for 2 consecutive years. Today, facing Kevin and Real Madrid, the match will be arduous. I can forewarn you, do not take the journalist's words to heart. Cruyff's statements are mere fabrications. He seeks to earn a few extra pounds through his articles. Those who take him seriously are the greatest fools. We shall confront the strongest adversary, and winning this match will require everything we have. I say all this not to instruct you on how to become exemplary individuals, at least not today. I aim to convey the immense strength of our opponents. In the face of such a challenge, you must disregard the nonsensical reports and devote your entire focus to the game. Picture Evra and his 24 siblings living on the streets, their families struggling daily for survival. Rooney, too, grew up in dire circumstances. Some of you mingled with delinquents, while others relied on their mothers working tirelessly to provide. Some fathers toil late into the night just to make ends meet. Everything you possess now has come at a great cost. It is time to repay those who love you. Today's match is not for me. It is for yourselves and your families. When the final whistle blows, I hope you can hold the trophy and tell your families, look, I am now a Champions League champion. In the home dressing room, the atmosphere was charged. Our sole objective this season is the treble. You should understand we are making history. Capello spoke earnestly. As of now, no team in Spain has achieved the treble, regardless of who you are or how much you earn. If we manage to become the treble champions, you will all be remembered as part of history. For most of you, this will be the pinnacle of your career, nay, your entire life. I do not wish to belittle our opponents, yet it is undeniable that Getafe, our adversary in the Copa del Rey, pales in comparison to Manchester United. Today marks our final opportunity to etch our names in history. Raul rose and declared, opportunities to seize the Champions League are scarce. Even I yearn for another championship medal. Once we reach the final, there is no turning back, so let us unite and strive together. Ha Madrid. Ha Madrid. Huang noticed his teammates gazing at him and, with enthusiasm, displayed a winning lottery ticket, saying, fortune smiles upon us. Let us celebrate this prize once the match concludes. Long live Kevin. The championship belongs to us. At last, we can indulge ourselves. Ramos, sitting beside Huang, remarked, you need not go to such lengths. That is several €100,000. I never earned such a salary during my time in Sevilla. Not to worry, as long as everyone is happy. Huang replied with a smile. Seeing that the anticipation level had reached 100, Huang opted to draw a prize. Ding! You have received a special experience card for the quarterfinals of the 1986 Mexico World Cup, Argentina vs. England, featuring Diego Maradona. It was not merely a defensive player. At the beginning of the month, when the system refreshed, Huang had hoped for one of the new Peles, and to his delight, he had indeed drawn Maradona. Is there really any need to elaborate on Maradona? Only a handful of players hold the highest status in football, and after previously drawing Pelé, Huang always believed he would eventually draw Maradona. Now, Maradona had finally arrived. Maradona possessed remarkable speed and explosiveness. Unlike Brazilian players who relied heavily on feints, he mastered the art of rhythm changes and sharp turns in confined spaces. At his peak, he was the finest player in the world. In addition to his formidable individual prowess, he also exhibited exceptional organizational skills, with long passes that were exceedingly precise. One wonders if Manchester United's defense will feel the pressure. Huang was particularly curious about Cruyff's reaction. He questioned whether the old maestro had come to Athens to witness the match. Ever since Barcelona lost to Milan, Cruyff had seized every opportunity to mention Huang, the king of football, in the newspapers. Huang had his own grievances. Today, he intended to showcase to the world just how precipitously he had fallen from grace. The Real Madrid players donned their white jerseys, while the visiting Manchester United players wore red shirts and black shorts, clearly distinguishing themselves from Madrid's white shorts. The purpose of home and away kits is to differentiate between the two teams. and it is not uncommon for teams to wear their home kits as long as there is no clash in colors. As both teams warmed up, their respective fans began to engage in a spirited rivalry, the red and white clearly delineated. The hearts of football fans around the globe are captivated. Real Madrid and Manchester United stand as two of the most adored teams on earth. The long-standing rivalry between Philip II and Elizabeth I continues to echo through history. England, the homeland of Manchester United, embraces Protestantism, while Spain remains a bastion of Catholic tradition. Additionally, the Orthodox faith of Greece infuses the Olympic Stadium in Athens with religious symbolism. Politics and religion have always been intertwined with football, a sentiment deeply understood by Manchester United's manager, Ferguson. Even during his tenure as the leading scorer for the Glasgow Rangers, he faced derision and ostracism from extremist fans due to his wife's faith, with those supporters deeming him unworthy of the Rangers. The club, rather than standing by him, subjected him to inquiries regarding the matter. In comparison to the Glasgow Derby, the atmosphere within the Olympic Stadium in Athens is but a modest affair. Each touch of the ball by the players elicits thunderous applause from the crowd. Completed in 2004, the Olympic Stadium is a multi-purpose venue, with the track's distance from the stands not diminishing the bond between fans and their players. Television stations from over 200 countries broadcasted this match, while the press area was brimming with journalists armed with cameras. Reporters stationed behind both goals clicked their shutters incessantly, eager to capture every detail of the stars on display. On this night of brilliance, Huang shone the brightest. The director's camera frequently focused on him, clad in a long-sleeved training kit. After a brief warm-up with his teammates, he began to juggle the ball. Eschewing the flamboyant style of warm-ups favored by Maradona, he simply lifted and lowered his feet in rhythm. Nonetheless, numerous commentators and fans from various nations counted the number of times he juggled. Observing Huang antics, Cassano quipped, "Perhaps after we score, we can let Kaiwan juggle until the end of the match. It would be so much easier." Huang, unable to restrain himself, raised his middle finger in response. With a salary of 15 million euros, do they expect him to play the game alone? He thought. Ignore that idiot, Guti advised. What if Huang loses his cool and performs poorly? I know, Huang replied with a smile, continuing his juggling. Idiot. One day I will shove the ball down your throat. Ramos shouted at Cassano. Then I'll shove it in your backside. Cassano retorted, leading to a playful chase with Ramos pursuing him around Huang who remained steadfast in his juggling. Meanwhile, Herbert Vanderl, observing from the players' tunnel, felt a tempest brewing within. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he fixated on Huang feet. This German referee, also a pianist and a board member of a music school, had never imagined that football could intertwine with music beyond mere pre-match performances. The height and frequency of Huang juggling, seemingly chaotic, resonated within Vanderl as a symphony. A melody played upon the pitch, previously shared on the internet. Following Real Madrid's early championship triumph, Kevin Huang rendered a heartfelt performance of Für Elise. Observing him engaged in jovial banter with his teammates, his footwork remained impeccably rhythmic. Vanderl pondered whether Kevin's ability to play the piano with his feet surpassed his hand skills. The pulsating rhythm of the football seemed to come alive, conjuring in Vanderl's mind a delicate, lively melody, reminiscent of Beethoven conducting a piano lesson for Teresa Malfatti. Such a player truly embodies the essence of an artist on the verdant pitch. Yet, this was not the moment for admiration of any player. The German referee, shaking his head to regain focus, redirected his gaze towards the half where the Manchester United players resided. The atmosphere there was quite buoyant, with the athletes displaying a relaxed enthusiasm. Herbert Vanderl mused that those seasoned English players could hardly fathom the caliber of the adversary they faced. Our little Kevin continues to bask in the limelight, effortlessly juggling the ball with joy, remarked Inzaghi from the stands. If you think it's easy, you might want to give it a try, Kaka chuckled. Kevin's extraordinary feel for the ball was evident. He stood still, yet commanded the ball with finesse. Inbu eagerly glanced at Ronaldo, who, having put on weight, shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I can't do that either." Juggling is a fundamental skill for professional players. Remaining stationary while doing so is considerably challenging, requiring an impeccable sense of the ball and precise muscle control to ensure the ball is consistently elevated before him. The remarkable aspect was that Kevin was simultaneously conversing with his teammates, managing such control while multitasking, something Ronaldo questioned his own ability to achieve. He doubted that Ronaldinho or Robinho could manage it either. The illustrious figures and stars in the stands dazzled the fans. A significant portion of the cantopop industry comprised supporters of Premier League clubs, with Manchester United being particularly favored. Familiar faces flashed by, with racing legend Schumacher only receiving a fleeting moment of screen time. Young fans, having only heard their names, sat among the legends they had never witnessed in action. As commentators recited the illustrious names etched in football history, Di Stefano, Pelé, Bobby Charlton, and Beckenbauer engaged in light-hearted conversation. Calderon exchanged business insights with the elder Glazer. Outside the stadium, Wimbledon was in full swing. Djokovic and Nadal, who ought to have been resting, sat in different rooms, glued to the television, eagerly watching the same match. These two tennis players, supporters of rival teams, were both anticipating the performance of a singular individual. A singer from a certain province, claiming to understand the game, touched the IOU in his pocket and pointed at the television screen, declaring, "Let me tell you, Kevin has continuously lost to me in games." I agreed to sing that song just to cheer him up. Whether it was Kevin Huang or Kevin Huang's comparison, the online activity surged dramatically, with countless new posts emerging every second. As both teams approached the sidelines, fans worldwide were acutely aware that their lavish feast of football was about to commence. The players made their final adjustments in the tunnel, and there was no intention of camaraderie among the familiar faces. What lay ahead was a war devoid of sentiment. Kevin Huang, having utilized his immunity card, followed Raul onto the field. Even in the absence of any personal grievances with Manchester United, he could hardly escape fouls today. The respective coaches entered the pitch trailing behind their players. Ferguson donned a shiny gray suit, with a striking red diagonal striped tie that contrasted vividly against his blue shirt. Capello extended his hand, remarking, "I didn't expect to see you here." "Indeed, I must apologize," Ferguson replied with a smile. Previously, when contemplating retirement, he had reached out to Capello regarding a coaching position at Manchester United. However, he found it difficult to part with the touchline, thereby preventing Capello from taking the helm at United. "That is all in the past. Had I coached Manchester United, today I would have been Kevin's adversary. And I certainly do not wish to face him in the Champions League final," Capello chuckled. Ferguson gave a wry smile as he patted Capello's arm before turning to head towards the coaching area, while Capello returned to his own spot. Galbiati, with curiosity, inquired, "Fabio, why have you not prepared today?" "Who says I am unprepared?" Capello responded with a grin. After a moment's hesitation, Galbiati finally articulated, "It just seems to me that you are not as professional today as you were at San Siro." "You misunderstand. Being overly deliberate can be counterproductive," Capello countered, shaking his head. "I read in the Sun that it seems Ferguson has not consulted a wizard," Baldini remarked. "Whether he has or hasn't is inconsequential. We must simply focus on our own tasks," Capello said, producing a feather fan and waving it gently as he added, "Sometimes, excessive effort can yield the opposite effect. It is best to go with the flow of nature." Both Baldini and Galbiati nodded in agreement. It matters not if one does not comprehend. Merely feigning understanding will suffice. Though Capello was attired in a suit today, he still clutched his fan. Director Zhang chuckled, observing, "The way he gently waves that fan gives an impression of possessing profound wisdom." Ferguson chewed gum, and both coaches had their peculiar habits, which we ought to respect and understand, Huang commented. Indeed, although the coaches of both teams are not particularly eye-catching today, the stands are quite lively, he added. Yes, the Manchester United fans have formed words with their banners, symbolizing their hopes for victory, encouraging the players, another remarked. Meanwhile, Real Madrid supporters boldly displayed the iconic Champions League trophy, a testament to their status as the team with the most titles. As the artistic performers began to exit, their attire, reminiscent of ancient Greek style, appeared strikingly simple. Nonetheless, no matter how splendid the performance, it cannot overshadow the main event today. Let us turn our attention to the lineups of both teams. Real Madrid's formation was a 4-3-3 with two holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Pepe, Elguera, Ramos. Midfielders, De Jong, Guti, Diarra. Forwards, Huang, Kevin, Raul, Cassano. Manchester United also fielded a 4-3-3 with a single holding midfielder, goalkeeper, Van der Sar, defenders, Hines, Ferdinand, Vidic, O'Shea. Midfielders, Scholes, Carrick, Fletcher. Forwards, Giggs, Rooney, Ronaldo. Today, both teams essentially deployed their strongest lineups. Manchester United's captain, Gary Neville, had been outstanding this season. However, due to an injury sustained in March against Bolton, inflicted by Gary's speed, he is yet to return to the pitch. Indeed, had Gary Neville been present, the defensive performance against Kevin Huang would have been considerably enhanced. Neither O'Shea nor Brown, alternating in the right-back position, managed to reach the level exhibited by Neville this season. Utility players are thus. One cannot expect them to excel in multiple positions simultaneously, delivering top-notch performances. The German referee, Vanderl, signaled the commencement of the match. Raul initiated the play with a lateral pass to Cassano, who promptly returned the ball. Huang, unfazed, chose not to rush forward, instead retreating alongside Fletcher. Maradona's dribbling skills and speed were formidable, allowing him to initiate attacks from the back. After crossing the halfway line, Fletcher ceased to follow Huang. While Huang could traverse from the left flank to the right, Fletcher lacked such tactical freedom. Guti delivered a piercing pass to Raul at the edge of the penalty area. Raul deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, redirecting it towards the right flank. Huang skillfully stepped over the ball, evading Scholes. Unmarked, Cassano seized the opportunity, prompting Hines to surge forward. Observing Huang's gesture, Cassano skillfully pulled the ball back and delicately chipped it beneath. The ball soared over Hines's head, sailing behind him. "Stop him!" roared Ferguson. Encircled by Carrick, Fletcher, and Scholes, Huang suddenly burst into action, showcasing remarkable explosiveness. Ferguson scarcely comprehended how Huang extricated himself from the trio's grasp. The chewing gum nestled in his mouth remained untouched, a sweet flavor lingering without prompting any jaw movement. The legendary Manchester United manager fixated on the Real Madrid number 10, racing towards the ball, fearful that a mere blink could result in a breach of his team's defense. As Ferdinand charged toward the ball, he witnessed Huang's swift acquisition, lowering his center of gravity and spreading his legs. Should Huang dare to advance into the penalty area, Ferdinand was poised to intervene. As a world-class defender, Ferdinand exuded confidence in his ability to pivot swiftly. Even if Huang managed to maneuver the ball through his legs, Ferdinand was certain he could effectively position himself and execute a clearance. However, the next moment revealed his grave miscalculation. Huang subtly lifted his left leg, applying force with his knee, striking the ball with his left foot. Without the opportunity to react, Ferdinand turned to witness the ball ascend, swiftly gliding over the heads of both players, before descending within the penalty area and crashing against the left post, ultimately finding its way into the net. Ferguson's gum tumbled from his mouth, landing on his polished shoe, mischievously rolling out of bounds and onto the pitch. Capello and his assistant covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. After a brief silence, the Olympic Stadium in Athens erupted with thunderous cheers. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" Fans clad in white jerseys and red and black stripes leaped from their seats, wildly waving their arms. Despite their allegiance to differing teams, they chanted the same name. For the very name emblazoned on their backs was one and the same. Kevin! Kevin! Goal! 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 In merely 1 minute and 31 seconds into the match, Kevin executed a signature goal, breaching Manchester United's defenses. Ferdinand, the world-class defender, made the most prudent choice. From the moment he prepared to thwart Kevin's advance into the penalty area to the instant he realized Kevin was poised to strike, Ferdinand opted against extending his leg and instead turned away, knowing that any attempt to block would be futile. It was better to witness the divine artistry of the football deity's splendid goal up close. Although the match had ample time remaining, I must regrettably inform Manchester United fans that the Champions League final has already concluded. At 2:36, following the goal, Kevin orchestrated the attack. After scoring, Kevin dashed to the corner flag and executed a backflip, only to be embraced by the swiftly approaching Ramos and Cassano. Cassano, who claims to be more handsome than Beckham, only served to highlight Kevin's extraordinary attractiveness when standing beside him. Although Cassano is not particularly short, he appeared diminutive in comparison, especially with Kevin and Ramos towering over him, coupled with a rugged appearance that accentuated Cassano's shortcomings. In the front row, a female fan brandishing a handmade sign quickly took out a marker and emphatically crossed out the words Real Madrid's 5 Eagles following Kevin's name, replacing it with the names of Guti and Ramos, vigorously shaking the sign. This goal is absurd. Indeed, it must be said, Kevin truly excels at football. There is no need to dwell on his footballing prowess. We are all aware of it. What intrigues me is why Huang Kevin always performs his backflip at the corner flag. Perhaps he fears colliding with someone, even if he doesn't tee. Damaging the flora would be unfortunate. I suspect the risk of injury upon landing from the backflip is his primary concern. I think you're right. Landing awkwardly from a backflip can easily lead to injury. Huang Kevin is quite popular. I previously saw someone with 2 symmetrical tattoos of his face that made me dizzy. The one with the sign is likely the same person who was interviewed earlier. Who knows? But you needn't envy. Huang Kevin likely does not regard her. Goodness. Huang Kevin is rather irresponsible towards his fans. How could he not fulfill the wishes of such a beautiful supporter? Damn, I'm a fan of Chiu Shuchen. And she hasn't fulfilled my wishes either. With the captain's armband, Giggs returned to the back line to console his teammates. I'm fine, Ferdinand replied. Such goals defy logic. It wouldn't matter which defender was present. Who would have imagined that an opponent standing near the sideline could strike so directly? Be cautious. Do not give him the space to shoot, Vidic advised. Ferdinand glanced helplessly at his partner. With such skill, I look forward to seeing how you defend against Real Madrid's number 10. Huang Kevin, playing on the left, was expected to challenge O'Shea and Vidic. Yet somehow he made his way to this side. You all need to be vigilant. At least one of you should mark him closely, Giggs instructed his midfield teammates. Carrick nodded in response to Giggs. Understood, Captain, replied Varela. Scholes murmured, I will do my best. Having suffered from albinism, ocular issues, and asthma since childhood, he was mocked by his youth teammates as the monster of the forest. The journey to his accomplishments today is a testament to his indomitable spirit. However, he refrained from boasting too much, for the explosive power exhibited by Kevin Huang was astonishing, and his acceleration was unparalleled. Before Scholes could even react, Huang had already surged down the right flank. Such terrifying explosiveness was something Scholes had never encountered throughout his career. He was convinced that even his former national teammate, Michael Owen, in his prime, could not rival the prowess of Real Madrid's number 10. Scholes, known for his unpredictable tackling, realized that defending against such an opponent relied more on luck than skill. Amidst the chants of Real Madrid supporters, Manchester United resumed play. The Red Devils in the stands were still reeling from the sudden, beautiful goal that had severely dampened their spirits. The ball was passed back to the defense. Scholes turned to receive it from Carrick, who, under pressure from Raul, quickly returned it to him. The younger Carrick still had a considerable distance to bridge before reaching the elite level of midfielders. He needed several more years to reach his peak. Scholes received the ball and immediately executed a back-heeled flick to the right, positioned just behind the halfway line. Cristiano Ronaldo lifted his right foot to control the ball and then pulled it back to engage Huang. 2 years ago, losing to AC Milan had weighed heavily on his mind, and today, he finally had the opportunity to compete on the same stage. Ronaldo, with his long legs clad in black socks, danced the ball in front of Huang with dazzling footwork, utilizing his superior physicality. The frequency of Ronaldo's leg movements rivaled that of the finest windshield wipers. The ball barely moved from its spot. Huang understood that Ronaldo's dribbling was not merely for show. It was a prelude to an explosive burst that would allow him to evade defenders. With his unique skill set, Huang was arguably the person most familiar with Ronaldo in the world. After Ronaldo's left foot glided over the ball for the 3rd time, he promptly used the outside of his left foot to flick it away. The ball was just over 10 centimeters from Ronaldo's foot when Huang, anticipating the move, swiftly extended his right foot and successfully nudged the ball behind Ronaldo. Ronaldo quickly turned to chase back, but he was a step slower than Huang. One step behind led to another, and soon he could no longer keep pace. The Manchester United fans watched in horror as their number 7 fell further behind, from half a body length to a full body length, and then increasingly distant. The sprinting Fletcher, seeing Huang seize the ball, shifted his weight back and executed a sliding tackle, widening his stance to cover more ground. Huang deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, pushing it to the left and using the outside of his left foot to bypass Fletcher's challenge, propelling himself toward the Manchester United penalty area. Don't go alone. Defend together, came the frustrated shout, tinged with a Scottish accent. The nearby stands were filled with fans who could see Sir Ferguson, mouthful of chewing gum, yelling in frustration. Vidic rushed in to provide support. The 2 players charged towards Huang Kaiwan, with O'Shea immediately extending his right foot as Huang Kaiwan skillfully controlled the ball with his left foot, deceiving O'Shea into shifting his weight. In an instant, Huang nudged the ball to the left with the outside of his foot, bursting through the gap between O'Shea and the sideline with explosive speed. O'Shea turned to grab him, but failed to even touch the hem of Huang's jersey. Whether he crosses from the byline or cuts into the box, both options are within Huang's capabilities. It merely depends on his preference, one commentator noted. But cutting inside is not the right choice. Huang Kaiwan opts for a long pass in front of Vidic. Magnificent. Oh. Cassano was caught off guard by Huang's decision to switch play to the right from the edge of the penalty area by the time he sprinted to the sideline. It was too late, and he could only watch the ball roll out of play. Indeed, Huang's pass was astute. As soon as little Ronaldo received the ball and attempted to dribble, Varela was already monitoring Huang's position. Once Ronaldo nudged the ball away, Manchester United's formation surged forward. Huang, with the ball on the left flank, drew the attention of the United defense, and without raising his head, he executed a long pass to the right. Fully aware that there were few defenders in Cassano's vicinity, United's defense initiated play, and little Ronaldo sought out Huang Kaiwan. Intercepted. Huang's defensive prowess remains formidable, as he managed to reclaim the ball with a simple extension of his foot. Fortunately, Varela retrieved it, prompting Ferguson on the sidelines to brandish his infamous hairdryer. As an attacking player, there is no need to engage with Huang Kaiwan. Simply advance into the attacking zone. Huang will surely not track back too deep, as his focus is primarily on offense, another commentator observed. Indeed, little Ronaldo need not actively seek out Huang Kaiwan. Scholes delivered the ball to Giggs on the left flank. As Ronaldo sprinted forward, he glanced back at Huang Kaiwan. He vividly recalled a match from 2 years prior, where Huang's defensive skills were not as formidable as today. The current Huang Kaiwan gave Ronaldo the impression that all his feints were easily read. The young Ronaldo soon grasped the underlying truth. Huang must have been secretly studying his game footage at home, analyzing his playing style to consistently anticipate his movements. Yes, that must be the case. With this realization, Ronaldo felt invigorated once more. Scholes received a back pass from a teammate, sending the ball to the right flank. Ronaldo, with a deft sidestep, nudged the ball with his right foot and quickly lifted his left foot to let it pass, returning it to Scholes. With a crisp strike, Scholes applied the right amount of finesse to the ball. It soared from the right side of the midfield straight to the left flank, where Ramos surged forward, leaping to block Giggs behind him. Ramos's weight was entirely pressed against Giggs, as they both tumbled from the edge of the penalty area to the sideline. Van der Vaart promptly brandished a yellow card, pointing at Ramos and admonishing, "Mind your actions." Ramos picked himself up and began to retreat, preparing to set up the wall. "Do I need to reiterate tactical discipline to him?" Assistant coach Queiroz inquired anxiously, gesturing to the pitch. This Portuguese assistant coach had previously held the position of head coach at Real Madrid. After being dismissed by Real Madrid, he returned to Manchester United to serve as an assistant to Ferguson. Many pieces of information regarding Real Madrid during today's match were obtained through him. Around the turn of the millennium, Manchester United was highly sought after in the football world. Ferguson's disciples and assistants easily found managerial positions in top or second-tier leagues, with Queiroz, who coached Real Madrid, representing the pinnacle of Manchester United's legacy. The football community seems to hold an unwavering belief in Ferguson's success, with some clubs preferring to hire recently retired Manchester United captains or Ferguson's assistants, dismissing other experienced coaches. Unfortunately, much like the legends of Milan, many Manchester United alumni lack coaching aptitude. "Let him play," Ferguson remarked, shaking his head. "Young people must grow on their own. You cannot always dictate what they should or should not do." "I agree, Cristiano is a clever lad," replied first-team coach Mike Phelan with a smile. Indeed, Ferguson responded with his arms crossed, his demeanor calm. He had invested considerable effort into the current number 7, wishing more than anyone for Cristiano to mature. On the field, Cristiano stood by the left sideline, awaiting a free kick, his chest rising and falling, betraying his inner turmoil. Even experienced players feel the pressure on the grand stage of a Champions League final, and for Cristiano, facing his first final, the nerves were palpable. As the whistle blew, Cristiano sprinted forward and struck the ball from below its side. It soared over the wall and struck the ground in the small box, deceiving Casillas and nestling into the side netting with a resounding thud. Elated, Cristiano dashed towards the visiting fans' stands. Goal. Number 11. Little Ronaldo has scored a magnificent free kick. At the 20th minute of the first half, both sides have finally returned to the same starting line. The magic of the Red Devils' number 7 shirt continues, from George Best, Cantona, Beckham to now little Ronaldo. Each 7 has risen to the occasion in times of crisis, This is the essence of the Red Devil number 7. Ferguson, who had been on the sidelines urging Manchester United players forward with a whip since the match began, finally displayed a smile. The camera panned to the Real Madrid bench, where the most conflicted person was Van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy, sent to Real Madrid by Ferguson, had not been able to secure a starting position due to tactical reasons. Now, facing his old club, it was uncertain which side he hoped would triumph. Glory belongs to Manchester United. The Red Devils march on. Irwin, Schmeichel, Kanchelskis, Giggs, and Steve Bruce. Parker, Scholes, McClare, Keane, Cantona, and Hughes. As long as we stand united, we shall never lose. Rejuvenated, Manchester United fans belted out the famous anthem, Glory, Glory, Man United. Meanwhile, Real Madrid fans showed little sign of dismay, joining in song, creating a moment where it was hard to discern which side had just scored. Raul initiated the play, passing to Cassano, who quickly returned the ball. Guti received the ball and lifted his head to observe the field. Fletcher had both hands resting on Huang, nearly merging with him. He pivoted and passed the ball laterally to De Jong. De Jong, not in a hurry to advance, knew that a pass to the left was currently impossible, as Rooney rushed towards him. De Jong deftly evaded Rooney with a right-footed touch and angled a pass to the forward Ramos. Ramos, positioned just behind the halfway line, glanced toward the left flank while his right foot delicately caressed the ball. With only one defender near Kaiwan, it presented a splendid opportunity. Ramos held unwavering confidence in Huang. The powerful pass traversed the pitch in the blink of an eye. Huang burst forth from behind Fletcher, chest out and body angled to absorb the impact. Yet, even with this, the ball rebounded back past the halfway line. The force of Ramos's pass was too immense. Guti, upon receiving the ball at the edge of the box, found himself pressured by Scholes. Both were midfielders of average physical prowess, but Scholes bore an undeniable tenacity. Entangled, Guti was clearly at a disadvantage. In the moment he fell backwards, he managed to nudge the ball back to De Jong, who swiftly distributed it to Marcelo. Under pressure from Cristiano Ronaldo, Marcelo panicked and played a hasty back pass. Huang, retreating to the back line, once again displayed his astonishing explosiveness. Weaving between Scholes and Rooney to receive the ball successfully, Rooney lunged in with a tackle. Huang deftly nudged the ball with his left foot to evade. As Giggs quickly closed in on him, Huang then pulled the ball back with his left foot, spun around, and made a feint with his right foot over the ball. A half Marseille turn. Scholes quickly extended his foot, but Huang evaded him with a right-footed touch, leaving Scholes off balance and tumbling to the ground. Fletcher grasped Huang left arm from behind, but Huang broke free, seizing the ball ahead of O'Shea at the halfway line. Guti, positioned ahead to receive the ball, obstructed Huang advance. Seizing the opportunity, O'Shea surged forward, extending his right foot. Huang, with a deft flick of his left foot, evaded O'Shea's right foot twice in succession. O'Shea, losing control of his body, nearly tripped himself as his left and right legs crossed. After stumbling a few steps, he regained his footing. Before Huang could adjust, Vidic rushed forward, swiftly pushing the ball to the sideline to Raul with the outside of his left foot, continuing his advance. Raul, receiving the ball with his right foot, initially failed to control it, but after a quick hook, he stabilized the ball. Meanwhile, Carrick, who had tracked back to the left flank, seized the opportunity to poke the ball out of play behind Raul. Oh dear, such a splendid opportunity squandered. Raul's failure to control the ball was inexcusable. Had he and Huang executed a wall pass, it could have been a goal. The main issue was that Huang series of dribbles differed from his usual style, leaving teammates Guti and Raul unable to predict whether he intended to pass. Indeed, the essence lies here. Although Huang exhibits a multitude of styles, his gameplay predominantly consists of grand and expansive movements, complemented by his penchant for dazzling dribbling techniques. Today, however, he has opted for a more subtle approach, skillfully manipulating the ball in tight spaces, catching his opponents off guard, as well as his teammates. Ah, how delightful. Yes, Huang performance today evokes memories of Maradona, reminiscent of a time over a decade ago. Haha, while Maradona may not have possessed Huang remarkable speed, the latter, in his current form, has heated up his feet. I wonder if Manchester United's defense can withstand his onslaught. Ferguson, on the sidelines, incessantly bellowed orders. Marcelo executed a throw-in, and the Manchester United players swiftly identified their defensive targets. Scholes hurriedly pressured Raul, while Varela and Ronaldo closely marked the more withdrawn Huang. Raul glanced around and deftly passed the ball to Marcelo, who expertly controlled it before launching a sharp 45-degree cross. The cross came unexpectedly, leaving Manchester United's defenders slightly tardy in their reaction. However, Raul was not positioned centrally, and Cassano was too far away. The ball descended into the small box, where Van der Sar easily gathered it. "Damn it, do you all even want the championship?" Van der Sar roared. Vidic placed his hands on his hips, while Ferdinand shrugged in response. Noticing his teammate's silence, Van der Sar released the ball with a short pass to the right. O'Shea quickly advanced the ball, and Ronaldo suddenly altered his style, deftly nudging the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot. Shifting his weight, he maneuvered past Huang with a deft touch, facing the approaching Guti. He executed a half-bicycle kick with his right foot, before skillfully flicking the ball with his left, surging across half the field. As he approached the opposition's territory, Ronaldo, not waiting for De Jong to close in, distributed the ball to the advancing Scholes on the right. Pepe successfully intercepted and dislodged the ball from Scholes's feet. Huang, tracking back to the defense, received the ball and turned, observing that Manchester United's formation was pressing high. He decisively swung his arms, curling the ball with his left foot beneath it. The ball zipped swiftly from the left flank of the backfield to the right flank of the front. Cassano, having anticipated the play, left Hines trailing behind, and both players raced towards the penalty area. The ball, having traveled 60 meters, landed perfectly between Cassano and Hines. Huang's passing is as precise as his shooting. Cassano surged forward to control the ball. This touch reminds me of the early Barry Boy. He charged into the penalty area, with Ferdinand closely trailing him, and shot. Goal. Cassano, receiving Huang's pinpoint pass as if guided by satellite, scored a commendable goal. When Huang seeks to orchestrate an attack, he emerges as the finest playmaker in the world. Pirlo must feel fortunate that Huang chose to play on the flanks rather than centrally. Otherwise, he would have languished as a substitute at Milan for the past 2 seasons. As Cassano reveled in his goal, Ferguson waved at Varela, calling out, Darren. Boss, what are your orders?" Fletcher jogged to the sidelines to inquire. "You may position yourself more freely, but I have but one request." Ferguson pointed at Real Madrid's number 10 and declared, "You must shadow him relentlessly. Follow him to the forward line, track him back to defense. And even if he goes to guard the goal, you must remain vigilant in the box. You must exhibit more patience than you would for your girlfriend or children. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood, boss." Fletcher nodded earnestly. For him, Ferguson was akin to a father figure. It is difficult to ascertain who received more of Ferguson's favor, Cristiano Ronaldo or Fletcher. After Beckham departed for Madrid, Fletcher received Ferguson's unwavering support. Even when his performance waned, he still managed to partake in over 30 matches in a season. Former Manchester United captain Roy Keane, in an interview, criticized his teammates, singling out Fletcher, who was performing below par at the time. Without Ferguson's patience, which allowed Fletcher to transition from the wing to the center over several years, he would not have graced the pitch in the Champions League final. "Very well, you may return," Ferguson said, patting Fletcher on the shoulder. "I know defending against Kevin is a challenge, but I believe in your capabilities. Go forth for our victory." "Yes," Fletcher replied, clenching his fists as he made his way back onto the field. Regardless of Ferguson's instructions, he would steadfastly adhere to them. Manchester United kicked off, with Rooney passing back to Scholes, who began orchestrating the play. Giggs received the ball on the left flank, deftly evading Cassano's challenge with a touch from his left foot. As Raul advanced towards him, Giggs swiftly turned and laid the ball back to Rooney. Rooney and Scholes executed a quick wall pass, surging into the attacking third. This Manchester United squad possessed formidable attacking prowess, capable of advancing the ball from the forwards to the wings, and from the wings to the midfield and defense. Rooney charged forward like a young bull, and as Diarra lunged to intercept, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. De Jong rushed to provide cover, while Rooney, in possession, veered towards the sideline and executed a back pass in front of Ramos. Hines immediately played a lateral ball to Scholes, who struck from distance. Bang! Diarra leapt and deflected the ball towards the center. Cristiano Ronaldo, now in the middle, adjusted his right foot to face the goal and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball bounced sharply just outside the penalty area, rolling straight towards the center where Casillas was stationed, bending down to secure it. Manchester United's offensive surge is quite fierce, with 2 consecutive long-range attempts. Indeed, Little Ronaldo may not have struck that shot cleanly, but his adjustment speed is remarkable. The Real Madrid defenders had no time to react. Casillas was heard communicating with his teammates, expressing dissatisfaction with the defensive performance from both goalkeepers in such a crucial match. Psychological resilience is a vital aspect in a game of this magnitude, and thus far, Pepe has been the standout performer in the Real Madrid defense. Indeed, in terms of attacking prowess, Kevin is undoubtedly showcasing the best performance. When Huang sustained his injury, the performance of the Real Madrid players remained commendable. However, in crucial matches, one could observe that whenever they gained possession, their gaze invariably shifted towards the left flank. If the opportunity to pass to Huang was unavailable, they would resort to collaborating with other teammates. Thus, the newspaper's claims of Real Madrid's dependency on Huang are not unfounded. Casillas initiated a short pass, which Ramos swiftly received on the right flank, delicately lifting the ball. It soared rapidly from the right wing to the center of the left line. At the moment Huang sprang into action, he was seized by the arm by Vreder, causing him to turn sideways as he approached the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo swiftly intercepted the ball, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. "Be careful," De Jong admonished Vreder, who stood his ground defiantly, puffing out his chest in response. Huang catching a glimpse of a figure in his peripheral vision, quickly maneuvered to position himself, arms outstretched to shield Ramos. With Ramos already holding a yellow card, any further infraction would result in his ejection from the match. Van der Vaart positioned himself between the players, issuing a warning to Vreder. This decision left Ramos visibly disgruntled. Blocked by Huang Ramos exclaimed, "Isn't that a yellow card? A red would be justified. How can such a severe foul warrant merely a warning?" "Silence. I am the referee," Van der Vaart retorted in Spanish, as referees typically possess knowledge of multiple languages. The referee's duty on the field is to protect skillful players. As Ramos attempted to protest further, Raul covered his mouth, guiding him aside along with Huang Although Van der Vaart was irked, he refrained from issuing a card to Ramos, knowing the ramifications of expelling a player in a Champions League final were too significant. In the previous two Champions League finals, the AC Milan goalkeeper had been sent off, which had elevated Huang reputation, yet the subsequent fates of those referees had not been favorable. Van der Vaart wished to safeguard his cherished profession. "Calm yourself," Raul urged, placing a comforting hand on Ramos's shoulder. "If you leave the field, we will face immense difficulties." "Be careful," Ramos warned Vreder menacingly. Although Vreder could not comprehend Spanish, he understood the hostility in Ramos's tone, defiantly glaring back. Had it not been for the presence of teammates on both sides, a brawl would likely have ensued. De Jong initiated a kick from the backfield directly to Huang who received the ball and swiftly pivoted. Ronaldo immediately extended his foot, but Huang deftly evaded him with a touch of his right foot. Vreder, bending low, reached out to support Huang arm while extending his right foot. Huang once again maneuvered the ball with his right foot, expertly sending it along the sideline with his left, propelling himself past Vreder. As O'Shea charged toward the ball head-on and Carrick approached from the side, they collided in a desperate slide tackle. In a moment of quick thinking, Huang dove out of the way, narrowly avoiding their feet. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to leap over the towering O'Shea. Manchester United's defense against Huang shows no signs of relent. Indeed, Carrick and O'Shea collided in their efforts to force Huang to relinquish possession. Thankfully, neither was injured. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant headache for Manchester United. Standing on the sidelines, Capello's expression was dark, as he had completely forgotten his previous composure. He felt the necessity to acquire some aggressive tactics. Being too passive was not an option. He could no longer tolerate the relentless pressure from his opponents, particularly Huang It appeared that a trip to China during the summer transfer window was unavoidable. Under Ferguson's guidance, Manchester United players tightened their defense against Huang In addition to Fletcher, who acted as a personal bodyguard, there were often others providing support. Huang struggled to find favorable opportunities to receive the ball. In the 41st minute, Guti received the ball in midfield and initiated another attack, attempting to pass left but finding no openings. He skillfully maneuvered past Scholes and immediately delivered a through ball to Raul. Raul returned the pass to Guti, who then sent a diagonal ball to Cassano on the right. Cassano, finding space in the center, delivered a chipped pass towards Huang As Huang evaded Fletcher and surged past O'Shea to seize the ball. He bent down and executed a delicate left-footed chip from the edge of the penalty area, which was met with a desperate leap from Vidic, clearing the ball off the line. That clearance was crucial. Vidic's intervention was absolutely vital. He and Ferdinand formed the best defensive duo in the world right now. Chelsea's Terry and Carvalho are commendable, though Carvalho is slightly lacking. Indeed, although Manchester United has temporarily evaded danger, another challenge awaits them. Huang approaches the corner flag, and there's a heated argument between Van der Sar and Ferdinand regarding positioning. This underscores Huang tactical corner's intimidation factor. As Huang moved toward the corner flag, it was akin to the firing of a starting gun. Ferguson was issuing commands from the sidelines relentlessly. Van der Sar was rapidly directing his teammates' positioning. Captain Giggs returned to the penalty area to coordinate with his teammates, ultimately leading Fletcher to the left side, prepared to disrupt Huang tactical corner at the earliest opportunity. Vidic positioned himself in front of Ramos, while Ferdinand and O'Shea sought advantageous heights. Manchester United's defenders left no one unmarked, wary of the possibility of anyone in the penalty area collaborating with Huang. Huang was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. To have the Premier League's foremost club regard him with such seriousness was indeed a point of pride. He longed to inquire of the Manchester United players whether they had ever heard of a goal that fell from the heavens. Did they truly believe he was merely adept at executing tactical free kicks? Huang raised his left hand, displaying his middle and index fingers. The Real Madrid players in the penalty area were growing restless, each seemingly poised to spring into action, which in turn heightened the tension among the Manchester United players. Giggs gestured for Fletcher to return to the penalty area, while he himself advanced to support Marcelo. With a swift motion, Huang sprinted and struck the ball with the outer part of his right foot, brushing it at the lower left. In the penalty area, Ramos and Pepe rushed towards the far post, followed closely by Ferdinand and Heinz. Vidic leapt quickly in front of Raul. However, the ball did not soar toward the 6-yard box. Instead, it described an exaggerated arc, heading straight for the edge of the penalty area, where Guti arrived to meet it with a powerful strike. O'Shea, in a desperate bid, dove to head the ball away, landing in the penalty area while clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Manchester United's counterattack. O'Shea has yet to rise. It was too close, Guti, in an attempt to control the ball and avoid sending it soaring, did not exert full force. However, striking the head from such proximity is still rather painful. I hope O'Shea is all right. Giggs intercepted the ball ahead of Marcelo and deftly passed it to Ronaldo. Ronaldo executed a half bicycle kick, showcasing his long legs. He deftly maneuvered past Diarra with a quick touch of his right foot, while Diarra quickly attempted to intervene. Diarra brought down Ronaldo and received a yellow card. This foul was clearly tactical, leaving no room for debate. All Real Madrid players had surged forward to engage in the corner kick, knowing that failing to commit a foul could lead to conceding a goal. Indeed, however, Kevin Huang's corner kick was truly exquisite, deceiving players from both sides. To outsmart the opponent, one must first deceive one's own teammates. During the corner kick strategy, Kevin Huang should have only confided in Guti, which is why the Real Madrid players assumed he was delivering a pass to the small box. Having just returned to the halfway line with Fletcher, Kevin Huang was still contemplating the earlier corner kick. Maradona had such an exceptional sense of the game that he was particularly eager to experiment. He usually practiced his outside foot technique only at home, as attempting it during training risked revealing flaws to his teammates, which could lead them to worry about his form. Thus, he lacked confidence. Relying on scant practice and his previous experience with Quaresma, he unexpectedly executed a perfect outside foot pass, albeit regrettably intercepted. Seeing Scholes bend down to position the ball for a kick to the left flank, Kevin Huang jogged back towards the penalty area, anticipating a counterattack. Diarra stayed close to the edge of the penalty area, shadowing Giggs, while Ramos sprinted back from behind Diarra. With a deft touch of his right foot, Giggs accelerated past Diarra, penetrating the penalty area. As Ramos reached out, Giggs delivered a pass, and Elguera, sprawled on the ground, inadvertently provided Rooney with an opportunity. Rooney lifted his left foot and delicately nudged the ball, which sailed past Casillas' left side into the net. Goal. Rooney. A stunning scorpion kick. That was truly magnificent. Just moments ago, Pepe was marking Ronaldo, and Elguera's miscalculated fall allowed for a crucial opportunity, even momentarily disorienting Casillas. The score is now 2-2, once again equalized. The match is becoming increasingly thrilling. One must not underestimate Manchester United. Ferguson's team can unleash astonishing resilience in the face of adversity. Hee. As the Manchester United players saw halftime approaching, not wishing to incur Sir Alex's wrath, they hurried to equalize. The splendid goal ignited fervor among the Red Devils. The away supporters, numbering 15,000, erupted in an astounding chorus. Huang, Wanya, Wanya. After embracing his teammates, Rooney dashed to the sidelines, exuberantly throwing rapid jabs to express his excitement. Ferguson, momentarily youthful in spirit, stood at the edge of the pitch, mimicking a few punches. Mike Phelan observed Ferguson's flushed face with concern. This stubborn old man suffered from severe heart issues. Once, during a match where Manchester United underperformed, Ferguson was so agitated that his heart rhythm became irregular. Thankfully, he had previously been fitted with a pacemaker, which averted any serious consequences. Even so, the doctor admonished Ferguson to maintain his composure. In truth, given Ferguson's physical condition, he is ill-suited for the perilous role of a football coach. Even coaches without heart conditions can succumb to cardiac events on the sidelines due to the stress of goals, comebacks, and last-minute victories. Regrettably, Ferguson yearns for more championships and is reluctant to vacate his coaching position. On and off the pitch, there are always those who persevere for their beliefs. The tales of their joys and sorrows amalgamate to render football so captivating. Real Madrid resumes play. Raul swiftly passes to Huang, who turns to receive the ball and draws it back. Cristiano Ronaldo and Varela rush towards Huang, who unexpectedly spins and executes a Marseille turn. Before he can regain his balance, Scholl slides in and clears the ball away. The referee blows the whistle for halftime. I wonder if Capello should make some adjustments. Manchester United is tightly marking Huang today, and Real Madrid could seek opportunities elsewhere, one commentator suggests. I believe the primary issue for Real Madrid right now is that players are fixated on finding Huang. As mentioned earlier, against weaker teams, any strategy suffices. But in crucial matches like the Champions League final, Huang past achievements and current form lead Real Madrid players to think passing to him is more advantageous than handling it themselves. The moment they gain possession, they immediately look to the left flank. Indeed, football is not a solitary endeavor. Even Maradona had Caniggia by his side. When Huang is being closely defended, other Real Madrid players must step up. Well, 22 doesn't team matter. In the second half, Huang is bound to showcase his flair. That's for sure. I suspect that Huang deliberately conserves energy, waiting to dazzle at the end of the match. That shouldn't be the case. Conserving energy could cost them the championship. Today, Manchester United is particularly focused on Huang, with at least 2 defenders marking him at all times. Varela continually tests the boundaries of fouling, taking advantage of the referee's oversight. Even little Ronaldo sometimes rushes in to defend against Huang. Honestly, have you noticed that Huang is slightly taller than little Ronaldo? He is even more handsome than little Ronaldo. I'm not too concerned about becoming more attractive, but I do wish to grow taller. If only I could gain 5 centimeters. Damn, if I could choose, I'd prefer to add it elsewhere. If I could gain 5 centimeters, I'd want it to be money. 5 centimeters could equate to several tens of thousands, enough to buy a house around here. You all are just thinking of yourselves. It's rather dull. Then tell us, where would you want to add those 5 centimeters? If it were possible, I'd increase the 5 centimeters along the boundary line of China on the map. Wow, brother, you've just elevated your status several notches. Impressive. Today, was my goal stylish? If I hadn't scored, we would have been trailing, Cassano joyfully remarked upon returning to the locker room. He often boasts. Yet scoring in the Champions League final is indeed exhilarating. Let us be honest, had it not been for Kevin's exquisite pass, you would never have scored. Ramos scoffed. What do you mean it's impossible to score? I previously assisted Kevin with a splendid pass. Cassano protested. I am in exceptional form today. Indeed. That instance was my mismanagement, Huang replied with a smile. Cassano's performance today was undeniably commendable. He had rushed his shot a bit. He ought to have taken a touch or carried it into the penalty area. See, even Kevin acknowledges it, Cassano said proudly, tilting his head towards Ramos. Kevin is merely being modest. You imbecile. It's not surprising that your limited intellect cannot grasp it. After all, you could be easily deceived into opening your door by anyone who casually utters something. Ramos retorted with greater disdain. What's going on? Tell us, Guti inquired, sensing a story behind this. No, you mustn't, Cassano exclaimed as he lunged to cover Ramos's mouth. Ramos twisted his body, exclaiming loudly, "Previously, this imbecile and I agreed to visit Kevin's house. When I knocked on his door, he refused to open it. After a while, I mentioned that the French film he ordered online had arrived and that I was delivering it. Immediately, he opened the door in his pajamas. You fool. I was just waking up from a nap," Cassano explained. "You don't even know whether you made a purchase or not." Beauty asked, perplexed by online shopping. "Yet, even shopping online requires one to pay, doesn't it?" "During that period, I was often intoxicated, so I couldn't be certain," Cassano admitted, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. It is hardly something to boast about when a player is drunk every day. "All right, what matters is the present," Raul interjected, standing up. "We have 45 minutes to determine the champion. Manchester United is overly focused on Kevin today. We must also present some performance. I've already scored. What more do you want?" Cassano muttered, just as Capello entered the locker room. He glared and asked, "Kevin knows to mark that number 7. Why didn't you defend? Do you think you are more significant than Kevin or a better player?" Cassano lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. However, he discreetly raised his middle finger behind his back. Capello moved to the center of the locker room, stating, "I am aware that many of you dislike me, and you need not rush to refute that. I do not care. For I stand on the coaching bench not to befriend you. As a coach, my duty is to instruct you on how to secure the championship. We have already claimed La Liga. Today is the pivotal Champions League match. Our opponents are giving their all, and defeating Manchester United will not be easy. I do not wish to engage you in trivial discussions, but I must inform you that winning the Champions League will yield substantial financial rewards. This money can allow Cassano to indulge for another half season, and you can use it to purchase luxurious handbags and cars for yourselves and your families, spending it all within a few days. I do not curse you. However, surely some among you will, after retirement, find yourselves in dire straits, akin to certain players of your who, due to poor financial management or deceit, have fallen into hardship. In those moments, as you sip on inexpensive whiskey, reminiscing about a life more resplendent than that of the majority, you will come to realize that lifting the Champions League trophy and triumphing over Manchester United is the pinnacle of your existence. The illumination of the Olympic Stadium in Athens will outshine the garish lights of hotels and nightclubs, deserving of your cherished memories. Thus, do not fight for my sake, nor for the fleeting affections of girlfriends or wives you may replace at will. Return to the field and conquer Manchester United. Regardless of whether your futures hold poverty or wealth, you shall be able to proudly declare that you triumphed over Ferguson's team in the Champions League final." "The coach speaks true," Raul exclaimed, raising his arm in enthusiasm. "When we return to the field, let us win for ourselves. Ha Madrid! Ha Madrid!" The players, invigorated by the sentiment, rallied around him. Capello, observing their spirits rise, sketched a simple formation on the tactical board. "Kevin is surrounded by too many defenders. You must bolster the attack on the right flank to alleviate the pressure on him." "Understood, coach," Ramos interjected eagerly. "All right, I grasp your point," Cassano replied, somewhat listlessly. "Raul, interchange positions with Kevin frequently. They will struggle to keep up and subsequently fail to defend effectively." "Of course, coach." Raul nodded affirmatively. "That will suffice. Take a few minutes to relax, then return to the field to seize victory," Capello instructed before departing. He recognized that the locker room would induce pressure upon the players. Thus, it was prudent to allow them a moment of respite. "Hey," Ramos called out to Marcelo. "Are you addressing me?" Marcelo queried, perplexed, pointing to himself. "Yes, you," Ramos affirmed. "You exhibited no presence in the first half. As a left back, you should advance more to assist Kevin and alleviate his burden. If I were a left-footed player, I would be playing on the left flank. Yet, even alongside Kevin, you have yet to make an impact." "I understand," Marcelo nodded meekly. The teammates were fierce. What could he do? During training, they dared to tackle one another aggressively, and Marcelo, having barely represented Real Madrid in a handful of matches, was cautious not to provoke them. He was aware that the seasoned veterans maintained commendable form. Beauty pressed forward, and Giggs swiftly passed the ball laterally. Scholes executed a diagonal pass, linking up with Giggs in a wall pass. Ramos surged forward, and as Giggs deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, it slipped through the narrow gap between Ramos's legs. Elguera quickly rushed to the edge of the penalty area to provide cover.